Okay. Um, Welcome back. Testing Jetbox. Good. I did it once this time. Let me test here and see if this goes through once or twice. It's been doing twice for some reason. And my T key doesn't work. Very cool. And it went through twice on the screen, but once for my chat box. And the chat box displays whatever's on my screen. My screen has it showed as displayed once, and it's just literally a copy of whatever's on my screen. And yet it's displaying it twice. Even though it's a copy of something that's only displayed once, it's displayed twice. Right. That tracks. Okay. Constant technological issues. That is the Willow MO for streaming. Yep. God, these people never quit with their whisper advertising for growing followers. They act like they're your friend, so they like whisper and they message you on Twitch. They talk to you about, oh, okay, your stream's looking great and stuff, and try to be friendly and stuff, and then they like try to sell you a package for growing your followers. And it's like constant. It's the third one. Fucking crazy. Anyhow. Okay. Well, we need to get going. Nobody's really here. Giving it 4 minutes for people to show up, potentially. So, let's... none of these are displaying? That's interesting. I'm offline. Not according to my information. Okay. Not offline. I don't know why it's not publishing my videos on Twitch. That's starting to really annoy me. think it should be automatic, so what's going on? Unpublished, unpublished, unpublished. Why is it unpublished? They're like all unpublished. So obnoxious. How does this get untoggled? When categories are added, streaming to these categories will cause VODs to be unpublished. Oh, for exclude categories. Enable clips. Well, I don't think it'll be working until next time I restart my stream, but oh.
Hey there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome to the SPL, the last day.
Did you do the thing?
Hey there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome to the SPL, the last day of Phase 2, and yet still seemingly only 3 days before Masters. That's where things get wild to me. Summer Masters is just around the corner, but of course all of this phase, this year, and the Smite Pro League is powered by Prime Gaming. That's right, the thing that you can use once a month to get maybe, say, a free Twitch sub, maybe some free games, some free in-game content. I know there's a Smite skin, a Paladin skin out there now that updates every single month, and since today's the 31st, you could get in today, get July's content, swing on over to August tomorrow and grab some new stuff when it comes out right there. That comes along with all of the free shipping, videos, and more that you get with a typical Prime subscription. So if you're not a Prime member, you need to go ahead and join Prime Gaming now. And if you are, well, make sure you capitalize on it. There's a little crown up there you can click. It's going to give you a lot of goodies and a very quick amount of time. Most of the time you just have to link your accounts together where it's like, hey, yeah, this whatever insert game platform account and this. Have it all together, have it all in one place. So thanks to Prime Gaming for sponsoring and being the title sponsor specifically of the SPL this year. I got Mifflin on the desk with me. My name's Gore, and we're going to have a lot of fun today, Mifflin, because we are going to be looking at potential tied sets and things like that. Potentially is just because who knows what's going to happen here, and all of it I think depends on this first set, and honestly depends on the Tartarus Titans, but if this goes how I expect it to go, look, there's been nothing but 2-0s so far this week. We got 3 sets today. One of them's got to go longer, and for some reason my bones are telling me it's this one.
Yeah, so for those of you not in the know, I got this information directly from Polar Bear Michael.
Big asterisk on the side.
Big asterisk. We got this from PBM, but I trust him. He's been around the league for a very long time. He has said, as standings are right now, if the Jade Dragons are capable of 2-0ing the Tartarus Titans, they should be able to force a head-to-head up against the Titans. Otherwise, all the Titans need to do to maintain 3rd seed is to win 1 game in this set. So a lot of the onus belongs to the Dragons.
Yeah, I think almost all of the upset and change potential depends on this, right? Because if you look at win-loss immediately, Titans winning this, all of a sudden there's conversations with the Bolts and their win-loss. Then we get into plus-minuses and head-to-head and weird things like that. They lose this one, and then they're both 8 and 6. Then you get into weird things like plus-minuses and head-to-head. All of the fun stuff there. And then the Warriors, a little lower down. I think there's a chance where, if the Dragons lose this, 7-7 Warriors, they find their win later today. Then we get into weird things like plus-minuses and head-to-head. But again, all of this is contingent on those numbers changing in specific orders. And so that's where things, I think, are going to be incredibly fun. Mike had a full tweet about it. I don't know how much it is right, and I'll let people who...
We got to let League Ops
I was going to say, I'll let someone who has all of the stuff in front of them figure that one out. But the good news is, or maybe not good news, at least the minimal news is that no matter what,
just the news
for the Dragons, if they want to continue a push to try and do anything, they need to win. And so that's their first and foremost goal here. And of course you can see they've been doing pretty well. I think we've talked to damn near everybody on the squad since they picked up Scream, except maybe Panda Cat. I think we did pregame with Panda Cat yesterday, except for Pagon. And the good news is we're going to be talking about Pagon. Now, he's been mentioned a lot, Mifflin, by every other teammate because, you ask the duo lane, they're like, yeah, we played with Scream in the past. It's super fun. You ask Fino Kane, he's like, yeah, you know what? It's kind of surprising. Like, we've never competed together, but we're meshing really well. And Mike had said that the only thing that they were maybe concerned about was going to be the mesh between mid and the jungle. Doesn't seem like there's been any problems. And I think that this powerhouse that they've been able to kind of illustrate over the last couple of days has just reassured Dragons fans that even in the 2v2, things are fine.
Yeah, Pagon, I mean, in general, I feel like he's going to be a generally plug-and-play mid laner. He's got very aggressive styling, will be able to hold his own in the majority of these lanes. Worth noting that this is his rookie year, and he's been looking like anything but a rookie.
That's easy to forget.
Yeah, it's easy to forget because, I don't know, he soloed Ben 5 times that one time. He's been having some pretty nasty performances. At times has been trend-setting with things that are allowed to be played in mid. Who else is locking in the Susano? Who else is going to go towards the Gilgamesh in mid? I don't think anybody else is doing those things, but Pagon very capable.
Maybe BDQ, but
maybe.
Then it just runs in the family at that point.
I suppose so. It could. I don't know. I don't see Benny playing those. Benny strikes me as a
not
Terra player. Well, Leave him alone. All right? we're talking about Pagon, and Pagon has had no shortage of success so far.
Yes.
I have got no concerns for his career, man. This guy has been looking very impressive.
Yeah, and this week it's been, I want to say, relatively easy. Like, I mean, you saw the highlights. Most of those were from this week. Discordia, 2 games on Friday. Guess what? They win 2. Yesterday, Yu Huang, 2 games. They win 2. So either today's a third mage, and those 2 are getting banned out, because I think the Discordia was banned out, or it's just more of the same. And maybe a little bland overall compared to some of the more eclectic picks we have seen from Pagon. But it's still fun to watch because it's been successful for the Dragons. It's been a tear for them, and we've got Pagon already standing by and ready for an interview. And so I'll ask the question that's kind of been alluded to by some of your teammates. How's things going between like you and Scream for that 2v2?
I think it's been pretty good. Obviously we won these games, so we're feeling pretty good.
You haven't had to like butt heads yet
No,
into anything.
not yet.
And so that's the interesting thing. I know, Mike can be pretty vocal. And I think what we had heard and what they had said was like everybody on the team usually gets their voice in there, but like you have some people that stand out. And we know that Scream can get really vocal. Is that like, has there been any, I guess, comm issues, or are you perfectly vibing with it?
No, not really. I think Calm's been a lot better, actually. Scream's, he's a big leader in game, helps with Mike, and then, it just makes games easier.
Well, I know you guys are going forward. You're trying your best here, specifically against this match, like need a 2-0, things like that. Trying to find as many wins as you can. After the way this week has gone, it seems like you're just on a pattern, but the Titans definitely going to be the roughest opponent. What do you expect in this matchup?
We're feeling good. 2-0. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, you got confidence, man, and that's all that matters. Sounds good. I'm excited to watch it. I'm sure the fans are at home. So thanks for your time, man, and good luck in your games. Feeling good? 2-0, Mifflin. Sometimes that's all you need.
Keeping it close to the chest, too.
Yeah, and I like that because it's not like, if we deal with blank, blank, or blank on the other team, like, we'll do fine. And I think that's actually interesting because when I look at this one, I think this 2v2 is maybe the most intriguing because I think the last couple of days what we've seen is Scream kind of listing towards the right-hand side of the map, helping out FineOK a lot of pressure that's been coming from the solo lane. And the Titans used to play exclusively through their mid lane. I mean, like, if you looked at this squad, there's 5 really good players in that booth. And we would talk about the guy in the middle every time because he had amazing plays, really good setup, awesome KDA, really good damage. Like, every single game he was consistent. It feels like they've pulled back from Paul being the catalyst so far right now. And he has become that facilitator. If he's playing something like the Yu Huang, he might have a great KDA in there, but it's not necessarily just forcing him specifically to have all of the plays, all of the kills, and be the spearhead for the team.
Yeah, so at times Paul in the past had acted as that solo agent, like, hey, if I'm having a good game, we're just going to win, and that's our win condition. Recently, the Tartarus Titans have become more so a 5-headed beast. Just anybody on the team could have just a phenomenal performance and absolutely dominate a match. That's not to take away from Paul. I think he has still had very impressive individual performances. But I think there is something worth noting in this matchup in particular. Paul up against Pagon. There's a bit of parity in their careers. When Paul was new to the league, he was that guy getting super aggressive. He was that guy who was playing all sorts of crazy picks that nobody else was playing. He was capable of going towards just about anything in that Hunter column, anything in that Mage column. Recently, Paul has honed it in a little bit more. He's got himself a much more standard god pool. We'll see things like the Hell more often, the Morrigan very, very standard for him, at times the Chernobog as well. But he's really straight away from, hey, I'm gonna play like the Onhurs mid. I'm gonna play my Uul mid. I'm gonna be running Hebo every game, and instead has really built himself into a part of this team instead of forcing the team to conform to his style. And at times that has looked very good for the Tartarus Titans, but as a Paul fan, and I've been playing with and against and watching Pauls for so many years, I kind of miss seeing him getting on those wild picks and having these crazy performances.
I think that's part of why I like watching him play the Morrigan, though, because it's like then at least like once every 3 minutes, theoretically, if he was popping it on cooldown, he just gets to be someone else for a little bit. And yeah, when they were playing with the Lancelot the other day up against the Bolts, they did so. And that's where things get really interesting. It's 4-0 so far this week for the Dragons, which normally, regular week of SBL, no rescheduled matches, they'd probably just be done. So coming in for a triple header, they've got technically a lot of warm-ups coming into this, but also the Titans come in. They take down the Bolts like quickly on Friday, and that was very impressive from them to be able to pick it up. It's your second seed and things like that. And the Bolts having an 0-4 week, it was I think impressive for impressive in the wrong way for them. And so you've got to imagine that this team's feeling pretty solid about it. And a lot of it, like I see 2 the Morrigan games, 1 they stole Lancelot from the other side, 1 they kept it. I have to imagine maybe he rises in terms of priority here.
Yeah, I'd seen a lot of discussion from the Smite community as a whole. Lancelot not looking super impressive, and then other guys are saying Lancelot is absolutely dominating. I think Lancelot is solid in the meta right now. Until we see some adjustments to some of his numbers, I think he's probably going to be a mainstay. Just that damage output so high. But the issue with Lancelot, and we had touched on this lightly yesterday, is the fact that his dive goes so far into the back line. It is very hard for a team to keep up with their own Lancelot. So very often, and we'd seen it from the Oni Warriors pretty consistently, Lancelot would ult in. He's 100 feet away from his nearest ally. He does his damage, doesn't have quite enough to finish off his kill, and then he just immediately falls down, which is why I liked what we had seen from the Tartarus Titans. And I don't think it's necessary. You don't need the Morrigan plus Lancelot.
Yeah.
Just draft something that can match that rotation. Chernabog can do it.
Yep.
Anybody who could just get into that back line consistently. Ardio's capable of it as well. When you have a Lancelot on your team, I think it might almost just legitimately dictate that you build a composition that is capable of diving, a spearhead-style draft, unless you're Variety and you're taking it in the soul lane. If you're tanky, you can kind of do whatever you want.
Yeah, he looked absolutely... I mean, he looked so good on that yesterday in game number 2. It was fun to watch. It's always fun to watch these 2 teams, especially the new reinvigorated Dragons, whether you want to call it a honeymoon phase or what. I mean, at this rate, and this is actually a weird conversation to have, because in theory, it's the perfect time for the honeymoon phase to exist, because they're getting it in week 8 here, and then Masters starts up. And then you have, like, a few weeks while of downtime before phase 3 kicks off. And so, like, you're in this spot where, admittedly, you're not going to be, like, losing SPL games while there's no SPL, so maybe they won't get to, like, points of contention. But, like, scrims and things, practice will still be happening. So maybe it can, like, wear off and they can settle into a groove behind the scenes, and then when they come back for phase 3, it'll be like they never left her, and it's something like that. It's also interesting to see, again, the Titans, just as a squad, things have been going incredibly well for them. Again, I think for a long time it was easy to talk about Paul. Cyclone Spin, though, has really caught my eye over the last couple of weeks because...
He got off the Warriors.
Yeah, he changed. They changed putting 2 tanks in the left side, and all of a sudden he was able to step up. And they've even been able to do it with Sot still going back to things like the Uller. Like, Sot still being able to play a little weird. So it feels like they found their versatility and still gave themselves carry potential in the late game.
Yeah, I really like the Tartarus Titans. Explicitly when Cyclone Spin's playing a Hunter, that's not to say that he's not capable of playing those Warriors.
Yeah.
He absolutely is. He was dominating those lanes. It just really hurt their compositions, I would argue. But I think you hit the nail on the head. We had talked about, Paul used to be the star, and now all of a sudden he's kind of just faded into just part of the Tartarus Titans at times, looking like that star again. But SOT and Cyclone Spin, the side laners for the Tartarus Titans, I think have really been stepping up so far this season. I've made no qualms sharing that I think that SOT is potentially just the most mechanical player of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, watch his Ull highlights, man. This guy is hitting ridiculous skill shots, weaving in his auto attacks, never missing them. When you watch him play the Hercules, I don't think he misses pulls.
Cue up the MLG montage. Hold on.
Just cue it up. I mean, it feels like every time we watch SOT, it might as well just be a montage. And when Cyclone Spin is playing Hunters, he's playing at that exact same level as well. The Tartarus Titans are a massive threat to the league as long as they're all playing at their highest level. Consistency, of course, a buzzword that we throw around a whole lot, and that's the conversation. When are you hitting your peaks? Are you able to maintain them? How long are you maintaining them? I'd argue we've seen the peak of the Tartarus Titans twice, maybe 3 times this year in individual sets. If they could find a way to just harness that and bring it every single time, I'm not sure who's taking out this team, barring just the absolute cream of the crop in the league.
We're finally in picks and bans, though. Game number 1, Titans are the first pick. And so far, for the Dragons on the other side, I'll just cover this. It's the E-Set, the Morrigan that get banned out. Nothing too crazy. Both, Paul-oriented picks, and it makes sense to try and take care of them. And when you look at other things like the Osiris, the Erlang Shin, I was going to say the E-Set, but that's already up there, so I guess that doesn't make sense to add onto the list. I said Osiris and
already?
Shin,
Oh,
didn't I?
man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Now we're just cycling. Oh, no.
Hold on, we'll find one.
We're caught in a tornado. Those are like the 3 most top banned,
Yamoja.
at least this week against them. Yamoja, that's a good one.
I just looked at the first top
to
SPL ban.
Yeah, that's a really good way to try and find it. I almost said Daji, and I'm like, I don't like. I mean, yeah, Layers is gonna have a good Daji, but I'm not thinking of Layers. when it comes to the dodge E. The other side, though, the question was, when will someone finally stop Panda from getting this Cupid? You go back to game 1 on Friday, played Artemis into the Cupid, so was willing to do it. But since then, it's just been 3 in a row, and it looked really good. Titans banned that first, and then they took 2 shots at Scream. They get rid of the Pele, they get rid of the Naja, and they lock themselves in the Chernobog.
Yeah, and that is just what Scream brings, isn't it? Just, hey, you're going to have to ban some weird stuff when you're playing against Scream. And he's still got things like the Bastet in the back pocket, but that's not to say that he isn't capable of playing the incredibly standard selections as well. Gotta think that Nemesis is headed for Scream, and is that really a win for the Tartarus Titans in the ban phase? Oh no, Scream's on Nemesis now. That's just a standard meta selection, and with some of the itemization changes, I think will fit his style very, very well. We've been seeing the Golden Blade immediately into heavy executioner style of build, auto-attacking for upwards of 200 the second you finish your secondary item. That's a crazy amount. Generally, people have about 1,500 to 1,600 HP at that portion of the game, meaning that you only need to land like 8 autos, and with auto cancels, you're doing those pretty consistently. Yeah. So I think the Jade Dragons just fine getting that Nemesis for themselves. The Tartarus Titans, on the other hand, have got themselves a composition that is very capable of playing around that Lancelot. I talked about the Chernobog and how he's able to match that dive potential on his own. Kabrakan should be right there with you, or even at times, use that Kabrakan wall against your own Lancelot. It's not a bad thing. You can stop the charge of that ultimate. Again, you can't cancel your own ultimate. You have to fully channel it. You have to get all the way to the apex of that dash. If a Kabrakan walls somebody in with you, ult into that wall, you're already stuck with them. Might make it a little bit easier to execute on some of those dives. So I really do like this Titans core 3. But that's not to say that the Dragons are any slouch either. I mean, Capri, I don't need to sing its praises. Everybody knows how annoying it is to play against someone who's got death immunity for anybody on his team. Also some very strong single target setup. And Final K's King Arthur has just continued to impress since he's been going back towards it.
Makes them mayhem.
And this will be game number 5, I think, in a row for Final K's King Arthur, which is just wild to think. I even mentioned it. I was joking about it yesterday, but it was something that PBM had said during his long stream when talking about Scream and the pickup, was that he was like, it's just one thing that like Sam at the time and that Final K don't particularly enjoy playing the same god 2 times in a row when it comes down to scrims, and obviously if you watch their streams,
I get that, by the way.
Yeah, I understand it. I do the same thing in support. I think I've gone through that Guardian tab like 12 plus. Well, it's got to be way more than that, right? Because I've played a lot of support.
And you play like 5 characters.
No, that's not true. I play all of them.
Every time I play with you, it's either Geb, Kepri, or Ymir.
Yeah, I restart the list. So like it's like, but like if watch. Last time I did a Smite game stream, that 3-hour block, I went through almost every single Guardian.
That's crazy because my games go like 40 minutes each, and your blocks are 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how you're getting that many matches in.
Well, sometimes you just, look, man, sometimes you gotta surrender when you know things are going down.
I try!
Yeah, well, luckily, I pull people in with me. I bring the homies to make sure we can get out.
Difference.
Either way, Discordia is locked in here for the mid lane. Ho Yi is the final selection for the Dragons, which is someone we have not seen in a hot minute, 1, and 2, a lot so far this phase. He wasn't doing his bad this year. I will give him the credit. Last year, Ho Yi was like a lock-in that people were making, and it felt bad every single time.
Well, the win rate felt bad.
Yeah.
I feel like Ho Yi was always at least performing in the lane, right? Like, he's got a whole lot of solo potential.
And, like, he was the main consistent factor across all of that.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue against the literal empirical data of last year. Ho Yi had like a 10% win rate with like 20 games played. But he did look good in all those individual matches. I'm sure anecdotal evidence is as it is. But into this composition from the Tartarus Titans, Ho Yi's got decent matchup into the Chernobog. Unlikely that it is going to be playing against the Chernobog. More likely it will be the Oleron over towards that duo lane. Pre-5, whole lot of solo potential up against Oleron. You can find the knockback with the dive bomb, so it really makes it impossible for Oleron to use his own knock-up as self-peel in those situations. Once you take over to level 5, of course, Sanctified Field, very hard to deal with, even for a Ho Yi. But before that, maybe a little bit of action over in that duo lane, and he should definitely be able to hold his own. There's not really any solo potential for Oleron into Ho Yi himself, unless the Ho Yi is getting over-aggressive, right? Dive bomb into a Sanctified Field. I can't help you from there. Probably shouldn't have just done it.
Well, this one's going to be fun just to watch, again, the Ho Yi and maybe where he can find his pressure. But like you mentioned, the Oleron, the Atlas get locked in here. And the Atlas is the interesting one because that has been sought playing it over the last couple of times. I think Trelly was mentioning it. He's on the cast, so we'll probably get to hear the story again about how he was on the receiving end.
Yeah, I heard he got like
Sot's
super
Atlas
owned.
in the SPL.
Like he got bodied like really hard.
Yeah, and like,
SOT was like kind of talking about how it was like embarrassing that
I think,
Trelly
and
was playing
if I
at that
remember,
level.
it was actually twice in a row on 2 different gods as well.
That's right.
I can't remember who it was.
Yeah, SOT was trying to remove Trelly from the big boy queues.
And
and I think he did.
I was going to say, it sounded like it was a little successful, at
Yeah.
least in terms of winning. Maybe Trelly was still queuing for it, but I don't know.
He
if
was trying,
was.
for sure.
Maybe that's what, because I tuned in, he
that
was still
third
playing.
game, he didn't get into their match. That's all
I
I'm
tuned in,
saying.
he's playing duel, so maybe that's what he just decided to skip
My
the
man
conquest
vacated
queue.
the whole game mode. He switched up his
I'm
whole
out.
style.
Either way, it's been fun to watch that because it's different. I mean, right? Like one of the whole things when Atlas was coming out was I can't even remember who it was on patch notes was saying, like, you know what? A lot of the scaling, a lot of the numbers, a lot of what's going on here was to not put him in solo lane, but he's in solo lane anyway. We'll see
Maybe.
if solo or troll, maybe. We'll see if Sot, maybe piloting him, can make it work here in game number 1.
Thank you so much, Gore and Miff. As we jump into game 1 with the Tartarus Titans, it's J-Mac, Trelly, and
clowns.
Doug to bring the action. It will be another solo lane Atlas brought to you by SOT of the Tartarus Titans. And not something that we haven't seen before. This is something
Clowns.
SOT played previously for his team up
Oh,
against
yeah.
earlier on. And something that you've also had experience playing against Trelly.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I said, and I quote, he farmed my team. He did not farm me. We all lost as a collective, as a unit, but he was in solo. I didn't have to see him until 20 minutes. I was mid. And Miff's lucky that my mic was muted because he couldn't dream his way into those big boy queues.
Nor neither could I.
Miff sits in the baby games, and at least I'm getting farmed by SOT. He can't even queue with him.
Let's go ahead and just jump
my
into the
gosh.
action of this game now. Tartarus Titans Layers bringing out the Lancelot, something that's had mixed success so far, Charlie, on his debut in the SPL. First week that we've gotten to see him play, I think he's sitting right around that 50% win, 50% loss rate, maybe one more win kind of thrown in there after we saw him in the solo lane from Variety earlier on. I mean, how do you kind of feel about Lancelot in the jungle compared to what we saw from him in the solo?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the solo Lancelot. I think the Glad Shield build just works so well because he has so many abilities to cycle. But the jungle Lancelot, I didn't have too much faith in the success until I saw what the Tartarus Titans did with Paul on the Morrigan and Layers on Lancelot. The double Lancelot combo, that looked a little ridiculous and a little bit hard to stop. So when you do have some backup, it's pretty nice. As we see just a little bit of early aggression from Scream. Amazing that he was able to get this Nemesis.
SOT is getting dangerously low, picks up Final K, and just jukes out that overhead slash. So SOT will be fine. There's a fight over the Totem of Coup, meanwhile, between the
Sort of
junglers. The Tartarus Titans able to come out on top there. SOT probably not happy about having to go back to base and teleport in this early in the game. In fact, his back got stopped for just a moment. But the Desk is talking about maybe this solo run going up against Panicat in the duo lane, but it's actually Paul piloting this one in the mid for the Tartarus Titans.
Yeah, the Oleron with the Mannequin Scepter in mid lane and a shell, so no form of CC immunity in this early. Up against a pick like Discordia, there could be a lot of burst damage coming Paul's way, but he's looking across at Scream, who's on this Nemesis with a blink. I mean, Sanctified Field is going to shut down that gank 9 times out of 10. As long as Pagon's not the one who's connecting all of this burst damage with the Golden Apple and the Stripe, just so much burst damage coming from that pick, I don't think the Nemesis is going to have an easy time getting to this Oleron. So that's probably why Paul has itemized this way. And, you know, putting this pick in the mid lane, you can essentially cover all of mid lane with Sanctified Fields, and it's a great 3v3 tool. So once Aurora rotates in, Layers rotates in, I just realized you could put the Lancelot ult on top of Sanctified Field, and you just have a no-play zone, and that's going to be a fun time to see.
Oh yeah, you have the cripple field inside of the you're already slowed down and can't move very fast field to begin with. Man, all they needed was a Cupid to make that the ultimate no-play zone there. Throwing even more gnarly slow out there, but for now, Tartarus Titans, at least in the duo lane, even pressure between those two. For Scream and Layers here, you know, what's kind of their avenue to get this game started? I mean, we saw early aggression in the solo
Nobody's
lane
here.
from Final K to put SOT down. Do you think that Scream maybe tries to keep up that pressure and get Final K ahead?
I definitely think it could be an option up against SOT. there's a fair bit of gank potential with this Atlas. I mean, with the teleport available, you don't have any sort of CC immunity there. So if Scream and FineOK can land some of that CC, mostly FineOK. Scream's just gonna have some slows, but FineOK does have a bit to try and keep this Atlas at bay. I could see Scream try to get active over here in this lane. It really just depends on if SOT steps up. You'll notice he's underneath the tower, and I don't think he'll be coming out from underneath that tower because of the aggression that we've already seen from Scream on this side of the map. SOT, a smart player. He knows the strengths of this pick. Atlas doesn't clear the wave too well in the early. You need some points into your abilities. And some cooldown would help him as well. So once that Breastplate of Valor gets finished, maybe some aggression. But at the moment, yeah, Scream's going to have to dive pretty far if he wants to get aggressive onto that Atlas.
I'm actually curious what SOT's level priority is on the solo Atlas compared to support. He actually is putting points into the first ability compared to what we normally see. Usually that dash when the support role is the lane, at least for this guy, is typically where we see those points allocated. So SOT focusing on the long range clear a little bit more so than the initial burst from the dash.
Yeah, I think in duo clears everything, right? You're trying to get pressure, you're trying to get active as much as you can. FineOK, no way he's going to be able to fall here.
Oh. Dismount off the horse goes Layers, and onto the second horse again, throws it away, and needs one more hit, and Layers will find it, but he will trade his life out under the tower. FineOK gets at least the one hit necessary to make it a 1-for-1, but it's first blood to the Tartarus Titans.
Yeah, FineOK is able to get the revenge kill and teleport back in, but the first blood going towards Layers. I really doubted the amount of DPS they had, but SOT delivered as well. I thought it was just going to be, you know, SOT picks him up, Layers does the whole kit, and then they sort of just looked at him, but just enough to dive that tower. Of course, Layers lost his life in the process, but was able to finish that Crusher and get extremely active on the Lancelot.
Paul finds the knockback, Sanctified Field will at least slow things down, with 3 people chasing him out, and just barely juking away from the root on PBM. Paul will get away from a pretty nasty gank this way. Scream goes back and finds Slice Dice. Paul low and modifies another knockback. The Scare's Blessing from PBM will keep him and Scream back alive. And with the walls just off the mark by Aurora, the Jade Dragons and the Titans come up empty-handed.
Yeah, that could have been a double kill if that was able to hit. His FineOK seemed to try and rotate in, but actually could be in some trouble here if the chase ensues. I think Aurora and Layers are both more interested in the greater Scorpion invade, so I don't think FineOK will be under any more chase as this continues. Since the blue buff's down as well, no more action on that right side of the map, but that's kind of what I expected, right? Paul has the Sanctified Field, Scream goes in. Even Pagon was able to hit the full brunt of his kit, but just the shell and the slow motion was enough to deter that gank. Some regank opportunity there, but a good Scarab's Blessing by PBM, make sure that no more kills drop. But now the shell's down, and Sanctified Field, one of the longest cooldowns in the game, is also down. So maybe some more regank potential once that golden apple comes back up and Scream gets access to the ultimate. Paul's going to have to sit a little bit further back in that lane.
Definitely need to play a little bit more passively, though. The fact that he got ganked by 3 people and then walked back in again with 3 people still in the lane and then was almost willing to chase FineOK with basically no mana shows that Paul probably doesn't have too much fear on the solo run. Just about anything that the Jade Dragons can do. Does finish up his Ring of Akate on a return to base there, so that's his first real power spike coming into play. For a moment, thought maybe FineOK and Scream were going to try and bait someone into the jungle, but with no camps up on that side of the map, there's no reason for Layers to need to go through his jungle.
Yeah, it did seem like they wanted to set up an ambush there. Layers finally walks past the ward, but they would have been setting up camp for quite some time trying to find Lancelot on the horse, and the speed buff is just now spawning back in, so it wouldn't have been the greatest opportunity. You know, Panda Cat's been one not to shy away from these 1v1 style picks, the On-Hers, the Ho-Yis, things like that, but it just doesn't have that 1v1 potential when Cyclone Spin sits underneath that tower. I mean, there are plenty of double bounce opportunities to start a fight, but besides that, I think a smart player in Cyclone Spin is not going to step out of the tower too far, give you that much value with the Suns, try and hit a stun. You know, there's just so much safety in this Chernobog pick, hiding in the walls, things like that. You can tell Panda Cat's like, come on, man, fight me, step out of that tower. And it's just not going to happen. There's no action on that left side of the map.
I like with what Aurora is doing on this Cabrakan, we see this a couple of times when you see these kinds of Khepri matchups with this god, is pop that first ability as soon as you see the Khepri land that root or kind of walk around the corner, kind of almost begging him to pluck you. You know, come on, grab me. I dare you. I'll stop it right in its tracks, so. At least for now, PBM will not go with that. But one thing, now I know I saw it on Twitter. PBM tweeted it out. I saw even Genetics making a note about it. Is this new support start that we've been seeing, which is the Mail of Renewal, the Benevolence, and then a Meditation right out the gate. that is just an insane amount of healing coming from the support more than anything else.
Yeah, and the upgrade immediately getting the extra cooldown resets. So you're just getting a ton of value from this meditation and the healing. It does mean, I just said that you weren't gonna 1v1 each other, man. Cyclone, what are you doing? I told you, don't step out of the tower. That's what OE wants.
He's 1v1ing him, and he's losing. Solo kill over to PandaCat for the Jade Dragons to get themselves back out of the, I can't even really say a rut, because the game has been going in favor now, the Jade Dragons. Despite that first blood that went to the Titans that gave them a nice little early boost of gold, the Jade Dragons have just been farming a little bit better. 800 gold up for the Dragons with only 1 extra kill to their name, and maybe a little bit more of a fight as Scream and Layers meet each other in the jungle. Not going to have anything just yet. Maybe setting up for a 3v3 in mid, or just a 1v2 as Pagon's in danger. Will jump through over the wall from Aurora, will catch him out of Sanctified Field, locks in Pagon, but the beads and the Golden Apple after will deter the fight. Pagon should be fine, unless something crazy from SOT can come through from around the corner, picks up PBM, throws him through with no revive left. PBM is as good as dead.
Yeah, too much damage put into Pagon to not grab that kill, and the regank potential from the Tartarus Titans was massive. SOT makes the rotation in, and they're able to pick up that kill onto the Kepper. You got a lot of healing, but that's what I was about to say. There's a lot of healing, but there's not enough protections there. I mean, you can't live through that much damage when you're surrounded by 4, and now Final K surrounded by 3.
Picked up against the wall. Layers will also use his ultimate. A slowdown from SOT good, but not enough follow-up damage to kill the solo laner of the Dragon. Scream walking in might not be the best idea, because he gets picked up and thrown against 3 again. SOT on this Atlas has just become a menace for the Titans.
It's just incredible. SOT's playstyle can differ so much. He can go from a hard carry on Uller to building full tank Atlas 003, 3 assists for all 3 kills on the map, just picking up for the team. It's just such a varying playstyle. And Pyromancer spawns in about 3 seconds, and immediately the Gamma Ray Burst is channeled, and immediately that Pyromancer is looking to go down.
Pyromancer will go to the Tartarus Titans. The Dragons, though, will start pushing up this Trebuchet in the mid lane. Might not get too much action unless PBM and Pagon are willing to kind of puppy guard this one for a while and not allow Paul to fire his abilities out there. But now with that solo kill that Panda got earlier on, maybe we can see if we can take a look back at that solo kill as well, just to kind of see how it even happened. Because, I mean, it's a 1-level lead that's up for PandaCat at this point, and we do get a nice little... Okay, so they weren't even 1v1ing in the lane. PandaCat just found him in the jungle. Oh, that was... Okay, you can't get mad at Cyclone for just getting Ricochet diffed.
I mean, I saw that his
sucks.
beads were still up at the end of it, so he could have put some respect on that bounce pre-beads and dashed away, but he's like, you don't have those, Panda, and Panda's like, I don't miss, man, and that was the unfortunate series of events that led to Cyclone dying right as I said. Cyclone's a smart player. He's not going to step out against a Ho Yi, and you are right to say it wasn't a brawl. It wasn't like Cyclone was looking to fight and, you know, unfortunately just lost. He was just walking the lane, a little bit of a war difference possibly, or PandaCat just had the map awareness to know, hey, you're going to be walking up here soon, and I'm just going to wait for that double bounce. So great play there, and now Scream's even sitting over in duo lane, more so looking at the Oracles, looking at the Gold Fury, possibly just trying to get some board vision down, because the Tartarus Titans have had a ton of control on the right side of the map, that Pyromancer. I don't think the Jade Dragons want to let this left side objective slip through their fingers.
Well, we did look back at the solo kill that happened a few moments ago. Tier 1 and mid tower did go down, so a nice little bit of guarding around that Trebuchet does net the Jade Dragon some extra gold and pocket a little bit of extra advantage over the Titans mid laner. But as far as XP and gold are concerned, we are sitting dead even at this point for 12 minutes in the game, a 3-2 on the kill column. Even despite a lead being in one lane, you can see even though PandaCat has that advantage over Cyclone Spin, SOT in the solo lane is able to mitigate that one on the Atlas. Even going for a little bit more physical defense in the build, a Jade Emperor's Crown, the next item up for the solo laner of the Titans.
Yeah, the Tartarus Titans have built a lot of these physical aura items with the Jade Emperor's Crown and the Sovereignty. That's just going to mean all of the physical damage dealers of the Jade Dragons, they're going to have a worse time. I mean, the Scream and Final K, that 2v2, as long as Aurora and SOT are grouped up, they're just going to be significantly weaker. Not too much power built as is already. It's only 12 minutes into the game, so you are getting a ton of value from that item. As the game, you know, moves on, you will get less and less value. That's just how power works. But, you know, at the moment, it just means that the Guardians of the Tartarus Titans grouping up just benefits them so much. With that teleport already down, I don't imagine any sort of Gold Fury pulls for the Titans specifically. And it looks like Final K matches that teleport timer pretty much so. No real avenues to look for that left side objective. Probably just going back to the old farm game, and you got to take a look at the builds in a situation like this where pretty much everyone and their counterparts is hitting that level 12 mark where you can see second relics be built. Paul just ticks over, hasn't been able to back just yet, and Pagon hasn't either. But Layers is the big difference at the moment, where Scream is 0-1, hasn't been able to hit level 12, doesn't have access to the beads. Lancelot, he's got the blink, he's got the beads, and he's sitting just fine.
And has picked up his second full item and then a tier 2 in towards the Hydra's Lament as well. So Layers has already got a nice little power spike for himself. The Oracle Harpies will go over to the Jade Dragon, so no sneaky pulls of the Gold Fury by the Titans, but maybe they won't need to be sneaky if they can find a pick onto just one member of the Dragon. Someone who steps a little too far forward. Panda Cat, I wouldn't say step too far up. He's at his tier 1 tower line, but maybe it's Aurora who's a little too far up now himself. Polar Bear Mike knocked back by Layers. The Tartarus Titans will back away, but they've got all 5 players on this left side of the map.
Yeah, SOT made that rotation over, and finally Fino K has joined the party as well. PBM was forced to pop the med, but kept Scarab's Blessing online, so that's still going to be a tool that the Tartarus Titans have to play around. Given the positioning of everyone on this map, it doesn't look like an immediate Gold Fury pull is going to be the option. Heading back over to solo lane is fine okay, so it looks like no one really thinking that the Gold Fury is under any more stress. Getting Panda Cat's beads, I think, was the big win there, as well as, you know, PBM's med can't be the smallest win that you could hope for, but getting the beads down on Hou Yi does open up some opportunity for the fight on the left side of the map where that Gold Fury is located.
SOT has rotated his way back over. We'll start this one up. The vision is there for the Dragons. They know that this Gold Fury is happening, but there's no one there to respond because 2 of them had gone back to base and Panda Cat was stuck dealing with a wave. The Tartarus Titans, under the vision of the Oracles, will take the Gold Fury away and will now at least finally put themselves back in the lead after they've been at a deficit this whole time.
Yeah, that was one of those situations where Panda Cat was looking over a goal and he's like, yeah, maybe I'll step up and go for, it's dead. It's dead. Just don't come over, guys, it's done. Don't worry about it. I could see it. I watched it happen, but there was just no way that we were matching that DPS or that rotation speed. What the Jade Dragons can do, however, is try to pull this Pyromancer. SOT and Layers are close, but looks like not close enough to hear it. Finally, SOT might be onto something, but Final K's on zone duty.
Fine, okay, we'll smack him. No ultimate from SOT to try and get a ranged steal. But SOT instead will just kind of gently pick up Final K, toss him back away, and say, you know what? You guys can have this Pyromancer. There's not a whole lot that I can do about it. And SOT even going towards a little bit more of a Bruiser-esque style of build. We saw the Jade Emperor's Crown already built up. I'm not sure. Do you think this is going to be going into a Void Stone or maybe a Stone of Binding early on?
I think it's a little bit late for the Stone of Binding, but you still could get some value. There is a ton of CC that SOT has, but probably the Void Stone just for some extra damage. And then maybe even an E-Staff after the fact. That's usually where SOT likes to go with this style of Atlas play because it does a ton of damage and it also makes you super effective in those fights.
Cyclone Spin. Ultimate still got caught on the edge of the Suns. He'll dive back in to fight Panda Cat, question mark? Well, back to the rest of the fight happening. Paul gets hit by the Golden Apple. That one drops him down to about 30% health, and he is stuck on the wrong side of the walls. There are 4 Jade Dragons there, and it's Panda Cat to pick up the double kill for the Dragons. And maybe one more, but Aurora able to get his blink out in time to get away from the onslaught ensuing.
I mean, Panda Cat is going absolutely massive for his team. 3-0 is this Hou Yi. Cyclone Spin holds on to both relics. Once again, had the shell and the beads, decided to use neither of them. Either A, just thought he was dead, which is certainly a possibility, or B, was hoping that Panda Cat misses. And unfortunately for him, this game Panda Cat is not missing, as he consistently just taunts the lane and everyone on the side of the Tartarus Titans. He's 3-0, he's got Xe, he's got Kins, I assume he's got some gold in pocket. Yeah, about 2K as well. So this build is going to be just keep climbing for the Jade Dragons. He's even clapping. Look how hyped he is. That's scary. If you look on the opposition and you see how hyped the 3-0 Hou Yi is, it looks like he's heading for Fire Giant.
Yeah, if I stood up to stretch and I looked across and saw that, I might be a little terrified myself. The Jade Dragons on a tear. They find 2 picks in the left side, take away a tier 2 at just 17 minutes under, and now heading immediately to the Fire Giant. PBM will pull that one to start it up. And what's the answer from the Tartarus Titans? I'm not sure they even understand that this is happening right now. Nobody has rotated in. It's going to be a roar from the top side of the pit, but by the time he gets there, it may already be too little, too late. The Jade Dragons get the Fire Giant. The Layers are trying to find the pick onto Scream. Revive comes through just in time from PBM, and Pigon will take down Aurora. SOT in the middle of 5, gets stunned out of his dash for Panda Cat to pick him up.
I mean, what a beautiful stun there by Final K to make sure that kill goes down. The Fire Giant burn was clean, the confirm was there, and now the Tartarus Titans are just, they have to back up. There's nothing they can really do. The Jade Dragons are able to push. They can get some answer back in the mid lane where Final K can stop that tier 2 from going down, but the Jade Dragons, off the back of this 4-0 Ho Yi that has no stop in sight, no chill in his body. That right side Phoenix could even be looked at. Screams low, but the rest of the Dragons are not faltering.
I mean, look at where the other 3 of the Titans are. They're split pushing a tier 2 in the left side. Is that worth it? Absolutely not. When you lose a Phoenix off the tail end of it, the Jade Dragons, in what feels like one fell swoop, a double kill in left side after the Gold Fury had gone down for the Tartarus Titans. Then immediately goes over to the right, finds fire, finds 2 picks. The Jade Dragons, they are playing lights out this weekend with their brand new jungler.
I mean, I'm not going to say that the Jade Dragons as a whole are not playing fantastic, but this is all off the back of 2 solo kills from Panda Cat. I mean, Cyclone Spin has not been able to exist in this game thus far. It's just been 2 kills into objectives into what happened? How are we down? What happened to Fire Giants down? I mean, that's just the Tartarus Titans mindset at the moment, off the back of Panda Cat having so much pressure, spam taunting around the map, letting everyone know that he is not afraid. I mean, he's 4-0. Both of those relics have been standing tall throughout this whole game. Someone's going to have to stop Panda Cat, and unfortunately for the Tartarus Titans, it's looking like Layers or no one, and Layers still need some itemization to be able to fight into a Ho Yi like this.
I mean, at this point, for the Tartarus Titans, we're looking at Phoenix defenses. It's only 2 Phoenixes that they can really defend. Final K gets a blink on a Cyclone Spin. Final K might just be able to solo this Chernobog out, unless Cyclone decides to turn tail and run from this fight. But for the Tartarus Titans, I mean, where does their defense lie on these Phoenixes?
It seems like the left side bird, you do have a Trebuchet on your side. That's got to be where the defense does lie. But again, I've already highlighted it. Someone has to deal with Panda Cat. He has the Odysseus bow. He's got the kin size. His damage is going to be flying. You group up, the AoE is going to be going as well. It's just not going to be good. When Panda Cat's feeling himself like this, someone has to get to that ADC. Someone has to get to the back line. And the worst part is, even if you do, PBM's there with a cooldown meditation and a Scarab's Blessing. So it is not going to be easy.
For now, it will not be a push on the left Phoenix. It'll be towards the mid-tier 2, and with an Emperor's Armor picked up by Final K, that one's not going to do very much damage or take very long for the Jade Dragons to knock down. Cyclone Spin in the left lane will now have to make his way back to pull in onto PBM. Aurora will throw out the wall, gets the Phantom Shell out. Final K is under the Phoenix by himself and is being CC'd to all hell. But PBM will make sure to pull him out of the pits of Hades with that Scarab's Blessing. Up in the sky, Cyclone Spin. And back on the ground, Cyclone Spin will not elect to dive in against 5. Final K gonna go back to base, teleport back up though.
Yeah, all you got left is Layers ultimate, whereas the Jade Dragons were able to pop that meditation and now begin the second siege for this Phoenix.
Scream goes in, finds the slow on 2. And this Phoenix at half HP, but so is PBM. Final K keeping Layers out, almost picking off the Lancelot. Instead we'll pick up Paul and slam him right back down to the ground. Final K, the front line of the Jade Dragons, keeps the Titans pushed back for a second Phoenix to go down.
Yeah, the Jade Dragons are able to grab 2 birds and back off with that Fire Giant. About 3 seconds, and now finally the Fire Giant buff has fallen off. So the Tartarus Titans have survived that siege, but not looking the greatest. When you got 2 birds down like this, you're not in a favorable position. You were able to get the Aegis off of Panda Cat. That is something I was keeping my eye on, those relics. Who's getting to Panda Cat? He did have to Aegis. He still has the beads at table at this next Fire Giant fight, which is going to be where the Tartarus Titans have to go big or go home in that sense. They do have the option to send Cyclone Spin over that left side lane, split push a bit, and then ult into the fire, but the Jade Dragon, where the Tartarus Aegis off of Panda Cat. That is something I was keeping my eye on, those relics. Who's getting to Panda Cat? He did have to Aegis. He still has the beads at table at this next Fire Giant fight, which is going to be where the Tartarus Titans have to go big or go home in that sense. They do have the option to send Cyclone Spin over that left side lane, split push a bit, and then ult into the fire, but the Jade Dragons, they've seen this play 100 times. They can just full-on commit to this Fire Giant, and then run down the base at that point. Right side bird is spawning in here shortly, so there's a bit of time before the Jade Dragons really have to start worrying about all of their Phoenixes being down and the Titan damage starting to stick, things like that. I'm looking at the itemization, and the only real option here is to play through Paul. The Sanctified Field is the best ultimate you have. It's the best tool that this team has. Cyclone Spin does have a fair bit of penetration online, finally finishing up that Silver Branch bow, so he's going to be doing some real damage as well. But just as I suspected, the Jade Dragons are already on this Fire Giant, and they're just going to shred it down.
As soon as that thing crashes down,
They're gonna
never
look
mind.
At it.
They're gonna stare
look
at it. They're gonna look at it menacingly. I was like, yeah, as soon as it crashes, they'll start it up, and then they wanted to take a moment. Now we'll get going. Or maybe just try and find a pick onto SOT. Half HP already. Aurora caught by the Golden Apple, knocked up by Final K. And the wall will keep Final K in with the Tartarus Titans, but Aurora and SOT both have to go back to base. SOT fortunate enough to be able to teleport back to the ward. But the Jade Dragons have already gone right back to the Fire Giant, and does not seem like a single member of the Titans will step up now. That one will go to the Jade Dragons. Had to make sure. But the Jade Dragons have already gone right back to the Fire Giant, and does not seem like a single member of the Titans will step up now. That one will go to the Jade Dragons. Had to make sure that that laser beam from SOT didn't steal away. Fire Giant on all 5 of the Dragons.
Yeah, that's a massive tool down for the team fight, but I think always worth to go for. If the Tartarus Titans are able to steal that one away, they can probably stall out the game a little bit longer. The Jade Dragons, however, are already up at this right side Phoenix. It already died once, so it's extremely weak, while Fire Minions are pushing down mid as well.
Fire Minions there. Scream will wrap around. Phoenix low from going down previously. Shouldn't take too long for the Dragons to remove that one from the map, but they're not going to commit too many just yet. I mean, we're 24 minutes in with our second Fire Giant buff at this point of the game. The Jade Dragon's going to play patiently. PBM will walk in to soak up the tower. Double pull in by SOT, but not much more to be had in this fight. Right side Phoenix goes down. Only one Phoenix left, but the Jade Dragons will all back away into the jungle instead and maybe just go for a full reset, it seems.
Yeah, I honestly thought the left side Phoenix could be on the table, but Oni Fury will be spawning in shortly, and the Jade Dragons, they don't have a 10k gold lead yet, and that's usually when you're feeling pretty happy about going for a play like that. Once that gold lead climbs up to 10k, that's when you're like, okay, now we're chilling. We can make a reckless play, like just running over. But it looks like, okay, I was going to say, Final K did get rotated on, but has so much movement. And actually, the Tartarus Titans are going to pull this Oni Fury right off respawn. Unless Final K can do something, it's going down.
He's going to get a miracle steal, but he will not get it this time around. Oni Fury taken by the Tartarus Titans off a quick grouping in that left side jungle. Panda Cat is here. So is Final K as he dashes even further and continues to close that gap against the Titans. He's just buying his time for the rest of the team to show up. 3 members already in the left lane, and the other 2 on their way from base alongside a Trebuchet in that left lane.
Yeah, but Final K is once again going to channel the ult back and possibly teleport in if that is the play that the team wants to go for. We see Pagon and Scream also pushing up mid because that Phoenix has just spawned in. But off the back of some Oni minions and that left side Trebuchet, the Tartarus Titans have bought themselves some time to just breathe easy. That siege isn't coming just yet. Think about your game plan, which I imagine will be drop all your ults and pray, because that's the best option you have with a team comp like this. Paul versus 2 in the mid lane.
Remember, the Jade Dragons, they find a 2-0, could pose some big tiebreaker implications. Tartarus Titans need just one game, and what a swing turnaround it would be if they can find a game 1 in the position that they're in. And it's going to be a hard ask for them to get that one, especially with Paul so low. Sanctified Field used, and so is Final K's ultimate. Layers will beads to get away from it. Meanwhile, the rest of the Jade Dragons are knocking on the door. The left Phoenix, Layers, ults in, jumps off the horse, and is now at least fighting back against Scream. He and Final K are now on the back foot for the Dragons, and not much pressure put on this left side Phoenix. Charlie, this 3-2 split has not worked out in favor of the Dragons.
Yeah, but finally it looks like the rest of the Dragons will group up with that meditation from Mike, and with the Trebuchet, this left side bird should at least fall down for free. That was a great 2v2 in mid. I think Paul and Layers certainly got the better of it, but in a situation like this where your base is already broken, a Trebuchet is coming in, and you got to worry about fire minions on right, it's so difficult to keep all of these birds standing, and now the mid one is going to be under fire.
Cyclone's been not going to be a part of this fight as he's dealing with that Trebuchet that pushed in. Dive bomb out of Panda Cat gets him away from the fight. Meanwhile, Final K and Scream once again on the opposite side of where they probably need to be. Pulling onto PBM, will grab him, but PBM will get the revive on himself. Phoenix still stands not for much longer. Scream goes down. Layers finds one pick, but Panda Cat turns it around and grabs the support, making a double kill for Panda Cat. It's now 4 of the Dragons. Push in towards the Titan, but SOT with a lot of CC, with a lot of lockdown, is not quite enough. The Jade Dragons will take game number 1 over the Titans.
6 out of 8 of those kills off the back of Panda Cat, and only 2 of them were solo kills. The rest were accompanied by the rest of the team. But again, the impact that this Hou-Yi had for the Dragons team cannot be understated. This was not that aggressive of a game. I mean, to have 2 solo kills and then rotate in, you get a Gold Fury off one, a Fire Giant off the other. I mean, that's absurd. That is a lot of pressure coming from just one player on your team. Not to discredit the rest of the squad. Obviously, PBM had some clutch revives. The meditation was keeping the team just well and sustained. It just made for easy team fights.
I'm just saying, man, I don't think I want to be giving PBM a Kepri anytime soon, because the number of times that he has saved his teammates this game, and the number of pop-offs that Panic had on this Hou-Yi. Back to the drawing board for game number 2 goes to Tartarus Titan, and Jade Dragons take game 1, and we'll come back for game 2 right after.
Baller.
Well, the Dragons continue their win onslaught this weekend. They put 5 on the board, 5 in a row, and now are standing 1-0 up against the Titans. Scoremizer, I got Mifflin here with me again. And Mifflin, again, this is where things are getting, I want to say, a little spicy, mainly because Dragons now 1 game a win from just being able to jump up, be 3rd place, which is what their goal was yesterday, and they're trying to realize it right now. But also, I mean, they come into this, again, maybe a little scrappy at first, a couple of fights going back and forth between these two teams, but really, the pickup and the pace and the Kepri really caused,
It's the Kepri.
I think, a lot of trouble over there for the Titans, and I think that they're just playing impeccably right now.
Yeah, the Jade Dragons have certainly found themselves a pick that is just going to continue to work, man. Mike on this Kepri has just been a different beast. I will say that this is not the standard Jade Dragons win condition that we had seen for the entirety of this week. This one a bit more scrappy, but standard in that the Jade Dragons in those scrappy scenarios are willing to coin toss their match in situations exactly like this. 17 minutes into the game, 17 and a half minutes in the game, 2,000 gold up. Yeah, all right, let's coin toss a Fire Giant, right, with the Tartarus Titans right nearby. Fortunately for the Jade Dragons, it goes their way, and from there, Jade Dragons with the lead do what the Jade Dragons do, and it's run you down everywhere across the map. Takes them a little while, but they are eventually able to close it out from there. Just clean team fight, clean presence. Of course, we had already talked about Mike and the safety net that he afforded his team. Final K continues to impress on the King Arthur. I think if I'm in the Tartarus Titans in this situation, 2 picks come to my mind. Sure, solo kill, cool. Hou-Yi's not one of the bands I'm thinking of. King Arthur and Kepri probably need to be addressed.
Yeah, that's the weird balance. I mean, this King Arthur, look, 5 games in a row, 5 wins for Final K. Only 1-1 in 5 here, which maybe seems lackluster considering Panda Cat goes 6-0 in 1. Holy smokes. I knew he was doing well. I guess I didn't look down at the bottom. Like, I was like, yeah, he got a solo kill, and he got his double kills, and he got a couple other kills around the Fire Giant. Like, well, that's fine. Like, that's only going to add up to, like, 3 or whatever. No, 6, as it turns out. 23K there. But 16,000 coming from the King Arthur. Matches just about what Paul was able to output on that Ola run. So it feels like maybe a shift up, like you said, in some of the bans. Cupid, Pele, Naja. Look, man, in what world Pele and Naja are getting banned 2 games in a row is one where only Scream can make it work.
I'm thinking we can let Naja through.
Probably, right? Like, you could like, chill on letting the...
You might be able to let Pele through, too,
honestly,
as well.
you could, and I mean, maybe save him for the second ban. I'm going back to look at it. Like, Pele yesterday was picked up in their top 3, but otherwise they've waited for the jungle pick into the bottom 2 this week. So maybe that's something they could try to play around with here in picks and bans. It's something that the Titans are going to have to address, though, because otherwise 2-0, and they lose their spot. And that is a big deal for the Dragons. Again, I mean, Mifflin, this is a team, we were talking about it, like it was like a 6th place-ish, maybe 5th going into this week. I mean, they were not super comfortable over the last few weeks in terms of their positioning.
Yeah, they weren't. And I suppose the Jade Dragons can feel confident about the changes they had made,
Yes.
right? Like being able to jump this many seeds as quickly as they have, finding as consistent a performance as they have as well, I think could justify some roster swaps. And so far, justified is just correct. I mean,
Yeah.
up against the Tartarus Titans, even just starting off this set with a win, so impressive considering how new Scream is to this roster. The Jade Dragons looking like, well, the Jade Dragons of old, just this aggressive team that is active on the map, and when they're able to play their style, it just works.
We'll see here what the Titans can do to try and deal with this. Again, after a 2-0 earlier this week over the Bolts, they don't want to end their phase on a 2-0 loss here towards the Dragons, but we'll figure out whether that's going to happen. Mainly see how they adjust to it if any of these bans conversations we've been having takes place in game number 2. Once again, first pick. Once again, Cupid first ban.
Makes sense.
So the Titans, yeah, immediately they're like, all right, well, we know at least what we don't want to deal with at first. This was Pele last time, though, so we'll watch very closely as to whether or not they keep things going that way. This is where things can get really complicated, though. Again, going into Masters, seeding, things like that definitely feel like they're maybe weighing on your shoulders, how it's going to affect you. A lot of games in Masters, man. I mean, we were talking about it on the schedule. There's 20 sets in this first week that we're going to be going up. 5 days, 4 best-of-3s a day. It's a lot of Smite going over that. And then you'll take a little break for a week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, before we can crown, I guess the king. I don't know, the champion. There's the word for Masters.
Maybe they're just the master.
Maybe they're just the master of Masters. The
That's
master
right.
of Smite, as it turns out. Either way, that one's going to be a fun event. The Summer Masters. It's going to be starting on Wednesday at 11 a.m., so you make sure you tune in
The
then.
light dims.
For now, though, appreciate watching end, see how the phase ends. Eset Kepri and the Morrigan, and the Pele got replaced with a Nemesis on the side of the Titans.
I don't think we're going to see the Pele locked in just here for the Jade Dragons. Maybe like Yamoja, King Arthur. Seems like a pretty good answer for them. Picks that have
Those are
both been
pretty
serving them
good
pretty
gods,
well,
huh?
right? Chernobog for the Tartarus Titans, certainly a good pick for themselves. Cyclone's been very adept at playing that god, barring that singular solo kill from game 1. I am surprised to see that the Jade Dragons have decided to ban out the Kepri themselves. I suppose saying, hey, if it gets through, the Tartarus Titans will likely take it first overall. Chernobog, not exactly one of the gods that I associate with Panda Cat, so maybe not a worthwhile
Excalibur!
trade for them.
Strike!
King Arthur, first lock-in for the Jade Dragons.
6 games, baby.
6 games in a row. Look, Final K might not like doing it, but we like seeing it because it works out pretty consistently. But not the Yamoja. Discordia taken very early in this draft. You're boosting your King Arthur. That's just going to be the blanket statement. He's going to have that passive for the entirety of the early game. You've got some pretty decent survivability from Discordia. That cripple going to be pretty strong up against Lancelot and Chernobog already. But concerned about taking it this early in the draft will allow the Tartarus Titans to counterpick at least a little bit. Cabrakan, pretty strong in a disco.
Also, and this is just now clicking, was that the first King Arthur versus Lancelot that we've gotten since Lancelot was allowed? Yeah, or no, it's the second. Never mind. They played it yesterday.
You're talking about the
against
lore matchup, huh?
Yeah, I want the lore matchup, man. And it makes sense because so far both times Lancelot has lost that. I mean, he's the king of the round table. Lancelot's just a knight of the round table.
I'm pretty sure I wrote my thesis on this. I used to know. So, like, Lancelot's the Green Knight. I know he, like, totally owns King Arthur.
yeah, I think
King
like
Arthur's,
in like 1v1s, he was like supposed to be the best, right?
He's like,
which I guess is called jousting.
I don't remember if he actually killed King Arthur, but I know for a fact King Arthur does not like Lancelot.
He was definitely with King Arthur's wife.
Yeah, I didn't know how to word that on the
yeah,
desk
I was trying
diplomatically.
to figure out the right way to
so
do that.
I was just going to let it go.
Nah, he.
I'm glad you hit that note.
Yeah, they were not in a faithful relationship, is what the way I'll say.
At the time, King Arthur was like perceived dead. You know what I mean?
Weren't there like there was some overlap though when he was like definitely not.
Well, yeah, but it's like a Walking Dead situation. You know what I mean? Like you know, Grimes' wife was with, I don't know, the dude who plays the Punisher for a little while there. I'm lost, man.
Frank
Let's-
Castle
can
is the name
extinguish
of the
my
Punisher. I
flame.
don't know the name of the actor.
Do you know the name of the guy from the Walking Dead?
No.
Yeah, me either. Fans at home know. They know what I'm talking about.
We've gotten really deep into pulp culture, but with just
Turns
enough
out we're not.
unknowledge.
We don't know anything about it.
Like we can reference
Beware
it
of the
very
heavens.
heavily, but now we don't know enough. I actually, and you know what? I don't know if this will get me flack. I don't watch The Walking Dead.
That would get you fired?
No,
you said?
flack.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like,
If it got me fired, I don't think Hindus watch The Walking Dead. Go yell at him.
okay. You'd have to throw him under the bus.
Oh yeah, I did.
All right, talk about the picks
All
so I
right,
can break
well,
them
hey,
down.
the bands Hell Yamoja banned out by the Dragons. They picked up the Ymir in that third slot. And then the other side is the Ho Yi and the Wooler. Now, here's what's wild to think about. This is the exact same draft from the Tartarus Titans. Something that we don't get to see too often, but it's the exact same five. Chernobog, Lancelot, Cabrakan, Oleron, and Atlas. And it's in the exact same order as well. A couple of bands changed up, though, so it'll be one of those rarities. Mifflin, very, 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 very rarely do we see the same 10 gods in a matchup twice in a row. And to the point where I believe it's only ever happened 3 times, if I remember
the
correctly.
true salty runbacks.
Yeah, so those are very rare. We get the Pele. We get a new hunter here. We get a Rom pickup here for Panda Cat.
Yeah, I'm not certain that I love Rom into this matchup. Going up in the air to buy time, pretty cool until you land into a dilated time field or you land into a Cabrakan wall. So Rom will have to choose his ultimate spots very, very carefully. Otherwise, I think having lost the Capri and replaced it with Ymir, Tartarus Titans composition, Lancelot, Cabrakan, Oleron, Atlas all really don't have great ways to deal with that wall. Even Chernobog, to a certain extent, will really have to just to dedicate that ultimate if he wants to evade it. So, aggressive should be the name of the game for the Jade Dragon support. Getting active on the map early on, really slowing down every single individual piece of the Tartarus Titans. But the Tartarus Titans composition, what was true of it last time is true again by nature of it being the exact same. Very, very good dive potential, highly aggressive, can steamroll the early game. What had slowed them down in game 1 were those Capri Ultimates.
Yeah.
A lot of those picks lost. Capri Ultimate's not on the board anymore. So I think this is a match that could be dictated by the early from both of these drafts. If the Jade Dragons pull ahead, I imagine they hold that lead. If the Tartarus Titans pull ahead, I imagine they hold that lead. So this could be very volatile for the first 10 or so minutes.
I've got good news for King Arthur. He's really solid in the first 10 minutes. That should feel really good for him. It's going to be interesting to see. Again, the Titans are going for something that's a bit of a playback. I mean, you kind of called it, but even going into it, it was, 2,000 gold separating those teams at that Fire Giant fight we watched for the replays. Kind of a 50-50 overall. The Dragons just happened to get that and get a really sick res and get a really good fight and beat the Titans. From that point forward, that's where they get a lot of their lead. Going into that, though, Titans have been doing just fine. They seem to think so as well because they're going right back to it. And it makes things very interesting here. Ymir, Pele, and Rom will join the battle for the Dragons. Mifflin, real fast, which side are you feeling a little more? The Dragons have the 2-0. Can they get third place?
They absolutely can, but every time I see these unorthodox picks from Scream in the Jungle, it really comes down to execution on field. This feels like, to me, if this game were to go even into the late game, let's say that, both teams very volatile in the early, neither one really wants to step up. Even state, 30 minutes in, I favor the Tartarus Titans, but how often are the Jade Dragons allowing this game to go even?
Exactly. I've seen this Pele. I've seen what Scream can do with it. He's all over the damn place, and I expect we're going to see that here. We're going to go down, though, now to J-Mac and Trelly, see if it happens in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Gore and Miff, and we can see why we got straight to the action. Are we going to see a full 10-man brawl at the mid lane? Pre-minion spawn? Does not seem so. The Jade Dragons not willing to buy it. J-Mac, Trelly, and Doug one more time in game number 2. And Trelly, I just hope that one day we get to see that. Like we had it one time where it panned in like right as the kill was happening in mid lane. It was like a pre-35 or pre-15 seconds, something like that was the first blood. But we're just not going to see that again. Maybe we are. I can't tell anymore. They're just confusing me.
I mean, the thing is, for a full 10-man, 5v5 fight, both teams have to look at their squad and say, yeah, we win this, and then feel confident going in. And I just don't imagine any team, looks at their level 1 and quickly irons out all the pros and cons, then decides at the same time both of them are like, yeah, we win this, and they both go in. It's just not one of those situations that happens too often. However, another situation that doesn't happen too often is the Tartarus Titans doing the full run back here. One change I see immediately is that the fact that Paul got beats this time. You know, he went shell first. I think it helped him out sometimes and also hurt him sometimes as well. He's got a little bit more survivability here. He's not up against that Nemesis. He's up against a Pele this time around, and he realized, hey, CC could be a problem, and I don't want to just get shell as a roar. Damage could be some problem because he's starting a little bit of a damage start here, going for the Pythax piece into the Sovereignty once again, which means that he can do a little bit more damage, but also he's going to take a little bit more. He's going to be a little bit less tanky in that regard.
He's definitely taking a lot. Wall from PBM, good, but doesn't last very long at only rank number 1. So for now, Aurora will be fine. Not a whole lot of follow-up as far as Aram is concerned. He is all auto attacks until that ultimate comes online. And those auto attacks aren't hitting super hard this early on in the game, even with the fact that Aurora didn't start with a defensive item. So one of the things that, you know, the desk was kind of bringing up was the early game potential for both these teams to get that lead and kind of get a little bit out of control. Is there one that maybe you put a little bit more favoritism towards early on, Trelly?
I mean, you know, looking at the matchup, I do think that Scream wants to, you know, look over towards duo lane and get active as much as possible, which means, you know, in theory, I'm siding with the Jade Dragons, but I think just because Scream is trying to get active does not mean that they have the better early. I'm really just looking at the Ymir. PBM should be able to create some waves wherever he goes. You know, that Priest is going to be such a potent engage tool on any of these targets without beads, being Layers or Aurora. More specifically Aurora. I think if you're fighting over the duo lane, you're looking to kill this Kabrakan and try and set up, once again, for Panda Cat to just hard carry the game away. You know, Rama's not a pick that you whip out when you're feeling shaky on your snipes. With the bounces on point, I'm feeling... He's probably feeling pretty confident wanting to take, once again, these 1v1 trades with Cyclone Spin on this Chernobog. Not a great 1v1 character. You're not going to find too much opportunity to get a kill unless, of course, you know, Panda Cat gets a little bit over aggressive, lets Cyclone back, and then he can ult back in with all of his cooldowns and chase him down the lane.
For now, pressure in the duo lane does go towards the Jade Dragons, having the Ymir and the Rom, both of them able to get some quick damage against the entirety of that wave. Kind of looking across the board for the jungler. Scream takes over to level 4 just now, just slightly behind Layers. So as far as the XP is concerned in the jungle, pretty even to say the least. But the gold, about 500 up for the Jade Dragons. Where does this 500 extra gold come from? I
mean, it's got to just be from the way of the duo lane clearing a little bit more effectively. So, some invades here and there, just quicker farming, better confirm. Obviously, SOT doesn't have the best clear up against a character like Final K, so that's going to mean some of his last hits are going down by the wayside. We see about a 200 gold lead in solo lane just off of King Arthur alone, so I do expect to see Final K continue that aggression just by the nature of out-clearing SOT. And remember, if you're not getting last hits on every single minion, you're just going to be losing a little bit of gold, and that starts to add up, and I think that's where this gold is starting to come from. But as we see some more aggression, things like this, where Final K says, I don't even care about the wave, I am going to bully you, because I'm trying to get aggressive and look for kills. I imagine that'll sort of continue.
Layers does spot out Scream walking into the jungle. We'll throw the knockback, but the Jade Dragons will immediately go back to farming up this jungle. Oracle Harpies will go the way of the Chaos side team. And now the level 5s have been hit. 4 Layers in Scream. Gotta wonder where their first target is going to be. Neither of them have their first item online. Last time around for Layers, it was Crusher, as opposed to something like a Jotun's Wrath. Scream only sitting on that tier 1 mace. You imagine they'll go back to base and get their item before they try and make their mark in one of these lanes, Trelly?
Yeah, it should be the optimal call, right? You want to make sure you have as much damage as possible when you are going for an early gank, but if someone just steps up, you know, and you can get a kill, you just go for the kill. You know, you don't go, oh, I really wish I had tier 2 mace before I went for this opportunity. If the opportunity presents itself, you're blinking in, pressing forward, and just going. But given the fact that everyone's about that halfway point, no one's really too far out of position, and both junglers are sitting around that mid lane 2v2. And it looks like actually the supports are rotating in, so it will be a 3v3 at this point. Yeah, I think backing up, getting some itemization online before a real fight is certainly the optimal play. But if you look at the itemization, once again, Final K and PBM going for that Mail of Renewal start, trying to get some more HP 5 and regen on the team. You know, the Tartarus Titans have already faced against this style of build once. You'd think they're going to prioritize some anti-heal as it goes on.
PBM finds a wall and stun against Paul, but with Layers rotating in, PBM stuck in these tremors. Will use the ultimate for some CC immunity. but he's gonna go down at the end of the day. Final K rotates in, but doesn't find a whole lot just yet. The ultimate and the damage out of Scream is good, and Final K will find a kill, but it's a trade out, 2 for 1 for the Tartarus. Titan snipes from the sky, not quite enough to take down Cyclone Spin. Panda Cat just a tad off the mark, and 2 kills in 1. As far as favor goes, Tartarus Titan started out strong.
Both of these solo laners finding time to rotate in to make sure this fight goes their team's way. I mean, great heads-up play by both of them. Obviously, Final K is able to go in and claim the kill, and unfortunately, the Tartarus Titans are able to come out on top, but they're still not quite caught up gold lead-wise. They do have that gold, the kills in their favor, but it's going to be a little bit in favor of the Jade Dragons as this goes. And then, you know, that global presence from Cyclone Spin, able to rotate in, get a free kill essentially just by showing up. You know, Panda Cat tried to help out with the snipes, as you mentioned, wasn't able to hit all 3, and just not enough damage coming through from this Rama. But, you know, that's the best you can really do in a situation like that, where Cyclone just zooms over, and you're like, I can't catch up, he's just too fast. Layers, however, is going to get hamstringed down to the air.
This time, Layers doesn't have the beads to get out of that one early. Freeze is good. Pull from SOT, not going to quite grab Scream in. Final K will chase out the kill onto Layers, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Junglers both down. Pagon was the apple at Paul, but that will be the end of the fight. Another trade out, 1-for-1. Both junglers removed from the map.
Yeah, both junglers are gone, but I think Scream still getting the worst end of these trades because he's only level 6. He hasn't been able to farm as effectively as he would like. Pele really does prefer some itemization before she starts to get active like this, but you're sort of forced into it by the aggression of your team and the opposition. You know, the Tartarus Titans are not letting Scream sit back for a moment, and actually opted into buying a Chalice, so that's 300 gold, putting his build behind even further. Layers is going to have a massive just gold lead by itemization alone, and I think that trend should continue unless Scream starts to, you know, find some kills elsewhere. He's sort of just thrown into the deep end and saying, you know, sink or swim. You don't have that many items, but we need you to do damage, and that's sort of Scream's MO at the moment. It looks like that should be continuing if the Tartarus Titans want to keep this lead up. Kill lead, not gold lead.
Right, kill lead. Lincoln by Aurora, stuns Mike, throws up the wall, but Mike throws up his own wall to block out some of the damage. They'll find a double freeze off the tail end of it. It's just Mike and Scream against 4 Titans. The knockback is good against PBM in a sanctified field. Means there's nowhere for the Ymir to go. Another pick for the Tartarus Titans. And they'll make their way over to the Greater Scorpion. Could be a good steal for them and a good way to maybe finally try and bump that gold back to their favor. But even with that kill, Jade Dragons still hold a small gold lead.
Yeah, Cyclone Spin flew in there, and it looks like, again, Panda Cat has met the rotation as best as he can. Not going to find any sort of kill potential. That's just so many ultimates thrown into a Ymir. There's really no way that Mike ever lives there, even with a wall as clutch as that one. The placement was perfect. He was able to sit back and stall for as long as possible. It's just this character's a little bit too immobile, not quite tanky enough to live some damage like that. But as you mentioned, the Jade Dragons are still going to try to find some aggression.
Scream finds some big damage on Paul, and Pagon finds the final swing. Final cable, slam a roar right down into his own death. Double kill for the mid laner of the Jade Dragons will even the kills back up. And the Jade Dragons, where will they put their pressure now that they've gotten that kill? Paul and Aurora down for a few more seconds, but nothing really on the map besides maybe some Oracle Harpies to grab for themselves.
All right, J-Max. So I believe we were in the green room the other day talking about how the meta has sort of slowed down a bit, and how
Just a little bit.
yeah, and how early kills aren't as common. You know,
Right.
people, you know, these teams are more so going to sit back and look for farming. I mean, this is 8 kills in 9 minutes. This has been solo laners rotating into mid. Even and Cyclone Spin's, you know, got global presence, but Panda Cat has also, both hunters have been rotating into these fights as well. This is anything but, like, this is just all-out aggression. They are constantly looking to fight. Even if you're behind, you're ahead, it does not matter. Both of these teams are just not pulling any punches.
I mean, when we go back to like that first team fight in mid, we unofficially had a 5v5 kind of quote-unquote in the mid where all 10 players kind of stepped towards that lane. The closest that Panda Cat got was
They all
like
did
the mid
damage.
camp. Panda Cat got to the mid camps, and that's the closest he got into the lane. We had all 10 players on the map in the mid lane at like 5 minutes. That is unheard of in the meta that we've been in, where solo laners typically sit for like 15 minutes. The hunters sit for like 15 minutes. These guys are getting active, and they want to get these kills because, again, bringing back up, you know, mentions of what was going on with the desk with the current standings. Jade Dragons, if they can find the 2-0, can potentially be forcing a tiebreaker matchup against the Titans. And remember, the Dragons were like 5th or 6th seed coming into this weekend, and they are now about to potentially take 3rd seed away in one weekend sweep.
Yeah, that would be absolutely massive for them, and just great heads-up play by the Dragons. Again, the Tartarus Titans were able to pick Mike. They used so many ultimates to do so. And then immediately the J Dragons are like, wait, we can definitely kill Pollock. He's got no sanctified fields. We can force out those beads. We have the damage to do that. And that's why we're seeing so much aggression, because it's just back and forth aggression. Once all these ultimates are down, the other team can pull, and it looks like the J Dragons, followed by Scream, are going towards that Pyromancer. And unless the Titans can show some face, it might be going down.
Gotta be quick. But the Titans do show up, or will break down the wall that he put up, but he can't stop that wall. PBM locks away a few members from his team, but he's the one who gets caught out. The Golden Apple doesn't grab anybody. The Tartarus Titans find one clean pick, and they'll now be the ones to start at the Pyromancer. Unless Fine can steal it away here, but he cannot. He gets picked up, and he'll go up into the sky with SOT, but it Layers is the one who steps too far forward. Scream finds the pick. Ultimate from SOT just off the mark. Scream fighting back in, but he gets picked up by SOT again and thrown right to Cyclone Spin. Final K finds a 4-man stun, but that 4-man is not enough because Cyclone Spin is the 1-man to find the double.
Yeah, you might notice, though, the J Dragons are still up in gold. That's because Panda Cat never left. He decided to push down that left side tower. It looked like he might have been going for tier 2, then realized, I'm a level 12 Rama, man. I don't hit the tower very hard. There's not too much gold that I can get for my team at this moment. But Cyclone Spin, he's been doing something as well, J-Mac, and he's been flying in across the map and been getting a lot of kills. He is 4-0 on this Chernobog, essentially flying in. His damage numbers are pretty high. They're not massive, but he's been able to fly in at these key moments, making his presence known, and he's been getting the benefits of that. The gold has let him go for the kin size and even more itemization, whereas Panda Cat has been sitting in lane, has the Aussie, but he's just going to be a little bit behind damage-wise until he's able to actually rotate into these fights by foot and help out his team.
SOT has just been so clutch on these gravity pulls. It feels like every time in this game, at least, that we're looking over at him, he's got somebody in his hands. And unfortunately for the person that's in those hands, there are 2 or 3 other members of the Titans ready for whenever SOT says, all right, here you go, and just tosses them like meat to the wolves, man.
They're not nurturing hands. These are aggressive. he's not
These
saying
hands
like,
are rated E for everyone.
Yeah, he's not just coddling them saying, hey, don't worry, like, I got you. No, he's throwing them into his team.
He's throwing them into the deep end of the pool.
Yeah, that's why he's been a part of 6 of the 7 kills that you see. And the beads relic is definitely important for all of the Jade Dragons to make sure that SOT is not going to continue setting up for kills like that. But these fights have sort of been petering out the same sort of way, right? PBM immediately gets picked, drops the Sanctified Field. He has no form of CC immunity to get out. He drops the Shard of Ice for damage, and then he dies. And then after that, some more aggression as Mike holds these mid-camps.
There's a Shard of Ice and the Sanctified Field, but this time it's a rally around Paul to try and grab him. Not enough damage, but Panda Cat will find the snipes to get the kill. Can they find one on a Roar for the Dragons? Because Roar's low, and Pagon will grab him. 2 for 1 trade, 2 for 2 now, with Cyclone finding one of his own. Final K will Beyblade in the back line to help out Panda Cat, but he will fall as soon as he picks up the double kill. A 3 for 3 trade in the mid lane fight.
Once again, Cyclone Spin flies in and gets a kill, but Panda Cat is not too far behind. He also was able to help out with those snipes to confirm so many low health targets. And J-Mac, remember at like 5 minutes when I said how even this game was? The gold lead has not changed. It's been in favor of the J Dragons the whole time. The kill is still in favor of the Tartarus Titans, but they've just been trading back and forth, blow for blow. And I don't imagine it's going to stop anytime soon. Neither one of these teams want to let up the aggression. What you really start to notice, however, is the XP differences. Pagon, 3-0 on this Discordia. He's level 14. Paul just ticks over to level 12. That's never fun. The XP lead in the duo lane is starting to go a little bit in favor of Cyclone Spin because of these last hits, because of these rotations in where he's not missing any of the participation from these kills. So a 2-level lead there at the moment. I imagine Panda Cat probably pretty close to 15. So we'll call it, one level lead there. And the solo lane, the jungle, and the supports pretty much even. So really the disparity being Cyclone Spin's a little bit ahead, but also Pagon's a little bit ahead. Finally, though, Paul's able to pick up a second relic, some survivability. He's been getting bursted down time and time again. He puts down the Sanctified Field and does good damage, but he just can't survive these fights. He's not living to see the objective after the fact.
Tartarus Titans are just grouping up fantastically throughout this entire game. I mean, the good thing is the math is easy for me to do. Lowest player on the team has 80% kill participation for the Tartarus Titans. Meanwhile, Jade Dragons, PBM walks up, loses bubble right away, and ults in the middle of 4. Will it grab anything? Yes, maybe a kill on the SOT. Panda Cat was waiting for him, stops the dash, but Cyclone gets a kill on the Scream, 1 for 1, already out the gate. Fine, okay, spinning around with Aurora, jukes out. The stun with a wall from PBM, and a wall from Aurora will cut off 2 different paths, but a stun does land onto the bracket. 1 more hit, and it's Panda Cat to grab it. Double kill for the Hunter of the Dragons.
Finally, someone has got the better end of a fight, and it's the Jade Dragons. Fine, okay, blinking it on the layers while Rama rains down the snipes from above. Not going to be enough to confirm that the Gold Fury, that's the real prize the Jade Dragons are after.
Panda Cat will start that one up. Jade Dragons will zone away Cyclone and Paul. No chance for them to get in this fight. No Sanctified Field, no Living Nightmare available, which means a free Gold Fury to the Jade Dragons. A double for the Hunter, who has been doing everything in his power to try and match the rotation of a literal global Hunter comparatively. I mean, it's like a JoJo's point. It's like this, your next move is you're going to rotate here, so I'm going to go ahead and just head there now. Next thing you know, hey, Cyclone's there. I'm already ready to go.
I thought Panda Cat got, beads, and then at level 12 got the teleport because he has just been able to match that pressure. Obviously he did. I saw you double take. You're like, wait, did he actually do it?
Hold on a second. You did get beads. I see that.
No, I ran the numbers. He still has Aegis, but the amount of mobility that he's been able to have, just an on-fire set for Panda Cat particularly, but the Jade Dragons do have about a 3K gold lead, and Mike has been the form of focus for the Titans, but he's been able to confirm so much CC. The walls have been displacing the Tartarus Titans so effectively, and still, even though he's dying, even though he's 0-4, he's been making his presence known. Walls like that, for example.
It's going to keep SOT and Aurora, force them to separate. Pagon, a lot of damage from the Golden Apple. I forgot just how hard that this Discordia can hit sometimes. So that opens up the Pyromancer for the Jade Dragons. They'll grab that.
Oh, they're doing it.
And a start of the Fire Giant. Cyclone isn't anywhere near. Ultimate is online. He could go in the sky and let his team know this is happening, or the team his own could just walk up and see it with their own 2 eyes.
No,
Aurora and Layers walks in, but that's just enough for the Jade Dragons to get off the fire.
Okay, I was going to say, well, once Aurora walked up and they all turned on him, that had to be the end of the fight. Cyclone Spin didn't even channel the ult. He's still in that left lane. I was going to say, the Jade Dragons really went for the repull there. It wouldn't have been the easiest objective to try and go for. Of course, it's actually the hardest objective to try and go for, but after you've put all of your DPS into something this early on, 18 minutes in, stopped trying to chase down a kill, then went back to it, I think that would have been a dangerous call to make, and the Jade Dragons agree, and they're fine with just backing up here. Notably, Cyclone Spin was able to continuously push, so his build is actually looking extremely solid at the moment. Has the Odysseus bow online for that AoE damage, finished that Silver Branch, and has the kin size available. So I do expect to see Cyclone Spin ult to the back of these fights and just start spreading damage with how much AoE he will have built into the kit already. It just really depends on when he decides to make himself known in these fights. He's been ulting in sort of after the fight starts, but he always could just, dash in and try and find someone whenever they're out farming by themselves. The opportunity is always there because he's level 19, the most farm on the map by far.
And it's weird to say that this is the most significant lead of the game that we have had so far, Trelly, for the Dragons. 3,000 gold. Doesn't sound like a whole lot, 19 minutes in the game, but considering we've been going back and forth all the way up until this point between like 500 to maybe 1,000 gold at most, this is the first time we're able to see the Dragons really kind of pull a lead. One of the biggest of those leads is in that mid lane. Paul now 3 levels behind Pagon. Sure, Paul's got 3 rings online, but Pagon is a full item up over him. Obsidian Shard picked up for the mid laner. Charlie, it's looking dangerous for the Tartarus Titans. What's their avenue back in as this Fire Giant gets teased once again by the Dragons?
Scream is actually pushing over in that left lane. He's the one that needs the farm more than anyone. Sitting at level 16, you'd love if your jungle could match the rest of your carries in XP, but it's just been sort of going in and dying. 1 in 5 is the Pele, not for a lack of getting active. Scream is going in consistently, but the rest of his team has been able to confirm these kills, while he sort of just goes in with some CC. And I just realized Pagon's been bullying. He's got his own passive, and he's not letting it go. Usually when you pick the Discordia, you'd think, fine, okay, on this King Arthur is going to use that benefit, but it doesn't look like that's the case. Pagon's going to hold on to it as we see the Fire Giant pulled out.
SOT and Aurora here. How far in can they get? Pickup not good onto Final K. Instead, Final K will pick up SOT, but no follow-up. Instead, it's a wall onto Aurora. Quarter of his HP already gone in the Gamma Ray Burst. This time on top of Panda Cat, who has to go up into the sky, but he cannot get there. Layers picks up the first kill, and Scream goes to the back line to try and find one. Pagon makes it a 1-1 trade. Final K picks up Cyclone Spin, but as soon as Final K lands back down, he is bursted away. 2 down on both sides. And Scream lurking around the backside of the 5. PBM throws up a wall, but gets yanked right back in. Cyclone picks up the double, but Scream picks up a double of his own.
And once again, the trades back and forth are going to net absolutely nothing in the sense of this Fire Giant. However, that started with a Fire Giant pull by the Jade Dragons. They were trying to bait. They wanted any little avenue back into just going for a pick before that Fire Giant pull starts. Cyclone Spin holds his ult until the very last second before he finally joins the fight, and is now sitting at 8-0. He's got Death's Embrace already, hits level 20 before anyone else. Panic Cat, unfortunately, would have loved to get up into the sky and stall out that fight a little bit longer. If he could have got some of those snipes down and stalled in the air, that fight could have went a little differently, but not going to be the case. And that Oni Fury, unless Cyclone Spin gets over here, actually, he might be able to get some kills.
I think he can get a double. Oni Fury low. Jade Dragons get it. Cyclone a little hesitant to jump into the Fury pit even against 2 low HP targets. Fury will go over to the Jade Dragons. Gold lead hasn't pushed very far up, especially the fact that we had a 3-for-3 trade earlier on, but Cyclone definitely felt like he could have gotten in there a little sooner.
Yeah, I'm realizing that we have the benefit of knowing that the rest of the Jade Dragons are on the right side of the map. Cyclone did not know, so to his point, he probably thought, hey, someone else is here. I'm not going to dash in to 3 low health targets. I think I probably would have done it anyways and could have thrown the game because, again, we didn't have that knowledge. Yeah, that's why we're here, and he's there. Smart play. He's 8-0. That would have been a massive shutdown and probably a Fire Giant if there were more targets. However, there wasn't. He definitely could have went in for a double kill if that was the chance.
Wall will stop SOT from getting a pickup on PBM, who's gone for the Magi Shelter second item. Hasn't had much chance to buy more items, he's been upgrading his relics. The Pyromancer goes down to the Dragons, continue to up their gold count. Tartarus Titans are able to find these fight backs. In every single one of these last few fights, it's been a 1-for-1 or a 2-for-2. Last fight was 3-for-3. So even with this small gold lead that the Dragons have, 4,000 gold at this point, nothing super significant, the Tartarus Titans keep finding those avenues back in. And a lot of them just seems to come off the back of, hey, when Final K grabs one person, why don't we just kill Final K as soon as he lands?
Yeah, it certainly is a good strategy when you have the damage to back it up. And the way that this game is going, whoever falls first, Cyclone Spin or Pagon, that might just be the end for the opposition because 8-0 and 4-0. Pagon's doing a little bit more damage. Cyclone's getting a little bit more kills. Fire Giant once again has been started up by the Dragons.
But a wall will catch a Roar who blinks into the Dragons, but doesn't find anything this time. SOT gonna throw out the orb, but not find anybody with it either. The Dragons will go back to the Fire Giant once again. But will the Titans step up to it this time? SOT caught by a wall. But it really just feels like the Titans are trying to break the bubbles that are on the side of the Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like PPM would love to frontline this fight, right? He wants to walk up, but he's known 5 separate times when he walks up and the freeze goes down, Paul drops Sanctified Field, and there's no more Ymir. So I think PPM is like, I want to live through this fight, I want to be able to tank, and I want to set up for you guys, but I am really scared because I don't have that much defense built. I've got the Sovereignty, the Mail of Renewal, and the Magi's, but that Oleron still shreds. I mean, Paul still has some good itemization online. The Demonic Grip and the Telekines are going to help him shred through these targets, so PBM would love to just be able to W key and set up these walls, but you got to bait out that Sanctified Field. You have to bait out some of the damage of the Tartarus Titans. So once again, the Jade Dragons are going to pull this FG, and once again, we're going to see someone walk up and try and defend.
Rewind to game 1, and this was the second Fire Giant for the Jade Dragons. Still trying to get their first one. Still trying to get anything. A freeze on SOT is a good start for the Dragons. But once again, they drop the Fire Giant. Snipes from Panda Cat very early in the fight. He'll have to roll away. Maybe a Roar can find something here. Does manage to catch PBM in the Sanctified Field. And Divine for Cyclone Spin. 9 in a row. Maybe he can make it 10 with a dive in aggressively towards Pagon. 4 versus 5. The Tartarus Titans have the advantage, moving now back towards the pit.
Yeah, it's still not going to be easy. The health bars aren't looking that fantastic. Cyclone Spin is actually going to tank up this objective as Final K is coming in, and Scream is looking to wrap around.
Around the backside, Magi is available. Final K goes in. But Scream doesn't find the knock. Instead, Volcanic Lightning is shredding through Paul's health bar, and Scream will find the first kill of the new fight. SOT gets a pickup on 1, but it may have been to his own doom. Layers versus Scream, and that one goes to Layers. 1 dash is all the Titans needed to put down the jungler, but Final K has come back to the fight, but he's not going to be able to find anybody this time.
Wow, that Astrolabe stun was just enough to get SOT out of trouble, and once again, Pagon full HP at the end of one of these brawls, but the tanks of the Tartarus Titans have not left. Layers is here on the horse watching, and Pagon has every idea that he's still sticking around while Aurora is sort of watching this objective go down. This could still be a coin toss here.
Fire Giant there. Ultimate from SOT already used. Layers and Aurora both low. Layers is gone. Aurora is gone. The Fire Giant bait by the Jade Dragons finally comes up winning for them as they take down 2 of the Titans. Fire Giant still being looked at by the Jade Dragons. It's going to take SOT and Cyclone to get in there to steal this one out. It's going to take SOT to steal this one away because Cyclone got walled out. The Jade Dragons find 3. They find the fire. And the Titans are now on the back foot.
That was close. SOT really wanted to go for the steal at that point in time. You have to all in commit, right? You can't just let the Fire Giant go down once you're that close. You're probably dying anyways. Has to go for the toss-up play. I said it before, and I still mean it. Pagon needs to die, and Cyclone Spin needs to die. Whoever dies first, it's going to spend some bad news for their team. However, Pagon seems to be doing a little bit more than Cyclone Spin has been thus far. Look at the damage numbers from the Discordia. That bird is going down. Cyclone, he's doing good damage as well, but he can't step up to the rest of the Jade Dragon. So that right side Phoenix goes down for absolute free, and now that tier 2 in mid should be going down as well.
For the Jade Dragons, with this Fire Giant that they have, they'll be able to at least clean out the map of towers. Sanctified Field by Paul to get them away from the tier 2. That's a lot expended there. Sorry about that. By the Tartarus Titans. For the Jade Dragons just to walk back in and take the tower anyways. Now no ult for Aurora, no ult for Paul. This is going to be hard for the Titans to defend on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, this is exactly what you want if you are this Shamir. You would love that Sanctified Field to be down so you can walk in, and now BVM is going to tank this one up as the next bird starts to be looked at.
Wall zone's a little bit away. Scream goes over towards the button for the door. See if he needs to make a fast exit. The Titans have held their mid Phoenix for now. Final K goes back to base, should be able to teleport himself right back in. He will over to the right side of the map. Alongside Scream, he'll open up the door for his jungler to come back in. Minion wave a little far behind, and Paul up in the sky, as well as Panda Cat waiting for the snipes on landing. Paul jukes out the third one. The Phoenix has not taken a lot of damage, and Scream is trying to deal with Cyclone Spin, almost finds him. But the mid bird goes down. The Jade Dragons, low health bars on a couple of members. SOT finds a pull onto 3 different people. Aurora finds a wall on 2, but SOT is left by himself. Aurora is taken down. Layers does not get a chance to use the horse as Final K stuns him and Panda Cat puts him down. The Jade Dragons in 2 games are looking to take down the Tartarus Titans and make themselves a clean 3-set, 6-game sweep with their brand new jungler in week 8. The Jade Dragons are going the distance. Cyclone Spin gets 1 more kill, but Panda Cat shuts him down at the end of the day for the Dragons to find the 2-0.
I mean, just phenomenal play from all of the Dragons. So my mind still just keeps going to the amount of CC that Pagon was able to get there. Of course, Scream going to the backline and being that sacrificial lamb for his team was massive. Final K was able to find these huge ults, get the rest of the team so low, and was actually dealing with Layers quite well, making sure that this Lancelot could not just run through the backline of his team. Mike, unfortunately, was sort of being the sacrificial lamb as well, setting up for his team and then dying. But once that one Sanctified Field dropped down, once Paul used it at the tier 2 tower, I mean, the rest of the siege just comes easy. Pagon doing twice, I think anyone's damage in the whole game. 40k, something like that. The closest was probably Cyclone doing about 20. Those are just massive damage numbers that are so hard to replicate.
I mean, it's hard whenever you're going up into Discordia to match some of the damage output of usually the frontliners.
Yeah.
But this time it was Pagon doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the damage board across the way there. But, and again, I keep saying new jungler. It's a new jungler for the team specifically. Scream obviously no stranger to the SPL, no stranger to this level of play. And he and the Jade Dragons make themselves a clean 6-0 sweep this weekend. That's it for us on the Castle Throw to the Death to break it down.
6-0 sweep this weekend. That's what's impressive to me. Again, and maybe not unexpected given Scream's tenure with PBM and PandaCat. For those of you unfamiliar, they won a world championship together a few years ago. Again, these guys are incredibly powerful. And look, Mifflin, a lot of people have been saying it this week, and especially because this game now gets them higher up in the standings, up to that third place spot. And maybe it's not number 1, number 2, but considering that the Dragons for 4 years now have felt like a first phase team, and then second phase were kind of powerful but not as powerful, and then phase 3 they could show up and again be very competitive, but when it got to Worlds, and of course I'm saying this as a team that we saw and players we saw get to the Worlds finals several times in a row, but always just a little shy of where they wanted to be. This is a powerful look to be able to come in, you make a roster change, and to have it mesh this well, perform this well. And 2-0, so some damn fine Smite teams out there. I mean, you know, the Scarabs having to deal with their own roster adjustments yesterday, but the Warriors on Friday, Titans today. This is, in my mind, a very, very impressive win, and especially because this was a scrappy as hell game. I mean, they were in there with fights, but all it takes sometimes is a nice FG fight, and you can get ahead.
Yeah, the difference in this one is when the Jade Dragons won the fight, they got to quote one of my progenitors, the stuff after the stuff, right? And it was just about every single time. Whereas when the Tartarus Titans were winning their fights, they were getting like a back camp. They were getting like maybe a red buff invade, if even that. So the Jade Dragons chose their engagement timing very, very well, even with some of these picks that are less prioritized in the most recent metas, but specifically PandaCat going back towards this ROM. Not one that you're used to seeing in the meta right now. PBM, I think, finds himself a phenomenal counter pick, but fans at home, Gormizer is eyes locked on Pagon's damage output.
Nothing else exists on this screen.
and it might as well not, man. 40.5 thousand damage. That is impressive, man. On a Discordia at that, you're not doing that super often. In a game that fast,
I know
too.
Trelly had said he'd done twice the damage, and I know like we had seen it and like it was there, but I don't know why. But seeing the number again, like just kind of reinstills it into me. And that's really the thing that's been fun to talk about. Is you look at it. I think Fine OK had a really great week. You look at Pagon. I think this game was a good example of it. PandaCat had a phenomenal week. In fact, we even have PandaCat standing by here for the post-game interview. And that's I kind of want to ask. I mean, admittedly, a lot of it was Cupid at first. Today you finally had to change it up. You went for what, the Ho Yi? You get a nice some solo kills, but a really good performance there onto the ROM. Does it feel like maybe any of these hunters are available, or do you have your own personal tier list in mind?
Yeah, I mean, I'm of the opinion that teams are picking their hunters pretty high, and they're kind of leaving the lane just to be a farm lane. So when that's the case, you can pick whatever you want and do whatever you want.
Hey, it shows that it works out, right? You were 8-2 that game.
I guess.
You were like 6-2, I think, the game before. So you're finding a lot of kills. Look, man, you guys have vibed and meshed really well with Scream to the point where, like, we're talking about like new jungle, and I keep making this joke, but it's like, forget about Scream because like his KDAs, like he's been everywhere. But like it feels like Pagon, Fine OK, like everybody kind of popped off this weekend. Is it just that feeling reinvigorated from having a new jungle?
Yeah, I think it's a little mixture of everything. I think us individually as players, we have something to prove because we have a history with kicking our teammates, yada, yada, yada. Never looking inwards, we're the problem, all that stuff. Not saying anything about Samba. Yeah, I think, all of us wanted to prove that we are still a top contending team and that we can win these sets I think we should have won a lot of sets this season that we kind of threw. But, we're all reinvigorated. We obviously have Scream back, so it's like the environment's really great. Everyone's like really excited, really happy to play. We're all laughing. Just confident as ever, just happy to be taking games off people that we think we should be taking games off these guys. So.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you've looked good doing it. You've now been able to, with this win, a nice 2-0, move forward into third place, which is a good spot in the standings going forward into Masters and things like that. So, looking at the tournament, having the standings like that, what are your expectations for the next couple of weeks?
Winning out.
Winning out?
Everything's a win.
Anything less than a
it was a clean sweep this weekend. Why not just keep it going?
Yeah, right? 6 games in a row?
Six games in a row.
Like 12 more or whatever it is going to take to get to the end. There's a couple best of 5s, best of 3s.
Only ways up.
I'm excited to watch. I'm sure everyone at home, especially all the Dragons fans out there, are excited now with the reinvigorated
before I go.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I have a when I stream, I have like a viewer point redemption.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what's that URL for the stream?
Twitch.tv/panicat. Use your primes on me, or this Smite Game channel. But my viewer point redemption is I can redeem. I can shout them out in the SPL cast.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have to shout out Zubba9, and I think Haggerty also redeemed it. So shout out to those guys.
Only those two. Okay, guys, all right.
Hey, it's
you
a lot
gotta
of viewer
make sure
points.
you go in. Yeah, it's a lot of viewer
points,
points.
so.
You can get those by watching
That's
a lot
right.
of Panicat.
That's right.
Twitch.tv/Panicat. Streaming a lot actually lately, so it's been
Yep.
fun to watch.
Every day.
And of course, he's been winning, so you're gonna learn a lot from the stream. Man, thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your wins, and have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You guys too.
All up to Masters now. A very fun time, I think, for the upcoming Dragons fans and maybe Dragons players, although maybe a little more stressful for the players to perform. And that's where things are right now, Mifflin. I mean, it just feels like everything in the last couple of weeks has changed. The Valks are getting wins left and right all of a sudden. They're looking competitive. I mean, they looked competitive. They lost to the Titans, but they look competitive against them. And we get some wins here from the Dragons, some nice 6-0s all week. And you know what? That's what's been the kind of maybe standout for me. Last week, the SPL for Phase 2. And normally, at this point, I'm used to starting to see some silly picks. I mean, we've gotten into Phase 2
But these matches still matter.
Yeah, that's what's
like
insane
seeding.
about it, right? When you're changing seeding. Of course, the Dragons taking this one as seriously as possible. And I believe now that is the second time, if I remember correctly, they've beaten the Titans this phase, and the control over that matchup has gone their way. But nothing but 2-0s this week, which is really what's surprising me. It's a very commanding week for whichever team's going to win.
It is. I'm not sure that 2-0 record will continue. I mean, explicitly, I think the last set of today should likely go 3. The Solar Scarabs have a history of it, of course, now with Sanford Soccer, not exactly the exact same Solar Scarabs that we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
The Atlantis Leviathans obviously coming into this one really wanting to find a victory. Losing to the Valhalla Valkyries cannot leave a good taste in your mouth. So I think both of those two teams going to be bringing a lot of heat in that third set.
And I'm excited for the next one, right? Warriors going up against the Kings. Admittedly, you look at the standings, and one of these is a tied for 5th/6th and 7th matchup later in the day, the one you had highlighted, the Leviathans and Scarabs. But the other one is a tied for 5th versus 1st matchup. And really, I'm just looking at it because the Warriors, a little bit of a slump, right? Earlier this year, we were talking about them being on the rise. Not quite, I think, hitting the same stride that we're used to. The Dragons being able to jump up over the Titans there. You've got your top 3, I believe, top 4 teams that are going to exist no matter what here. So you're feeling pretty solid if you're up at the top. Kings, and we mentioned this yesterday. They mentioned it on Twitter if you follow Twig, where they were like, you know what? We could just not show up this weekend and still be first place. And then they followed up with but we absolutely are still going to. And I think it's going to be fun to watch. Again, what they have to offer, more so what the Warriors have to offer here. It's going to be fun. But that's it for me and Miff for now. We're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we get back, we've got the Kings taking on the Warriors.
Hi, Black Cat. I just noticed that, sorry.
What's up, Smite fans? Dolson here, and Season 9 of the SPL is shaping up to be maybe the best ever. And to help us get there, we're partnering with Alienware to provide us, our players, the production team, with state-of-the-art gear to make this year one of the best yet. But don't take my word for it. Let's hear what the pros have to say.
As a professional player, it's super important to make sure that you just have the absolute highest quality gear and peripherals that you can ever get. And having an Alienware PC has completely upped our game here at the SPL.
It's really nice being able to play from the same PC.
And FPS to
my video games tip out there on the market that you can get. And I do say the streaming thing is actually legitimate. For those of you who don't understand like how streaming works, it takes a lot of your processing power. Video games typically then pull on your graphics card and things like that. And you get really powerful both of those if you go for an Alienware PC. They're playing on the Aurora Ryzen R10 desktops out there, of course with those 244 hertz gaming monitors. And you can get those for yourself as well, whether you want to start content creation, if you're looking to start streaming, or if you just want your games to look beautiful, because look, we're pushing it. Every year, every new game, all things graphics really push the edge of it. So make sure that you go out there and get your own. Go to smitegame.com/alienware, use code AWSmite09 to get some discounts out there and power up your gaming potential with Alienware. Of course, follow them on their socials at Alienware on Instagram and Twitter, and go to alienwarearena.com for giveaways and more to join their global community. So thank you to Alienware, and thank you to Trelly, who's sitting on the desk with me right here as we get into the Warriors behind you, Kings, who are behind me, taking each other on and seeing, well, who's going to be able to come out on top. Now, for those of you who are watching, Kings are going to be first place pretty much no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
So that one's solidified. They're not worried necessarily about their standings here. Maybe just ending the phase on a good note. Because if you look at the schedule, you will notice we are down in the bottom two on 7:31 there for the Sunday.
Still all 2-0s.
All 2-0s. And not only that, the last two sets now of phase number 2. That feels weird to say. Time flies, as it turns out. And so here we are watching this. Now the Warriors, Trelly, as they take on the Kings here, I believe, if I remember correctly, after the last set, this is a 5th versus 1st matchup. The Kings have been indomitable for the most part. I mean, a couple of teams have taken them down, Levi's being one of them, a couple of bumps in the road otherwise. Scarabs, prior to the roster changes,
but besides that,
put that in, yeah, that's it. Those are the two, as it turns out. We'll see if the Warriors can maybe add their name to that very, very, very short list of teams and times that the Kings have been able to fall down. But that's where we have to zoom in. And it's looking, at the Kings a little bit later, how fantastic they've been playing, but the Warriors immediately. And more so, that they haven't had the most solid last couple of weeks.
I think that's the way I would put it as well. I was going to say it's a nice way to put it, but that's just a good way to put it. They haven't been on top of their game, so to speak. Yeah. It's just been a rough couple of matchups for them, falling to the Valkyries and then coming off a loss as well. They would love to just come out of the gate swinging and take down the first. I mean, you know what? Never mind. I think they're looking fine. I was going to say this might be weighing on them, but Cubo's dancing in the booth. He seems to be having a good time.
When they come in and they get their ping pong out, Cubo's going to feel good no matter what.
Yeah, I see all smiles around. Cubo was showing his dance moves. So at that point, right, I think the rest of the team probably having high mentals. Point being, they would love to come out of the gates swinging. This is sort of the leaving the gates, though, right? This is the end of the phase. So they would love to leave the phase on a great note, take down the number 1 seed on their way out, and just show that that's sort of the style that they can play.
Well, that's the thing, looking at this team, the way they play. Of course, someone missing from the booth, and it should be very notable, it's Neil, who would typically be right there next to the fantastic player, again, when it comes down to it. I actually think important in this matchup because of the play that we've been seeing out of Genetics. But it feels as though, and again, maybe it's the link between the support and the jungle. I think we've gotten a lot of really good plays from Neil lately. And it's always that conversation of the Neil Ma passive, things like that come into play. Of course, I think those are in best of 5s, usually around world times when it gets truly activated. But I think the versatility that we're getting out of the duo lane, and very specifically out of support, has made things nice for the Warriors throughout this phase.
Yeah, no doubt. If there is the Neil passive, he's waiting to turn it on. It's never one of those things you want to waste. You want to make sure it's when the going gets tough, that's when it comes out. But I think you're right. Incredibly consistent, and that's sort of what the Oni Warriors are looking for, right? Because at times when they are on top of their game, they're taking down just about anyone, and that's got to be what they're trying to replicate up into a matchup like this, trying to get their duo lane onto something consistent they know that they can find some pressure on, and then use that to influence the map.
Well, I'm excited to see what they have to offer for us today. I'm even more excited to talk to Neil himself, because he's standing by, ready for an interview. It's always just fun to talk to Neil, so no matter what, I anticipate at least a good time, maybe, hopefully. I'm going to ask you a question, though, that it feels like a tough one, but you're always a level-headed dude, so I figure you'll take it no problem. Not the best performance lately, right? You guys haven't been...
He wants to step up. Even state, 30 minutes in, I favor the Tartarus Titans, but how often are the Jade Dragons allowing this game to go even?
Exactly. I've seen this Pele. I've seen what Scream can do with it. He's all over the damn place, and I expect we're going to see that here.
Answer for them. Picks that have both been serving them pretty well, right? Chernobog for the Tartarus Titans, certainly a good pick for themselves. Cyclone's been very adept at playing that god, barring that singular solo kill from game 1. I am surprised to see that the Jade Dragons have decided to ban out the Khepri themselves. I suppose saying, hey, if it gets through the Tartarus, they're playing through.
Otherwise, 2-0, lose their spot. And that is a big deal for the Dragons. Again, I mean, Mifflin, this is a team, we were talking about it, like, it was like a 6th place-ish, maybe 5th, going into this week. I mean, they were not super comfortable over the last few weeks in terms of their positioning.
Yeah, they weren't. And I suppose the Jade Dragons can feel confident about the changes they had made, right? Like, being able to jump this many seeds as quickly as they have, finding as consistent a performance as they have as well, I think could justify some roster swaps, and so far, justified is just correct. I mean, up against the Tartarus Titans, even just starting off this set with a win, so impressive considering how new Scream is to this roster. The Jade Dragons looking like, well, the Jade Dragons of old, just this aggressive team that is active on the map, and when they're able to play their style, it just works.
We'll see here what the Titans can do to try and deal with this. Again, after a 2-0 earlier this week over the Bolts, they don't want to end their phase on a 2-0 loss here towards the Dragons, but we'll figure out whether that's going to happen. Mainly see how they adjust to it if any of these bans conversations we've been having takes place in game number 2. Once again, first pick. Once again, Cupid first ban.
Makes sense.
So the Titans, immediately they're like, all right, well, we know at least what we don't want to deal with at first. This was Pele last time, though, so we'll watch very closely as to whether or not they keep things going that way. This is where things can get really complicated, though. Again, going into Masters, seeding, things like that definitely feel like they're maybe weighing on your shoulders, how it's going to affect you. A lot of games in Masters, man. I mean, we were talking about it on the schedule. There's 20 sets in this first week that we're going to be going up. 5 days, 4 best-of-3s a day. It's a lot of Smite going over that. And then you'll take a little break for a week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, before we can crown I guess the king. I don't know, the champion. There's the word for Masters.
Maybe they're just the master.
Maybe they're just the master of Masters. The
That's
master
right.
of Smite, as it turns out. Either way, that one's going to be a fun event. The Summer Masters. It's going to be starting on Wednesday at 11 a.m., so you make sure you tune in then. For now, though, appreciate watching end, see how the phase ends. ESET Khepri and the Morrigan, and the Pele got replaced with a Nemesis on the side of the Titans.
I don't think we're going to see the Pele locked in just here for the Jade Dragons. Maybe like Yamoja, King Arthur. Seems like a pretty good answer for them. Picks that have both been serving them pretty well, right? Chernobog for the Tartarus Titans, certainly a good pick for themselves. Cyclone's been very adept at playing that god, barring that singular solo kill from game 1. I am surprised to see that the Jade Dragons have decided to ban out the Khepri themselves. I suppose saying, hey, if it gets through, the Tartarus Titans will likely take it first overall. Chernobog, not exactly one of the gods that I associate with Panda Cat, so maybe not a worthwhile trade for them.
Strike!
King Arthur, first lock-in for the Jade Dragons.
6 games, baby!
6 games in a row. Look, Final K might not like doing it, but we like seeing it because it works out pretty consistently.
Okay, I'm back.
But not the Yamoja.
Hey, Mark.
Discordia taken very early in this.
Hold on.
Good.
I want to see the start of the draft.
Really last time, though, with this. Again, after a 2-0 earlier this week over the Bolts, they don't want to end their phase on a 2-0 loss here towards the Dragons, but we'll figure out whether that's going to happen. Mainly see how they adjust to it if any of these bans conversations we've been having takes place in game number 2. Once again, first pick. Once again, Cupid first ban.
Makes sense.
So the Titans, immediately they're like, all right, well, we know at least what we don't want to deal with at first. This was Pele last time, though, so we'll watch very closely as to whether or not they keep things going that way. This is where things can get really complicated, though. Again, going into Masters, seeding, things like that definitely feel like they're maybe weighing on your shoulders, how it's going to affect you. A lot of games in Masters, man. I mean, we were talking about it on the schedule. There's 20 sets in this first week that we're going to be going up. 5 days, 4 best-of-3s a day. It's a lot of Smite going over that. And then you'll take a little break for a week, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, before we can crown, well, I guess the king. I don't know, the champion. There's the word for Masters.
Maybe they're just the master.
Maybe they're just the master of Masters. The
That's
master
right.
of Smite, as it turns out. Either way, that one's going to be a fun event. The Summer Masters. It's going to be starting on Wednesday at 11 a.m., so you make sure you tune in then. For now, though, appreciate watching end, see how the phase ends. ESET Kepri and the Morrigan, and the Pele got replaced with a Nemesis on the side of the Titans.
I don't think we're going to see the Pele locked in just here for the Jade Dragons. Maybe like Yamoja, King Arthur. Seems like a pretty good answer for them. Picks that have both been serving them pretty well, right? Chernobog for the Tartarus Titans, certainly a good pick for themselves. Cyclone's been very adept at playing that god, barring that singular solo kill from Game 1. I am surprised to see that the Jade Dragons have decided to ban out the Kepri themselves. I suppose saying, hey, if it gets through, the Tartarus Titans will likely take it first overall. Chernobog, not exactly one of the gods that I associate with Panda Cat, so maybe not a worthwhile trade for them.
Strike!
King Arthur, first lock-in for the Jade Dragons.
6 games, baby.
6 games in a row. Look, Final K might not like doing it, but we like seeing it because it works out pretty consistently. But not the Yamoja. Discordia taken very early in this draft. You're boosting your King Arthur. That's just going to be the blanket statement. He's going to have that passive for the entirety of the early game. You've got some pretty decent survivability from Discordia. That cripple going to be pretty strong up against Lancelot and Chernobog already. But concerned about taking it this early in the draft will allow the Tartarus Titans to counterpick at least a little bit. Cabrakan, pretty strong in a disco.
Also, and this is just now clicking, was that the first King Arthur versus Lancelot that we've gotten since Lancelot was allowed? Yeah, or no, it's the second. Never mind. They played it yesterday.
You're talking about the lore matchup, huh?
Yeah, I want the lore matchup, man. And it makes sense because so far both times Lancelot has lost that. I mean, he's the king of the round table. Lancelot's just a knight of the round table.
I'm pretty sure I wrote my thesis on this. I used to know. So, like, Lancelot's the Green Knight. I know he, totally owns King Arthur.
Yeah, I think in 1v1s he was supposed to be the best, right?
He's
which I guess is called jousting in.
I don't remember if he actually killed King Arthur, but I know for a fact King Arthur does not like Lancelot.
He was definitely with King Arthur's wife.
Yeah, I didn't know how to word that on the desk
I was trying
diplomatically.
to figure out the right way to
so
do it.
I was just going to let it go.
Nah, he.
I'm glad you hit that note.
Yeah, they were not in a faithful relationship, is the way I'll say it.
At the time, King Arthur was perceived dead. You know what I mean?
Weren't there there was some overlap though when he was definitely not.
Well, yeah, but it's like a Walking Dead situation. You know what I mean? Grimes' wife was with I don't know the dude who plays the Punisher for a little while there. I'm lost, man.
Frank Castle is the name of the Punisher. I don't know the name of the actor.
Do you know the name of the guy from the Walking Dead?
No.
Yeah, me either. Fans at home know. They know what I'm talking about.
We've gotten really deep into pop culture, but with just
turns
enough
out we're not
knowledge.
We don't know anything about it.
We can reference it very heavily, but now we don't know enough. I actually, and you know what? I don't know if this will get me flack. I don't watch The Walking Dead.
That would get you fired?
No, flack.
Oh yeah, I mean
if it got me fired, I don't think Hindu's watched The Walking Dead. Go yell at him.
Okay, you'd have to throw him under the bus.
Oh yeah, I did.
All right, talk about the picks so I can break them
down.
down.
The bans. Hell, Yamoja banned out by the Dragons. They picked up the Ymir in that third slot. And then the other side, it's the Ho Yi and the Wooler. Now, here's what's wild to think about. This is the exact same draft from the Tartarus Titans. Something that we don't get to see too often, but it's the exact same 5. Chernobog, Lancelot, Cabrakan, Oleron, and Atlas. And it's in the exact same order as well. A couple of bands changed up, though, so it'll be one of those rarities. Mifflin, very, 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 very rarely do we see the same 10 gods in a matchup twice in a row. And to the point where I believe it's only ever happened 3 times, if I remember
the
correctly.
true salty runbacks.
Yeah, so those are very rare. We get the Pele. We get a new Hunter here. We get a Rom pickup here for Panda Cat.
Yeah, I'm not certain that I love Rom into this matchup.
What are you doing?
Going up into the air to buy time, pretty cool until you land into a dilated time field or you land into a Cabrakan wall. So Rom will have to choose his ultimate spots very, very carefully. Otherwise, I think having lost the Capri and replaced it with Ymir, you've got phenomenal matchups into the Tartarus Titans composition. Lancelot, Cabrakan, Oleron, Atlas all really don't have great ways to deal with that wall. Even Chernobog, to a certain extent, will really have to just to dedicate that ultimate if he wants to evade it. So, aggressive should be the name of the game for the Jade Dragon support. Getting active on the map early on, really slowing down every single individual piece of the Tartarus Titans. But the Tartarus Titans composition, what was true of it last time is true again by nature of it being the exact same. Very, very good dive potential, highly aggressive, can steamroll the early game. What had slowed them down in game 1 were those Capri
stop
ultimates.
that. Yeah.
A lot of those picks lost. Capri ultimate's not on the board anymore. So I think this is a match that could be dictated by the early from both of these drafts. If the Jade Dragons pull ahead, I imagine they hold that lead. If the Tartarus Titans pull ahead,
Hey, Sarah.
I imagine they hold that lead.
Set a timer
So
for
this could
14
be
hours.
very volatile for the first 10 or so minutes.
Okay.
I've got good news
Your
for
timer
King
is set
Arthur.
for
He's
14
really
hours.
solid in the first 10 minutes. That should feel really good for him. It's going to be interesting to see. Again, the Titans are going for something that's a bit of a playback. I mean, you kind of called it, but even going into it, it was, what, 2,000 gold separating those teams at that Fire Giant fight we watched for the replays. Kind of a 50-50 overall. And the Dragons just happened to get that and get a really sick res and get a really good fight and beat the Titans from that point forward. That's where they get a lot of their lead. Going into that, though, Titans have been doing just fine. They seem to think so as well because they're going right back to it. And it makes things very interesting here. Ymir, Pele, and Rom will join the battle for the Dragons.
Hello?
Mifflin, real fast. Which side you feeling a little more? The Dragons have the 2-0. Can they get third place?
They absolutely can, but every time I see these unorthodox picks from Scream in the jungle, it really comes down to execution on field. This feels like, to me, if this game were to go even into the late game, let's say that, both teams very volatile in the early, neither one really wants to step up. Even state, 30 minutes in, I favor the Tartarus Titans, but how often are the Jade Dragons allowing these games to go even?
Exactly. I've seen this Pele. I've seen what Scream can do with it. He's all over the damn place, and I expect we're going to see that here. We're going to go down, though, now to J-Mac and Trelly, see if it happens in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Gore and Miff, and we can see why we got straight to the action. Are we going to see a full 10-man brawl at the mid lane? Pre-minion spawn? Does not seem so. The Jade Dragons not willing to buy it. J-Mac, Trelly, and Doug one more time in game number 2. And Charlie, I just hope that one day we get to see that. Like we had it one time where it panned in like right as the kill was happening in mid lane. It was like a pre-35 or pre-15 seconds, something like that was the first blood. But we're just not going to see that again. Maybe we are. I can't tell anymore. They're just confusing me.
I mean, the thing is, for a full 10-man like 5v5 fight, both teams have to look at their squad and say, "Yeah, we win this," and then feel confident going in. And I just don't imagine any team, looks at their level 1 and quickly irons out all the pros and cons, then decides at the same time both of them are like, "Yeah, we win this," and they both go in. It's just not one of those situations that happens too often. However, another situation that doesn't happen too often is the Tartarus Titans doing the full run back here. One change I see immediately is that the fact that Paul got beats this time. He went shell first.
Good call.
I think it helped him out sometimes and also hurt him sometimes as well. He's got a little bit more survivability here. He's not up against that Nemesis. He's up against a Pele this time around, and he realized, hey, CC could be a problem, and I don't want to just get shell as a roar. Damage could be some problem because he's starting a little bit of a damage start here, going for the Pythax piece into the Sovereignty once again, which means that he can do a little bit more damage, but also he's going to take a little bit more. He's going to be a little bit less tanky in that regard.
He's definitely taking a lot. Wall from PVM, good, but doesn't last very long at only rank number 1. So for now, Aurora will be fine. Not a whole lot of follow-up as far as a Rom is concerned. He is all auto attacks until that ultimate comes online. And those auto attacks aren't hitting super hard this early on in the game, even with the fact that Aurora didn't start with a defensive item. So one of the things that, the desk was kind of bringing up was the early game potential for both these teams to get that lead and kind of get a little bit out of control. Is there one that maybe you put a little bit more favoritism towards early on, Trelly?
I mean, looking at the matchup, I do think that Scream wants to, look over towards dual lane and get active as much as possible. which means, you know, in theory, I'm siding with the Jade Dragons, but I think just because Scream is trying to get active does not mean that they have the better early. I'm really just looking at the Ymir. PBM should be able to create some waves wherever he goes. You know, that freeze is going to be such a potent engage tool on any of these targets without beads, being Layers or Aurora. More specifically Aurora. I think if you're fighting over the duo lane, you're looking to kill this Kabrakan and try and set up, once again, for Panda Cat to just hard carry the game away. You know, Rama's not a pick that you whip out when you're feeling shaky on your snipes. With the bounces on point, he's probably feeling pretty confident wanting to take, once again, these 1v1 trades with Cyclone Spin on this Chernobog. Not a great 1v1 character. You're not going to find too much opportunity to get a kill unless, of course, you know, Panda Cat gets a little bit over aggressive, lets Cyclone back, and then he can ult back in with all of his cooldowns and chase him down the lane.
For now, pressure in the duo lane does go towards the Jade Dragons, having the Ymir and the Rom, both of them able to get some quick damage against the entirety of that wave. And then kind of looking across the board for the jungler. Scream takes over to level 4 just now, just slightly behind Layers, so as far as the XP is concerned in the jungle, pretty even to say the least, but the gold, about 500 up for the Jade Dragons. Where does this 500 extra gold come from?
I mean, it's got to just be from the way of the duo lane clearing a little bit more effectively, some invades here and there, just quicker farming, better confirm. Obviously, SOT doesn't have the best clear up against a character like Final K, so that's going to mean some of his last hits are going down by the wayside. We see about a 200 gold lead in solo lane just off of King Arthur alone, so I do expect to see Final K continue that aggression just by the nature of out-clearing SOT. And remember, if you're not getting last hits on every single minion, you're just going to be losing a little bit of gold, and that starts to add up, and I think that's where this gold is starting to come from. But as we see some more aggression, things like this, where Final K says, I don't even care about the wave, I am going to bully you, because I'm trying to get aggressive and look for kills. I imagine that'll sort of continue.
Layers does spot out Scream walking into the jungle. We'll throw the knockback, but the Jade Dragons will immediately go back to farming up this jungle. Oracle Harpies will go the way of the Chaos side team. And now the level 5s have been hit. 4 Layers in Scream. Gotta wonder where their first target is gonna be. Neither of them have their first item online. Last time around for Layers, it was Crusher, as opposed to something like a Jotun's Wrath. Scream only sitting on that tier 1 mace. You imagine they'll go back to base and get their item before they try and make their mark in one of these lanes, Strelly?
Yeah, it should be the optimal call, right? You want to make sure you have as much damage as possible when you are going for an early game.
You got caught fair and square.
If someone just steps up, you know, and you can get a kill, you just go for the kill. You know, you don't go, oh, I really wish I had tier 2 mace before I went for this opportunity. If the opportunity presents itself, you're blinking in, pressing for it, and just going. But given the fact that everyone's about that halfway point, no one's really too far out of position, and both junglers are sitting around that mid lane 2v2. And it looks like actually the supports are rotating in, so it will be a 3v3
Calm down.
at this point. Yeah, I think backing up, getting some itemization online before a real fight is certainly the optimal play. But if you look at the itemization, once again, Final K and PBM going for that Mail of Renewal start, trying to get some more HP 5 and regen on the team. You know, the Tartarus Titans have already faced against this style of build once. You'd think they're going to prioritize some anti-heal as it goes on.
PBM finds a wall and stun against Paul, but with Layers rotating in, PBM stuck in these tremors. Will use the ultimate for some CC immunity, but he's going to go down at the end of the day. Final K rotates in, but doesn't find a whole lot just yet. The ultimate and the damage out of Scream is good, and Final K will find a kill, but it's a trade out, 2 for 1 for the Tartarus Titan. Snipes from the sky, not quite enough to take down Cyclone Spin. Panda Cat just a tad off the mark, and 2 kills in 1. As far as favor goes, Tartarus Titan started out strong.
Both of these solo laners finding time to rotate in to make sure this fight goes their team's way. I mean, great heads-up play by both of them. Obviously, Final K is able to go in and claim the kill, and unfortunately, the Tartarus Titans are able to come out on top, but they're still not quite caught up gold lead-wise. They do have that gold, the kills in their favor, but it's going to be a little bit in favor of the Jade Dragons as this goes. And then, you know, that global presence from Cyclone Spin, able to rotate in, get a free kill essentially just by showing up. You know, Panda Cat tried to help out with the snipes, as you mentioned, wasn't able to hit all 3, and just not enough damage coming through from this Rama. But, you know, that's the best you can really do in a situation like that, where Cyclone just zooms over and you're like, I can't catch up, he's just too fast. Layers, however, is going to get hamstringed and sent up to the air.
This time, Layers doesn't have the beads to get out of that one early. Freeze is good. Pull from SOT, not going to quite grab Scream in. Final K will chase out the kill onto Layers, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Junglers both down. Pagon was the apple at Paul, but That will be the end of the fight. Another trade out 1
Hey.
for 1. Both junglers
Stop.
removed from the map.
Yeah,
What are you
both
doing?
junglers are gone, but I think Scream's still getting the worst end of these trades because
God.
he's only level 6. He hasn't been able to farm as effectively as he would like. Pele really does prefer some itemization before she starts to get active like this, but you're sort of forced into it by the aggression of your team and the opposition. You know, the Tartarus Titans are not letting Scream sit back for a moment, and actually opted into buying a Chalice, so that's 300 gold, putting his build behind even further. Layers is going to have a massive just gold lead by itemization alone, and I think that trend should continue unless Scream starts to, you know, find some kills elsewhere. He's sort of just thrown into the deep end and saying, you know, sink or swim. You don't have that many items, but we need you to do damage, and that's sort of Scream's MO at the moment. It looks like that should be continuing if the Tartarus Titans want to keep this lead up. Kill lead, not gold lead.
Right, kill lead. Lincoln by Aurora, stuns Mike, throws up the wall, but Mike throws up his own wall to block out some of the damage. They'll find a double freeze off the tail end of it. It's just Mike and Scream against 4 Titans. The knockback is good against PBM in a sanctified field. Means there's nowhere for the Ymir to go. Another pick for the Tartarus Titans. And they'll make their way over to the Greater Scorpion. Could be a good steal for them and a good way to maybe finally try and bump that gold back to their favor. But even with that kill, Jade Dragons still hold a small gold lead.
Yeah, Cyclone Spin flew in there, and it looks like, again, PandaCat has met the rotation as best as he can. Not going to find any sort of kill potential. That's just so many ultimates thrown into a Ymir. There's really no way that Mike ever lives there, even with a wall. As clutch as that one, the placement was perfect. He was able to just sit back and stall for as long as possible. It's just, this character's a little bit too immobile, not quite tanky enough to live some damage like that. But as you mentioned, the Jade Dragons are still going to try to find some aggression.
Scream finds some
God
big
damn.
damage on Paul, and Pagon finds the final swing, final cable, slam a roar right down into his own death. Double kill for the mid laner of the Jade Dragons will even the kills back up. And the Jade Dragons, where will they put their pressure now that they've gotten that kill? Paul and Aurora down for a few more seconds, but nothing really on the map besides maybe some Oracle Harpies to grab for themselves.
All right, J-Max. So I believe we were in the green room the other day talking about how the meta has sort of slowed down a bit, and how
Just a little bit,
yeah,
yeah.
and how early kills aren't as common. You know,
Right.
people, you know, these teams are more so going to sit back and look for farming. I mean, this is 8 kills in 9 minutes. This has been solo laners rotating into mid. Even and Cyclone Spin's, you know, got global presence, but PandaCat has also. Both hunters have been rotating into these fights as well. This is anything but. Like, this is just all-out aggression. They are constantly looking to fight. Even if you're behind, you're ahead, it does not matter. Both of these teams are just not pulling any punches.
I mean, when we go back to like that first team fight in mid, we unofficially had a 5v5 kind of quote-unquote in the mid where all 10 players kind of stepped towards that lane. The closest that PandaCat got was
They all
like
did
the
damage.
mid camp. PandaCat got to the mid camps, and that's the closest he got into the lane. We had all 10 players on the map in the mid lane at like 5 minutes. That is unheard of in the meta that we've been in, where solo laners typically sit for
That's
like
weird.
15 minutes. The hunters sit for like 15 minutes. These guys are getting active, and they want to get these kills because, again, bringing back up, you know, mentions of what was going on with the desk, with the current standings. Jade Dragons, if they can find the 2-0, can potentially be forcing a tiebreaker matchup against the Titans. And remember, the Dragons were like 5th or 6th seed coming into this weekend, and they're now about to potentially take 3rd seed away in one weekend sweep.
Yeah, that would be absolutely massive for them, and just great heads-up play by the Dragons. Again, the Tartarus Titans were able to pick Mike. They used so many ultimates to do so. And then immediately the Jade Dragons are like, wait, we can definitely kill Paul. Like, he's got no sanctified fields. We can force out those beats. We have the damage to do that. And that's why we're seeing so much aggression, because it's just back and forth aggression. Once all these ultimates are down, the other team can pull, and it looks like the Jade Dragons, followed by Scream, are going towards that Pyromancer. And unless the Titans can show some face, it might be going down.
Gotta be quick. But the Titans do show up, or will break down the wall that he put up, but he can't stop that wall. PBM locks away a few members from his team, but he's the one who gets caught out. The Golden Apple doesn't grab anybody. The Tartarus Titans find one clean pick, and they'll now be the ones to start at the Pyromancer, unless Fine-OK can steal it away here, but he cannot. He gets picked up, and he'll go up into the sky with SOT, but it's Layers is the one who steps too far forward. Scream finds the pick. Ultimate from SOT just off the mark. Scream fighting back in, but he gets picked up by SOT again
God.
Oh
and thrown right to
the
Cyclone
hell
Spin.
is
Final
this?
K finds a 4-man stun But that 4-man is not enough because Cyclone Spin is the 1-man to find the double.
Yeah, you might notice, though, the Jade Dragons are still up in gold. That's because Panda Cat never left. He decided to push down that left side tower. It looked like he might have been going for tier 2, then realized, I'm a level 12 Rama, man. I don't hit the tower very hard. There's not too much gold that I can get for my team at this moment. But Cyclone Spin, he's been doing something as well, J-Mac, and he's been flying in across the map and been getting a lot of kills. He is 4-0 on this Chernobog, essentially flying in. His damage numbers are pretty high. They're not massive, but he's been able to fly in at these key moments, making his presence known, and he's been getting the benefits of that. The gold has let him go for the kin size and even more itemization, whereas Panda Cat has been sitting in lane, has the Aussie, but he's just going to be a little bit behind damage-wise until he's able to actually rotate into these fights by foot and help out his team.
SOT has just been so clutch on these gravity pulls. It feels like every time in this game, at least, that we're looking over at him, he's got somebody in his hands. And unfortunately for the person that's in those hands, there are 2 or 3 other members of the Titans ready for whenever SOT says, all right, here you go, and just tosses them like meat to the wolves, man.
They're not nurturing hands. These are aggressive. he's not
These
saying
hands
like,
are rated E for everyone.
Yeah, he's not just coddling them saying, hey, don't worry, like, I got you. No, he's throwing them into his team.
He's throwing them into the deep end of the pool.
Yeah, that's why he's been a part of 6 of the 7 kills that you see. And the Beads relic is definitely important for all of the Jade Dragons to make sure that SOT is not going to continue setting up for kills like that. But these fights have sort of been petering out the same sort of way, right? PBM immediately gets picked, drops the Sanctified Field. He has no form of CC immunity to get out. He drops the Shard of Ice for damage, and then he dies. And then after that, some more aggression as Mike holds these mid camps.
There's a Shard of Ice and the Sanctified Field, but this time it's a rally around Paul to try and grab him. Not enough damage, but Panda Cat will find the snipes to get the kill. Can they find one on Aurora for the Dragons? Because Aurora's low, and Pagon will grab him. 2 for 1 trade, 2 for 2 now. With Cyclone finding one of his own. Final cable, Beyblade in the back line to help out Panda Cat. But he will fall as soon as he picks up the double kill. A 3 for 3 trade in the mid lane fight.
Once again, Cyclone Spin flies in and gets a kill, but Panda Cat is not too far behind. He also was able to help out with those snipes to confirm so many low health targets. And J-Mac, remember at like 5 minutes when I said how even this game was? The gold lead has not changed. It's been in favor of the Jade Dragons the whole time. The kill is still in favor of the Tartarus Titans, but they've just been trading back and forth, blow for blow. And I don't imagine it's going to stop anytime soon. Neither one of these teams want to let up the aggression. What you really start to notice, however, is the XP differences. Pagon 3-0 on this Discordia. He's level 14. Paul just ticks over to level 12. That's never fun. The XP lead in the duo lane is starting to go a little bit in favor of Cyclone Spin because of these last hits, because of these rotations in where he's not missing any of the participation from these kills. So a 2-level lead there at the moment. I imagine Panda Cat probably pretty close to 15. So we'll call it, one level lead there. And the solo lane, the jungle, and the supports pretty much even. So really the disparity being Cyclone Spin's a little bit ahead, but also Pagon's a little bit ahead. Finally, though, Paul's able to pick up a second relic, some survivability. He's been getting bursted down time and time again. He puts down the Sanctified Field and does good damage, but he just can't survive these fights. He's not living to see the objective after the fact.
Tartarus Titans are just grouping up fantastically throughout this entire game. I mean, the good thing is the math is easy for me to do. Lowest player on the team has 80% kill participation for the Tartarus Titans. Meanwhile, Jade Dragons, PBM walks up, loses bubble right away, and holds in the middle of 4. Will it grab anything? Yes, maybe a kill onto SOT. Panda Cat was waiting for him, stops the dash, but Cyclone gets a kill onto Scream. 1 for 1, already out the gate. Fine, okay. Spinning around with Aurora, jukes out. The stun with a wall from PBM, and a wall from Aurora will cut off 2 different paths, but a stun does land onto the bracket. 1 more hit, and it's Panda Cat to grab it. Double kill for the Hunter of the Dragons.
Finally, someone has got the better end of a fight, and it's the Jade Dragons. Fine, okay, blinking it on the layers while Rama rains down the snipes from above. Not going to be enough to confirm that the Gold Fury, that's the real prize the Jade Dragons are after.
Panda Cat will start that one up. Jade Dragons will zone away Cyclone and Paul. No chance for them to get in this fight. No Sanctified Field, no Living Nightmare available, which means a free Gold Fury to the Jade Dragons. A double for the Hunter, who has been doing everything in his power to try and match the rotation of a literal global hunter comparatively. I mean, it's like a JoJo's point. It's like this, your next move is you're going to rotate here, so I'm going to go ahead and just head there now. Next thing you know, hey, Cyclone's there. I'm already ready to go.
I thought Panda Cat got, beads, and then at level 12 got the teleport because he has just been able to match that pressure. Obviously, he did. I saw you double take. You're like, wait, did he actually do it?
Hold on a second. He did get beads. I see that.
No, I ran the numbers. He still has Aegis, but the amount of mobility that he's been able to have, just an on-fire set for Panda Cat particularly, but the Jade Dragons do have about a 3K gold lead, and Mike has been the form of focus for the Titans, but he's been able to confirm so much CC. The walls have been displacing the Tartarus Titans so effectively, and still, even though he's dying, even though he's 0-4, he's been making his presence known. Walls like that, for example.
It's going to keep SOT and Aurora, force them to separate. Pagon. A lot of damage from the Golden Apple. I forgot just how hard that this Discordia can hit sometimes. So that opens up the Pyromancer for the Jade Dragons. They'll grab that.
Oh, they're doing it.
And a start of the Fire Giant. Cyclone isn't anywhere near. Ultimate is online. He could go in the sky and let his team know this is happening, or the team of his own could just walk up and see it with their own two eyes.
No,
Aurora and Layers walks in, but that's just enough for the Jade Dragons to get off the fire.
Okay, I was going to say, well, once Aurora walked up and they all turned on him, that had to be the end of the fight. Cyclone Spin didn't even channel the ult. He's still in that left lane. I was going to say, the Jade Dragons really went for the repull there. It wouldn't have been the easiest objective to try and go for. Of course, it's actually the hardest objective to try and go for, but after you've put all of your DPS into something this early on, 18 minutes in, stopped trying to chase down a kill, then went back to it, I think that would have been a dangerous call to make, and the Jade Dragons agree, and they're fine with just backing up here. Notably, Cyclone Spin was able to continuously push, so his build is actually looking extremely solid at the moment. Has the Odysseus bow online for that AoE damage, finished that Silver Branch, and has the kin size available. So I do expect to see Cyclone Spin ult to the back of these fights and just start spreading damage with how much AoE he will have built into the kit already. It just really depends on when he decides to make himself known in these fights. He's been ulting in sort of after the fight starts, but he always could just, dash in and try and find someone whenever they're out farming by themselves. The opportunity is always there because he's level 19, the most farm on the map by far.
And it's weird to say that this is the most significant lead of the game that we have had so far, Trelly, for the Dragons. 3,000 gold. Doesn't sound like a whole lot, 19 minutes in the game, but considering we've been going back and forth all the way up until this point between like 500 to maybe 1,000 gold at most, this is the first time we're able to see the Dragons really kind of pull a lead. One of the biggest of those leads is in that mid lane. Paul now 3 levels behind Pagon. Sure, Paul's got 3 rings online, but Pagon is a full item up over him. Obsidian Shard picked up for the mid laner. Charlie, it's looking dangerous for the Tartarus Titans. What's their avenue back in as this Fire Giant gets teased once again by the Dragons?
Scream is actually pushing over in that left lane. He's the one that needs the farm more than anyone. Sitting at level 16, you'd love if your jungle could match the rest of your carries in XP, but it's just been sort of going in and dying. 1 in 5 is the Pele, not for a lack of getting active. Scream is going in consistently, but the rest of his team has been able to confirm these kills, while he sort of just goes in with some CC. And I just realized Pagon's been bullying. He's got his own passive, and he's not letting it go. Usually when you pick the Discordia, you'd think, fine, okay, on this King Arthur is going to use that benefit, but it doesn't look like that's the case. Pagon's going to hold on to it as we see the Fire Giant pulled out.
SOT and Aurora here. How far in can they get? Pick up not good onto Final K. Instead, Final K will pick up SOT, but no follow-up.
Oh, gosh.
Instead, it's a wall onto Aurora. Quarter of his HP already gone in the game reverse. This time on top of Panda Cat, who has to go up into the sky, but he cannot get there. Layers picks up the first kill and Scream goes to the back line to try and find one. Pagon makes it a 1-1 trade. Final K picks up Cyclone Spin, but as soon as Final K lands back down, he is bursted away. 2 down on both sides. And Scream lurking around the backside of the 5 PBM, throws up a wall, but gets yanked right back in. Cyclone picks up the double, but Scream picks up a double of his own.
And once again, the trades back and forth are going to net absolutely nothing in the sense of this Fire Giant. However, that started with a Fire Giant pull by the Jade Dragons. They were trying to bait. They wanted any little avenue back into just going for a pick before that Fire Giant pull starts. Cyclone Spin holds his ult until the very last second before he finally joins the fight, and is now sitting at 8-0. He's got Death's Embrace already, hits level 20 before anyone else. Panic Cat unfortunately would have loved to get up into the sky and stall out that fight a little bit longer. If he could have got some of those snipes down and stalled in the air, that fight could have went a little differently, but not going to be the case. And that Oni Fury, unless Cyclone Spin gets over here, actually, he might be able to get some kills.
I think he can get a double. Oni Fury low. Jade Dragons get it. Cyclone a little hesitant to jump into the Fury Pit even against 2 low HP targets. Fury will go over to the Jade Dragons. Gold lead hasn't pushed very far up, especially the fact that we had a 3-for-3 trade earlier on, but Cyclone definitely felt like he could have gotten in there a little sooner.
Yeah, I'm realizing that we have the benefit of knowing that the rest of the Jade Dragons are on the right side of the map. Cyclone did not know, so to his point, he probably thought, hey, someone else is here. I'm not going to dash in to 3 low health targets. I think I probably would have done it anyways and could have thrown the game because, again, he didn't have that knowledge. Yeah, that's why we're here and he's there. Smart play. He's 8-0. That would have been a massive shutdown and probably a Fire Giant if there were more targets. However, there wasn't. He definitely could have went in for a double kill if that was the chance.
Wall will stop SOT from getting a pickup on PBM. He's gone for the Magi Shelter second item. Hasn't had much chance to buy more items. He's been upgrading his relics. The Pyromancer goes down to the Dragons, continue to up their gold count. Tartarus Titans are able to find these fight backs. In every single one of these last few fights, it's been a 1-for-1 or a 2-for-2. Last fight was 3-for-3. So even with this small gold lead that the Dragons have, 4,000 gold at this point, nothing super significant. The Tartarus Titans keep finding those avenues back in, and a lot of them just seems to come off the back of, hey, when FinoK grabs one person, why don't we just kill FinoK as soon as he lands?
Yeah, it certainly is a good strategy when you have the damage to back it up. And the way that this game is going, whoever falls first, Cyclone Spin or Pagon, that might just be the end for the opposition because 8-0 and 4-0. Pagon's doing a little bit more damage. Cyclone's getting a little bit more kills. Fire Giant once again has been started up by the Dragons.
But a wall will catch Aurora, who blinks into the Dragons, but doesn't find anything this time. SOT gonna throw out the orb, but not find anybody with it either. The Dragons will go back to the Fire Giant once again. But will the Titans step up to it this time? SOT caught by a wall. But it really just feels like the Titans are trying to break the bubbles that are on the side of the Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like PBM would love to frontline this fight, right? He wants to walk up, but he's known 5 separate times when he walks up and the freeze goes down, Paul drops Sanctified Field, and there's no more Ymir. So I think PBM is like, I want to live through this fight, I want to be able to tank, and I want to set up for you guys, but I am really scared because I don't have that much defense built. I've got the Sovereignty, the Mail of Renewal, and the Magi's, but that Oleron still shreds. I mean, Paul still has some good itemization online. The Demonic Grip and the Telekines are going to help him shred through these targets, so PBM would love to just be able to W key and set up these walls, but you got to bait out that Sanctified Field. You have to bait out some of the damage of the Tartarus Titans. So once again, the Jade Dragons are going to pull this FG, and once again, we're going to see someone walk up and try and defend.
Rewind to game 1, and this was the second Fire Giant for the Jade Dragons. Still trying to get their first one. Still trying to get anything. A freeze on SOT is a good start for the Dragons. But once again, they drop the Fire Giant. Snipes from Panda Cat very early in the fight. He'll have to roll away. Maybe Aurora can find something here. Does manage to catch PBM in the Sanctified Field. And Divine for Cyclone Spin. 9 in a row. Maybe he can make it 10 with a dive in aggressively towards Pagon. 4 versus 5. The Tartarus Titans have the advantage, moving now back towards the pit.
Yeah, it's still not going to be easy. The health bars aren't looking that fantastic. Cyclone Spin is actually going to tank up this objective as FinoK is coming in, and Scream is looking to wrap around.
Around the backside, Magi's available. FinoK goes in. Scream doesn't find the knockback. Instead, Volcanic Lightning is shredding through Paul's health bar, and Scream will find the first kill of the new fight. SOT gets a pickup on one, but it may have been to his own doom. Layers versus Scream, and that one goes to Layers. One dash is all the Titans needed to put down the jungler, but FinoK has come back to the fight, but he's not going to be able to find anybody this time.
Wow, that Astrolabe stun was just enough to get SOT out of trouble, and once again, Pagon full HP at the end of one of these brawls, but the tanks of the Tartarus Titans have not left. Layers is here on the horse watching, and Pagon has every idea that he's still sticking around while Aurora is sort of watching this objective go down. This could still be a coin toss here.
Fire Giant there. Ultimate from SOT already used. Layers and Aurora both low. Layers is gone. Aurora is gone. The Fire Giant bait by the Jade Dragons finally comes up winning for them as they take down 2 of the Titans. Fire Giant still being looked at by the Jade Dragons. It's going to take SOT and Cyclone to get in there to steal this one out. It's going to take SOT to steal this one away because Cyclone got walled out. The Jade Dragons find 3. They find the fire, and the Titans are now on the back foot.
That was close. SOT really wanted to go for the steal at that point in time. You have to all in commit, right? You can't just let the Fire Giant go down once you're that close. You're probably dying anyways. Has to go for the toss-up play. I said it before, and I still mean it. Pagon needs to die, and Cyclone Spin needs to die. Whoever dies first, it's going to spend some bad news for their team. However, Pagon seems to be doing a little bit more than Cyclone Spin has been thus far. Look at the damage numbers from the Discordia. That bird is going down. Cyclone, he's doing good damage as well, but he can't step up to the rest of the Jade Dragons. So that right side Phoenix goes down for absolute free, and now that tier 2 in mid should be going down as well.
For the Jade Dragons, with this Fire Giant that they have, they'll be able to at least clean out the map of towers. And a Sanctified Field by Paul to get them away from the tier 2. That's a lot expended there. Sorry about that. By the Tartarus Titans. For the Jade Dragons just to walk back in and take the tower anyways. Now no ult for Aurora, no ult for Paul. This is going to be hard for the Titans to defend on the Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, this is exactly what you want if you are this Shamir. You would love that Sanctified Field to be down so you can walk in, and now BVM is going to tank this one up as the next bird starts to be looked at.
Wall zone's a little bit away. Scream goes over towards the button for the door. See if he needs to make a fast exit. The Titans have held their mid-Phoenix for now. Final K goes back to base, should be able to teleport himself right back in. He will over to the right side of the map. Alongside Scream, he'll open up the door for his jungler to come back in. Minion wave a little far behind, and Paul up in the sky, as well as Panda Cat waiting for the snipes on landing. Paul jukes out the third one. The Phoenix has not taken a lot of damage, and Scream is trying to deal with Cyclone Spin, almost finds him. But the mid bird goes down. The Jade Dragons, low health bars on a couple of members. SOT finds a pull onto 3 different people. Aurora finds a wall on 2, but SOT is left by himself. Aurora is taken down. Layers does not get a chance to use the horse as Final K stuns him and Panda Cat puts him down. The Jade Dragons in 2 games are looking to take down the Tartarus Titans and make themselves a clean 3-set, 6-game sweep with their brand new jungler in week 8. The Jade Dragons are going the distance. Cyclone Spin gets one more kill, but Panda Cat shuts him down at the end of the day for the Dragons to find the 2-0.
I mean, just a phenomenal play from all of the Dragons, but my mind still just keeps going to the amount of CC that Pagon was able to get there. Of course, Scream going to the backline and being that sacrificial lamb for his team was massive. Final K was able to find these huge ults, get the rest of the team so low, and was actually dealing with layers quite well, making sure that this Lancelot could not just run through the backline of his team. Mike, unfortunately, was sort of being the sacrificial lamb as well, setting up for his team and then dying. But once that one Sanctified Field dropped down, once Paul used it at the tier 2 tower, I mean, the rest of the siege just comes easy. Pagon doing twice, I think anyone's damage in the whole game. 40k, something like that. The closest was probably Cyclone doing about 20. Those are just massive damage numbers that are so hard to replicate.
I mean, it's hard whenever you're going up into Discordia to match some of the damage output of usually the frontliners.
Yeah.
But this time it was Pagon doing a lot of the heavy lifting in the damage board across the way there. But, and again, I keep saying new jungler. It's a new jungler for the team specifically. Scream, obviously, no stranger to the SPL, no stranger to this level of play. And he and the Jade Dragons make themselves a clean 6-0 sweep this weekend. That's it for us on the Castle. Throw it to the death to break it down.
6-0 sweep this weekend. That's what's impressive to me. Again, and maybe not unexpected given Scream's tenure with PBM and Panda Cat. For those of you unfamiliar, they won a world championship together a few years ago. Again, these guys are incredibly powerful. And look, Mifflin, a lot of people have been saying it this week, and especially because of this, because this game now gets them higher up in the standings, up to that 3rd place spot. And maybe it's not number 1, number 2, but considering that the Dragons for 3 years, 4 years now have felt like a first phase team, and then second phase were kind of powerful but not as powerful, and then phase 3 they could show up and again be very competitive, but when it got to Worlds, and of course I'm saying this as a team that we saw and players we saw get to the Worlds finals several times in a row, but always just a little shy of where they wanted to be. This is a powerful look to be able to come in, you make a roster change, and to have it mesh this well, perform this well. And 2-0, so some damn fine Smite teams out there. I mean, you know, the Warriors, or sorry, the Scarabs having to you know, deal with their own roster adjustments yesterday, but the Warriors on Friday, Titans today. This is, in my mind, a very, very impressive win, and especially because this was a scrappy as hell game. I mean, they were in there with fights, but all it takes sometimes is a nice FG fight, and you can get ahead.
Yeah, the difference in this one is when the Jade Dragons won the fight, they got to quote one of my progenitors, the stuff after the stuff, right? And it was just about every single time. Whereas when the Tartarus Titans were winning their fights, they were getting like a bat camp. They were getting like maybe a red buff invade, if even that. So the Jade Dragons chose their engagement timing very, very well, even with some of these picks that are less prioritized in the most recent metas, specifically Panda Cat going back towards this ROM.
Jeez.
Not one that you're used to seeing in the meta right now. PBM, I think, finds himself a phenomenal counter pick, but fans at home, Gormizer is eyes locked on Pagon's damage output.
Nothing else exists on this screen.
And it might as well not, man. 40.5 thousand damage. That is impressive, man. On a Discordia at that, you're not doing that super often. In the game that fast,
I know
too.
Trelly had said he'd done twice the damage, and I know like we had seen it and like it was there, but I don't know why. But seeing the number again, like just kind of reinstills it into me. And that's really the thing that's been fun to talk about. Is, you know, you look at it. I think Fine OK had a really great week. You look at Pagon. I think this game was a good example of it. Panda Cat had a phenomenal week. In fact, we even have Panda Cat standing by here for the post-game interview. And that's, I kind of want to ask, I mean, admittedly, a lot of it was Cupid at first. This day, you finally had to change it up. You went for what, the Ho Yi? You get a nice some solo kills, but a really good performance there onto the ROM. Does it feel like maybe any of these hunters are available, or do you have your own personal tier list in mind?
Yeah, I mean, I'm of the opinion that teams are picking their hunters pretty high, and they're kind of leaving the lane just to be a farm lane. So when that's the case, you can pick whatever you want and do whatever you want.
Hey, it shows that it works out, right? You were 8-2 that game.
I guess.
You were like 6-2, I think, the game before. So you're finding a lot of kills. Look, man, you guys have vibed and meshed really well with Scream to the point where, like, you know, we're talking about like new jungle, and I keep making this joke, but it's like, you know, forget about Scream because like his KDAs, like he's been everywhere. But like it feels like Pagon, Fine OK, like everybody kind of popped off this weekend. Is it just that feeling reinvigorated from having a new jungle?
Yeah, I think it's a little mixture of everything. I think us individually as players, we have something to prove because we have a history with kicking our teammates, yada, yada, yada. Never looking inwards, we're the problem, all that stuff. Not saying anything about Sam, but yeah, I think you know, all of us wanted to prove that we are still a top contending team and that we can win these sets that I think we should have won a lot of sets this season that we kind of threw. But yeah, I mean, yeah, we're all reinvigorated. We obviously have Scream back, so it's like the environment's really great. Everyone's like really excited, really happy to play. We're all laughing. Just confident as ever, just happy to be taking games off people that we think, like, you know, we should be taking games off these guys. So.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you've looked good doing it. You've now been able to, with this win, a nice 2-0, move forward into third place, which is a good spot in the standings going forward into Masters and things like that. So, you know, looking at the tournament, having the standings like that, what are your expectations for the next couple of weeks?
Winning out.
Winning out?
Everything's a win.
Anything less than a
I mean, it was a clean sweep this weekend. Why not just keep it going?
Yeah, right? 6 games in a row?
What's
like 12 more or whatever it is going to take to get to the end. There's a couple best of 5s, best of 3s.
Only ways up.
I'm excited to watch. I'm sure everyone at home, especially all the Dragons fans out there, are excited now with the reinvigorated
before
win.
I go.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. I have a... You know, when I stream, I have like a viewer point redemption.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what's that URL for the stream?
Oh, you know, twitch.tv/PandaCat. Use your primes on me, or the Smite Game channel. But my viewer point redemption is I could redeem. I could shout them out on the SPL cast.
Yeah. Okay.
So I have to shout out Zubba9 and I think Haggerty also redeemed it. So shout out to those guys.
Only those two. Okay, guys. All right.
Hey, it's
you
a lot
gotta
of viewer
make sure
points.
you go in. Yeah, it's a lot of viewer
points.
points.
So.
You can get those by watching a lot of PandaCat. Twitch.tv/PandaCat. Streaming a lot actually lately, so it's been fun to watch
every day.
And of course, he's been winning, so you're going to learn a lot from the stream, man. Thanks for coming out. Congratulations on your wins. And have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. You guys too.
It's all up to Masters now. A very fun time, I think, for the upcoming Dragons fans and maybe Dragons players, although maybe a little more stressful for the players to perform.
What are you doing?
And that's where things are right now, Mifflin. I mean, it just feels like everything in the last couple of weeks has changed. The Valks are getting wins left and right all of a sudden. They're looking competitive. I mean, they looked competitive. They lost to the Titans, but they looked competitive against them. And we get some wins here from the Dragons, some nice 6-0s all week. And you know what? That's what's been the kind of maybe standout for me. Last week, the SPL for Phase 2. And normally, at this point, I'm used to starting to see some silly things. I mean, especially we've gotten into phase 2 in.
But these matches still matter.
Yeah, that's what's
like
insane
seeding.
about it, right? When you're changing seeding, of course, the Dragon's taking this one as seriously as possible. And I believe now that is the second time, if I remember correctly, they've beaten the Titans this phase, and the control over that matchup has gone their way. But nothing but 2-0s this week, which is really what's surprising me. It's a very commanding week for whichever team's going to win.
It is. I'm not sure that 2-0 record will continue. I mean, explicitly, I think the last set of today should likely go 3. The Solar Scarabs have a history of it, of course, now with Sanford Soccer, not exactly the exact same Solar Scarabs that we're used to seeing.
Yeah.
The Atlantis Leviathans obviously coming into this one really wanting to find a victory. Losing to the Valhalla Valkyries cannot leave a good taste in your mouth. So I think both of those two teams are going to be bringing a lot of heat in that third set.
And I'm excited for the next one, right? Warriors going up against the Kings. Admittedly, you look at the standings, and one of these is a tied for 5th/6th and 7th matchup later in the day, the one you had highlighted, the Leviathans and Scarabs. But the other one is a tied for 5th versus 1st matchup. And really, I'm just looking at it because the Warriors, a little bit of a slump, right? Earlier this year, we were talking about them being on the rise. Not quite, I think, hitting the same stride that we're used to. The Dragons being able to jump up over the Titans there. You've got your top 3, I believe, top 4 teams that are going to exist no matter what here. So you're feeling pretty solid if you're up at the top. Kings, and we mentioned this yesterday. They mentioned it on Twitter if you follow Twig, where they were like, you know what? We could just not show up this weekend and still be first place. And then they followed up with but we absolutely are still going to. And I think it's going to be fun to watch. Again, what they have to offer, more so what the Warriors have to offer here. It's going to be fun. But that's it for me and Miff for now. We're going to throw it to a quick break. And when we get back, we've got the Kings taking on the Warriors.
Okay, good at that.
What's up, Smite fans? Dolson here, and Season 9 of the SPL is shaping up to...
Go and purchase one right now.
Well, that's right, Alienware. Some of the best machines out there on the market that you can get. And I do say, the streaming thing is actually legitimate. For those of you who don't understand how streaming works, it takes a lot of your processing power. Video games typically then pull on your graphics card and things like that. And you get really powerful both of those if you go for an Alienware PC. They're playing on the Aurora Ryzen R10 desktops out there, of course with those 244 Hz gaming monitors. And you can get those for yourself as well, whether you want to start content creation, if you're looking to start streaming, or if you just want your games to look beautiful, because look, we're pushing it. Every year, every new game, all things graphics really push the edge of it. So make sure that you go out there and get your own. Go to smitegame.com/alienware, use code AWSmite09 to get some discounts out there and power up your gaming potential with Alienware. Of course, follow them on their socials at Alienware on Instagram and Twitter, and go to alienwarearena.com for giveaways and more to join their global community. So thank you to Alienware, and thank you to Trelly, who's sitting on the desk with me right here. as we get into the Warriors behind you, Kings, who are behind me, taking each other on and seeing, well, who's going to be able to come out on top. Now, for those of you who are watching, Kings are going to be first place pretty much no matter what.
Oh, yeah.
So that one's solidified. They're not worried necessarily about their standings here. Maybe just ending the phase on a good note. Because if you look at the schedule, you will notice we are down in the bottom 2 on 7:31 there for the Sunday.
Still all 2-0s.
All 2-0s. And not only that, the last 2 sets now of phase number 2. That feels weird to say. Time flies, as it turns out. And so here we are watching this. Now the Warriors, Trelly, as they take on the Kings here. I believe, if I remember correctly, after the last set, this is a 5th versus 1st matchup. The Kings have been indomitable for the most part. I mean, a couple of teams have taken them down, Levi's being one of them, a couple of bumps in the road otherwise. Scarabs, prior to the roster changes.
But besides that,
put that in, yeah, that's it. Those are the 2, as it turns out. We'll see if the Warriors can maybe add their name to that very, very, very short list of teams and times that the Kings have been able to fall down. But that's where we have to zoom in. And it's looking, at the Kings a little bit later, how fantastic they've been playing, but the Warriors immediately. And more so, that they haven't had the most solid last couple of weeks.
I think that's the way I would put it as well. I was going to say it's a nice way to put it, but that's just a good way to put it. They haven't been on top of their game, so to speak. Yeah. It's just been it's been a rough couple of matchups for them, falling to the Valkyries and then coming off a loss as well. They would love to just come out of the gate swinging and take down the first. I mean, you know what? Never mind. I think they're looking fine. I was going to say this might be weighing on them, but Cubo's dancing in the booth. He seems to be having a good time.
When they come in and they get their ping pong out, Cubo's going to feel good no matter what.
Yeah, I see all smiles around. Cubo was showing his dance moves. So at that point, right, I think the rest of the team probably having high mentals. Point being, they would love to come out of the gates swinging. This is sort of the leaving the gates, though, right? This is the end of the phase. So they would love to leave the phase on a great note, take down the number 1 seed on their way out, and just show that that's sort of the style that they can play.
Well, that's the thing, looking at this team, the way they play. Of course, someone missing from the booth, and it should be very notable. It's Neil, who would typically be right there next to the fantastic player, again, when it comes down to it. I actually think important in this matchup because of the play that we've been seeing out of Genetics. But it feels as though, and again, maybe it's the link between the support and the jungle. I think we've gotten a lot of really good plays from Neil lately. And it's always that conversation of the Neil Ma passive, things like that come into play. Of course, I think those are in best of 5s, usually around world times when it gets truly activated. But I think the versatility that we're getting out of the duo lane, and very specifically out of support, has made things nice for the Warriors throughout this phase.
Yeah, no doubt. If there is the Neil passive, he's waiting to turn it on. It's never one of those things you want to waste. You want to make sure it's when the going gets tough, that's when it comes out. But I think you're right. Incredibly consistent, and that's sort of what the Oni Warriors are looking for, right? Because at times when they are on top of their game, they're taking down just about anyone, and that's got to be what they're trying to replicate up into a matchup like this, trying to get their duo lane onto something consistent that they know that they can find some pressure on, and then use that to influence the map.
Well, I'm excited to see what they have to offer for us today. I'm even more excited to talk to Neil himself, because he's standing by, ready for an interview. It's always just fun to talk to Neil, so no matter what, I anticipate at least a good time, maybe, hopefully. I'm going to ask you a question, though, that it feels like a tough one, but you're always a level-headed dude, so I figure you'll take it no problem. Not the best performance lately, right? You guys haven't been winning as much as I'm assuming you would like. And so what's the mentality like for the team right now?
I mean, I feel like a lot of teams right now are slumping a bit like us. Like, the Titans don't look so good right now. The Dragons were slumping. Maybe still, we're slumping right now. I think it's just about just staying the course, Like, you're going to be up and down throughout the year.
Yeah.
Obviously, like you said, we're not winning as much as we like to, but it's about the trend, right? We're still doing a lot of good things, but at the end of the day, we feel like we're beating ourselves a lot. So there's a lot of just trying to keep the mental up, especially heading into LAN. Just try and end on a high note and just make sure that we're on a hot streak when we come in.
And so, you're looking at LAN already, I think, and a lot of the teams already are. Is there an important factor to you for like the end of the phase, for today to be a big win, or are you really just focused on Masters right now?
I think with this set, it doesn't change too much in terms of standing, so I don't think anyone's going to be too hung up on the result today, but it's just about just coming out and trying to give a good performance, because Masters is right around the corner, so it's just about trying to get some momentum, carry that into Masters, and then show what we have, because earlier this phase, earlier this year, we've been a top 3 team, and I think that we could have been placed even higher. But we've just been slumping a bit, like I said. So it's just about just trying to get hot at the right moment.
Yeah, get the bounce back.
Turn the corner, you know, get a little speed.
And you know what? It feels like maybe the open stretch is like right there for you
it's
guys.
right there.
We'll just have
It's
to
always
see it.
right there.
It's kind of that question, you know, in this matchup specifically, you're going up against the Kings. Two teams so far this phase have been able to beat them, and they only did it the first time or maybe the second time that they met, not both times. Do you think that you guys are capable of adding your name to that list, or is this going to be one where the Kings maybe they're too strong right now?
Oh yeah, we're definitely capable of beating anybody in the league. I think that the big thing that happens when we play is we often beat ourselves, picks and bans or otherwise. I'm sure a lot of teams will say that, but that's something we genuinely believe. But yeah, they're a very solid team. They play very consistently, which is why they're the #1 seed, right? They're always rock solid. They never really come out look flat or anything. So they're just a great team to end the phase on. You know, just have a good challenge and go out there, have some fun, and hopefully squash them, get a little 2-0.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be a fun set. I'm excited to watch. I'm sure, again, Warriors and Kings fans at home excited to see what you guys have to offer, what the opponent has. So good luck in your games, man. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
It's always fun getting to hang out with the Warriors, man. And again, I that one can be legitimately said. They just come in.
Yeah.
They'll play ping pong for a little while. You'll be hanging out for them. They'll finish their set, and guess what? They're going to be out there playing some ping pong. Someone's going to be in here doing a post-game interview, and the rest of them are going to be
just piling it up.
So trying to figure out who's going to beat who. I don't know what the record is. That's you know what.
Dardez is the best. That's all I know.
I should
for
have
sure.
asked him about the ping pong.
Yeah, we've asked. I think we asked Chuckles, and they all agree Dardez is just unstoppable. I've seen his technique. I don't understand how he makes the ball move like that.
Look, we'll say maybe that's what the problem. Maybe they're focused too much on their ping pong tech here. They need to pull it back in. They're going to be going up against the Camelot Kings, though, on the other side, a team. Again, that is just had been a reckoning in terms of the league so far. Again, two teams individually have been able to beat them, but not both times they played. And Neil said it best. I mean, they're just too damn consistent, Shelly. They're so strong.
Yeah, that is a good way to look at things. I mean, the Camelot Kings always know how their farm is going to be, and I think that's one of the most important things in Smite in the early, so it's hard to translate that into the late-game team fights. If, you know, your big brain genetics is not on point, the team crumbles, and he's always on point. That's why they're never crumbling, right? As you said, losing twice, but beating those teams also in somewhere in the same phase, so... You know, they just have looked such a solid force. And I think Neil had a good highlight about it, where it's like, you know, this is a good game to end the set on to gauge where we are, because they have been looking so solid throughout the set. So at the very least, we're going to use this as a gauge as to where we are.
You know, I know I had seen that play before, but it just now registered to me how nuts it is that he's dodging autos to keep his blink relic active so he can go over the wall to get that. I mean, that's just, look. If you're talking about good support play, to me, how
so solid, looked such a solid force. And I think Neil had a good highlight about it, where it's like, you know, this is a good game to end the set on to gauge where we are, because they have been looking so solid throughout the set. So at the very least, we're going to use this as a gauge as to where we are.
You know, I know I had seen that play before, but it just now registered to me how nuts it is that he's dodging autos to keep his blink relic active so he can go over the wall to get that. I mean, that's just... Look, if you're talking about good support plays, you don't have to look further. Like, if you're going to start at the top of the list, you really don't have to look much further than genetics. I think you're going to consistently get those. Yeah, there's that play. And again, it's just the way that it works out for them has been amazing. A lot of this is Kabrakan. That one was a beautiful wall, again, blocking off some dashes in from the Pele. But I think when you get the Ymir, you can talk about the Yemoja, we can talk about the Terra, we can talk about a Xing Qin, we can talk about... Click the Guardian tab, we can talk about it. Click some of the Warrior tab, we can talk about it. Maybe not so much anymore, but at least over time. The Assassin tab, yeah, some of those were in there too. Like, it feels like he's just got, we always make the joke, but like a God Ocean, right? You're not going to ban him out. He's going to play incredibly well on every single pick. It just comes down to it. Mechanically, he's been fantastic.
Yeah, and that's the thing that, we've seen teams try to ban him out, right? We've seen like 5 support bans, still doesn't work. We've seen no support bans, that doesn't work either. Just take away the Kepri and the Yemoja. Unfortunately, his Ymir is still on point. Now he's got a Kabrakan under his belt as well. What do you do to try and shut down the support player of the Camelot Kings? You know,
Cry.
it's happened before, but it doesn't happen very often. You can cry.
I liked my option with
That's what I would do.
I was gonna say it feels like you're just facing a problem that's insurmountable.
Well, I mean that definitely what would seem.
I focus somewhere else. That's
yeah.
that's my solution.
We'll go to a different lane. That's the best option. Right? We'll fight away from that guy.
Just like do whatever you can to make sure genetics isn't there ever, and you'll be good.
Yeah, so maybe just like you pick Janice and you take your whole team away from genetics. Maybe that could be a strat.
Like a season 7 E United play around the Phoenix when they just warped to the other side of the map. Man.
Yeah,
that's one of my. Do you not remember? Well, I guess you weren't casting.
Yeah,
me, Charlie. How could you not remember this play? I absolutely loved and adored it being almost 3 years ago. Oh my God, I'm aging before the cameras. We can jump into picks and bans and hopefully get me out of an existential crisis here. As we figure out what it's going to be. Kings are first pick overall. And this is where things get interesting. Now, versus the Warriors, I'm just going to go to this week. Daji, AMC, ESET. That's all the Dragons banned against them. Going over the like kind of all-time bans versus the Warriors, at least for this phase. You'll never guess, but a majority of them are the AMC, the Daji. ESET's a little lower on that list. Morrigan, Chernobog, Emojis going to be up there. But when you first pick, you have a little more versatility here. So far, it is Daji and the Morrigan from the Kings. They're going to finalize it out with an AMC. Meanwhile, the other side's Nemesis, Yamoja. And they'll tack on one more here before the Kings get their first pick. Chernobog, been a very, very powerful pick, and typically towards the top. Khepri, you had mentioned that, is definitely someone teams have looked at. And the Warriors looking at him very closely, in fact, deciding that they need to exterminate it now and go ahead and squash the bug before they can even get him.
Yeah, squashing the bug definitely going to be a strong option. I don't even think the Kings. I mean, they do value the Khepri, and they always have. But it's one of those picks now that since the Cupid has made its rise, the Khepri has some struggles into the Cupid. So I don't even imagine that would have been the insta lock there. But the Kings do get their ESET, and they're just going to lock that one in right away. So now the Oni Warriors have time to try and pivot and figure out what they want to do. They are going to grab that Cabrakan, something that actually does quite well into the ESET. You know, you're not going to care too much about the silence as long as you're able to pop that one. But the stun, that's never going to be fun. But the ESET just brings a ton of CC, and it looks like we'll grab the Cupid as well. That I think was a very smart call.
Yeah, that's the one. I'm going to be 100% with you. For some reason, like Cupid is one of the most highly contested gods we've got like this week, and my brain still forgot about it on the list of people to mention. Yeah, so Cabrakan Cupid. Look, if you're looking at people on the rise, those two gods skyrocketing into the map after the last couple of changes.
What?
Metroid was vocal about it, although smiling the entire time. As someone who has been playing a lot of Cupid himself, typically the counter answer has been Artemis, and they could try to pick that up here if they wanted to, although that's 3 picks for the Warriors, so maybe stylized specifically against it. So they're going to go with the Uller, who has some flexibility. Naja, though, is the one that I want to look in, because outside of Scream, Twig's the only one who would ever touch this god right now.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't look like a traditional, Kings draft to me. Obviously, there are some sprinkles of these picks throughout, but it's just the Naja pick, which again you highlighted. Twig has played, and of course Scream has played. So if you can get ahead and you can actually get the damage off and hit your ultimates consistently, it certainly has some potential. The issue has always been, finding the value of that Windfire wheel is because it can just be beat so easily.
Yep.
It's not one of those abilities that it's like a skill shot.
Tell that to my teammates.
Yeah. All right. Well, in your casual conquest games, you wouldn't believe it's easy to beat, but at this level, most people with beads are able to immune that ultimate, and that's sort of where the kit falls flat, right? If you're not landing that ability consistently, it's not even on your skill, right? You can land the ult and still get no value just because the beads timing is always there. So that's why, this pick, I think it's only seen 2 games. And now we're going to get to see Captain Twig's hands at it once again in this phase.
And, this is, again, this one's going out on a thin branch here. Like, enough that I'm not sure it's going to support my full weight. So but it's not, between the ESET, we've seen go mid. And lately, more mid than support. But it's been played support this year. Naja, while the times we've seen it this year, it's been Twig and Scream, has been a support. It's one of those things of due diligence. Feels like it should be mentioned that it still feels like some flexibility there for the Kings draft. And so the Warriors don't have a place to focus too heavily with their bans. They go for an Oleron with one shot, a Ymir on the other. Meanwhile, the Kings, well, they know exactly what they don't want to deal with. They get rid of the Chernobog, they get rid of a Shibalanke. So assuming that the Warriors
lead us to glory,
were looking towards potentially going for a double Hunter and trying to stifle that as opposed to maybe leaning into some mages.
Yeah, they do have the Kabrakan and the Xing Chen, which does put that Kabrakan either in mid or in jungle for Cuvo Fred. So we'll have to see how the rest of the draft goes. Given the fact that they have those two Guardians, though, they do have their magical damage covered. They could certainly go into a double ADC composition, and it would be a grand old time in the late game. 90% win rate for Disco. Wow, I knew it was up there, but that's
crazy.
That's one of the highest I've seen with 10 games played.
The
Discordia has been certainly popping off.
What?
And it looks like, to your point, the E-set is looking more towards that support, but solo lane, question mark? The Uller? I mean, maybe the Freya?
Yeah, so this is a versatile, I think is the way to word it. This is a versatile draft. I'm also trying to figure out when the Discordia loss was. And then again, there's a lot of games, I think, trying to... Oh, you know what? It was literally yesterday, actually, as it turns out. The Bolts played it against the Kings. And so it was 100% win rate until yesterday. That's 10 games there. But Discordia and the Freya and the Uller and the Naja and the E-set, at least in that instance, it makes it feel like the Naja has to be jungle, right? Like, Freya jungle is the only other one on there that we've seen often. And that, or at least competitively, I should say often, I think I've seen Uller jungle a lot in, like, ranked.
Yeah.
But Freya, and that's, even that was, like, stopped at season 2. Like, it was killed, and it has not come back. No one dares to try it.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Freya jungle hasn't been, whipped out
You miss
too
it
much.
too?
I'm not gonna say I
You said
miss
unfortunately.
It.
That
I
made
say
me think you
unfortunately
missed it.
because I like watching, right? Like I like watching. I don't want to play it, and I don't want my teammates to play it, but I do enjoy watching. Given the picks, of course, the Uller solo is the one that comes to mind. But Variety, as far as I remember, has spoken up a fair bit about not liking playing the ADCs in the solo lane. But sometimes, I guess, the team just wants you to do it.
Yeah, it's actually going to be interesting. It is Variety playing the Uller here, so that is going to be interesting to see. Because Sot has made, like, just straight up wins for his team. It feels like just forced them to happen from the solo lane on the Uller. And, Mifflin gives him a lot of mechanical talent, things like that. Because when you watch Sot do it, axes are hitting a ton. Do you think, in this case, especially, like, Frey's going where we expect Frey to be. Farming heavily over on the left-hand side. Do you think this Uller is going to be enough pressure up against something like a King Arthur?
I mean, you have to be hitting everything, and that's sort of why I don't think the Uller is that popular of a pick in the solo lane. We've seen what it's able to do when you can hit just about everything, and when you can, it looks insane. But if you're missing just one or two axes in the lane, you just have to sit back under your tower. You're going to lose pressure. Your blue buff can get invaded in that regard. So you got to make sure you're on point. Variety, he's been around for a while. I'm sure that he's got an Uller in the back pocket. It's not going to be, the worst, even if he is missing something. But just not a very tanky team here for the Camelot Kings. I mean, you got some low-nose mask options with the E-set, so it could be, you're trying to get online, you're trying to set up for your squad, but given the fact that it is the Camelot Kings, and they're number one, I gotta have some faith in them.
Well, the Kings have gone all squishy. We'll see. Can they take down the Warriors here and keep their win streak and their first place dreams alive? Let's find out in Game 1.
Camelot Kings feeling good so far on their route into Masters. The Oni Warriors attempting to bounce back after a rough set earlier on this weekend. It'll be up against the Kings in their, depending on how Genetics builds, full 5 squishy composition here, Mifflin. So a bit standard on one side for the Oni Warriors, and a bit unique on the other for the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, if I'm Cuvo Fred right now, I am salivating at looking at this composition for the Camelot Kings. He doesn't know just yet what Genetics has built, but Lost Artifact in first slot means that actually everybody is a phenomenal gank target for Kabrakan for right now, and probably for the next 5 or 6 minutes until we start moving into that second item in slot. So keep your eyes on Cuvo Fred. He's going to be the progenitor of a lot of the action for the Oni Warriors, as he should be on an aggressive pick like this. Whereas the Camelot Kings and Gore tease it up perfectly on the desk, have got themselves a composition that has to execute. Now, I'm not talking like miss 1 or 2 axes. I'm thinking like you need to be on a 90% hit rate with just about every single one of these picks, or it's really going to start to fall apart early on.
And look, the Camelot Kings showing a bit of fun at the end of their phase, right? I imagine they'll still take this composition seriously, but far from standard in what we've seen the Camelot Kings play in the past. Maybe really just with the overall build. Maybe it's Variety that really stands out, because the rest of the picks
maybe not all that crazy. It's variety really on Uller that makes things look a little bit different here. It's a nice banish from Netrioid. Vote and Neilma both level 1, so you imagine you get a bit of extra pressure here for Genetics, who on the E set I imagine will have a real nice time controlling things here in this game. Genetics has consistently been playing like one of the best supports in the league.
Just really good damage output, good wave clear, lots of pressure on the HP bars of the Oni Warriors dual lane. The downside of that being that Genetics, sure, is taking a whole lot of damage into both Vote and Neilma as of now. Both Vote and Neilma have got really good sustain for themselves. Neilma through the HP 5 afforded to him by Jing Shen's passive, and Vote just has an ability that heals, and if you're healing your ally, it doesn't cost anything. It actually gives you a little bit extra mana when all 3 of those hearts are picked up by anyone besides the Cupid. So, sure, you should expect the Camelot Kings to get a good deal of kill pressure early on, but once we start to get to levels 5, 6, I expect the Oni Warriors to turn around that lane.
Do look for Kivo Fred, though, as you've mentioned, to get active early on in this game. So level 3, but does have the blink. And I think I still have to be over here on the right side of the map, where Variety playing the Uller up against Nika on King Arthur. King Arthur Myth has roared back into the meta as maybe the most dominating soul laner of this last week. But in a scenario where Variety, to your earlier point, is hitting most things, could be a comfortable lane for the Camelot Kings. Though some gank potential on the flip side here. Captain Twig, so you got to look out on the Naja Myth. And you were maybe vocalizing to me that solo lane might have felt all right for this Naja, but not sold yet on the jungle.
Yeah, I think Naja in the jungle is fine. Blanket statement, Naja jungle, okay, it works. He's got clear AoE autos, phenomenal ganks. But with this composition, what's the follow-up? Is it Genetics' ultimate? If that's the case, that's really going to limit Genetics' build. If you want him to be the primary burst damage off landing from Windfire Wheels, we'll take away the opportunity to move in towards some of those more defensive items. You'd want a bit more damage from your support. Big Man Tings, I suppose, could set up like the Strife, maybe a Golden Apple, but that's not the immediate burst that you'd hope for. So my primary concern is, what is Twig doing once that ultimate is down, and what are the Camelot Kings doing with that ultimate from the Naja? It'll be revealed as the game goes on, and that's not to say that there isn't a whole lot of damage on the Camelot Kings. When you're a penta squishy composition, you have the damage. I'm just not certain that it's like consistent clean burst.
There is some of that on the Oni Warrior side, though, in the Poseidon. A pick that has seen more play here in Season 9. Definitely have to be wary around objectives if you're the Camelot Kings. Stolen away by Dardes. Kivo Fred has reached level 5, has Blink, Variety. He's going to get taken low, but he'll leap away. And the unfortunate animation of Kivo Fred searching for the stun will never hit home.
Yeah, had Nika gotten to that tower first, Kivo Fred likely would have kept up the dive there, but a bit too quick on the trigger finger with that blink puts him in the tower first. And, well, Bracken, although pretty tanky, especially with that passive, can't do it just yet. Dardes, though, just does it on his own. Big Man Tings knocked down for first blood.
Well, there you go. That's level 5, an immediate cracking out from Dardes. An immediate first blood solo kill.
Whoa!
From Dardes onto BMT. Double stun from Nika. Turns around some damage. Kivo Fred doesn't have his walls. Captain Twig had to use the ult. Now blue buff invade on the mind of the Oni Warriors with Dardes here.
Man, just phenomenal beads from Nika. Can the blue buff invade be successful? Seems like Twig's hovering nearby. Wants to make sure that it at least keep the Oni Warriors guessing. May have cost them, though.
Nika's gone back in. A silence out from Genetics, though, and the CC from the Kings just too good. And Nika thought he had a quick kill, but he'll immediately drop it. Kivo Fred takes the apple. And now the CDR is what's important in Axe, a Strife, a Spirit Ball. All of it heads to Kivo Fred, and only one needed. The Camelot Kings answer back with 2 kills of their own.
Yeah, that blue buff invade just took way too long from the Oni Warriors. They stick around for long enough for Big Man Tings to respawn and walk over, get involved in that fight. Phenomenal rotation from Genetics as well to make sure that Captain Twig doesn't fall down for sticking around. Nika nearly able to turn around that kill onto him. Does lose out on the beads, though, does Nika. Is forced back to base in a body bag. Picks up the sovereignty, so double dipping on defense. Twig and Variety going to take a slight dampening to their damage. Even though you're at a slight level disparity, about a half level now favoring Variety, Nika should just be okay with that sovereignty pickup.
It'll be all right. Gets the blue buff, but then immediately goes by the wayside. A good rotation through from the Camelot Kings. BMT needed a little boost there after the solo kill in mid lane. It's going Doomorb, first item on the Discordia. So you get some CDR and then a little bit of movement speed, some power as well. Both mid laners mirrored builds to start the game.
But one of those two probably makes better use of the Doomorb start, and I'd argue it's likely Dardes. So much movement speed in Poseidon's kit just already. Variety taking some damage. Neilma hovering nearby. Is it going to be a true dive? Looks like it.
Variety's got beads. Won't have to use them. Cracking down from Dardes, but doesn't get the damage he was hoping for near his own red buff. And that'll be an execute from Captain Twig. The Camelot King starting to pick up the pace just a bit over the last couple of minutes. A blue buff on the King side of the jungle will respawn here. This will be an odd-numbered fight, and Neilma correctly attempting to block out a steal from Variety. Yeah, imagine that does it. Oh, it does!
Wow.
What?
So unlucky. Was that blind? I'm not sure there was even a ward on that side of the wall. Had to have seen something, but
he's in trouble.
Netrioid running towards Volt, and there is action all over the place here in this game, Myth. Valkyrie's Discretion counters out Fields of Love and Heart Bomb, and both ADCs will live.
Captain Twig caught out in the jungle, but nobody nearby, so Neilma will let that one go. Catch and release from the Oni Warriors support. This has been a action-packed match. I've not even had a moment to collect. Caught
running toward does it. Oh, it will respawn here. This will be an odd-numbered fight, and Neilma correctly attempting to block out a steal from Variety. Yeah, imagine that does it. Oh, it does!
Wow.
So unlucky. Was that blind? I'm not sure there was even a ward on that side of the wall. Had to have seen something, but
he's in trouble.
Netrioid running towards Volt, and there is action all over the place here in this game, Myth. Valkyrie's Discretion counters out Fields of Love and Heart Bomb, and both ADCs will live.
Captain Twig caught out in the jungle, but nobody nearby, so Neilma will let that one go. Catch and release from the Oni Warriors support. This has been a action-packed match. I've not even had a moment to collect my thoughts, and I'll get it back to you for the action.
Yeah, that'll continue as Captain Twig will be run down by Cubo Fred and the Oni Warriors, and now with their second kill. And that evens up the gold just a bit and gives Cubo Fred some farm time. He'll reach level 8, one ahead of Captain Twig. So slightest of XP and gold leads for the Oni Warriors now as we ping-pong back and forth. The scrappy style of play, not what the Camelot Kings tend to lead towards. Been all right for them at the onset here, but it's kept the Oni Warriors in the match.
I'd argue it's the Camelot Kings who have chose this pace, though.
Sure.
They are forcing action everywhere. That invade on the red buff from the Camelot Kings, a direct response to realizing the Oni Warriors were showing presence around Variety's blue. So, Variety still able to secure his own blue, miraculously. Blind hail of arrows over the wall. And a red buff invade successful, plus kill on the Dardes means the Camelot Kings should come out slightly ahead off that exchange. The gold didn't reflect it immediately, but once they were able to reset themselves to their side of the map, clear out their own buffs, that's where that disparity starts to establish itself.
Now red buff invade from the Kings. It is relentless on both sides. No buff is safe. But Dardes and the Oni Warriors will pick up their own red buff. The Kings under some threat now. Cubo Fred with that blink in a split second can initiate a fight here. The walls could force Twig, Ting, some face plants out of the Camelot Kings. But instead, it's Twig who's ulting away from Neilma here. Doesn't have beads, but does have help from Variety. Does not hit the axe. Fearpong also no good on Neilma, who has Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, but damage out of Cubo Fred. Mitigated by Variety, and now the CC can roll. Cubo Fred dodges out the apple, but Circle of Protection from Genetics is enough. A double leap away from Neilma, you'd think that would be enough as well, but Variety on one last power shot, gobbled up by the Kraken, and the Oni Warriors answer back.
Variety is playing with wild abandon right now. Every single one of his leaps in that exchange, I believe 3 total, were aggressive, just into the enemy, was sticking to Cubo Fred even after the damage output. Love to see Variety playing with that level of confidence. I saw the micro interaction as well between Neilma and Captain Twig. Neilma actually blinks the sash. Twig tries the 180 ultimate him, does not connect it. The chase down was there immediately afterward. But yet again, the exchange, I believe, does favor the Camelot Kings because it takes place on the Oni Warriors side of the map. The Kings able to reset themselves afterward, clear out some of that neutral farm, and maintain their experience and gold advantage.
Wonder how Genetics goes with his second item here. This will give us a good glimpse at how the Kings are feeling. He's gone Chronos Pennant first, which is relatively standard on mage-style supports. The Camelot Kings will use some of that early pressure to pull the Gold Fury, but the positioning of the Oni Warriors tells you this one is for free, and so the objective-minded team, squishy composition or not, will remain objective-minded, and the Kings pull themselves a nice little gold lead on the back of the Gold Fury.
Pyromancer being looked at by the Oni Warriors. If they pull it now, it would be a late start, but nobody from the Camelot Kings making that rotation. If I had to guess, the Kings are probably thinking the Oni Warriors had pulled it a long time ago. It seemed to me that Captain Twig or even Variety could have both made a rotation in this one. Will eventually fall down, and the Oni Warriors find their response. So the gold lead, about exactly where it was previously, with Greater Scorpion also going to the Warriors, should actually fully reset itself. Oni Warriors keeping their heads above water, treading water for now. But with this composition from the Camelot Kings, in the late game, sure, you're squishy, your initiation might be weak, but front lines could fall quick.
Right back to the blue buff invade, though, go the Oni Warriors. Twig takes a nice chunk of damage, and the blue buff this time is stolen by the Oni Warriors, not able to be confirmed by Variety. Rotation out of mid, though, from Big Man Tings. There's going to be a Discordia on the back end of this fight. Apple is on to Neilma, who's already used the ultimate. The CC immunity gone. I'm wondering if Variety then makes the big difference here with Axe being no good. Sash is needed, and Sash hits, but Neilma on the double jump.
Oh, no way.
Stays alive. So much aggression with so few kills to remain at 4-3.
That's exactly what the Des was talking about.
He's
These
still
full
going in.
solo needs to land everything. Whiffs 2 auto attacks and the Axe, and any of those connected, that's just a kill immediately onto Neil. Still a TKO finds value in the Camelot Kings. With even a little bit of value, can do a good deal on the map. Tier 1 tower on right taken, and Darda's in mid.
1v1 between Dardas and Netrioid, but Valkyrie's discretion will avoid the Kraken, and Netrioid smacks Dardas on the jaw. And that'll be the 5th kill of the game for the Camelot Kings, and a nice solo kill over to Netrioid. Just what the doctor ordered for a Freya here. 12 minutes in, level 12, couple rings online, and Netrioid's feeling good.
Look at Genetics' build as well. Shogun's Kasari in second slot. Not something you're used to seeing from your support, but with this composition, you'll find the value. Netroid and Variety gonna get a whole lot more attack speed. Even Captain Twig gonna be able to get involved as long as that reset is nearby. The Camelot Kings have shifted their style completely. This is a high octane match from the team that we would consider the slow chess players of the league. They're trying to prove or disprove my theory, which was, if you want to beat the Kings, force them into the mud battle. Seems like the Kings have chose this one for themselves.
Sometimes happens on the last game of the phase for squads as they change things up a bit and just see what they can make work. Maybe that's the mindset of the Camelot Kings. Let's change up our draft strategy and see if a faster paced game can still favor us. It is right now. Will remain that way, though. So many individual instances of CC and all of it connecting on a Neilma, but that's a good whirlwind of Rage and Steel. Circle of protection needed, but it won't arrive in time for Captain Twig as Nika will clean up that kill. But now being chased out by a few members of the Camelot Kings, but will whirl his way away. Variety leaps in yet again, and the stun this time is there. And that'll give the Kings an answer back.
Neilma stuck in place. Golden Apple and credit to the kill to Big Man Tings. Dardas actually steps up to the wave. This might cost him his life. Good pathing. Will get him out through the left side jungle. The Camelot Kings have been very willing to rotate all 5 to mid. That's maybe the 3rd appearance of Netroid on this side of the map. Won't net him too much with Pyromancer dead already. And in fact, actually lose out on a bit of that map presence. Tier 1 tower over to Vote in the duo.
Close up the gold, but what'll happen here in this fight? We have 11 kills in 14 minutes between these two teams. Not used to seeing it. Make it 12. Could be 13 if the damage finds its way to Genetics or Dardas. And right now it is, but Dardas scurrying away. The Doomore movement speed simply too much to keep track of, but Variety will hit his autos. Genetics does fall on the backside. A nice stun from Cubo Fred for the last bit of his mana. Sets up for an ultimate from Captain Twig. And now the Kings have a second kill in this fight. 2 for 2 next to mid.
It's so hard to break down the state of the game when the action is as constant as it has been. 15 kills in less minutes, 14 and a half on the board. Look, the Camelot Kings have clearly found at least a slight advantage, if I'm to believe the charts, insofar as gold. Experience, though, at this portion of the game, much more important. With the game remaining even, I suppose you almost have to favor the Oni Warriors because they have a much more standard composition come late game. Execution around objectives going to be much easier. linear initiation from Neilma should put pressure onto those beads from the Camelot Kings, but I'm not certain we're going to see a standard team fight this game if this pace continues.
Yeah, I don't know if we will. On the flip side, man, what we've seen a lot of is just the single instances of lockdown from the Camelot Kings paying off in dividends. I mean, Spirit Ball, I guess technically AoE, so is Banish, so is Strife, but a lot of it connecting onto one target, and then the Axe and the Sash, of course, between Variety and Twig. So one target has just been consistently locked down. So should be, and has been, some pressure on the beads of the Oni Warriors as well, with only Kivo, Fred, and Dardes having them actively available and ready to go. Now it's this next roundabout around the objectives that could be interesting. Dardes feeling a bit stronger with that Kraken. Genetics with the Circle of Protection. Could be an out-secure battle around this Oni Fury, but it's only Genetics alone right now. Oni Fury started, but reset by the Oni Warriors. The Circle of Protection has gone down. Boat drops Fields of Love, as Nika's dropped Captain Twig on the right side of the map, but the Oni Warriors still able to win the fight, or look good in the fight over here by the Oni Fury, and Genetics does get taken down by the wave, as Variety will leap away. Then Netroid behind both. I don't know, man, this is a little chaotic. And the Camelot Kings, they'll grab a couple of kills here on left, but remember, do lose Captain Twig over on right.
And Camelot Kings have to reset themselves. The Oni Warriors slow on the rotation. Thought maybe we'd see them move over towards the Fury, but not enough damage between Jingshen, Bracken, and King Arthur to actually take down the objective. So it will be just a reset back to neutral from both of these teams. 2-for-2 trade. I loved what we saw from Genetics there. His pathing in the Fields of Love just gets him right back into his own ultimate, uses that damage mitigation, and then immediately heals it up. The ESET lived for far too long, especially with the build that we've seen from him. The Oni Warriors struggling to connect that last bit of damage, and tons of value from Genetics in that fight. The Camelot Kings are just keeping the Oni Warriors on the back foot, keeping them guessing on where this aggression is going to happen. I think the answer, Occam's Razor, might just be the simplest. The action's going to happen wherever the enemies are. The Camelot Kings are not choosy with these fights.
That'll be over by the Oni Fury now. It's only Neoma. But if this game has showed us anything, it's that anything can happen. And Neoma will walk forward, won't be able to steal away the Oni Fury. Narrowly avoids the apple out from Big Man Tings. And so Miff, a rare initiation and objective secure without a fight. The Camelot Kings grab the Oni Fury. No real pushback. A nice little 1,500 gold lead built up for the Camelot Kings. And it looks like a rotation over to the Pyromancer as well. When you've got this much damage, you can quickly do these objectives. We'll be waiting on that Circle Protection for secure.
Yeah, already a 4-stack on the right-hand side. I'm keeping my eyes on Vote, who's on the way out of base, seeing whether or not he's going to make the rotation to Pyromancer himself. Seems like everybody ready on this in the game. Starting to move over towards that right-hand side. Vote has path left, so maybe it's a gank attempt onto Nika from the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, but nothing has hit Nika yet. Has to use the dash away. As Variety over on his abilities in towards the King Arthur. The Kings can back their way towards the Pyromancer, though, and the objective will get pulled and potentially secured as Neuma initiated on by Captain Twig, who is alone with all 5 members of the Oni Warriors, and one Naja attempting to get away from 5. Not likely to be able to do so. And indeed, Captain Twig goes down. Valkyrie's discretion through from Netrioy, but right into the Kraken from Dardes. An apple from Big Man Tings delays the fight, but the Oni Warriors with some wind in their sails and a couple kills in their back pocket look to make it 3. And suddenly the team fight's looking good for the Onis.
Oni Warriors 5 strong can keep up the onslaught. Nika pre-beads his axe, that doesn't come his way, so Variety finds a little bit of value on the back of that.
Don't go back in.
Pre-beads from Cubo Fred does find value in Variety. Shut down by Nika. Only Genetics still standing to defend the Fire Giant.
Why do you go back in?
Seems like Dardes won't let him step forward whatsoever. The Oni Warriors, off the back of some over-aggression from the Camelot Kings, should find the largest objective.
Could be a micro throw here from the Camelot Kings. They were a bit ahead. Dardes can avoid death, which he is able to do, dodging half of the damage from Genetics. His Fire Giant secured by the Oni Warriors. And what a turn this game has suddenly taken. The Kings felt in control, but Twig, alone with 5, dies. Gives a big advantage, and now the FG to the Warriors.
And I was worried about the front line of the Camelot Kings come late game. I was not expecting the Captain Twig, rather, to go for Transcendence immediately to just straight up bruiser items. Winged Blade, Glad Shield, Cloak of Concentration as well. It's a good deal of defense. I was wondering why his ultimate was ticking for 76, and that's why. Maybe not the most damage, but still certainly can survive for a good deal of time if he's got some allies nearby. Wasn't the case in the last team fight, but maybe the Camelot Kings group up a little bit harder, considering the Oni Warriors now with Fire Giant on 5 to start their siege all the way across the map. And it is a standard siege through and through. You got a strong initiation from Cubo Fred and Neilma. Nika, very, very tanky, can be primary defensive unit in the towers itself. I expect the Oni Warriors to make short work of every single one of these structures.
Absolutely. The Camelot Kings in a weird position now where they've been aggressing in a lot of these fights, finding individual picks and using that to their advantage, but going to be forced into a full 5-on-5 fight here shortly. Whether they choose to draw the line into the tier 2 remains to be seen. Looks like it could be yes, though. The rest of the Kings do step forward. Gotta watch out for the AoE damage from Dardus. Just a bit of poke onto the back line of the Camelot Kings could make a massive difference. And the soft defense appears to be working for the moment, Myth, and the Kings show up in force. Keep the Oni Warriors at bay.
I'm not sure this is going to be a soft defense. If I've learned anything about the Camelot Kings of today over the last 21 minutes, they're going to fight if a fight is to be had. And it seems like if the Oni Warriors want this tier 2, they're going to have to fight over it. The Camelot Kings defense is not weak by any means. The main damage dealer being Netroid means that you have to keep him alive in this team fight. He fell down very early around the Fire Giant, and the Camelot Kings felt that pain early on. The Oni Warriors, on the other hand, they've got good dive, and they've got the ability to get into that back line.
Mika trying to prove you right, buddy, is locked down by all the CC that the Kings have got.
Okay.
Mika went in and got CC'd to hell and back. Neilmont did the same. And now both, with just 6,800 damage to show for himself, this game will get evaporated as well.
Good luck, Dardus.
Wouldn't you guess it, suddenly we're going the opposite direction. The Oni Warriors will lose their Fire Giant buff on everyone but Cubo Fred.
The Camelot Kings just dare the Oni Warriors to step in, and the Oni Warriors are not cowards. In a game of chicken, they run head first into the other vehicle, and the Camelot Kings come out on top. Cubo Fred, the only one standing, and don't imagine we see him putting up much of a defense here. What was a Fire Giant power play for the Oni Warriors has completely flipped on its head. The Camelot Kings, off the back of immediate CC and damage, crush the offensive. Get the fall back after taking a tier 1 and 2, pick up a Primal Fury for themselves. This is the largest lead we've seen for the Kings so far, and it's off the back of a Fire Giant power play for the other team.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the top left side of the screen here, unless the Fire Giant's about to fall off. It'll give you the old gold rundown here in just a moment.
It's going to be negative.
Oh, for sure, by like 4,000. All right, one more. 4,500 is what the Oni Warriors lost.
Good math.
Yeah, look, Miff, you know, there's innate ability for me to just look at numbers and really analyze them.
So what college did for you?
You know, it's like if I walk in, you know, like I'm a janitor at a school and there's a whiteboard with like an equation on it that's incomplete.
Are you a beautiful minding me right now?
And I you know, I'm cleaning up the classroom and I see the equation on the board. It just works in my head and I can fill out the rest of the numbers, and they've been trying to solve it for years, but I'm the one somehow has just gotten it all figured out. And that's what I was able to do with the gold differential there. And the Oni Warriors will shrink it back up just a little bit. Into the next Fire Giant Fire Giant fight we go, Myth. 40 seconds away. This time the Kings should feel comfortable initiating a fight, maybe without Twig going in alone.
Only about 3,000 favoring the Camelot Kings, so still pretty high execution if they want to take the fight in the Fire Giant pit itself. Oni Warriors complete control of vision around the Fire Giant. Actually, complete control. They have got a whole lot on the map. Only 2 Sentry Wards in the pockets of the Camelot Kings. Make that 1 now. So, going to be difficult for the Kings to win the war of information. The Oni Warriors have been able to head back to base, pick up a couple more sentries for themselves. Looks like the Oni Warriors are going to have a distinct advantage around this fight. Gold advantage of the Camelot Kings, though, should keep it interesting. Oni Warriors, the aggressors. They've established the defensive position. The Camelot Kings want that Fire Giant. They're going to have to fight into the Chaos team.
Goodwill Hunting, by the way, Mifflin.
Oh, what did I say? Beautiful
Mind.
Similar.
Yeah.
He did it on a window pane.
Right. I did it on a whiteboard.
That's right.
Or Matt Damon, I guess. Fire Giant pulled out by the Oni Warriors. not backing down from a challenge that has been presented to them after the back and forth game number 1 we've had. With 27 kills in 25 minutes. If I'm used to like 6 kills in this time span, especially with the Kings on the map.
Sometimes less.
Sometimes less, right? This is the first time we'll see a kill in a normal Camelot Kings game, but we have done it back and forth all game long. Now Netroid walled off. We use the Valkyrie's discretion, and Netroid avoids death. And he'll do you one better. He'll kill off Cubo Fred. The sustain enough and way too much from the Camelot Kings. And the team fighting squad, team fights better. Only Warriors lose 3 in the FG buff to the Kings.
Yeah, in the last couple of sets, in the last couple of weeks, it's been Cupid's supremacy. I had been surprised that Freya had fallen off as much as she had in pick priority. Netroid showing that Freya could still do it and still do it very, very well. That damage output, the survivability, so difficult for the Oni Warriors to deal with because damage connected. Nika and Cubo Fred got there, just couldn't quite finish the job. The Camelot Kings now knocking on the door of the base.
Yeah, I wonder how much the Kings can really get here. I mean, 20-second death timers on Cubo Fred and Nika. Over to mid, but there's a tier 2 tower in mid, so it's actually over to and back away from the Titan. The bait and switch from the Camelot Kings. I think wanted the mid Phoenix and then realized they actually still had a tier 2 tower that they had to deal with. And we'll give time to Nika and Cubo Fred to get back and respawn. So base defense opportunity from the Oni Warriors, but staring down a massive deficit. And all of that CC lockdown myth, rewinding to that Fire Giant fight, just makes such a difference. It stifles a lot of the initiation.
It does. Can the Camelot Kings do a true siege, though? Who's going to be primary initiator? I suppose you want Captain Twig in first? It's going to be pretty difficult for Genetics to be that tank. Not sure you win this one, Dardes, especially with Sash as clean as it was.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez,
My sureness has immediately been evaporated. It was 100% favoring Twig.
And look at the build. He's got Transcendence and then Bruiser, and he just deleted.
You know, Glad Shield goes hard, man.
It does.
Transcendence does enough, and well, I mean that's it. It just did enough.
Yeah, but all right. So you're gonna get a kill on a Variety here, but in the meantime, the Camelot Kings just get a free left side Phoenix because the rest of the Oni Warriors were over killing off Variety.
It's slow.
If they're able to do it fast enough. So no, you won't get the entire Phoenix, but you will get about half of the damage onto it. Captain Twig walled off by Cubo Fred. This could be the moment for the Oni Warriors as they now have found a couple of kills. And the left side Phoenix stands strong. Fire Minion still far enough away on right to give the Oni Warriors some breathing room.
It's 3 versus 4 for the next 15 seconds until Dardes can rejoin the land of the living. Camelot Kings don't have the greatest siege potential, but they don't have the greatest objective in front of them. That Phoenix is weakened.
We go on.
I agree. Get out of there. You don't want to take the 3 versus 5, even with a lead. So the Oni Warriors able to keep their left side Phoenix alive. Barely.
It's a head scratcher in all the right ways of the game. We've gotten the back and forth of both squads, sieges being stuffed by the opposing team. And now yet again, we will approach the Fire Giant. We are split at 1 apiece. And this one will be enhanced. Should be the game ender, but for the Oni Warriors, you still got a few towers to work through. The Camelot Kings a bit more breathing room as far as map state goes.
Yeah, most of the towers.
Most of the towers, right. But unfortunately for the Kings, the one Phoenix you did get is the easiest to deal with. With a minute left on the buff, though, and the Kings love to min-max every advantage. I wonder if you'll see one more tower, maybe one more Phoenix siege for the squad.
Yeah, I think Variety just found his target. Dardes shows himself on the map, starts his back, and stops it, but Variety does not connect that damage. If Axe connects there, Dardes at least loses the bees, and if he's sleeping on himself, he's got the shop open, probably loses his life.
No one actually does that, right?
No, surely not. Not at the top level of play.
No, not backing with the shop open.
No, not against the first seed in the SPL.
No chance.
0%.
Maybe 1%.
All right, chances are low. Never
Could
0.
be like 5%. Variety, oh my goodness.
God.
Variety. Now he gets deleted by Dardes as the Oni Warriors have found a pick onto a priority target. Netroid on a killing spree, though. The Freya is fully wound up. Now running away from Neoma. Variety, or Netroid rather, doesn't have beads. He will get killed off by the Oni Warriors. And now the Onis with a couple of kills, but it gets traded back by Captain Twig on a vote. Now Nika with another. And suddenly it's Twig and Big Man Tings, the
Oh,
last
the
two alive
Aegis.
from the Camelot Kings. And the dodge out from Twig will delay things.
Ooh.
Maybe delays no further. Darda is so speedy.
Ah!
Whirlpool slow. Will slow down this chase just a bit.
Turn it, Twig. Sash him.
You think he can?
Oh, for sure.
Do it.
Oh, he did. He turned and he got a kill onto Dardes. Is he going to get away too?
Probably.
Because
Dude,
he's just now faster than Nika. Nice play from Captain Twig with the
that's
turnaround.
ridiculous.
Actually, a nice staggered out kill as well. 50 seconds on
Jesus.
Dardes.
Big Man Tings, ever the objective-minded player, will try his best to take out this right side bird. Nika not headed back to base just yet. Can he do it? He might just kill Neilma.
Throw out the apple.
Okay.
And then he
Okay.
You gotta get out of there, dude.
Well, my head hurts. From all the math I've been doing on whiteboards, it just hurts so bad.
My tummy hurts.
The trebuchet in mid that will drop. Big Man Tings will call it worth. You get a kill and the right side Phoenix. But he is now gone for 40 seconds. Neilma gone for 30. And an enhanced Fire
This kid's
Giant
crazy.
stands strong. I was going to say both teams probably wait for their teammates, but given the pace of this game, yeah, right. We're going to just start it up immediately.
Nika right behind that wall. Could be in some trouble here if the Camelot Kings spot him out. Does have some allies nearby now, so should have the backup. Big Man Ting's a long way from respawning, so he's not getting this one.
Circle of protection, that's good enough for the Camelot Kings. And the enhanced FG to the order side, but a team fight after the fact. Boat drops Fields of Love. Kraken on a Twig, doesn't do much.
Uh-oh.
And the pushback from Dardas for a bit of peel.
Oh, CC forever.
And now suddenly the enhanced Fire Giant siege is going to get delayed because the Kings get it, but not on Tings, and immediately lose Twig. The Oni Warriors have at least found one pick. 3 retreating members of the Camelot Kings might get slowed by Hugh.
Oh my
God. Into the Spirit
What
Ball,
the
the
hell?
24th kill of the game to the Camelot Kings.
The analysis of that little flub is that Freya does a whole lot of damage, and Cubo Fred did not have a whole lot of respect for it.
Ooh.
Immediately shut
Is
down.
Genetics going to get Bobble?
Oh, maybe.
Finally?
Our first bobble?
We talked to pros about how it could happen like late in games.
Does
Not
he
an
even
item.
have enough CDR to like get the value from it?
I don't know. Because we've seen players start with that tier 2 item anyway.
I'm thinking he's going to get it if the game goes long enough.
Well, at this rate, Miff, it is, because we're going to go back and forth. But Netrioid, an absolute minigun of a Freya right now, burns down Nika, but
here he
Dardas
goes.
trades out onto Variety. Then Netrioid untouched with the Fields of Love at his feet. Allow him to box out with Vote. Genetics gets the kill onto Dardes. Only Neilma and Vote left alive for the Oni Warriors. A banish from Netrioid will slow down the Xing Chen, but slow down, not to a full stop.
So now right and center Phoenix taken by the Camelot Kings. Enhanced Fire Giant only on 2. Fortunately, 1 your ADC. Unfortunately, your ADC is not a hunter, so not the best siege potential. I'm thinking
A
the
Goodwill
Camelot
hunter?
Kings
It's like
should
ADC.
be able
Mage.
to move over towards that left side Phoenix. Genetics resustaining pretty quickly. Big Man Tings the exact same. And Captain Twig not exactly on the way, actually on the opposite side of the map for some reason. Maybe just hunted for some more kills. Wants to clean up that KDA.
Hunting for some more goodwill.
That's right.
Kings
Okay.
will send 3 members of their team to the left side bird. We are 46 kills into a 33-minute game. A bloodbath of a
Jeez.
game 1 between these two squads. I haven't seen many smiles, though. I've still seen a lot of, like, very...
They're hating every second
Right.
of this, too.
Right. That hasn't seemed like a standard, we're having fun 46 kills. It's
Yeah,
a
take us through. Let's see if we can find a smile on these guys.
Variety!
Oh, let's go.
Let's
Variety's
go.
loving
Variety's
it.
got a smile. Variety's always got a bit of a smirk, though. When he's playing...
Yeah, is it a smile or is it a smirk, you think?
That was a genuine smile. Dardes, absolutely not.
Big Man Ting's absent.
Yeah, Neil and Genetics, the support's not there. It is upgraded from
Support
Genetics.
is so stressful, man. I don't imagine we'll ever see those guys smiling in game.
No.
Brow furrowed for Cubo Fred. My man is not happy with the pacing.
I mean, Cubo has had a rough game on the Cabrakan.
369. Wait,
I can't finish that line. It is Bobble. It is Bobble for Genetics. So We get to see it, Myth, but I don't know if we're. I'm sad the data pool we're gonna get on it is so.
Pacing.
I mean, Cuvo has had a rough game on the Cabrakan.
369. Wait,
I can't finish that line. It is Bobble. It is Bobble for
That's the
genetics.
cooldown captain.
So we get to see it, Myth, but I don't know if we're. I'm sad the data pool we're gonna get on it is so small. Chronos Pendant. Bobble. 20%.
I think he's at 50.
Yeah, he's getting close. At any rate, we'll see how spammy genetics looks. Might not get a real good look at it though, as damage connects from Netrioid, and a whole lot of it as Neomod drops down from the ultimate of Captain Twig, and big damage out from the Kings. And that'll seal the deal on this game. 49, maybe 50 kills.
Righty, dude.
Into a 35-minute game.
One more. Come on, guys.
Yeah, come on. Somebody's got to do it. Maybe it's Nika.
Righty's crazy.
Maybe it's Variety who dies. I don't care who dies. I just
It
want
better
one more
not be
kill.
the Titan.
It could be Netrioid.
Okay.
There we go. 50 kills into a 35-minute game. That'll give the Camelot Kings the win here in game 1.
God.
Clean play from the. What do you say about a match like that? That was.
But there were 51 kills in 35 minutes.
Look,
there we go.
Yeah, emphatic performance. From
Okay,
Captain
that
Twig
tells
there.
us what we need to know. They were shot calling in game. The joking overemphasis on excitement is, I think that gives you a bit more of a glimpse into exactly what happened there.
Yeah, the Camelot
Break
Kings,
it down, Myth.
They're trying their best to diversify their portfolio. Okay,
and that's important
they've
nowadays
got high
in this
APR
economy
for sure. Like before, it was like, okay, we're only making our money.
Wait,
from
they've
like
got high
slow,
APR?
Long game.
Don't you?
Which one's better?
I don't think you want. Isn't high APR like super high,
What
like
does it
interest?
stand for?
Annual something.
Well, interest is good if it's off your investment. They want high APR, assuming that they're the ones like doing it.
You've heard it here. High APR is the way to go. Game number 1 over to the Camelot Kings. Game number 2 coming up next.
Oh my god.
Hey, wait, what did it win?
You win the respect.
You're telling me an alien wore this?
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, that was a good cut.
Messaging him to mute.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course, and I can probably watch a stream on the side.
Content's gonna look good.
Pretty good, pretty good.
And a 51 kill count game. The Kings take their win 1-0 here for game number 1. And the only reason that their computers are able to keep up with all the action that was going in there was Alienware PCs, Shelly. And so you got to remember that one. But of course, this is the SPL. And it's powered by Prime Gaming. So why are you laughing? Come on.
You threw me for a loop there, man.
Either way, it's powered by Prime Gaming. Of course, I want to say thank you to Prime Gaming for being the title sponsor here. And of course, here's what you can do at home if you have a Prime Gaming subscription. There's a lot of in-game content, as well as just straight-up free games that you can get, as well as a free monthly Twitch subscription. There you go, some words right there for you. That, along with all of the other things that you can typically get from a Prime subscription, things like the free shipping, and of course all of the movies, and videos that you can have access to. All of that right here. You can click a crown right there if you are already a Prime Gaming member, and start getting in on all of that action. If you're not, well then, I've got some great news for you. You can become one, and you don't have to miss out on that. In fact, today's a great day to do it. It's the last day of the month, so you can get in now. Get all of the July content. Then tomorrow, new month comes by. That's new games, new in-game content, all sorts of stuff that's going to start coming out for you. So you're going to make sure that you want to get in on that. And again, every single month, all of that renews. So thanks to Prime Gaming for being the title sponsor of the SPL this year. Thanks to Shelly for hanging out with me and having some laughs, man. And you know what? It makes sense. If you saw us, we were having a laugh. They're having a laugh after the game. That was a wild match, I think is the best way to describe it. Some would maybe argue that it was Arena on the Conquest map. There were a lot of fights, lot of kills, a lot of eventually going towards the way of the Kings, but a lot of back and forth between these two teams until finally someone got to step up on top.
Yeah, finally the Kings were able to come out on top, but an absolute brawl, I think, is a pretty solid way to describe it. The fighting really came out of the gate and never stopped. I mean, the chase I saw Twig go through, where it just looked like he might be turned on. Myth called it out, like, wait, I think he can kill Dardas. Just kills Dardas and then is able to keep zooming on out. This was an entertaining match through and through.
Yeah.
From a very strange composition from the Camelot Kings. It definitely wasn't, none of the picks themselves were that strange, but having them all together in one composition, that is what really did it for me and showed that the Kings, not only are they confident, they can whip just about anything out and it's going to work.
And you know what? Look, man, that's sometimes that's all you need, right? You come in, and you know we had mentioned it, seeding maybe not the biggest thing on the mind for the Kings because they're first, no matter what. But ending on a win would feel pretty good, and being able to do something wild is pretty solid. What a good sash! What a good kill!
Then he got out.
Some fun play. Yeah, Twig lives there, by the way. 9, 6, and 11. Look, he's in there. That's my fantasy jungler. I'm getting a few more points than deaths there. But it's still working out pretty well. I also have to give shout-outs. I mean, Netroid, look, I think, what did Dave say? He called him an absolute Gatling gun.
Yep.
Or minigun.
Oh, yeah.
Of a Freya. The 8, 2, and 11. The damage number should be able to match that. Yeah, almost 40,000 damage.
Jeez.
Twice what Vote was able to put out. Feels pretty good for the Kings here. I think even in a silly matchup for them, to have things go that strongly.
Genetics at almost 20,000.
That's my fantasy ADC. Netroid was getting me lots of points as
Vote's
well.
mine, so oops.
You gotta feel bad for Neil though. I mean, he was just sitting there playing the Xing Chen. Like everyone else was having some fun damage dealing characters. Like even Janex is on the east side. Then Neil just did 6K on the Xing Chen. He's like, guys, you didn't tell me that we were playing fun gods. Like,
you didn't tell me that we could do goofs. Like, that's not fair, man. I think it's very fun to see though, because it is worth mentioning. Like we're laughing and having fun. The Kings playing as strongly as they did, but like theoretically, that kind of comp shouldn't work out as well as it does. And in practice, having it do that well, questions about can you do it again, right? Have to come up, things like that. Other side, you mentioned it, but like the Xing Chen. I mean, Cabrakan to an extent can do a lot of damage, so Cuvo was probably still in there. King Arthur, though, it felt tankier for the Warriors, but not enough to take down the Kings. So now we move into game number 2. Picks and bans. Kings are pick number 1 one more time. And guess what? A lot of similar bans so far. Daji, the Morrigan, and the Amus and Ka banned out by the Kings. Nemesis, Yamoja. Last time this was the Khepri. We'll see if the Warriors decide to stick with the Khepri. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that I'm going out of my way to ban anything else. Yeah, the Khepri seems to just make sense to me.
I mean,
especially in a match like that. That just means they have more lives.
That's sort of my point here is like, after a match like that, what do you take away going into picks and bans if you are the Oni Warriors? Like, okay, so we kind of got, like it was a brawl. And we were certainly fighting back, but we lost to like, Uller, Freya, Naja, all these different style of picks that, aren't getting banned too often. Obviously, the Uller certainly was contested for a bit, but in a situation like that, you just go back to the basics. You say, okay, we know Kepri's good, we know Yamoja's good, and we know Nemesis is good. So we're gonna take those away, and we're gonna play our own game. We're not gonna get baited into playing those different style of compositions. We're gonna grab that Ratatosker. That's gonna help us out a ton.
Now here's the real question. Is this Ratatosker, especially with Cabrakan coming in? Now Kiva just played Cabrakan. So is this Rat solo? Is this Rat jungle? Or are they getting in on the fun?
Let's play Neil.
Support.
It could be any of those things, but I'm thinking...
technically, he can go... You could play him wherever you want.
Yeah.
In theory.
I think Rat solo for now. We will see how the rest of the draft goes before I give my stamp of approval to any one of those things.
I can't get you to go out on a limb that's not going to support your weight and see what happens.
I mean, a Cosmos-based limb that Rat is making, maybe.
Oh, like something from the tree of Yggdrasil.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'd go off on that limb, but not like a regular limb. That would
I feel like if you go out on a limb there, you just end up in like one of the 9 realms, right? Like that's like the whole point of the tree.
I mean, I'm not gonna. I'll take wherever the tree wants to take me. That's where I'll go.
Okay.
So yeah, I think that as this draft.
That's a good way to end up in like, oh man, is Niflheim the one that's cold? Or is that the one that's hot?
I mean, is that what you see when you get ulted by Heim?
You do go through it is
several
realms.
It do be hot sometimes.
Yeah,
I see the lava when I'm flying through the realms.
Sometimes. Well, like, because there's Midgard, there's Asgard, there's Niflheim, and then a whole bunch. We had this at one point during an SEC broadcast. I could probably try to find it in there. I'd have to, like, look. I think Billy sent it, so it'd be a long, but it was, like, months ago. So what I'm saying is go to youtube.com/SmiteVod and watch some of the SCC broadcasts where we, for some reason, we're talking about all of the Asgardian realms from Norse mythology. And right now, tune in to see if we can get anywhere near as many kills in game number 2. Discordia gets locked in alongside the Chiron here for the Warriors. And Chiron's been pretty flexible, Trelly. So it's someone who can still technically go mid, although we've been seeing it more in that duo lane as of late.
Yeah, unfortunately, I really wanted to see, where the Rat and the Kabrakan would be going, but the Chiron doesn't tell me too much just yet. Looking at the bans, the Kings aren't too sure about that Chiron going over to the duo lane, so they are going to throw up a side ban now, which I guess works both ways. So, it doesn't matter where that Chiron goes, you still get some value out of banning that Poseidon. It's just more often than not, Vote is playing that Poseidon in the duo lane, so if that is going to be the call, looks like the Oni Warriors will put some respect over to that Naja, and they're going to ban that one away. So Captain Twig is going to have to pick something different this time around. He's not going to have some great escapes or great Windfire wheels hit this time. And just the Ola run. So some magical ADCs taken away, I think, by the Kings. Definitely a smart pick.
Trelly, and again, maybe I'm getting a little too off topic. I'll make sure to rein it in here. But it is a little weird to me. Why Asgard and Midgard and everything else is a Heim? Like, why didn't we get to be a Heim? This is a sincere concern, and we're going to continue this discussion the minute this does get done. For now, we're going to focus instead on all of this. Miffs, you're looking at my laptop. Do you want to see the realms? Because here it is. Oh, okay. You were just looking at my spreadsheet. Yeah, so you can see Jotunheim. Jotunheim, like Jotun's Wrath. There you go. That's how you tie it all together. We're in Smite, baby. Chang'e locked in for the Warriors. Now, this is something that...
That's
you know what? I can say this about the last 2 years. The Valkyries are pretty much the only team that was playing it. Last year it was Zeros. This year it's Aquarius. And, well, man, usually a solo laner. And if we've seen her, although mid lane, again, as needs to be mentioned last year. How are you feeling about the Chang'e?
I mean, this is still a pick that I need to wait until we see this last god before I can start putting these characters where I believe. Okay, so let me break it down with what we have.
Let's break it down.
Okay, Rat solo, Kabrakan jungle, Chiron either mid. Yeah, let's go Chiron ADC, Chang'e mid. That's what it seems like. And
that's
again,
a good feel.
Yeah, the Chiron or the Chang'e mid, I think, is actually super solid. The full damage Chang'e. The Staff of Mirrodin actually works quite well, and I think that she does have that potential. We just haven't seen it used in the SPL because, not so great early. It takes a bit to get online. Again, I'm going to hold on until that last pick does go through where we can figure that out. But we do see some picks from the Kings.
Yeah, Osiris, Lancelot. I mean, Lancelot, look, was solo yesterday when they played it. The Osiris has been fitting in the jungle. There's a little bit of flexibility between the two, though. They can tag in and out depending on where they want to go. Yeah,
I do think the Lancelot jungle has been more interesting to watch because in that solo lane he doesn't get to really use the horse as much as you'd expect. You want to see him traverse the map and go as quickly as possible, but sometimes he just sits in lane with the horse and it's not as cool. So I want to see the jungle just because I want to see more movement and more use of mobility. With the Robin being hovered, actually switching to the clean. Okay, so that wraps this up for me. So that's definitely Rat jungle, Kabrakan support, Kleena in the solo lane for Nika, and then the Chang'e and the Chiron where we expected. So it just took a bit. I had to see the last character.
Okay. Hear me out.
Clean mid,
this is going to be absolutely wrong. I'm prefacing this sentence with that.
So
Chat, this is for funsies.
You can't use this against Gore now because you already said it.
Chiron Chang'e duo lane. Kleena mid, Rat solo, Kabrakan jungle. What if?
Yeah, I mean...
What if?
What if is that they would get out-pressured by Freya and Iset, and then the Chang'e would...
Trelly, but what if?
Well, that's why I'm what if it.
But what if in like a positive light? Like what if?
Okay, then I imagine Neil gets.
There's
blinked.
a lot of healing because you got Chang'e and Chiron together, and that's all I'm going to talk about there. We can move on.
I'm just imagining a 5-man Rat dunk into a 5-man Chang'e Waxing Moon. Oni Warriors win, and then ride that momentum into Game 3 and just take the set. That's what would happen only if the Chang'e support. Anything else? Who's to say?
Well, okay, so now I've lost the thread, though. Where did you say that you thought they were going?
Well, no, you said Chang'e support.
Yeah, no, I know, but like I'm going back to like the real realm. I live in Goofy Town. What are you talking about? Where are you at?
I said Rat jungle, Kabrakan support,
Cab support, Chiron duo with the Cab support, Chang'e mid,
and
Kleena
then Nika
solo.
on the Kleena. Yes.
So we haven't seen Kleena in a while. You know what? Screw talking about the rest and where they're going. Why Kleena?
Yeah, I mean,
where's she come from?
We had all the solo laners in studio, and I did ask that because I'm like, I still think Kleena's pretty good, and they were all like, well, you have to commit to full damage to do damage, or you have to commit to full tank and to be tanky enough to survive, and you can't do damage. So it's like you used to be able to build hybrid, and you could solo the carries and be too tanky. Not the case anymore. She receives some nerfs.
Hey, yeah, so we used to be busted, as it turns out, but we don't want to play her anymore because we can't.
Yeah, but it turns out you still can build full damage. You just have to like position correctly and not just W key. So that's no fun. However,
I've never heard of those strategies.
Yeah, I don't need. What are those words? What are those? What is that? What does all that mean?
It's foreign.
Yeah,
that was another language.
I mean, Nika knows how to position on the Kleena, even if it's full damage, even if it's hybrid. I'm sure he'll be able to find that success.
Oh, but if it's hybrid, then now he won't. Before it was could kill him and survive. Now it's won't do enough damage or survive. We'll see where it ends up and what happens in this game. Because game 1 was a treat. Let's see if game 2 is the same.
Treat is a generous word, Gore. But it is a word nonetheless. Camelot Kings, they do take game number 1, a 51 kill game in about 35 minutes. And into game 2 we go. We'll see. All right, so as far as where everything lands, far from... what did Gore say he's from? Crazy Town?
Yeah, Goofy Town.
Far from Goofy Town. Everything in about where you'd expect all these picks to be. Maybe Variety on Lancelot Solo a bit unique, but from what we saw Variety do on Lancelot Solo just the other day, seems to be a worthwhile pickup here for the Camelot Kings.
Dave, I'm going to expose myself to a lot of criticism here, and I didn't have to do this.
Miff, that is you every time you put on the mic.
I suppose so. 51 kills? That's one for every state, or there are 50 states?
Hold on.
You don't know either?
No, I'm making sure that
There's
you're
50
actually
states.
asking me this.
There are 50 states.
There are 50 states.
Not 51.
There are 50 states in the United States.
Why am I thinking 51? Cuba. We like own Cuba, right? Why are you laughing at me?
Oh, God.
What, do we own Guatemala? We own one of those islands.
Like
my
the U.S.
God.
like Virgin Islands, like we have territories.
I thought that Cuba was like one of our districts.
Oh my God!
District of Columbia, DC.
Right. Miff, you're opening yourself up to criticism from like the Cuban government at this point.
Well, the American government, surely.
They're gonna be like, wait, that's a good idea. That's your fault. That's all you, Miff.
Yo, my bad, Cuba.
All right, so what was that bit that there were one kill for every state?
Well, I don't know. I always thought that like we were missing a star on the flag for some reason. There's something to that.
If the U.S. education system has failed you.
Well, not just me. Surely,
me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna deal with it right now.
God.
Your mind is maybe your heart's in the right place. Man.
Always.
But no, there are 50.
Of course.
United States. And so there was one more kill than we have states. Game number
Unless
1.
you want to count Cuba.
Which I don't, because there's not even an argument to be made. Anyway, let's
Isn't
talk.
Guantanamo Bay in Cuba? Or is that in Guatemala?
No, that's off like... No, okay.
All right, let's talk about Smite.
Yes, please. For just a minute, let's chat about some Smite, then we can get back to it at some point eventually. The Oni Warriors want to continue the aggressive style of play, it seems like, Miff. You got Cubo Fred on the Ratatosker under pressure from Captain Twig here at level 2. We'll give you some good gank opportunities at level 5 to keep that gas pedal pressed down just a bit.
And it seems like he should tick over to level 5 first. A good deal of aggression from Captain Twig in the jungle as he's trying to steal away those camps, unsuccessful. And now opens himself up to an invade. Cubo Fred getting active, moves in.
Oh, he got it.
Invade seems unsuccessful, I believe. Or maybe it does work out. Nobody moving back. Variety gonna lose out on some of that mana sustain and CR. We're just getting aggressive all the way across the map, it would seem.
Wow. You're right.
There's 51 states.
No.
Oh.
Guantanamo Bay is in Cuba. You were right about
so
that.
we do own Cuba.
I still don't think that's right. You were right about Guantanamo. Have I just, like, ripped you for not knowing things and then suddenly it's me who's wrong? That's entirely possible.
I'm pretty sure they're one of our districts, man. I remember there was like a big battle in the judicial system about whether or not they wanted to become states.
You know what's unlucky for Captain Twig is that he has been roaming around trying to invade the jungle of Hugo Fred this entire time. Has already fallen 2 levels behind.
Jeez.
And so the Osiris jungle myth that you want to get active
Stop trying to bury me, bro. I'm getting censored.
Oh, good Lord, help me. So the Osiris jungle that wants to get active early is attempted to find invades, but instead has only found an XP differential. And doesn't have blink. It'll slow down some of the early game here for the Camelot Kings.
Should, but Twig will be able to head back to base pretty shortly if he wants to, and he's really worried about some of the experience gap. Could just go towards Golden Blade in that first slot, and there's really not much a Ratatasker can do to keep up in jungle farm with an Osiris cleave autos plus Golden Blade. So I think sure, mitigated for now, but not for too much longer. It's actually a much larger gap than I thought it was. Cuba Fred already taking level 5, and Twig just now getting it over to level 4. This is a significant opportunity to the Oni Warriors jungler. You really want to make use of this time. Just get up in the air and get active, and it seems like a pretty good opportunity now in the duo.
Genetics has to throw out a stun, but now that stun is gone. Avoids Zanaka, but gets pulled back by Vote. Nice silence out onto 3, but not enough. In the first kill of the game over to the Oni Warriors. And there's your nice setup. And Genetics will take a temple.
Yeah, I like the adjustment from the Oni Warriors in that dual lane composition as well. Between Kabrakan and the Chiron, probably the second heaviest kill lane in the game, right behind Kabrakan and Cupid. The ability to shut down Netroid early on, make him think about his rotations, whereas in game 1, he was kind of just active from minute 10 to the entirety of the game afterward. Now, really has to consider where he's allowed to step up, where he's allowed to get that farm, and even Genetics feeling some of that aggression as well. Already, Cubo Fred getting involved too, so that's exactly what we had called for. And we're still waiting on a level 5 from Captain Twig. Pretty poor pacing from the Osiris so far.
Yep, just falling a bit behind. Still 2 levels, not likely is the pace that will be maintained for a little while. Double banish though out of Netroid into a double silence, into a tether that's now only onto Neilma. But Neilma gets a double stun, seems to be a theme here. But just the 1 kill drops. The Camelot Kings simply send too much to Neilma. And they will level the scales out just a bit. And Twig has now reached level 5. Woo! Blinks exchanged, avoids the stun from Dardes. Send
really
too
close.
much to Neilma. And they will level the scales out just a bit. And Twig has now reached level 5.
Cool.
Blinks exchanged, avoids the stun from Dardes.
Yeah, I didn't even notice Dardes had gone towards Blink in that first slot. I suppose that's an opportunity afforded exclusively to like the Chongas and the Ravens of the world in lane. You've already got the CC immunity and damage immunity built into the kit, so not too concerned about needing that safety. It does allow you to get aggressive. Unfortunately for Dardes, seems like Twig was privy to it. He was able to avoid that narrowly, evening out the kill count. Gold, though, still belonging to the Oni Warriors. That's just first blood bounty.
It is, but very, very slight. Experience still there, but remember, that is a 2-level lead that Cubo Fred has over Captain Twig. A little bit of pressure. Cubo Fred turns the beads off of Big Man Ting. Solo kill, maybe, as Nika on the cleanup.
Yeah, it's on the horse.
Damage into Variety, but Variety will ult away. So need some time on this Lancelot solo to get up and running, I suppose. Nika going to try to match that damage throughout the game.
Yeah, Nika's going to have a lot of sustain. I'm waiting to see what Variety had built in first slot, so Soul Eater mirrored between the two. I believe Nika should get better usage, though. Captain Twig, he's in trouble.
And Captain Twig should die here, and it'll be Nika and Neilma dealing the damage, but Neilma the one with the killing blow. Now rotation out of Cubo Fred with the ultimate dunks onto Variety. It's happening again with the onslaught of kills all over again. This time Darda is the one picking up the kill, and it's the Oni Warriors who are benefiting to the tune of over 1,000 gold now in the last couple of minutes. 2,500 experience as well. That's the more worrying trend, as the levels still a bit out of control. Though Twig has halved the level deficit that was built up earlier on.
Yeah, a lot of that experience gap is in the jungle. Cubo Fred still nursing a pretty massive lead. About 100 experience per minute separating these two. Like what I saw from Dardes there, real mid laner play. Just walk up, stand still, wait for them to get in the last hit range, and then drop your massive unmissable AoE ability. Clean from the Oni Warriors mid laner and all mid laners.
Big man Tings now under pressure from Neilma. He'll send the apple towards the Kabrakan, but not nearly enough damage with just the Chronos Pendant this early. And Mail of Renewal from Neilma makes him very, very tanky. So a bit of a difference, Niff. You know, Malo Renewal has been very popular with most supports in the SPL here this weekend. Picked up by Neoma. Then on the flip side, Genetics sticking with what had been standard up to this weekend in the Gauntlet of Thieves. That change up the pacing in your mind?
Gauntlet of Thieves takes a little while to stack up. You're going to get a lot more benefit from Male Renewal off rip. You'd expect like a bracket to be more aggressive throughout the early game, so that build
Imagine if you got both.
makes sense to me. Genetics going to be spending a good deal of time just trying to soak up some of this farm. Does actually move very far up on the map. He's willing to sacrifice his life for some of these offerings.
Yeah, but you know, I don't think in a normal, did I say normal game? I think in a differently paced set, maybe Genetics is thinking twice there, but
I think normal game is okay.
You're saying this is a normal myth?
It is substandard, yes.
Big Man Ting's just gonna die?
Oh, for sure.
Probably.
You think?
Almost
That
certain.
Tusker.
Definitely?
Yeah.
Possibly. Confirmed. Torres plus Kivo Fred get the kill. But can Captain Twig answer back is now the question. Would love to even up some of that golden experience in a simple walk forward from Twig, who still has Lord of the Afterlife. Backs away. Nice ultimate out of Variety. And then a jump in from Captain Twig. The 2 versus 3 not looking that bad for the Camelot Kings. 3 initiation from the Oni Warriors. Just too swift. Sustained from Variety, though, so strong. And Captain Twig now has 2 kills over in mid.
Meditation diff, man. Genetics makes the rotation through, and Variety narrowly survives yet another exchange. The Camelot Kings showing that even from behind, very capable of getting aggressive, and they chose their timing very well. Can move over, try and take away this red buff. Wow, a couple of members of the Oni Warriors still in grayscale. Nika forced into the wall. That should be it. If the Camelot Kings keep up this siege forward, they might be able to catch out Cubo Fred, though.
Cubo Fred's low on mana.
Good steal.
It is steal away from the Camelot Kings. The never give up attitude, even though the Oni Warriors winning the earlier skirmishes and Captain Twig relatively far behind, able to even up the score. Over in mid, the 1 leveled up here for Variety, gets some good poke damage in onto Nika. And Variety playing playing Lancelot solo earlier this weekend, Myth. Put together a really, really good looking game. But Lancelot hasn't been like 100% convincing. We have seen some great and some not so great out of this pick.
Feast or famine, I think, is the term or coined term from Hindu Man, and Lancelot embodies that playstyle very, very well. I have thought that Lancelot in the Soul Lane has a bit more consistency. I've really liked what we've seen from Variety so far. The ability to dive into that back line, still be pretty tanky, does just enough damage that he's a pretty massive threat. Some of these initiation frontliners or damage-based frontliners out of Soul Lane's main struggle is actually sticking to that back line. Lancelot's not struggling with that. He can get back there with relative ease, so I love seeing him over there, which is unfortunate. Us junglers, we gotta just have all our picks taken.
Yeah, that's a good thing. That means your picks are good and strong, right? It means your roll's in a good spot. The Oni Warriors in a good spot. They will easily get this Gold Fury. We'll give them a nice little spike in the gold department, but there was no answer back from the Kings. It is now, though, over towards the Pyromancer. I wonder if the Oni Warriors rotate out quickly from mid or just let the objective go. And it looks like it's the latter. A rotation attempt from Cubo Fred. Be able to chase this down, knock up onto Captain Twig. And a blink in from Dardes, 3-man Waxing Moon. That's great from the Oni Warriors mid laner. Nika with the 2nd kill of the fight. And Variety at least trades out 1, but this initiation perfect from the blink Chung-Ah.
Nice
and now
silence.
the Oni Warriors can continue to chase down their last couple of kills.
Genetics
Ends up
so
being
good.
2 for 1.
Meditation comes up big again for the Camelot Kings there. Variety was completely until Genetics had made the rotation in. Was able to get enough mana to at least finish off the kill on Nika and disengage. But at the end of the day, 2 for 1, favoring the Oni Warriors, who had gotten the Gold Fury. Camelot Kings get their 1 and Pyro. Already upgraded, yeah, I didn't even notice. Cloak of the Ascetic, so some CDR available to the Camelot Kings. These fights are going to be happening as grouped up as they have been. The Camelot Kings benefiting a whole lot from that relic early on. Will have slowed down Genetics' build a good deal, but Genetics is pretty far ahead on Yoma. Already a level up, getting to solo out some waves over there too. I'm thinking he's not so far behind that it needs to be a major concern. Liking what we're seeing from the Camelot King support.
Remember, Captain Twig had made some money over here on the left side of the map earlier. Attempting to do so again with Neoma, who's banished, stunned, jumped on, killed, and Twig strikes yet again over on left. And Netroid has just looked dominant on this Freya here, and now a couple of games. 0-0-3. Yes, a level behind Vote, but helped out the Camelot Kings in their rotations left.
Yeah, I would argue that we haven't seen enough presence from the Oni Warriors over towards that duo lane. Ever since that first pickup, since that Netroid's been allowed to free farm for the most part, you really want to facilitate Vote in this matchup. Make sure this Freya isn't rotating through and doing to you what we saw in the previous match. Already with double ring pickup, I'd argue this Freya is a massive threat. Someone could likely make a rotation still. I'd like to see Cuvo Fred be that someone. Brawler's beat stick in second slot means that you're dealing with a good deal. That's a stain that Freya's got inherently in the kit as well as from her itemization. And with Vote there, even if the Freya uses Valkyrie Discretion to retreat, Centaurus is such a good chase down tool, has so much range on it, that you should be able to secure some of these kills.
Alcatraz. That's the one off the coast of San Francisco.
That's the one in Harry Potter.
The one in Harry, it is based off of
what do they call it? Is Alakazam?
Azkaban.
No, that's what they say when they cast their spells.
Oh. No, I'm not that out of the loop. It's Wingardium. I know that one.
Makes things float. You're getting there, Miff.
Avada Kedavra? What's the...
That's the death.
Oh, my bad.
It's Azkaban.
Azkaban.
Is the one.
That sounds like a Pirates of the Caribbean thing. That sounds like, I don't know, like one of the other pirates.
Captain Azkaban? Yeah, I guess
that
kinda.
sounds right.
Yeah, maybe. Oni Warriors, they think this fight looks right, but Cubo Fred thinks differently, trying to get up into his ultimate. Won't get it done. Big Man Ting's left running with the Aegis. Vote being chased down by Captain Twig. What a turnaround. The Kings have had here in this game. Oni Warriors consistently have found good fights, but the Kings now bouncing back. Captain Twig was at a 2-level deficit
all of this.
for all of the early game. And now the Kings, far and away, winning this team fight. 4 for none. Could be 5 if Nika gets caught out. Righty unable to dash away. Is able to get out. Now Twig versus Nika for the deicide.
Nika able to hold his ground. Twig may have won the fight, but wouldn't have fought it inside of the tower. So 4 for 0 for the Camelot Kings from the brink, actually completely flipping the lead in their favor. This is a wild pacing because it feels like the Oni Warriors are playing Oni Warriors, right? Like it's not a weird draft. They're playing their standard stuff. Each one of these picks makes sense. The only thing that's slightly off kilter might be that Chang'e in mid. Whereas the Camelot Kings have come with a vastly different style. Less so this time around, but as
mentality-wise.
Yeah, mentality and game pacing, completely different from these guys. And it's simply working. Maybe they had taken notice of the recent resurgence of the Jade Dragons, realizing that, that style looks really stifling. Because it's reminiscent of the pacing of their matches. It's just action, 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 and it's as if they've got their boot on the throat of this map. It just feels like the Oni Warriors can't move.
Yeah, I think the Camelot Kings may just be that good, Miff. I think...
you think they're just that nasty?
I honestly think they might be. They've dropped a couple of sets so far in the phase, but when you're playing, 14 sets against some of the most competitive Smite teams we've seen.
The 7 best other teams in the world.
Right, you're bound to drop a couple sets here and there. Kings continue their onslaught though, and they'll march their way as #1 seed into Smite Summer Masters, which starts in like 2 days.
It's 2 days?
3 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Oh my god.
Miff leading back.
Smite.
Yeah, but it's gonna be some good Smite, remember. To tune in all of next week. 2 weeks of that, by the way, to look forward to. Twig will get there on a killing spree, but this could be good from Cubo Fred. But instead of looking for the grouped up targets, Cubo Fred then drops down onto Genetics and ends up getting no one that he was really looking for. Double kill for Captain Twig. Cubo Fred will drop as well. And I think, Miff, even with just the 2,000 gold lead, the Camelot Kings feeling like this game might be on easy street.
A lot goes south there for the Camelot Kings. Netroid goes up to Valkyrie's Discretion a bit too early, concerned about the landing from Cubo Fred, misses out on the healing from Genetics' ultimate. Doesn't matter, Cubo Fred whiffs wide regardless. At the end of the day, another clean trade for the Kings and an objective this time. The lead is becoming stifling very quickly. 17 minutes in, we've seen greater than 4,000. We've seen more wild comebacks, but just feels like the last couple of team fights have been so one-sided. The initiation of the Oni Warriors just stifled. We haven't seen Neilma allowed to get aggressive. Male Renewal, plus the new Magi's Revenge, finding some value, but he hasn't been the aggressor. He's been using that CC immunity, that Revenge, to just run away for the most part. Still waiting on that secondary relic as well, whereas Genetics dominating with this Cloak of the Ascetic, already
I think that
moving
might have
in
hit
towards the
Nika.
shell as well. The Camelot Kings have just controlled the pacing of this game.
Yep.
This is good for the Oni Warriors if they can get the Pyromancer.
They
It's a
can.
major if, because the Kings have simply showed up.
The Kings are here. Stun onto Genetics. Ultimate
Oh, I
out
got it.
from Dardes. Believe that helps in confirming the Pyromancer, but still a fight to be had after the fact.
Oh, shit.
Looks all right for the Oni Warriors as you've gotten some low health targets, but Captain Twig is on a rampage, as we've mentioned. A big stun out from Neilma does slow down the aggression from the Camelot Kings.
Silence.
But pressure continuing to mount. And Captain
Jeez,
Twig
Twig.
now actually on a rampage. Cubo Fred up and down from the branch. On to Captain Twig he goes, but immediately out of the fight. His Variety would love to chase down the Ratatoskr.
He wouldn't.
You love it enough to tower dive, he does. But a blink from Cubo Fred keeps the Oni Warriors jungler safe.
Not much to do on the map as of now. The Camelot Kings might be able to take out this tier 1 with the help of the Trebuchet. Could even potentially move in a little bit further. Doubt it, though, with the respawn of Neilma being as short as it is. And that's another fight where Cubo Fred can't quite find the value off of his dunk. This time does connect, but Genetics ready with that Dispel Magic, forces out those beads very early on, an immediate disengage from the Ratatoskr. Neilma caught out early, chased down by Captain Twig, who seems like he's just tanky enough with just a tier 2 Magi's that he doesn't really need to concern himself with the damage output of the Oni Warriors just yet. Once Vote starts getting involved in these fights a little bit more so, maybe that turns around a bit. Chang'e, not a god that you really associate with her burst potential. Nika certainly does have a good deal of damage, no real frontline potential from him. Pure assassin itemization from the soul laner of the Oni Warriors. This could be a one-way in. 4-stack from the Chaos on the right-hand side.
Camelot Kings will, they love this back up and then suddenly initiate on you play style. I end up keeping my eyes open for, but won't reinitiate on the Oni Warriors this time. Been a tough couple of games for Neilma Myth. The Cabrakan has fallen prey to the Camelot Kings just more than a few times. 2 and 6 in this game. Wasn't a star-studded performance in game number 1 either. But in a 50-kill game, the aggressive support is bound to die a couple of times. Just hasn't quite been able to find those initiations. Very low health towers on the left and right side of the map, maybe where the Camelot Kings can put some aggression here. But a rare slowdown as the time actually passed the 1 kill a minute mark for the first time this set.
Wow, is it actually the first time this set?
I mean, since things got going in game 1, right? I mean, obviously in the
Yeah.
first like 5 minutes, it's pretty slow, but like from mid-game on, you've been beyond a kill a minute basically the entire time.
Well, should slow down for a bit unless the Camelot Kings get their way. Cubo Fred, he's just fine. He's got ult. Like, there's no way he dies here. Does lose out on his ult, though.
You keep
Doesn't
tempting
feel great.
fate. You keep tempting fate. He's
look,
just fine.
He's
surely.
fine.
He's absolutely okay.
Look
I
at him.
swear
He's
I'm fine.
good.
Nothing's wrong. He's fine. And then he gets out. He is fine this time. But the chalices for everyone on the Oni Warriors need to be used because there's been plenty of fighting across the map. Gold Fury will be up in exactly a minute. Could be the next time we see these two teams clash into one another. And an Ankh now picked up as the second relic for Captain Twig. Will slow down some of the healing as the backline dives have suddenly become successful from the Camelot Kings jungler.
Yeah, you're going to get a whole lot of value from it. Soul Eater going to get canceled out. Some of the healing from Vote as well. Dardes really needs to use that 3 for damage, so if any allies are nearby, that Ankh's going to find some value there too. Phantom Shell now finished for Genetics, so Neilma will be a little bit less effective in his initiation. Unfortunately for Neilma, it hasn't been going so well just yet, and will continue to be the way until that Phantom Shell goes down. The Camelot Kings this time have got pretty deep wards on the Oni Warriors and the potential to even just look towards this Fire Giant. Cubo Fred still waiting on that ultimate to come back up. Should be up in time for the defense. Will the Camelot Kings actually pull the objective itself? Genetics has a good deal of damage, pretty decent secure with that circle protection. Slow burn though, no damage in the actual Giant.
Yeah, Genetics the one actually taking the damage here. Neilma walks forward, stunned. Apple dead again, 2 and 7 on the Cabrakan.
Okay.
Blink forward from Dardes into the ultimate, this time again successful, but Captain Twig still running down the backliners. Damage from Dardes and sustain won't be enough this time. Variety gallops through and grabs the second kill of the fight. Big Man Ting survives a decent amount of time in stealth. Nika unable to get into the wall, way too low, double kill for Variety, who's on a rampage. Captain Twig hands over the triple kill to Variety, and it turns out Lancelot solo still really good for Variety, who has eyes for a quad if Nika can't get away.
Blink is good, knocks him off the horse, no damage from Variety and no sight, thanks to that flickering visions. He does finally get LOS on Nika. Variety's not one to let this kill go. Whiff. If he can connect the ghost form horse, that's a good enough slow, but won't chase this one out. Variety will have to content himself with just the triple kill. I say just in jest. That's a whole lot. It's like 60% of the team.
You're right. It's exactly 60% of the team.
I watched you do the math.
I was making sure you were right, Miff. You've been wrong about some egregious things already.
I haven't, and you know
Egregious.
what? And while we're on that,
Okay.
I think DC should be a state. Like, have you seen some of the bylaws around that?
Yeah, right. But you know, at this point, you're getting into like political theater and political stances, right? Like that is an opinion.
You're right. We
Cuba
were
as a
evaluating.
U.S. state is just straight up wrong.
Well,
No, not well.
well, it's all about perspective.
You're right. If your perspective is correct, you realize it's not. If you have an incorrect perspective, then you might think that way. I
Well,
guess.
that's like your opinion, man.
Yeah. Opinions can be right, though, man. Every once in a while, they can be right. The Camelot Kings will zone out the Oni Warriors.
Into the wall.
Still high kills, but not as high kill of a game here in game number 2. Though game 1 extended out another 10-15 minutes
Cubo Fred.
around moments like this. Good banish onto Cubo Fred. Netdruid wants to make his mark along the lines of Variety and Captain Twig, who have 6 and 7 kills each respectively. Finally, going to get this big Freya in a team fight that has started to stack up those items and can really shred through Oni Warriors.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see maybe a band cross, like a nimble band cross could be pretty cool for him in that next slot. Neomod blinks in, and it just hasn't worked for him.
No, I mean, we've seen this story over and over and over, and
8
now
times.
it's just one more death for Neomod, who blinks in, doesn't get the kill, dies off, double stun from Cubo Fred as Captain Twig has killed off Vote. Say it with me one more time.
Keep us
3 members
trying.
of the Oni Warriors left running as the Kings have killed off Neoma and Vote this time, and over to the FG, likely for the Camelot Kings.
Should be the case.
Yeah, they
Stardust
lost
still
out
has
4
ultimate
levels.
and
Debate.
blink, so could be quick. Cubo Fred makes it out with his life. 4 now. Variety chasing out. Stun good. Big Man Ting's the one in trouble.
Oh, Dardo's doing some good damage, but
See ya.
Spirit Balls have been great from Genetics. Not great enough to fully peel out for his mid laner. This is where game 1 got a little out of hand. It was the intermittent fights. Team fight's already over. We're just going to continue to scrap. That's where the kills really started to build up, and we're at 30 kills in 25 minutes, so we have retaken the pace we have looked for. Ring around the rosy with Variety and Nika. Fire Giant down to half HP. This would be a nice way to delay the game. Neoma might suffer his 9th death, but can he steal away the FG? No, no chance. Camelot Kings with Circle of Protection. Get FG on everyone but BMT.
Neomod tried his best and probably won't succeed. Let's make that 9 for the
That's my
support.
fantasy support, man.
Is it really?
Yes.
Tough. Tough, dude.
And Nika's my solo laner?
Well, he's doing okay.
Yeah, but not okay enough to...
No, not to carry your fantasy team.
2
What are
and
you-
9.
What are you, like, 5th in the standings?
No, I won this week. Last week, I won
haven't
going
checked
into this
in.
week.
Am I doing okay?
I don't know, man. Are you doing okay?
I think, yeah, I'm all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Everything all right? Summer Masters right around the corner. Lots to look forward to.
Dude, there's going to be so much sand. I'm not dissimilar to Anakin. Not a fan of sand.
It's rough and coarse and
So
gets everywhere.
It gets everywhere.
I mean, stop him when he's wrong, you know?
If he liked sand, I don't think Star Wars happens.
Yeah, he just hangs out there. He doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, he just vibes. Like,
I
Tatooine
wonder,
would have been awesome.
I wonder if, do you remember the this or that segment that we did between beach and mountains? Did one of the two win? Well, obviously one of the two won. Do you remember which of the two won?
I remember which one I chose.
Was it mountains?
No, those are like the stairs of nature. Have you seen me? I'm not climbing stairs for fun.
So you hate stairs more than you hate sand.
That's right.
Got it. I was going to
Can
say
you blame me?
you're harshing on the beach, but then you just said you voted against it.
Well, of
or you
course.
voted with it.
Yeah.
Got it. It's also mountains.
The lesser of two evils.
No, it's mountains by a long shot.
Yeah, you like to snowboard or whatever because you're like super cool.
Yeah, God, you're just so right. That's just your
They're
Oh,
just standing
is
there.
that over the course of the season, I assume? Production just, so just last week. Oh, okay. So all year I'm second, or all phase I'm second. You're dead last, Miff. So no, your fantasy
Well,
team.
that was just last week.
No. So no, unfortunately your fantasy team is not.
I got nerfed. I was like winning last phase. You guys nerfed me.
Well, you chose a new team.
On accident.
Yeah, you didn't have. I don't remember who your jungler was. Maybe it was Sam.
Oh.
Your jungler got 0 points. That happens. Anyway, the Camelot Kings now finally reach one of the Phoenix lines here. In a bloodbath of a game 2. Cubo Fred will dunk down.
Damn,
Won't
right.
hit Pater this time.
So tanky.
And dashes away.
Yeah, Friday
The
takes no
Camelot
damage.
Kings able to sustain up circle protection on the front of the Phoenix. And that's where the damage will go, or is it all into the Oni Warriors? Big damage out from Dardes, and the Warriors putting up a good defense.
Somebody.
Yeah, the Warriors have done a lot, but Meditation doing a lot for the Camelot Kings. Already resustained back to half. And off this wave, Netroid should be full HP. Can the Oni Warriors do it twice? Could be a hard ask.
The Camelot Kings have put next to no damage into this mid Phoenix, and that was their team fight.
They just leaving.
Well, yeah, they only have a whole minute left on the buff. There's nothing else to be done here.
Maybe a tier 2 tower?
Could be a tier 2 tower, man. They'll
got
head
the
over
minion
to
wave.
get some gold. Say again?
Yeah, they got the minion wave. I'm thinking that one for sure goes down. The Camelot Kings have this tier 2.
The gears are turning. I'm trying to see a world where it doesn't happen, but I think you might just be right.
The Warriors are like over on Gold Fury.
All right, so look, as far as team trades goes, probably the best the Oni Warriors can get. You're gonna lose your tier 2, yes, but
And the Phoenix.
and the Pyromancer,
And you don't
even get the Gold Fury.
Yeah. About as good as it gets for the Oni Warriors.
That's just a matter. No, that's a bad series of events for the Oni homies. They'll head back to base empty-handed.
That's disrespectful, man.
What?
Calling them the Oni homies.
Right, that was their pre-SPL.
Yeah,
name.
that's the SEC team.
I guess you're right. For a few months there, they technically were, but steamrolled through that tournament, made their way back to the SPL. And honestly, Miff, this individual set, I don't even think the last set, indicative of how good their year has been so far. They have just slipped a bit as far as pacing and game control has gone. And yes, I don't think much to glean from a matchup like this, but Oni Warriors still a very formidable team from what we've seen this year.
Yeah, it is a bit concerning, though, considering a lot of these other teams are starting to hit stride, right? Like Tartarus Titans are looking a lot better in the last couple of weeks. Jade Dragons have looked really good this week, and the Oni Warriors struggling a bit here. Hope it's not indicative of the performance that we're going to see from them at Masters. Maybe just a bit of the last week of the phase blues for the Oni Warriors as they hide some strategies going into the larger event. As of now, though, still certainly potential to fight back in. Not easy.
Just
14,
a subtle 14,000 gold.
A light 14K. But the Camelot Kings have got themselves a composition that will start to lack in damage as the game goes on. Not often you see a Mannequin's Hidden Blade on Captain Twig, especially on an Osiris, so maybe a little bit less consistent damage, but more burst is the trade-off. Variety starts to move in a little bit more so towards that defensive stat line, so Lancelot's damage not nearly as stifling as it once was. Netroid is the threat, and it's Polynomicon to finish his build, so again, more burst off the back of any form of CC. If the Oni Warriors can just get to this Freya, I think the rest of the fight will follow.
Yeah, it seems like a passing of the torch as far as carries are concerned for the Kings. There's Variety and Twig are still going to do just fine in these fights, but Netroid, who spent a good bit of time farming up, getting those items online, now in a position to maul the Oni Warriors if they step too far forward. This is an enhanced Fire Giant. And again, the minutes extend past the 1 kill a minute threshold, but I imagine that changes here in just a second if Variety and the rest of the Kings able to have their way with the rest of this match. Fire Giant down low. Chance for the Oni Warriors to steal, but are you going to out-confirm a circle of protection? No, you won't. The Camelot Kings get the EFG, and now the team fight after the fact looks good for the Camelot Kings as well.
Jesus.
Big man Tings with a double, but Genetics controlling the back line.
Hold on.
Nika get the away with the rest of this match. Fire Giant down low. Chance for the Oni Warriors to steal, but are you going to out-confirm a circle of protection? No, you won't. The Camelot Kings get the EFG, and now the team fight after the fact looks good for the Camelot Kings as well. Big man Tings with a double, but Genetics controlling the back line. Nika through the Aegis gets a double kill, but the Camelot Kings get a deicide. And they'll close out game 2.
Metroid's damage just absolutely ridiculous in that exchange. Nika finally able to shut him down over the wall with his last fleeting breath. That's Apwash, but last breath in his life that time around. The Camelot Kings have completely shattered my hypothesis, which was take them to a sloppy match and maybe you could see them bleed. The Kings, they're good at the calculated style. They're good at mud battles in the dirt. They're, dare I say it, just good.
I don't think that's a hard
Metroid
hill
just
to
got
die
up.
on, Myth. Wait, no, maybe that's a bad thing.
It's already packing
An
up.
easy
Game's
hill
still
to
going.
die. That means
I'm gonna die there. It's so easy.
Super easy to convince everyone of that. Unfortunately, Neoma will end this game with double-digit deaths, crosses that 10 threshold just prior to the end of this game. So some fun for the Camelot Kings. Higher-paced games from what we're used to seeing. Of course, if you're a Kings fan, you're happy with a win. But I think if you're looking at the type of Kings that you're going to get
Maybe Metroid
in a
has
few
somewhere to
days
be.
at Masters, you're really looking at the Kings throughout the rest of this phase, the objective control, the 4 or 5 kills in 20 minutes, not the 15, 20 kills in 20 minutes. Kings looking like continually one of the cleanest teams in the league.
Yeah, I'm not sure that is a game where I'll be like clean, but
Well, that's what I mean. You look at the rest of the phase,
the rest of the
not
phase.
this weekend
Okay.
necessarily.
I'm with you. I like that.
Appreciate it, Miff. Miff, you and I are going to go talk about geography and U.S. history and things like that. And in that time, we'll head back to the desk.
Hopefully Miff learned something
What did
about
you
like
say?
Miff, you and I are going to go talk about geography and U.S. history and things like that. And in that time, we'll head back to the desk.
Hopefully Miff learned something about like the difference between territories and states, things like that. Although I will give him credit. There was a push, Trelly, like recently, and a lot of discussion about adopting a 51st state, which I don't think we've done since 40s, 50s. Can't remember. It wasn't Cuba. It was Puerto Rico, I believe. But either way, somewhere recently it was coming through. Haven't had a new one since either Hawaii or Alaska. I think Hawaii. Either way, it's been a while. Man, that's just more example. The U.S., like, who cares about U.S. history? It's so boring. Global history, that's where it's at. That's where some cool stuff happens. And speaking of global history, you get a global team here. The Kings able to come in and find a 2-0 victory. And much like David said, though, Trelly, different pace than what we're used to out of the Kings normally.
Yeah, I think what Dave said, I agree with wholeheartedly. If you're looking to get some last-minute tips on what the Camelot Kings might look like coming into Masters, I would not look at this set too hard underneath a microscope. This was, to me anyways, this seemed like, they were more so having fun, looking good doing it, but that's just because they're all really great players and they can sort of play, whatever style you really need them to. I imagine that the idea was pretty simple, don't reveal too much about Masters. We already have first seed locked in. Let's just play some fun characters that we know we can get pressure on, and they executed.
Here's the question for you.
Okay.
And maybe this is a better question for someone back in production. I'd almost be willing to bet that the Kings, they might have beat the amount of kills that they've gotten the rest of the phase. And they play very slow, they play very methodical, and maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration. 7 weeks of play. There's a lot of sets, a lot of Smite to play.
9 and 2.
Got a lot of kills in this one compared to normal. I mean, you're talking 9 kills on Variety alone and on Twig alone. Normally, we're talking 9 kills in the total game with them involved.
Oh, yeah.
So, again,
10,
impressive.
11, ouch.
And just fun to see what they were able to do as they ramped things up here. Netroid, J-Mac had pointed it out as we were leaving, but he went
Cubo.
poly
Yep.
towards the end, so
Oh,
it's
yeah.
just hitting hard. Tings puts up 21K. But up there, look at that, almost 39,000 from Variety, and he's the only one so far who's played this Lancelot in solo, and it's looked good both times.
Yeah, I think that, number one, I do like a highlight. I do really enjoy the Lancelot solo. I think just so many abilities to proc that Glad Shield. It's always a fun time. But I think Netroid kind of had to go the poly just because they don't have like a hunter. They were just like, we really need to, like, we can win fights, and they proved that many of times. Like, to kill the actual Phoenixes, like, we might need some extra ADC damage. And Netroid's like, all right, you guys can have the fun, get the kills. I'll get poly. I'll take down the structures for us. I think it was a good way to make sure this comp had a decent late game involved when you have to go for a kill lane like that.
Well, see, now normally here's where we would turn. There's some guy over there I'd be talking to, and we'd figure things out. But I'm guessing the Kings said something pretty funny, because instead, Gotta listen in as to what was going on there. I believe, if I heard that correctly, at the end of game 1. So let's see what was going through their minds.
What? Go down! What a clean game! Yes! I stunned the Arthur 3 times in 5 seconds.
Everyone remember, Jordan got solo. Jordan got solo.
Jordan got solo!
Let's go. Let's go. I'm
Jungle
Genex,
solo.
Happy. What was that? That was the first bobble, I believe. I actually never even saw if it got finished.
Jungle solo,
but it
jungle
was the
solo,
jungle.
jungle
You're
solo.
right. We got to focus on the right thing. No, he was stoked about how many times he was able to find those stuns.
The
man.
whole team looked hyped. I mean, I couldn't even. There was a
Also,
lot of
clean game, 51 kills total. I love that. But hey, guess what? The Kings, they look good here. They find themselves a win, and that's that's what they've been doing a lot this phase.
Oh, yeah.
Look at the schedule and of course the standings. This was the penultimate set of the phase. The last one is going to be coming up next. The Scarabs taking on the Leviathans. And you know what? I got to give us a shout out. Right around 3 p.m. It's 2:55 right now, so we're sliding right in to the right timers here. I'm excited for that one, but the Kings, with this win, well, guess what? Nothing changes. They are actually still up at the top. Things that are interesting, though, is depending on where the Levi's and the Warriors end up here. Because standing-wise, there's now going to be one set that's different between the two of them. It's in the loss column. And if I remember correctly, coming into this week as well, or maybe not even coming into this week, after all of these days, and specifically the loss yesterday for the Leviathans, their plus-minus should be equal as well. So, they're at a point where if the Levi's go down 0-2, we might have to deal with a tiebreaker a little bit later on. And that's something that could end up happening here. The Scarabs, not a team to scoff at, even with the Levi's go down 0-2. We might have to deal with a tiebreaker a little bit later on. And that's something that could end up happening here. The Scarabs, not a team to scoff at, even with the changes. I think have a lot of formidability. And so I'm excited to see what this one can do. But the Warriors, they have now been knocked down. Again, chances for a tiebreaker later. Kings, on the other hand, they're coasting into Masters as the first seed. Feeling pretty solid about it after that win as well. We won't see them for a little while, but we do still have one more set to go today. One last set of Phase 2, and that's going to be the Scarabs taking on the Leviathans. We're going to kick it to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll be back with more Smite.
Welcome to Smite. Here's how to play. You're trying to guess the god, and we're going to give you 6 hints to do so. With each hint, you get one guess. These hints can be card art, item builds from the Pro League, or even the god's release date. If you guess correct, you win. It's that simple. If you're wrong, however, you move on to the next hint until you're out of hints. Seems easy enough.
Smite.
Then let's play.
Why is there a baby just knocked over? Who kicked the toddler?
Jasmine.
Pulled backs and being able to hold
Are
people
you
in place.
serious?
Ridiculous in that exchange. Nika finally able to shut him down over
Jasmine
the
just stepped
wall
on my
with
fucking
his
mouse.
last fleeting breath. That's Apwash.
What an
but
asshole.
last breath in his life that time around. The Camelot Kings have completely shattered my...
Where if the Levi's go down 0-2, we might have to deal with a
Why did you
tiebreaker
step
a
right on
little
the
bit
mouse?
later on.
And she like clicked on
And
like
that's
here,
something
like.
that could end up happening here. The Scarabs,
God.
not a team to scoff at, even with the changes. I think
It's
have a
fucking
lot of
cat.
formidability. And so I'm excited to see what this one can do. But the Warriors, they have now been knocked down. Again, chances for a tiebreaker later. Kings, on the other hand, they're coasting into Masters as the first seed. Feeling pretty solid about it after that win as well. We won't see them for a little while, but we do still have one more set to go today. One last set of Phase 2, and that's going to be the Scarabs taking on the Leviathans. We're going to kick it to a quick break, and when we get back, we'll be back with more Smite.
Welcome to Smite. Here's how to play. You're trying to guess the god, and we're going to give you 6 hints to do so. With each hint, you get one guess. These hints can be card art, item builds from the Pro League, or even the god's release date. If you guess correct, you win. It's that simple. If
I
you're
just
wrong,
keep
however,
losing every
you move
single
on to
time.
the next hint until
Over and
you're
over and over.
out of hints.
Just keep losing.
Seems easy enough. Then let's play.
Is there a baby just knocked over? Who kicked the toddler off the bed?
The hell is that?
What? Is this Scylla? The Child's Play Scylla skin?
That's a baby getting thrown. All right, here's me take. The the fence in the background looks Chinese, so I'm thinking Chinese god already. That's all my take. I'm gonna guess Sun Wukong.
Maybe
Raja?
Vamana.
So god number 4 is clearly a deadbeat parent. Wow, that's crazy. Odin.
Huh? As a baby, falling or something. I'm gonna take a Vamana.
That was my guess.
We'll say Vamana.
It must not be.
Is that a baby getting hit or something? Could be a Vamana artwork with one of his skins, I would say. No?
Cupid.
So this is a solo laner, definitely.
Golden Blade Warrior. Erlang?
There's only a handful of gods that really want that. That's embrace Golden Blade. Thing is, that picture literally did not help.
Yeah.
Uh,
So it could be like a Bologna, maybe, but
I'm gonna go ahead and say Osiris.
Okay, another AA jungler. Oh, could be Nem. No, I don't think Nem goes that bill. No. Could be Amaterasu.
Marvel Warrior.
Can I get the next clue?
Oh, I hate these things. I know what it is, but I don't know what it is. I've forgotten what the other images were now.
The hell is that?
I'm gonna skip this one.
Why is he wearing that hoodie? Now it could be a mage too.
Now
Okay,
it's that build.
can I get the next clue? The next clue, please.
Say Bologna.
Yep.
I'm gonna skip again.
My mind wasn't fried right now. I think of the Warriors.
That's before I started playing.
There literally can't be many else that want to build that. Oh, it's gonna be so obvious too. Just skip.
Well, that's just not gonna help. Susanna. Oh, Darji. Oh. Oh no, that's not good.
Amaterasu?
What?
Oh yeah, the chibi skin. Yeah.
Oh wow.
So it's a god with a chibi skin. I want to say Amaterasu.
Oh, it could be Ama. I'm gonna say Amaterasu.
That's a good one.
Hey.
Golden Blade Berserkers, Shoguns. Amaterasu?
Some of the SPL players are really ruining Osiris builds, so it could also be an Osiris build. Knee-jerk Amaterasu. Let's go!
Is it a Bologna? Because of Golden Blade? Is Bologna? No. It's Amaterasu. Right? Yeah.
I'm gonna say Amaterasu.
A lot of them got it on the second.
And 2016. I'm just gonna go with Amaterasu, I guess. Really? Oh, there was another clue as well.
Oh. Amaterasu. Oh my god.
Jeez. to tickle. Be right back.
Welcome back to the Smite Pro League and our final set of phase number 2. The Solar Scarabs and the Atlantis Leviathans will be your matchup. But before we talk about our matchup, we got to talk about the cool gear that all of our players are playing on, not just in the studio, but at home, our production, and us on the desk. Using these fantastic, brought to you by our good friends over at Alienware. So make sure that you check out smitegame.com/Alienware. Use code AWSmite09 to be able to get your hands and check out all the cool specs that this gear provides to our players and to us in the studio. Go to AlienwareArena.com or check out their socials at Alienware on both Twitter and Instagram. See all the great things that Alienware has to offer. And thank you so much to Alienware for coming back with us in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. My name is J-Mac. I got Mifflin joining me on the desk as we get ready to jump into that final penultimate game of the phase before then we jump into Masters in just a few days later. You good?
Penultimate, second to last.
Is it second to last?
I think so.
Oh, I thought it was last.
I thought Guantanamo Bay was a state. So
that whole last cast was just a fever dream. I'll be real with what was going through there. But we jump into our final set of the day. We get to talk about our final teams, and we also get to take a look and see what all you've missed so far this weekend, because it has been a jam-packed weekend of games. We've had 7 sets up until now, which normally on set number 7, we're packing up and going home. But no, we had an extra little set thrown in this week. That one was thrown in on Saturday with that Jade Dragons and Solar Scarabs match. It's been nothing but 2-0s across the board so far. Welcome back to the...
I'm back with Snackies.
Hello and welcome back to the Smite Pro League and our final set of phase number 2. The Solar Scarabs and the Atlantis Leviathans will be your matchup. But before we talk about our matchup, we got to talk about the cool gear that all of our players are playing on, not just in the studio, but at home, our production, and us on the desk. Using these fantastics, brought to you by our good friends over at Alienware. So make sure that you check out smitegame.com/Alienware. Use code AWSmite09 to be able to get your hands and check out all the cool specs that this gear provides to our players and to us in the studio. Go to AlienwareArena.com or check out their socials at Alienware on both Twitter and Instagram. See all the great things that Alienware has to offer. And thank you so much to Alienware for coming back with us in Season 9 of the Smite Pro League. My name is J-Mac. I got Mifflin joining me on the desk as we get ready to jump into that final penultimate game of the phase before then we jump into Masters in just a few days later. You good?
Penultimate, second to last.
Is it second to last?
I think so.
Oh, I thought it was last.
Nope.
I thought Guantanamo Bay was a state. So
that whole last cast was just a fever
God.
dream. I'll be real with
it
what was going through there. But we jump into our final set of the day. We get to talk about our final teams, and we also get to take a look and see what all you've missed so far this weekend, because it has been a jam-packed weekend of games. We've had 7 sets up until now, which normally on set number 7, we're packing up and going home. But no, we had an extra little set thrown in this week. That one was thrown in on Saturday with that Jade Dragons and Solar Scarabs match. It's been nothing but 2-0s across the board so far. And now going into our final set, this is a very important one for the Atlantis Leviathans as far as standings are concerned, because both the Warriors and the Leviathans did even tie between head-to-head, plus-minus, and all that going into that last set. Only Warriors then drop in their 2-0 against the Camelot Kings. All the Leviathans need to do to hold 5th seed is to win a single game in this best-of-3 up against the Solar Scarabs. If they win just that one game, then they're guaranteed their 5th spot, and they can move on to Masters without any kind of problems and any kind of extra tiebreaker sets that I should say on there. But the Solar Scarabs, even with some of the new rosters, have to mention that the last time these two teams did square off, the Solar Scarabs did find themselves a win, though it was a 2-1, so still some hope out there for Leviathans fans if they want to try and hold that 5th spot.
So if the Solar Scarabs 2-0, no change for the Solar Scarabs in the standings.
Correct.
But would confirm a tiebreaker, correct?
Yes, so if the Solar Scarabs 2-0 the Leviathans here, then it would be a head-to-head tiebreaker match between the Warriors and the Leviathans for that 5th seed spot.
When would that be played?
Right after this.
Oh, we're sticking around for like a quadra day.
We'd be sticking around for not just 8 sets, but a 9th set of our weekend. And
okay,
what a long weekend that would be for us, and what a good way to be able to jump into Masters and kind of talking about, you know, how Masters is on the horizon, talking about these two teams. Let's talk about some of the players on these teams specifically who have kind of been making those step-ups on their squad. Zapman over for Leviathans, typically a player that we talk of usually in passing jest as the sacrificial lamb of the team. Zapman goes down, the other 4 players are like, all right, cool, now we can go ahead win our team fight, usually no problem. But Zapman has been really stepping up in his last few sets. He isn't being focused nearly as much. Maybe teams realizing the other ingest, kind of ingest passive of Zapman. The more you beat him down, the stronger he becomes.
Yeah, and you know what? When the Atlantis Leviathans were on their dominant stint, when they were just by and large the best team in the league at the team fight phase, and they were good enough to force the team fight phase every single time, they didn't need Zapman to pop off, right? It was a bit like, yeah, Zapman dies and then we win. But it was true. It was true to life. That was happening consistently. Now the Atlantis Leviathans, having found themselves closer to the middle of the pack, lower end of the league, they need Zapman in these games. And Zapman, when the need arises, not dissimilar to Batman, he shows up, all right? And the three-time champion has shown that he is very capable of playing some of these new-to-the-meta style of picks, things like the Cupid. He can go towards things like the Chernobog as well. And I've been very impressed by the veteran. He really has stepped up his own individual performance in the last couple of sets, even with the Leviathans struggling to find consistent wins.
I mean, with a team like the Leviathans, this is still the current reigning world champions team. This isn't like a world champion team from 3-4 years ago that we're talking about. They just won the Season 8 World Championship. So we know what some of the peaks are capable of this team, and we've seen it happen so far in this phase a couple times, taking down not just the number 1 seed Camelot Kings, but also the number 2 seed Olympus Bolts, not just once, but twice against the Bolts now. So we'll have to see if they can bring themselves back up to that level, because they're going against the Solar Scarabs. Maybe a little bit on the opposite end here. I can't necessarily say the opposite end of the standings, because both these teams are right there neck and neck with each other in that regard. But the Solar Scarabs have had a bit of a shakeup in their regard, losing their jungler Scream, who's gone over to the Jade Dragons, now picking up Sam for Soccer. And it kind of feels like over in the dual lane, Stewart hasn't been able to get nearly as much pressure as he did, at least in this first set that we saw with the Scarabs, and even in their sub week whenever they had Oath on the team. It feels like Stewart hasn't gotten that same level of freedom that he has with some of his other teammates.
Yeah, back when Scream was playing with the Solar Scarabs, it still wasn't as if he was camping the duo lane. It's always been, hey, I'm going to hang out with Scary D, or when it was SOT, hey, I'm going to hang out with SOT. And it seems like Sam for Soccer has stuck with that style. For the most part, Stewart left to his own devices in lane. And I think this is a player who has been forged in fire. He has been left to his own to play against the best hunters in the world, and his team just tells him, hey, you just got to do it. You just got to be good enough. I don't care if they're ganking you. It doesn't matter. Just get to the late game team fight and pop off there. And when the Solar Scarabs are winning, it's because that's happened. Stewart gets through the laning phase on his own with minimal assistance, shows up to the team fight, and simply dominates. He has been a consistently impressive player for this team. And now with Scream gone, they need him. The Solar Scarabs need Stewart to step up more than he ever has. And I feel like that's a hard ask for someone who's newer to the league. But in reality, when the situations are as dire as they have been, with all the roster swaps have been happening for the Solar Scarabs, tough luck. You really do need him. But he is a player that is very capable of doing it. I have been consistently impressed by his positioning, the aggressive stylings. When he finds his opportunities, he's not unwilling to dash in, get aggressive, get active, get his hands dirty. I like to compare him to some of these other lower-ended hunters, or in seeding at least. So when you look at his direct parallel, I think Wowie's a fair comparison. When I look at Stewart as opposed to Wowie, Wowie's got a much more subdued style, but will be willing to step up in the team fight phase. Stu's always looking for his opportunity. I think maybe a more fair comparison would probably be like Panda Cat.
Well, we'll see what the Solar Scarabs and the Leviathans cook up for us in game number 1. Let's jump into the picks and bans and get those ones flying right away. Xing Chen, the first god banned away by Leviathans, taking a direct shot, at least over at inbound in that support role. A Guardian that's been kind of left alone for a little while, then was one of the hottest topics for the support role, and now is kind of fading, not necessarily into obscurity, but definitely fading back a little bit more than we was at his prime. The Solar Scarabs will then take away Yamoja. So starting out with the support roles and anything. And I think it's just such a fun storyline, at least for Stewart. I mean, he came in through and replaced the now current 3-time world champion Zapman to jump onto the Solar Scarabs roster, and really has had to fight his way to get to the position that he is, and now facing off against the person that he has replaced after, this is now a little over a year that Stewart has had to develop with this team. So I'm curious as to how the rest of that dual lane matchup will go out as the final bans are going through. Cabrakan East set for Leviathans, and then Dodgy on the Solar Scarabs, not giving something over to Panatom.
That is crazy. I'd almost completely forgotten that Zapman was originally with this roster. So when you even zoom out further, the Solar Scarabs lose Zapman, who is one of the most vocal players in the league. He is a phenomenal in-game leader. They lose Scream, one of the most vocal players in the league and a phenomenal in-game leader. The Solar Scarabs have been in this transitory period for so long, trying to figure out what their identity is going to be, and now have to do so all over again. I suppose in that situation, you really lean on Inbound for his veteran leadership. He's been a primary shot caller since his days in the console league, even winning the world championship the first time or the first year that he had played. I suppose now it's his time to step up and show that he can be that leader for this team. But man, even with that information, I had completely forgotten the Solar Scarabs have just had a rough cut, man.
They really have. I mean, they've lost so many, quintessential players on their team. They had Layers at one point, and then he gets replaced by Scream, so at least a net even trade in that regard. Maybe even positive, negative, depending on who you talk to there. They lost SOT at the start of the year, now picking up Scary D. So many players have come and gone from this Solar Scarabs roster. You could almost make another massive team just out of the big hitters that have come through, and that would be a pretty stacked team. But
Solar Scarabs just an incubation chamber for the rest of the league, huh?
It almost feels like the Solar Scarabs roster is like the old of like Payne Divion, who would just pick up a bunch of rookies and turn them into superstars. But in this case, it's they pick up the superstars and then they get moved over somewhere else. But jumping back into the picks and bans, Nemesis the first one out, Chernobog the first one picked up, and then for the Scarabs, Lancelot the first got selected in. Now has had mixed success in the jungle, more success in the solo lane. So do you think that might be indicative of kind of the placement of this Lancelot for this roster?
You know, I'm not certain. Scary D is certainly one that has been very willing to go towards newer selections. Feels like every single time there's someone that is viable in the solo lane, Scary D is just excited to add something to the repertoire. So certainly potential to head over to the solo lane, but I know for a fact that Sam for Soccer has been playing this pick a fair deal. With Khepri locked in, I think I would like to see Lancelot in the jungle. Last time we saw Sam play it was a bit of a quiet performance, but now with that Scarab's Blessing, acting as that safety net, you can really facilitate some of those deep dives that Lancelot is so apt to go towards. I was concerned about this, though. Surprised the Solar Scarabs prioritized the Lancelot over the Cupid, which has been so dominant. Maybe hedging their bets, saying that with Chernobog locked in, Cupid wouldn't be flanking it. But if that was the bet, they lose. The Leviathans, they've taken it.
Especially considering that the Leviathans, up in these last couple of sets, have been so heavily prioritizing gods like Kabrakan for Shinto, and then you see that Kabrakan was banned away by Leviathans. Well, what's one of his next go-tos has been this Chernobog for that mid lane. So, Leviathans drafted double Hunter Fafnir composition already. Plenty of auto attack junglers if you want to throw that in there. I mean, you look across the way, there's still Osiris, Erlong Shen, Gilgamesh if you want to throw his name out there, Kali, so much open for the Leviathans, but still the pick goes over to the Solar Scarabs. Discordia has really been on the rise, and with a win rate like that, maybe no surprise, 92% win rate in her 12 games played so far. This god has quickly become one of the most popular mid laners to be picked up.
Discordia Cupid supremacy, it would seem. Now, one of them going to take a hit to their win rate. Has to, as they've been split up between these two teams. Discordia, I think, just very strong in these team fights. That massive cripple with the golden apple really displacing everybody. People talk about Discordia as if she's just purely this burst god, but Strife as well. Such a really good just disruption tool in these fights. I like to equate golden apple to a mobile no-play zone. Whoever you hit is just get away from him, right? All of a sudden he's so stinky, nobody wants to stand near him. Because if you get hit by that secondary explosion, it really can just run amok in some of these team fights. That passive as well, very, very versatile throughout the early game. I am curious as to what soul laner the Solar Scarabs are going to take for themselves if it isn't this Lancelot. If it is, imagine Lancelot just holds on to that Discordia passive. Whatever the soul laner is will likely hold on to that Discordia passive for the majority of the early game. I like the core three from both of these teams, but the Leviathan's composition, man, something about it is just ominous for me. I feel like they've got high aggression in the duo lane between Cupid and Fafnir, decent rotation ability from the Chernobog as well, so if you're getting aggressive in the duo, Chernobog is always going to make it a numbers advantage. He can always make sure that if a gank is coming to one of those side lanes, that he's there to even those odds as well. The Solar Scarabs are reliant on that early game aggression. I think the Leviathans got themselves a draft that could really slow it down for the first 15-20 minutes.
Well, for the second phase of bans, it was nothing but solo lane banning out. Artio and Cthulhu by the Solar Scarabs. King Arthur and Cucullin by the Atlantis Leviathan. So the Soul Laner is going to have to dip maybe a little bit further than what we've been more accustomed to as far as those picks and bans are concerned. And I'm going to hold my breath at least for now on one of those two being locked in.
You better not breathe in. You
Sorry,
just did,
sorry,
man.
Okay, hold on. Let me breathe out real quick. Okay, Aphrodite switched away. That makes it a little bit more comforting as far as discussion goes, because Chernobog Cupid, neither of them really known for being a jungler of any regard. And then Aphrodite being hovered mid, support / solo, kind of depending on who you ask, but it'll go completely away from all that. Osiris, the next god for the Atlantis Leviathans, to be drawn over into the jungle. And now maybe looking at an Atlas, something that SOT had been reserving for the solo lane for his team on the Titans, will now make its way over for the Atlantis Leviathans. How do you feel about Atlas into this matchup so far with these gods?
Atlas, pretty strong up against Khepri. You could disrupt the Abduct pretty easily. Heimdall has to stand still in that Bifrost, so you could displace him pretty easily as well. Atlas also has decent matchup in the Discordia once she utilizes that lead, the pool large enough that you could displace her in those regards. But with this composition that the Leviathans have drafted for themselves, I think that's the reason we're starting to see this Atlas. The defense shred on his ultimate is incredibly strong, and the conversation we had always had around these double hunter compositions is, how are you going to deal with all the defense that is likely to get picked up on the other side? Usually it's, okay, we'll just have a Charybdis. She can defense shred on her own, or maybe it's a Stinger from AMC. Atlas can do it, and he can do it in AoE, and he can do it semi-global. So I think that fits this composition very, very well. It opens the door to another auto attacker like Osiris out of the jungle. Coerce going to find value from all three of the physical core of the Leviathans. I like this comp a lot from the Levi's. It's not easy to play by any stretch of the imagination, but this is a team that I trust to be able to execute on it. Whereas the Solar Scarabs, I would have said easy to play draft, right? You've got potentially the safest hunter in the game. You've got one of the Guardians that brings safety to every single one of your characters. Lancelot has a lot of survivability, pretty easy to execute dive. And then this Thor gets locked in. And when I see Thor, when I have conversation with the pro players about Thor, and I tell them, hey, I'm playing Thor all the time in my games, in my ranked games. And you know what they say to me? Why are you throwing your ranked games? Yeah, why are you doing that? You could be playing literally anyone else and doing the exact same thing, because Thor is just so hard to play. You need to be consistent with those double hammers. Your walls have to be perfect, or you're ruining your own team. If you're not finding value from your ultimate, you're not doing anything on the map. When we talk feast or famine, Thor's right there, and he's at the top of that list.
So now that we see that it is a double assassin out of the Solar Scarabs, Lancelot locked in and Thor, talking about how impactful that Thor needs to be, is this maybe something that we'll have to discuss a little bit more in detail in a moment, though? We do have to have a quick little remake, so we're going to make sure to throw it to a quick break, and we'll get back with you guys when we're ready for game number 1. Over there, but avoid a tie. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Apologies for the delay, but we're just about ready to jump into game number 1 between the Leviathans and the Solar Scarabs. Remember, for the Atlantis Leviathans, to avoid a tiebreaker, they just need to win 1 game in this best of 3 against the Solar Scarabs. What better way for them to do that than be potentially take a game number 1? And Myth, before we went into the break, I was kind of setting up a question to talk to you. Now, I really do want to go into this one. Between the Thor and the Lance, you are grinning ear to ear.
I'm just really happy to be here, Jay.
You are just vibing over there. But kind of talk to me about maybe where you would rather have this Thor versus Lancelot. You're talking about the impact that you need out of Thor when it comes to making consistency out of his ultimate, out of his kit as a whole. Would you rather have that one go over to Sam in the jungle, or maybe for Scary D in the solo lane?
I'll answer the initial question you asked before I get to that secondary. Where would I like to see Thor? Probably just not picked. Secondly, if I had to choose one between the two, Sam for Soccer is one of the premier Thor players in the world. So I think very, very much so. I've seen him play it a bit more often than I've seen Scary D on this pick. So between the two players, I think I would prefer to see him in the jungle. Lancelot has shown consistency, at least in Variety's hand, out of the solo lane. So if I had to choose, let's put Lancelot over the solo, Thor in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, with the 2 games that we have seen out of it, Variety, I think it was like a 6-1 the first time, and then I don't even remember how many more than 6 that he got in just the most recent game that he played, and like 1 or 2 on there. So Lancelot not so hot in the jungle so far. I think only a single jungle win out of the ones that he has gotten. 2 solo wins. We'll see if maybe at least the Solar Scarabs can add an extra win to their column and 1 to the Lancelot if they're able to throw it out over there. And looking at the remainder of the team, I mean, this really does feel like just an all-in style of composition from the Scarabs. I mean, a single frontliner in Khepri to try and protect all 4 of these. What's kind of that time frame where this style of comp might not work out too much more for the Scarabs?
Yeah, when I think about Lancelot, I think to myself, and I've said it very vocally, very high early damage output starts to fall off as late game comes. Thor, the exact same situation. His power spike a little bit like a, what are those called? Like a parabola? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's strong in the mid game, a little bit weaker at the very earliest portions, a little bit weaker at the very latest portions. So keep your eyes on the mid game for the Solar Scarabs.
We'll see if the double dive assassin comp out of Scarabs can come out in game number 1. It's the Scarabs versus the Leviathans. We'll throw it over to Gore and Trelly.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. Of course, there's some tiebreaker potential depending on what goes on here. Scarabs, if they can win this set and they have to win it 2-0, then the Levi's will have to stick around a little bit after this to play the Warriors for their spot. If the Levi's can win even just 1 game, then the plus-minus gets all out of whack and they won't have to worry about it anymore. Here, though, we get some fun stuff. It is Sam, as Miff had highlighted, going onto the Thor. And so you get Lancelot solo by someone who's not the Kings for the first time.
Yeah, something that I think is very important that we should know about all Cupid players in the league is what skin they go to. Because that changes the hearts. And I believe with the baby Fuwa, it has the dumplings.
Yes,
and
this is the skin I use.
Yeah, that's very important to me.
Because
Barra had the beans.
I don't know about you.
Okay.
And this you know what, this is what we had. We had catering come in today.
Right.
And we had like the pot stickers, the fried pot stickers. I'm a big fan of dumplings.
Uh-huh.
And that is exclusively the reason I use this skin. I don't care anything else about it.
Mm-hmm.
I just really love dumplings so much that it impacts my Cupid play. Like, I want to see them in the game too.
I mean, my issue then becomes...
It does make me hungry.
I was going to say, how many Cupid skins could you sit? Because I like honey, you know, the honey ones would be good, and then I like some beans.
Yeah, but like, what? I mean, but are you just eating cans of beans? Are you a 1920s hobo?
I mean, like, you know, like black beans on a burrito. I'm not talking about like a can of beans over a fire. Yeah, Tiny Tim.
Well, that's the skin, though.
I'm well aware, but they make me think of different style of beans.
So Panatom's ganking the solo lane. Scary D's low, 1 more auto. That's all they need. Atlas solo, by the way, for hardcore, and he picks up first blood.
Yeah, unfortunately for Scary D, the Lancelot doesn't have too much escapability in that lane just yet. Once you're using your first ability, I mean, you can get on the horse, but you can get knocked off the horse. And I don't even think it was leveled at the moment, so Scary D falls down. That is going to be first blood going over to Yarkor on this Atlas solo. You might want it to go on to Panatom, but look what he's doing in this lane. He's going to be bullying now.
Look, man, we've seen the Atlas solo a couple of times. A lot of it has been specifically out of SOT. He likes playing this. You know what? This is the second time in a row that it's been referenced and that you're here. You're going to have to be stuck talking about it. You mentioned one of the first times that you had been on the other side of it. And, of course, there's always been the debate. I remember, you know, the first discussion, first game it was locked in. It was the dash versus, you know, going for his 1, getting that pulse to clear minions. Most of the time we've been seeing the 1 leveled up. And I wouldn't be surprised if Hardcore is going for something similar. Plus, with a small advantage, small lead.
Left one.
I mean, like you said, he's going to kind of dominate, at least, well, maybe not dominate, depends on the Lancelot, but control himself pretty well.
Yeah, the early game, at the very least, with the first blood like that, should certainly go over to the Leviathan. Solo laner, that's just going to help you out a ton. I think at the moment we could be seeing a resurgence, another gank if possible.
Yeah,
and with
pulled in by the Atlas, and yeah, just a couple of hits.
Yeah, once I saw the tether, I was like, there's nothing in Lancelot's kit that gets him out of that tether at that point. When you are this low, level 3, no sort of itemization online, it's just not going to happen. And this is why we don't see these Atlas solos level the dash. In the you can't use your escape on the wave. Scary D used his clear, which unfortunately is also his movement.
Yep.
And then you just get ganked. So that's why there's no real dashing on the wave more often than not, if you can help it. Because if not, you never know when there's going to be a sneaky little Osiris that just walks around the corner with a mannequin scepter and gives you your second kill of second death of the game, we should say.
Poor Scary D. I mean, that's like the most unfortunate scenario. Because you mentioned the tether, and half the time that you're stuck there anyway, it's with the mini fin rails essentially in the Atlas pool, right? Just grab them up, give him the world's strongest hug, and unfortunately for Scary D, yeah, afterward, where are you going to go with it? So 2 kills over there, 1 onto Hardcore, 1 now onto Panatom. Feels, I think, in my mind, pretty good for the Leviathans as a start. You had mentioned First Blood maybe wanting it to go to Panatom. Does getting the second kill, does that relieve some of that? It doesn't come with the same bounty or anything like that, but feels like it should still be good for the jungle.
Yeah, I think the Leviathans are happy with the First Blood no matter what. I just, you also have to consider that Yarkor's probably not leaving lane for quite some time, so you'd like...
Especially on an Atlas.
Yeah, you'd like Panatom to finish stone cutting a little bit earlier, and then he can rotate out with that damage lead over Sam for Soccer, who still hasn't quite finished that first item. And here we go, Panatom once again finds inbound.
Yeah, shows up on the left side of the map, slows are good, but the damage isn't there. The tether, it only stuns Stewart. Inbound slow, Sickle doesn't connect.
He had the ult.
Yeah, Panatom could have chased it down.
You wanna die
give
for
up
it?
on that one. Scary D on the other side of the map, though, still getting bullied. Thor's here now, and he's going to change things around. The wall is good, and the damage is there. Scary D takes him to the joust and ends his life.
Yeah, that's going to be a great answer back to that First Blood that came to Yarkor. Now Scary D gets credit for the kill, should be able to back up, hopefully finish that Soul Eater and have a little bit of extra sustain in this lane, just because Yarkor has been sort of dominating. I mean, it's only been 4 minutes, not that long, but we've seen the poke come through. It's a hard lane to stay into when you are behind, but once that Soul Eater does get finished up, which unfortunately it didn't, we're not going to be able to see that. But Stewart actually hits a nice ult here.
Yeah, Zapman traveling all around the realms. He's Cupid, so he's just going to dash away. Stewart, though, is going to get aggressive. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Gets the wave push. And is feeling pretty confident after getting away there. Had the ult first, and Zap still hasn't hit 5 yet.
Yeah,
so should be feeling pretty solid about it. There's going to be the Fields of Love. So that was the biggest advantage Stewart has had and been able to leverage so far.
Yeah, unfortunately for Stewart, I think just the beads was the plan there. And he's like, wait, Zap actually ate the ult. Now I have to chase him, or else I wasted my own ult, and it just didn't work out. Zap wasn't scared. However, inbound is already on this purple buff. It's getting low, but here comes Wrong You as well, trying to steal this one away.
Presence there, purple buff. He's gonna get, not yet secured. Instead, Shinto comes in. Now Stewart's trying to get away. Good stun, and the Bifrost slows him down, but he's still gonna be able to disengage here and get out of dodge. Inbound. Luckily for him, look, Kepri's not known for speed, not known for mobility, and not known for being swift. But he manages to get out of there no problem. Hardcore, the other side of the map, has to ult match. Trade Scary D. Manages to keep his life this time.
Yeah, Scary D did back up, finish the Soul Eater, and then teleport back in. Yarkor does not have that luxury, did have to back and run all the way in to try and get back to that lane. And I think Yarkor was like, I'm not even going to trade damage with this guy. I just want to back up, spend some items, and then realize, wait, you actually kind of do damage. Now you hit a power spike that I was not quite ready for. So a little bit more respect in this solo lane now that the Soul Eater has finished the Bluestone. It's going to start to add up here. There's a lot of abilities that Lancelot has. You'll be able to proc those.
You know, it's always interesting because I think the last couple of times we've talked about the Leviathans, Shinto's still someone who farms pretty well and gets ahead, but this is the first time that it felt as tangible as it was just now. Again, it's only a level lead, but I will expect to see probably 9 right in the next couple of minutes, because, I mean, he's got 566, he's getting, what, 40 of everybody else. He needs, like, 2 minions before he's going to level up. I mean, he is in a very powerful position, and normally it comes at some of a cost, right? Panatom, you lose a little bit with the kills they've gotten. Maybe things go well, walled off, though. Wow. Panatom, over to the Afterlife, used defensively in the jungle, rooted out by Inbound, and the slows aren't going to work. The tether's only doing so much. The dunk down from Sam, and Scary D confirms the kill. They catch him out in the jungle, and they make sure he stays down.
Yeah, That's going to be a great answer back. And now Shinto is in a little bit of trouble, holding onto the dash perfectly, but finally is forced to use the beads, and that should be the end of that aggression. We saw Inbound pop the med, so I thought maybe a tower dive could have been the possibility. Well, the Leviathans, they're just going to step up here and realize, hey, our red buff's getting invaded. Let's just take theirs at the same time. The duo lane should be able to confirm that one, but now they're just making a beeline for Sam for Soccer. No hammer or ult available, but looks like Zap went the wrong way.
Zap a little further away. Shinto's not coming in from mid, so maybe just playing, you know, a bothersome support player there. Beads from Zap. He's getting attacked. No Fields of Love. Luckily, he's going to get out of there. He has the dumplings.
The delicious
hanging out
dumplings.
For him. Yeah, the delicious dumplings. And he's going to be able to stay alive. Wrong you again, just kind of playing nuisance here. Maybe buying some time for Panatom to get over here. See if they can get onto Stewart, who's low health. Transformation from Wrong You. Leap forward. There's the blink from Panatom. They throw the sickle. They get the damage, and they kill off the carry. Heimdall put down.
Yeah, Stewart goes back, and now Panatom gets himself another kill, and it's going to sit around and just sort of defend the obelisk, as Wrongyu's going to steal those away as well. We have highlighted the fact that Shinto has been farming extremely well, and there's a Scarab's Blessing here, so it shouldn't be too much, but now Shinto flies in.
Yeah, speaking of Shinto, he's here and ready. Scarab's Blessing keeping the damage off of Baronic, and he's going to live for now. Onto that tier 2. Looks like the back's going to go off. The rest of the Leviathans backing away. Inbound. Losing a little bit of his aggression with everybody over on left. Yeah, this feels like a Gold Fury pull. Zap is going to leave purple, come join his team. It's going to take a little bit of trading. 8 minutes in, 9 minutes in. It's a little rough with the damage that it can deal. Fields of Love will get dropped. But the Leviathans will put themselves up 2,000 gold here and start feeling a lot more comfortable in this early game.
Yeah, and it will be a happy new year as we saw the ultimate go down as well for Zap to make sure to confirm that one. Just a lot of DPS that was needed because, as you said, this is a very early pull out of Gold Fury. 9 minutes in. Sam for Soccer goes up to the sky. It looks like he's not going to get anyone in solo. He's looking towards the mid lane, but even that is going to be a tall ask, and right back down he goes. No action for the Anvil of Dawn. You know, you're looking for a kill after an objective pull is always a great time because they haven't quite spent that gold. Panatom finally goes back to base, so catching out that Osiris would have been massive. Unfortunately, just not going to be the case. Panatom not leaving that tower line doesn't really open up any sort of avenues. If I'm the Solar Scarabs, I'm thinking you need to get active in one lane specifically, and that's around your solo laner. Scary D is 11, tied for the highest on the map with Shinto. This is your driving force. He's your driving horse, if you will. And this is who you need to fight around. I mean, I just had to
appreciate it.
I
Honestly,
had to try.
I like it because I didn't even see it was there, and I'm happy that you did, and you envisioned it. You know what, Trello? You made it become reality. I'm also interested in seeing, I think, just everything. Also, and we'll have to hold that thought. Panatom's making his way over to the right-hand side of the map. Scary D, you were just talking about him being someone the Scarab should lean on. He uses that horse to get out of here. The ult going to be down. The jousting stables disappeared. Cyrus not in the passive, so he can't quite walk through the wall just yet. But he's gone for Toxic Blade, of all things. And early on, that's a little surprising. I feel like it's not something that I'm used to seeing, at least this forward in the build.
Yeah, given the matchup, it doesn't look like there's too much healing. Scary D does not have the ultimate available. Picked up, slammed down, and unless he's got some fancy footwork, should be going down here.
Yeah, oh no, but a res from Inbound, so well played. Panatom leaps in,
so
but does not hit Scary D. Damage from Shinto is here. Veronic, Scary, forced into the tier 2. The CC is there. Oh, and they lock down the support. They're going to get one kill. And unfortunately for Inbound, that kill is him.
Yeah, I was just about to say this Toxic Blade, you know, it's going to give you some extra damage and extra anti-heal up against Scary D's Soul Eater, but more specifically Inbound. He's went for this meditation and this Mail of Renewal. On top of the Benevolence, there's so much healing built into the support's kit as is. So the Toxic Blade not only does it give you that anti-heal, that attack speed, health, and movement speed, it's just a stacked item in pretty much all of the stats around. It's also going to give you tons of utility up against this new style of healing build that we've seen, more specifically on picks like the Capri, but it's just a stacked item in pretty much all of the stats around. 60%. It's also going to give you tons of utility up against this new style of healing build that we've seen, more specifically on picks like the Capri, but a couple different Guardians have been trying it out, and it seems to be working. And even Stone of Gaia coming next, so Inbound is going to try to be a pseudo healer now, just get as much HP 5 as humanly possible. So anti-heal might be the priority for a reason.
I mean, I was going to say, you get a Toxic Blade early. They've got a Contagion way earlier than I think I've ever seen a Contagion. Honestly, maybe more often than I've ever seen a Contagion being built. And so good pickups here from the Leviathans to help deal with that. Kind of a bloody match, 6 kills, 12 minutes. Not quite as bloody as whatever we just watched between the Kings and the Warriors, but still a lot of pressure. And on the Levi's as well, man, it feels like this is a team that grand scheme, big picture, it's weird to talk about in this position, right? We're in the conversation of, well, if they lose 2-0 today, and it's like, hey, hold on, pause. This is a Levi, this is the world champs you're talking about. Are you really having that conversation with anybody that's not the top 2 teams? And it's like, well, yeah, because they're not up there anymore. I mean, yesterday losing to the Valks puts them in this kind of precarious spot. I mean, to the point where this is almost the true battle for 7th. It might not change the standings that much, but in reality, Valks beating Levi's, if Levi's beats Scarabs, in theory, you get a nice little arrangement for how those teams are feeling going into Masters.
Yeah, well, given the situation, given the fact that the Leviathans are sort of on the chopping block in that sense, they do need to perform here. It looks like they're doing pretty darn well thus far. They still have a fair bit of gold. Only 12 minutes in, having a gold lead like this is certainly nothing easy to obtain. They have been fighting.
3K?
Yeah, 3K. They've been fighting well. They've been farming well. Not to say that the Scarabs haven't been doing the same. That, fighting through Scary D specifically, that's really the only place that they've been able to get active, and that's where their only real XP lead was until Yarkar ticked over to level 13. So I still think if the Scarabs are looking to get aggressive, if they are trying to fight, it has to be on this right side of the map. It's not to say that Stuart can't fight, but I don't think you want to put him in that situation. He doesn't quite have the itemization online just yet. He's got Transcendence and Aussie, but would love an Executioner, would love a Kin Size before he really starts swinging against these tankier targets. I mean, there's 3 tanks on the sides of the Leviathans if you're counting Panatom.
Yeah, it's a lot to try and burn through there. Panatom, I mean, at this point, the quote-unquote, let's call it tankiness that exists for him is just warrior scaling, nothing maybe in the build. I guess a little bit of health from the Toxic Blade you had highlighted earlier is going to help sprinkle in on that, but we'll see how well he can hold up through the onslaught, and more specifically how well Stuart can do. Thought maybe something could explode here in mid. Wronghue's been looking for hammers and presence and pressure. So it looks like just safety for them. Mid-camp's left side going towards the Scarabs. They might go for a red invade. It's already been dropped. They're still walking forward. Wronghue gets the hammer.
Go for a green invade.
Seems like that's enough, right? I was wondering how much they wanted to commit to it. Scary D has even made the full rotation over to mid. And a pick there with a solo laner on to boot. It seems like it could have been a Primal Fury if they were able to find something. They might. The Leviathans were able to lock him down, but Scary D horsed up, and he's fine.
Yeah, it seemed like, the call was Yarkor teleported into right. It's been a while now, but that was the beginning of Scary D's rotation over to left lane. A possible look at that Primal Fury pull. Then it turned into, okay, maybe we shouldn't go for a risky play like that. Let's look at Red Buff. And they hear Red Buff go down. They're like, all right, just go back, man. Just go back to solo lane. We missed our opportunity here. We're still not, unreasonably far behind. There's no reason why we can't just continue up, farming and then look towards the left side of the map where the Scarabs are grouped up. No one's dropping a Sentry Ward just yet. It seems like more so waiting to see if the Leviathans will do a face check, and it looks like they might walk up.
Yeah, I should find them here. Solo laner's distracted, no teleport available for either side. In theory, you have to think that horse is going to enable one side, maybe a quicker rotation than the other. Zap, unfortunately, we catch it as he loses the purple buff there to Stuart on the Gjallarhorn. So now feeling pretty solid, at least in terms of some farm over there. And Stuart's had a comfortable lead. I mean, he's 0-1-0. But outside of that one death, has been very controlling in this lane, willing to step up to Zap. I mean, earlier you you called it when he was trying to force beads, didn't force beads, and just took the fight to see what could happen. So not any explosive plays between them, but little moments like that one that are maybe leaning a little more Scarab-sided.
So you said that Scary D rotates quicker on the horse, and I tend to agree. But what's faster, the horse or the laser from Yarkor? Because that would
the laser will definitely get there the most.
That would certainly beat him there, but it depends on if you're hitting. Because if you just miss, then it doesn't really matter that you sent it over. But if Yarkor hit a 5-man ult, steal Gold Fury in the process, then it doesn't really matter if he gets there first. So you always gotta watch out for that.
If Yark hits a 5-man ult, period. I don't care if he steals a Gold Fury, it'll look good. Zap wants a fight. Gets knocked up. The autos are there. Inbounds come to save. Thor is here too, but Wronghue's joined the fray. Zap's still gonna fall from the hammer from Sam. Now the jousting lot is thrown down, and the damage is there. Shinto dodges some in the wall, but is not able to escape. Scary D finds a kill, and they're able to put down 2 on the Leviathans.
Yeah, 2 for absolutely nothing thus far, and it looks like now the Scarabs are going to head towards that Primal Fury. The rest of the Levis are here 3 strong, but it's getting shredded down so fast they can't even go for a steal.
Ken Hardcore.
Here we go.
Find the
Oh,
laser.
too late.
It's lining up.
There's a 4-man ult.
The Fury goes down. He's still lining up. Yeah, maybe I should correct that statement from before. Maybe he does need to get the objective to make it a little more impressive. Unfortunate for them there. The Scarabs immediately made a beeline towards the Pyromancer. I thought they were going to be for sure on top of that. Try to get themselves right back into it. Because with that Fury, they essentially tie this back up. About 300 gold separating them. With the Pyromancer, you could take the lead. Here are the Scarabs. They're going to start it up. Doesn't seem like they're feeling completely confident in their chance to 50-50 it. Now Scary D with some CC might get caught out, pulled away, tethered down. Is going to have the ult though. Gets right back under the tier 1 and escapes the clutches of the Leviathans.
Yeah, whenever that ultimate is up, it just seems like Lancelot is, unless you're up against a Ymir like we've seen, unless your ult is literally getting walled off, or a Cabrakan, you just have such a free time out. No one's body blocking that, it just doesn't work that way, and the Leviathans will be able to get that Pyromancer and jump the gold back in their favor just a bit. I mean, they were always ahead, but the Scarabs had a great fight there. They get the gold, or the Primal Fury confirmed, and it seems like there's a little dip. But now the Leviathan still just in charge for the time being. The aggression was coming off the back of the Scarabs, though. So now we have to look at the fight coming through. Zap obviously used both relics.
Yep.
He would have loved to be able to, for that fight to go a little bit differently, but opted to go for the Odysseus bow into the kin size. Didn't quite have the kin size, and that's really where most of your damage comes in a build like this. Sanford Soccer knows exactly the timer on those relics. He's got 45 seconds. That's why he's standing here. He could go for an ult if Zap decides to step up, but Zap's been playing this game for quite some time. I don't see him going past that halfway mark.
Yeah, the standard gank for Zap is if there's not 4 people in his lane, is he really playing Smite? Like, you know, at that point, it feels different for him. And it might just be because he actually gets to relax. And so moments like that here, Trebuchet destroyed in mid. So nothing big coming out of that. I love watching Sam's positioning, though. You had kind of mentioned it. Someone who can gank pretty well from far away. Mifflin had mentioned if you're not getting anything with your ult, then what are you doing? Sam has been able to find some really good ones so far this game. That Anvil of Dawn, that semi-global presence, just being able to take you such a large chunk of the map away. Really good initiator for him, and honestly, he's been kind of fuego for him, right? 1-0-3. We'll see if it ends up impacting him here. Inbound. Gets taken low. Sam goes for a wall. Hardcore doesn't get the big pull that he's looking for. Cheeto able to dash back between the walls. Leviathans don't seem like they want to take this too heavily. Stewart's low, Zap's rotated in. They're going to pick up the fight. It's going to be inbound. Who's the target? He scares Blessings himself. Oops. The apple from the disco comes out, hits Shinto. A gets used, and the damage dodge. It's going to be a split fight chasing down Stewart. They find the pop, and Zap gets himself too. But then a double stun from Sam. Double dunk helps them out, and they're starting to turn things around. They've got 2 kills on the duo lane, and it's going to stay just like that. 2 for 2.
Oh, shit.
Scary D seems to want a little more. Scarabs are going to pull back. They're going to take the tower, and they're going to be happy about it.
I mean, I am just amazed. The Leviathans had such a clean pick that they were able to get out, but then Zap decides to dash in. They could have just got the hearts from the Cupid, grouped up as 5, and you know, push a tower down, something like that, but instead, they take that fight like they had to go, and unfortunately just sets up for a beautiful dunk from Sanford Soccer. A massive ultimate there is able to turn that fight in favor of the Solar Scarabs. The gold lead still a little bit in favor of the Leviathans, but when you're down that hard, it's hard to come back into a fight like that without a massive Anvil of Dawn like that. So now maybe some pressure alleviated for a bit. There's not too many objectives to go for except for that Fire Giant. And given the DPS, they have the damage to certainly pull, but I'm thinking that gold for that spawns in a little bit is going to be the next contention point. It's just a little bit early. The tanks aren't quite tanky enough to tank up a Fire Giant.
It's been an interesting build. You know, looking at inbounds, you had mentioned the Stone of Gaia, but you know, Mail of Renewal hasn't been uncommon over there.
Right.
Shogun's Kusari, immediate pickup. I guess for Wrong You and with this kind of team, it's not like crazy surprising, but it's different, right? Yeah, seeing that, I'm so used to seeing it go on like the Bolognas in the solo lane more often. I think, you know, what the Smite that was played earlier was an Amaterasu build that had been picked up. And so Wrong You picking that up is definitely interesting. Spirit Robe super early as well. Get some of that CC reduction. Very, I think, important. Super but it's different, right? And uncommon over there.
Right.
Shogun's Kusari. Interesting build to pick up. I guess for Wrong You and with this kind of team, it's not like crazy surprising, but it's different, right? Yeah, seeing that, I'm so used to seeing it go on like the Bolognas in the solo lane more often. I think, you know, what the Smite that was played earlier was an Amaterasu build that had been picked up. And so Wrong You picking that up is definitely interesting. Spirit Robe super early as well. Get some of that CC reduction. Very, I think, important in this matchup. But it has been a fun build. And the meditation. We've got 2 meds in this game. 1 Bracer, 1 Frenzy. It feels like that's a honestly high point of contention between these 2 teams. I mean, a little bit of healing helpful. But also, in this case for Wrong You, with it fully upgraded, a little bit of cooldown reduction as well.
Yeah, it just seems like I think teams are valuing it a ton. As the Solar Scarabs are pulling that gold fairy right away while Shinto's taking a 1v1 and losing it hardly up against Scary D. It looks like the objective will stop for the time being, but Scary D wants to take this fight.
Shinto barely makes it up into the air. And where do you go that's not going to kill you? It's going to be on to inbound. Inbound gets some damage out there. There's the lockdown. Luckily, some health. Maybe a little bit of healing. Shinto gets dunked down on. There's the spin. And there's the kill for Sam. Wall, double hammer, teleport in. And they're looking for the chase now. They've got a good kill onto Shinto. It's Wrong You. It's hardcore. 2 Guardians, incredibly difficult to take down. Meanwhile, Pandatom just catches Scary D out on the rotation and kills him in the jungle to make up for what he did to his solo laner, or mid laner.
Lancelot has a ton of mobility, but once that horse is down and once an Osiris starts sticking to you, you're going to have a good time. Zapman, however, is going to take a ton of damage and return a ton of damage to Sam for Soccer. Eat up some dumplings at the time being, but that Gold Fury, it's getting pulled.
Those dumplings make a big difference. One more rotation of that. Zap should be able to get right back in the fight without feeling too pressured. And that's going to be what they need. Scary D's gone. Sam's back in base. Levi's don't have Fields of Love, but they do have the Gold Fury pulled. Less than half health. They're going to leash it. And look for the kill onto inbound. Stun is good. They're trying to find the CC. Pull back from Hardcore. And then a brilliant Heart Bomb finds damage. And the chase down. Panatom is able to get Stuart. Now Baronic just trying to stay alive. But unfortunately, those beads will not get you. Heart Bomb finds damage. And the Fury pulled. Less than half health. They're going to leash it. And look for the kill onto inbound. Stun is good. They're trying to find the CC. Pull back from Hardcore. And then a brilliant Heart Bomb finds damage. And the chase down. Panatom is able to get Stuart. Now Baronic just trying to stay alive. But unfortunately, those beads will not get you. Heart Bomb finds damage. And the chase down. Panatom is able to get Stuart. Now Baronic just trying to stay alive. But unfortunately, those beads will not get you out of here. Sam tries for the wall. But it won't be enough. That's 4 Scarabs gone.
Leviathans have the option to pull this Gold Fairy, but they're looking for a little bit more. They want Sam for Soccer, and I imagine they could go right towards that Fire Giant. Hardcore actually teleports the right lane, so in my mind, they should be going right for that objective or grouping up for at least the Pyromancer, but when you had the option, I think you take the Fire Giant.
Yeah, 30 seconds without Stuart or Baronic. Who's going to step up to you? Sam? He's low. Forced back to base. Scary D has ult. Looks like he's going to get zoned out by Hardcore. Should see this. Can't do anything about it. What burn on the Levi's. I thought we were going to be halfway at this point. I'm waiting for the engage. Yeah, it turns out Shoguns and two Hunters. Feels pretty good. And they get the Fire Giant. They've got it on 5, and they've been winning the last few fights.
Yeah, Panatom with the Executioner as well, making sure to shred those protections for the rest of the team. Rest of the physical damage dealers, I should say. Zap and Shinto are definitely enjoying that one, and now you get to grab the Gold Fury. So that's the big brain play. Don't grab it when you can get it, when you can get something better. That Fire Giant is going to look a lot better with his extra gold in pocket. Now the Leviathans have the option to back up, grab their buffs, spend some of that gold they just earned, and start picking this map apart. If you've been paying attention, every single tower is still available for the Leviathans to grab. They have a lot of gold in their pockets yet to come, unless, of course, the Scarabs decide to defend. It's not such an insurmountable gold lead that they cannot step up to these tier 2s. I imagine tier 1s let them go, tier 2s fight, and if you don't fight for those tier 2s, that's when the gold's going to get out of hand.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting thing, though. You know, 3 towers down for the Levi's, but still, up to this point, you know, now a 4,000 gold lead, pushing towards 5, towards 6, things like that. And so, impressive, I think, from them. The map state has been so out of their control, and they've been able to hold on as best they can. So good from the Scarabs to keep it that way. But now, like you said, it's all going to depend on where they put their pressure. And they spend some of that gold, right? You talk about it. Scary D has been very present in this game. But now when you look at the big differences, not level, not experience, none of that, just an itemization. You've got a full item up on Wrong U. You've got a tier 1 or a tier 2 for pretty much everybody else. And now tier 2 over and left going to fall down. I assume the same teardown is about to happen in mid. Feels like the Leviathans, even if they don't get a Phoenix with this Fire Giant, this power play is going to afford a lot of itemization for the future.
Yeah, certainly could be the case. I saw the Scarabs group is 4, and they were looking for that Phoenix just in a base race type situation, but Shinto was like, hey, I can stop you guys pretty safely. I've got relics. And then his ult and join the team whenever I need, so that pretty much ended that play. We do see the tier 2 and mid starting to look down, and the Scarabs were trying to defend for a bit, but that's not going to go too well. 2 tier 2s down, the gold's still climbing, and for the Leviathans, 10,000 now. As that right tier 1 and tier 2 should be looked at. And to your point, a minute and 20 seconds, that the left side Phoenix would be the one they go for. It would be a risky call. You don't have that much time to try and break the base on this Fire Giant.
See where they go. Tier 2 on right, the last tower standing for the Scarabs taken down. That's 6 towers in this matter of minutes for the Leviathans. And a minute left on the power play. They're going to back up here. Now, normally, especially with timing like this, feels like they're already starting to think about maybe the next FG. Trying to go for a Phoenix will take about 30 seconds to get to the other side, maybe 20. And then a little bit of time trying to break the base. Defense for the Scarabs, though, not just here, but if we're talking another FG fight and then potentially a Phoenix defense in the future, what are they starting to hang their hat on? Where are they leaning on? Where are their strengths to stop the steamroll that is the Leviathans?
I mean, you're looking at Scary D getting to the backline as he's been able to do throughout this game, and you're looking at a massive ult from Sam Prasaka. That's what needs to happen because, given the situation, Inbound's got some HP 5, but he's not living through these fights. Rongyu already has the Emperor's Armor, so that's going to mean the Phoenix isn't doing as much as you would really hope for it to do. Someone needs an Emperor's Armor. I imagine Inbound needs to go at next item, but even that will not get online before it's siege time. We did see the Leviathans grouping up in the jungle, hoping that someone would step up, but that Fire Giant falls off in 1 second, and no one was taking the bait. The Scarabs are just going to get set up around this Fire Giant Pyromancer side of the map, where the Scarabs are, they're going to back up, actually. I was going to say, they have the option to try and set up an ambush themselves, but you'd love to just stall this game out, stall for some farm until you can really contend with these sorts of fights.
Yeah, you're going to have to worry about it now. Sam's beads burned in mid. He doesn't use those. Zap hits a heart bomb. Could have been a relatively big play. Shinto's doing the Chernobog thing. He's been split pushing over on left. At least getting a minion wave up there. That's the downside for the Scarabs. At any given time, Chernobog just doesn't need to be there. Fire Giant spawning in 20 seconds. I'm surprised the Levi's are putting as much pressure on the Phoenix as they are. Then again, with the healing that Zap's brought, doesn't seem like they're too worried at all. Fire Giant's going to come back in about 10 seconds. So this should be a back reset from the Leviathans. And they did a tic-tac-toe 3 in a row. They got all 3 of the neutral objectives. Pretty much one right after the other. So it's going to be Fire into Pyro into Fury respawns here. That could be a big deal, especially if the Scarabs get advantage in positioning.
Yeah, the Scarabs are already on it, and it looks like they might be trying to pull this right away. And yeah, they're going to do just that. Zapman drops the ult, but they look like they're not stopping that DPS.
There's going to be the Jousting Stadium brought up by Scary D. Up into the ult is Sam looking for the dunk, finds it on Zap. Zap gets the Aegis, Zap gets the beads, Zap gets the kill, and they're looking for more. They take down 2 Scarabs in the blink of an eye, and they're turning the fight around. They kill off Inbound. They're chasing down Baronic, and they're looking for the full-on deicide. It's just the question of if Stuart can get out of here. In the meantime, they get themselves a Pyromancer, and they're looking to run down mid lane, find the end of the game. Stuart goes down, and the Levi's are going to take game number 1.
Yeah, that's one of those situations where Scary D had a good little flank. Sam does hit a huge ultimate, but you're just so far behind. You don't really have the relics down to try and hit a 100-0 combo with Thor. The rest of the team was so split apart. Inbound can't even get a Scarabs, blessing off because of how much CC the Leviathans had. I like the map idea, right? I don't think the Levi's were really going to lose that FG or really lose that fight, so take the fight to them. It just didn't work out. You're too far behind.
Enjoy the engage. I think a lot of damage at first, but like you said, relics. Look, sometimes that Aegis does nothing. That one earned its keep, man, and he was able to get a lot from that with the beads as well. I mean, look, presence, though, from the Scarabs. Admittedly, a little right side heavy, a lot from
Make
Scary
funny
D, a
noises.
lot from Sam, but a lot more competitive. Look, and that's what I'm looking forward to with this team. It's rough when the roster swap is admittedly forced upon you. It's not something that they really chose to walk this path. They're looking pretty good here against the Leviathans, despite the loss. We'll see, though, if the Leviathans can take this 2-0, or if the Scarabs can get that punch back to be a
She
little bit
likes it,
harder.
too.
As we take a quick
She's
break
like, oh
before
yeah,
going
rub
into
my
game
belly.
number 2.
And then she's like, you funny. You make funny noise.
I gave up dabbing for a win.
Cool. No more dabbing for final.
What's wrong?
He looked at me and said, I'm going to be on that stage next year. I'm
Why are
going
you
to
saying
become
these things?
a world champion.
Okay. Calm down. There you go. Nerd. Nerd. Baller. So no tiebreaker.
Well, the Atlantis Leviathans got that one win they need to at least secure themselves 5th seed. But that's only game number 1 of this best of 3 set. The Solar Scarabs still with the opportunity to bounce back and maybe find a set win. The Leviathans got at least the one that they need in this one. But it wasn't necessarily an easy one, Mifflin. It took a little bit of time before the Leviathans were really able to get their foot going, or before they were really able to kind of get the ball moving for themselves. Because the Solar Scarabs were able to fight back in the early game and kind of keep it close.
Yeah, I really liked what we saw from the individual performances of the Solar Scarabs. I felt like Scary D was making his way into that back line very consistently. Can't take away from Sam for Soccer's performance on that Thor. Multiple dunks, saving some of these team fights. But the concern we had, the parabola of the power curve of that Solar Scarabs draft, I mean, essentially was there. Once we got into the mid-game, the Solar Scarabs had some bite back, but once the game got later and later on, individual picks were starting to happen. Panatom found Scary D a couple of times in the jungle, and then the team fights started to roll through. The 5-on-5, unless Sam was finding these massive, impactful ultimates, wasn't really doing much else outside of that, and the Leviathans were able to rout them. It felt similar in pacing to the dominant version of the Leviathans that we had once had, where they just kind of wait for their opportunity to group up as 5 and simply play it out from there. Laning phase, never been an issue for the Solar Scarabs, has been in the past for the Leviathans, but the Scarabs weren't able to leverage it quite enough, and by the time the late game got there, well, the chances for the Scarabs just kind of died.
I mean, when you have an Osiris just W key left clicking you the entire time through the late game, it does make it a little difficult for the Solar Scarabs to be able to fight back in. Some clutch moments, at least from inbound over on that Kepri. Found some really nice revives earlier on in the game to be able to save his team, really kind of keep the Solar Scarabs alive throughout the early game. But once we did get down into that late game, from inbound over on that Kepri found some really nice revives earlier on in the game to be able to save his team, really kind of keep the Solar Scarabs alive throughout the early game. But once we did get down into that late game, the control that came from all of this AoE that the Leviathans had, the man on that Cupid, Yarkor finding multiple 2 to 3 man, not necessarily pickups with that Atlas gravity pull, but at least pulled backs and being able to hold people in place and keep them locked down enough for Panatom and the rest of his crew to be able to really chop away at the remaining of their health bar. Now, as we are ready to move in towards game number 2, what kind of adaptations for the Solar Scarabs are maybe needed to be made in order to try and stand up to the Leviathans?
You know, I think the Solar Scarabs could go a couple of ways, right? Like, it's a completely new identity for this team when you're transferring your jungler. I mean, I feel like that is the heart of the majority of these teams. So it really does need to be a different style. The Solar Scarabs can either continue and try and iterate on what we just saw, where it's, hey, let's play for the mid game, let's get this global presence, work on our dive composition, and try and transition it into more tangible leads.
Get this
but
can out of your way.
if the Solar Scarabs want to get hot, and they want to get hot right now with Masters right around the corner, I think you lean on the OG strengths of this squad. Lean on the early game. Play around that pressure. Pick 3 lanes that might fall off in the late game, but can dominate throughout the early, and see if that's enough to net you a win. It's one of the easiest ways to start getting wins rolling early on, especially in this transitory period for this team. Because when you think about it, do the Solar Scarabs have enough ramp time with Stanford Soccer to get ready for Masters? It's in 2 days, or 3 days rather.
Yeah.
I think you got to go to something that can work right now if you want to start seeing some wins. And the best that I've seen from the Solar Scarabs throughout all of their roster changes was that early game, hyper-aggressive, dominant play style, almost reminiscent of the Jade Dragons. Because what have the Jade Dragons been doing with their new jungler? They got back to just ramming it down the early game.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see that from the Scarabs.
I mean, I think the longest Dragons game that we've had in the 3 this weekend was somewhere around like 28 minutes, or if even that long at that point. The Dragons have been doing nothing but that. Maybe the Solar Scarabs can look to do the same. As far as the draft is concerned, same across the board. Xingjin, Kabrakan, Eset, Nemesis, Daji, and Yamoja, top 6 bands. The first change-up that the Solar Scarabs make is taking the Cupid away from the Leviathans. The Leviathans pick up Chernobog, and then Lancelot Cupid are the top 2. So maybe in that regard, do you want to still see this Lancelot go over into the Soul lane, keep something aggressive over there for Scary D to maybe get some pressure in lane? Or do you give this one over to the jungler Sam and try and get some early pressure in that regard?
You know, it pains me to say it, but I think Lancelot might just be a Soul laner. I've just been really impressed from what I've seen from this god in lane. The Soul Eater start, the sustain, the poke potential, the rotation potential with that enhanced movement speed in the horse form really does make for a very potent solo laner. That's not to say that he isn't capable of being played in the jungle, but I feel like you more so need to build your composition around the Lancelot when he's in the jungle, whereas when he's in the solo lane and he's got that defensive style of build, a little bit more so bruiser in the late game, he can kind of act as that solo agent, whereas in the jungle, you're raw damage. You need someone in that backline that can dive at the same level to really follow up. So, long answer, I like Lancelot solo.
We'll see if that's where the Scarabs put him in game number 2. For the Leviathans, after the Lancelot and the Cupid get locked in, it's an Olorun and a Khepri. So taking the pick away from inbound to remove some of that early game safety that the Scarabs had through their support, and picking up Olorun, something that might be a bit difficult for some of these players and some of these gods in general to deal with around that sanctified field. Plenty of options, though, up to deal with it. Camazotz, Vamana, Cthulhu, typically the 3 gods that immediately come to mind when you want to be able to dive this Olorun. And all 3 of those gods, something that these Solar Scarabs players are capable of picking up.
Yeah, I wonder, because I feel like this Lancelot was picked for solo, but with the Olorun lock-in, maybe you want to transition it into the jungle so that you can get one of those hyper-aggressive picks. That's not to say that Sanford Soccer can't play something like of a mana jungle. I think he is very capable of doing so, but if that were the case, generally we've been seeing Olorun over towards the duo lane. Yeah, we don't often see Sanford Soccer make a rotation to that side of the map. Stuart, for the most part, left to his own devices. So I am curious to see how they decide to play around this Olorun. Worth noting, last time it was Chernobog and Olorun locked in the SPL. It was actually Olorun mid, so that analysis might just go by the wayside. Curious selection as well. Terra, this high up in your priority order, just feels like the Solar Scarabs are trying to hide the rest of their draft. Doesn't feel like the one they were concerned about getting for themselves. They just wanted to see a little bit more of what the Leviathans are doing, or maybe force out some bans before we start looking at the core of this team.
Well, we know that we have at least the 2 carries, and at least between those 2 carries, one of them going to the dual lane with Khepri. Unless we see Chernobog go back to the solo. I mean, we saw that Ullr go solo earlier with Variety in the King set, so still an opportunity if maybe Yarkor wants to flex his Hunter muscles again. It's been a while since he's had to do so, but we'll see if he can do so maybe with the Chernobog. We'll keep our eyes on the remainder of the Leviathans draft, but as far as the bans are concerned, Osiris is going to be taking away something that Panatom found a lot of success on, a 7-1 performance last game, and then an Erlong Shen to go along with that. For the Solar Scarabs bans, Discordia on the opposite side, who has been on the up and rising for that mid lane, recognizing that Baronic had a large impact on that god in game number 1. The Leviathans will take that one away with one more ban still to go.
So, what are you going to look towards here? The Leviathans could try and toss another ban towards mid. Not exactly anything that's screaming a necessary ban from me. Merlin, I suppose, just get rid of that bog standard pick. You don't want something that's strong on defense that the Leviathans think they're in a position where they could win out throughout the early. So, not a bad ban whatsoever. Generally, we'll see the Solar Scarabs go towards things like the Kukulkan when their back's against the wall. Baronic really likes going towards that safer selection, something that can scale very well into the late game. Or maybe could even be like a Morrigan selection. Does synergize well with the Cthulhu. Not one that I really associate with Baronic, but would certainly fit this draft. You've got 2 really strong transformation targets, can turn into that Lancelot early on. Late game, become a secondary Cthulhu for your team. You've already got really strong team fight with this draft. I've talked myself into it. I hope it is a Morrigan for the Solar Scarabs. Leviathans, on the other hand, well, there's your bridge pick to make sure that Oleron gets into the late game. This Pele should be able to establish some pacing. Ratatasker as well, get involved in that mid 3v3. I like this draft from the Levis.
So it's a double assassin this time from the Levis as opposed to the Solar Scarabs. With the Lancelot and the Cthulhu, at least on the side of the Scarabs, it does more than likely point the Lancelot going in towards mid. And you called it, Miff. Morgan over for the mid laner Baronic on the Solar Scarabs. And you've already talked to death about what the Morgan can do in the early and then transition in towards the mid and late game as the team fights start going through. So how does that then kind of change up for the Leviathans? You have this Oleron who Cthulhu's just going to kind of ignore this Oleron's ultimate, at least with that. Morgan, if transforming into that, can do the same thing doubly so. So how do Leviathans in their team fighting stage kind of break through and get through the Solar Scarabs?
Well, you've got essentially a double hunter composition, one physical, one magical. So those Cthulhus, if they are behind come that portion of the game, just won't be able to ignore the Oleron regardless of Sanctified Field not working against them, the DPS output of the Leviathans, although generally single target would be enough. Backline disruption, Ratatasker might be able to create some space, make sure this Cupid isn't quite able to follow up and create some peel with damage for the front line. I think the Leviathans probably will just say, hey, let's deal with the front line as it comes to us. Let's not concern ourselves too much with diving, because I don't think they need to dive. The Solar Scarabs are going to bring the fight to the Leviathans, so it's more so about kind of hunkering down and dealing with that, become that unstoppable, or not unstoppable. What's the opposite of an unstoppable force? An immovable object. Yeah, they want to be the immovable object. Solar Scarabs want to be the unstoppable force.
We'll have to see what happens when those two forces end up colliding out in that regard. You do have a Khepri as kind of a safety net, at least for one of the members of your team, if you are the Atlantis Leviathan. So if the Solar Run is getting hard dove, have a way to bring him back to life. If somebody else is diving into the backline, can always go through and get a pluck for themselves. Solar Scarabs, though, talk to me a little bit about this Terra, because we don't see this god very often. We've seen it a couple times in mid. I'll graze past that one, most likely. Talk to me kind of about how the dynamic of Terra's support is for this Solar Scarabs draft.
Yeah, generally when I think of Terra, I think, wow, that's really good counter-engage. You want to counter-engage with this pick. Drop your ultimate. It's a massive infusion of healing for your team. You've got really good space control for peel into your own backline. That's not to say that her dive is weak. It should help out a bit. Cthulhu, for the most part, doesn't really have the most burst potential. It's, hey, I landed 30 knockups, and I hope they die by that 30th one. Now, with Terra Ultimate kind of giving a little bit more burst over to your team, maybe it's a little bit easier to execute on some of that dive potential. Otherwise, I like her lockdown against some of these more immobile targets on the Atlantis Leviathans.
Well, we'll see if it's the unstoppable force or the immovable object that's going to come on top in game number 2. Will it be the Levis? Will it be the Scarabs? Let's jump right in and find out.
Yeah, will the Scarabs be able to punch back? That's the question here for game number 2. Mifflin highlights some of the strength there in their team fight. Of course, with the Cthulhu, what that Morrigan, specifically what that Terra can bring. It's Gore, it's Trelly, and it's game number 2 here as the Levis take on the Scarabs, and it's Rat Solo. Which again, you know, if it's like a variety, not bad an eye. Hardcore, though, feels like that's not something I'm used to seeing with him.
Yeah, Yark the Shark on the Squirrel. That's going to be an interesting
Squirrels and
one.
sharks, very different animals, as it turns out. I mean, they both have teeth.
I think they're both they're both looking to get ahead in lane and
both have tails
and rotate and feast upon their enemies.
Both have soulless beady eyes.
How many sharks have you looked in the eyes?
None. So that's actually a thing. So Katie loves great white sharks. Like Shark Week is like her favorite time to watch TV.
Right.
And she has this dream of seeing a great white in person because she wants to see if their eyes are as soulless in person as they are on TV.
Right.
And so she actually looked it up very recently and has been telling me a lot. And like, most of people would refer to this as hinting. I've already told her, yeah, you can do it if she wants. But it's like for like a big, like, because her birthday's right around Christmas.
Right.
So like it's a big year present one year for everyone to get together and pool together to get like it's like a $5,000 thing. You go out to this area where there's sharks, already sharks. Like they don't chum the water or anything. They're just there.
Yeah.
And you can go down and they're just kind of swimming around. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds great. You can do it.
Yeah, she'll have fun.
And it's like, she then tries to imply that I'm scared of the sharks, Joe. And I don't think I'm scared of the sharks.
I
mean, a great white could rip me apart.
I think that's just called common sense.
Yeah, I just don't think I want to be in water with sharks. Maybe I guess the right way to say is I don't think I care.
Yeah, I mean,
if I'm honest with you, like it's cool that she's interested in it.
I'm indifferent about sharks. Like,
it's like they
great.
exist. You know, I'll make the argument if people say, "Hey, it's shark-infested waters." Like, no, they live there.
That's
it's people-infested water, as it turns out. They're just biting you because you yummy. That's all that happens.
Because
you know,
yummy.
Jaws is a work of fiction. That's what we really come here to say.
All of this to say, Ratatosker's looking good.
More
here.
people die from like vending machines and cows a year than they do from sharks. That's all I'm saying.
The statistic I always see is coconuts falling on your head. Even that apparently kills more than sharks.
That's kind of frightening, dude. We don't got any coconuts.
I haven't seen one as of recent, but just keep your eyes peeled. Make sure you're always.
You never know those coconuts waiting around the corner with a gun.
You never know. That is true.
Either way, we're game 2. And we got there through squirrels, something like that, because Ratatosker's in the game. Inbound in a little bit of trouble. Body blocks good from Wrong U, and they want a little more, trying to find the lockdown. Inbound gets the double dash, and the Terra is safe and on out of here.
Safe. But Wrong, you did pop the Onk there, so possibly an extra bit of kill potential that was just not realized, and now some sustain will be flying out. Actually, Zap changed, or no, sorry, this is Stewart now. That makes so much more sense. I was like, wait, Zap was going a different skin. So Stewart is going for the monster skin. I don't know what the hearts look like on that skin. We'll have to pay attention to what they are, but they can't be as cool as the dumplings.
As mentioned as before, because I'm obsessed with the dumplings for some reason. I think it's just because. Oh man, there's something in that skin. Again, when I play with Katie, she hates some of the voice lines in that one because Cupid's voice is very high pitched, and I like to spam annoying commands when it's like that. So that's on me, and I'll own up to that one. We'll see what the hearts look like, and you know, there we go. So little potion bags, little bags.
Yeah, it was either like a sack of gold or a potion. We'll call it in between.
Call it both. It's something that's yummy for you and brings health, which Inbound is going to need desperately.
It's an apothecary satchel
for Zapman, because it's finding some damage in there. A duo lane that has been a lot of like punches and then punch backs and then punches again, but no one quite yet dead. First blood not on the board. Sam swapped over. Thor now on the Lancelot. And you were telling me earlier that you liked him in the jungle.
Yeah, I do like Lancelot in the jungle. What I more specifically like is the double Lancelot combo that we saw earlier in the week from the Tartarus Titans, and now we'll get to see how the Solar Scarabs opt to go for it. Pantom is here, no volcanic lightning, so I don't think any sparks will fly. There's not going to be any kill opportunity until level 5. However, Sam, he is level 5, and there could be some chase down here.
Yeah, this is a good assault so far. There's going to be the double joust.
They got the horses in the back.
It's not even fair, man. He doesn't have a lance. No one gave him the horse. Like, he didn't get to armor up. I don't know if that joust is honorable, but they don't care because they get first blood.
They brought, I mean, it looked like Pantom brought fire to the lance fight, and that's just not going to work out. That's all really Pele had. And not even access to the lightning, so it was really just the fire and the lava. It's not enough to try and live through on. I think the double ult was a bit overkill. I think Sam for Soccer probably could have gotten that kill without ulting, because Veronic, decided to ult first. Doesn't really matter at that point. You're confirming first blood, and you're also putting the Leviathans behind. More specifically, Pantom behind, who you would love to shut down early. So this is definitely a good look, a better look than the other start of the game. Now,
you gotta think that, like, you got the Morrigan combos, right? You got a Lancelot, you got the Cthulhu. Like, what an obnoxious team fight! I would be unhappy, I think, is the way I would describe it if I'm the Leviathans into this, because it's like, oh cool, we killed, maybe we get rid of one Lancelot, well, there's another, or oh hey cool, we got rid of Scary, oh well there's another. I think Baronic goes pretty high up on my tier list of people that need to die this game if I'm a Levi's fan or player.
Yeah, I would definitely think so. Once Scary to get some more itemization online, the Cthulhu could be a potent transformation, but I'm pretty cool with just sticking with the double Lancelot because of things like that, where you use the first one, force out and escape, you use the second one, you're not running away from both of them. So we'll have to keep our eyes on Baronic and Sam for Soccer, how they do decide to combo with this combination of abilities. Shinto is getting a little bit of damage sent his way. Still does have a dash. So he's not even a dash. That's calculated damage. It's like, you're just Lancelot. There's nothing you can do. However, a teleport coming mid lane?
Scary's here. We missed the memo? Did they miss the memo? Somebody missed a memo. I don't know who it is. I don't think it's us. I think it might be them.
Check your email. I'm not sure.
That's a heavy cooldown. I mean, admittedly, It's only a little now down behind where Harkor is, and Harkor only gets a couple of minions, so it's not like it's crazy different. Now, though, do want the fight in mid. Boronic is the target, and look at the damage from Panatom. Wrong Yu gets credit for the kill, but we know where that one came from. It's the jungler through and through.
Yeah, Wrong Yu does get the credit, which puts him over to level 7. He's actually more farmed than Panatom at the moment, which, you know, poor Panatom. He's always given up his farm for Shinto. Now he's given up his kills to Wrong Yu, just really feeding the whole team, but he himself does not get feed. Wrong Yu could be in some trouble here. Has the Scarab's Blessing, and we'll use it to try and run away.
Yeah, gonna get the cleanse, gonna get the movement speed. Turn around. Shinto's joined the fray inbound. Has no mana. Good walls, collapse and stun. And that seems to be enough to get him out of here. Gold Fury. Well, it's early. But I was wondering if the Levi's with that heavy of a rotation were maybe going to look at it. Sanctified Field's still up.
That's way too early.
Maybe just waiting to be used there by Zap, but no. Charlie, they call it quits. Back away, happy with their engagement.
Yeah, happy with that one. They're just going to back up and continue the farm game, because at the moment they're sitting a little bit ahead in gold, and that works for them. Thor has been able to amass a little bit of an XP lead as well in this lane, just by nature of, you know, not rotating. Rat's going to have a good time clearing the way, whereas Zulu takes a little bit of time before he can really just clear the way from a distance and not have to get up close and personal to a Ratatosker, who's never afraid to fight, right? Rat solo, I mean, once you get like level 5 and you have your ultimate and you can get out of trouble when needed, you're just spamming your abilities on the wave constantly. Once you get that acorn as well, the Thistle Corn, I believe it's called, you just get double procs on the flurry, and your wave clear just gets so much better.
Yeah, you feel like you can survive, right? You're safe in numbers. And even if you ult in, you feel pretty safe. Pretty safe. Zapman drops the Sanctified Fields, is going to be able to pull 2 people in on that, but now has to get out of here. Minions doing their work. Oh no, the heart bomb! Well shot by Stewart, and finds the kill. A rotation from Boronic as the Chernabog as well. There was not a lot of options for Zap to stay alive there.
I mean, that's exactly what I would have done. Went to the wave and said, you can't land the heart bomb through this wave, but Stewart is a marksman. He lands it perfectly between those minions and makes sure to confirm that kill. And honestly, what looked like a decent fight. I mean, Stewart dashes pretty early on. Once the Sanctified Field goes down, I was thinking a possible chase, but you gotta watch out for that Chernabog, who's on your team. However, it was Boronic taking control, stealing that ultimate for themselves, and ulting in to make sure that one goes down. So Zap gonna have to think a little bit extra hard about trying to take those 1v1s, and an extra kill going the way of the Solar Scarabs.
Maybe an extra kill going the way of the Leviathans here. No inbound. That double dash from Terra, man, it's just so safe. And especially when you root people on the way out. Hey, Zapman, ult's down, beads are down. Just the time to gank, but Shinto has come over to help. Sam uses the ult to get out of there. Panatom's rotated in, looking for the damage. Goes for the ult, and is immediately on Stewart. One more auto, gets the kill, and now turns for Sam. Root just shy from Wrong Yu, but it doesn't matter. Panatom is able to find the double and help out the duo.
Inbound is still here, but extremely low. Trying to steal this purple buff could be the case, and a little early on the clap there. I was wondering if the rotation would lead the Leviathans over towards this Gold Fury. And it looks like that's exactly what we are going to see. The Oracle Vision is here, so Boronic is well aware of this, but will he get there in time?
Yeah, looping around the wall. Will get spotted out. Shinto knows he's there. Ward placed. And that's all it is. Yeah, he's not going to go in. He's not going to play anywhere near as aggressive as necessary. Could have stolen it. Probably would have died if he walks in.
Probably.
Or actually, let's rephrase that. Definitely would have died if he walks in. Maybe could have stolen it. And so, makes the safer play. Doesn't die, doesn't try to steal. And now the Leviathans find themselves up pushing to 2,500 gold now. As they are in a comfortable spot. Pyromancer spawns in. And it feels very similar to the pacing of last game. A lot of back and forth, Scarab's getting some good kills, but the objective's still going over to the Levi's.
Yeah, and Shinto also playing that exactly as you need to. Whenever you hear a Mori come towards you, just start spamming auto attacks in every little direction. And like, if he clips me with one of those, I don't have an escape, I don't have an ultimate, I'm just going to not go for this play, and definitely the smarter call, because even if you do steal that, which is a very low odds, you're definitely dying, as you mentioned. You don't want to hold on to your relics. Pyromancer starting up, and that's a snowball that you don't know if you're going to be able to stop. So now it looks like the Leviathans are going to head over towards this Pyromancer, more specifically Scary D, but he's got the immunity there. He's got one form of CC immunity, and he made sure to use it.
It's not often that you see a Cthulhu forced to use his ult as the defense, though, right?
From Scary D. Onto your relics, Pyromancer starting up, and that's a snowball that you don't know if you're going to be able to stop. So now it looks like Leviathan
I guess he
are
had
going to head over
Panatom and
towards his
Yarkor,
Pyromancer.
so-
More specifically, Scary D, but
Yeah.
he's got the immunity there. He's got one form of CC immunity, and he made sure to use it.
It's not often that you see a Cthulhu forced to use his ult as the defense, though, right? I mean, it kind of happens occasionally, but that
Zap,
egregious
no.
is
Oh,
big. Zap's going to
shit.
drop the Sanctified Fields, just trying to stay alive. It actually might help him out. Sam's off the horse. CC
What?
immunity's gone. He's going to turn one around. He might die, but it takes so much to get that going. Pyromancer, meanwhile, for the Levi's Scary, stuck under base. They might not get anything big, but a 1-for-1 trade thanks to Zap's heads-up play.
I mean, that's a 1v3 and then a 1v4 because Baronic's like, you guys need help? I'll fly in if you have to. Flies in a little bit late. Zap does fall down, but certainly worthwhile. Gets the kill on the Sam for Soccer, and because it took so long to get that kill, the tier 1 tower actually stays up as well, while his team, of course, was getting that Pyromancer. So the gold certainly in favor of the Leviathans, and the all-out aggression from Scarabs does not net them too much as is. Stewart had to back up as well. I was going to say, if Stewart was able to just push some waves under, maybe look towards the purple buff, things like that, could have netted the Scarabs a little bit more gold. Not going to be the case. And now Zap's back, and his purple buff is sitting there waiting for him. So beautiful play. The Sanctified Field, I mean, you just can't fight into that without CC immunity.
Yeah, and it starts out well for Sam, right? Because the ult has the CC immunity. He's rushing in, feels good, and then he's off of it. And all of a sudden, it starts to crumble. Stewart's outside, and so he maybe feels pretty solid about that, and that's where a lot of that damage comes from. But this, again, just a good play. Doesn't even burn the beats, or has them back now, I should say, because he got them burned a little bit earlier. So it's going to feel pretty... Well, I don't know if comfortable is the word I want to use. He's going to feel pretty Oleron about it as of right now. And it comes down to these small questions. I mean, Pele, admittedly someone that I think is worth talking about, because Scream has been showcasing how hands-on this pick can be, something Panatom's played in the past, though, and has looked good doing so. And it feels like the Leviathans are playing for this 5-on-5, this team fight phase, while the Scarabs are still looking for the picks. And if they're able to find them clean, that would be one thing, but not finding them cleanly, kills being turned around, 4,000 gold now separating these teams, which is outrageous for the amount of time that it's taken in 13 minutes, and about the same amount of experience going their way. Feels like we're starting to really see those gaps, especially in the jungle.
Oh yeah, and we also are getting to see Panatom itemize, I think, the exact perfect way that was needed. The Brawler's Beat Stick right away for the healing from the Terra, from the Cupid, that sort of thing. Immediately into the Erendite, which is going to reveal Baronic whenever he's stealth, and also just give him crazy amounts of movement speed to try and catch up with that ultimate ability. So I think Panatom is doing exactly what needs to be done. Possibly a Magi's coming soon as well, just in case. Yeah, just in case some form of, CC is going to be coming his way, and then he can get the revenge, as you highlighted, and that'll help him speed up even more. So I expect to see a very fast Pele and a very damage-oriented Pele.
You thought you could slow me down? I've got emergency backup speed. Yeah, he's going to be zooming around. And that's the thing that we've been seeing a lot of, right, is this Pele not necessarily having, like, insane KDAs. Oh, they're 7-0 and 9. It's more like, hey, you're, 4, 3, and 8. Very standard. Honestly, still pretty good. But you're everywhere. You're in everything. If there's a fight going on, you're part of it most of the time. And so I think that's something that we have to look at. Also, I'm going to throw this one out there just because I feel like we don't often get to see double digits on the coup counter. But the coup diff has been very heavily one-sided so far. Hardcore is just controlling that.
Yeah, I mean, Scary D on this Cthulhu, we saw the teleport into mid. Besides that, it's just been like, I'm trying to keep up because this rat
I just want to survive.
Yeah, this rat is so slippery. He keeps clearing the wave so quickly. I don't know where he goes. He can hop on a tree, run to my team, and I have to constantly be looking out. So it's just a constant clear diff as well as the coup diff that's going to start to add up as this game goes to that 15-minute mark, and that's when you'll see just the aggression from that lane. And I do want to see Yarkor start to rotate towards these team fights. This next Oni Fury is going to be massive for the Levi's, and of course if the Scarabs could confirm it for themselves, that would really put them back into this game gold-wise, and as well as just map state-wise. That would be exactly what they needed. So if Yarkor makes that rotation over, has teleport available, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just back, finish that item, and head right towards that Fury.
I mean, at this point, I just like where their standing is at if you're the Leviathan. In fact, Sam needs to play this carefully. 4-level difference between him and Hardcore. Hardcore is on the branches, and he does not mind diving a tier 1, but that's going to be the blink from Sam. Roots there, but the ult gets used in retaliation. A lot invested to try and kill off Sam. And
Oh,
Zap,
here we go.
well, he's going to get the Sam treatment on the other side of the map. No sanctified fields to his name. Beads, egg is used. He's getting good damage, though. Oh, almost threads the needle and gets Baronic. But loses out on that one and drops down for the 3rd time this game.
Yeah, that was looking like the easiest kill of Baronic's life, and then it turned into, guys, help. Like, I thought the stun would have certainly confirmed that one, but Zap did have to double relic and stalled out. He's been fighting down 1-2-man disadvantages and still been able to find tons of damage and return kills. That's what the Oleron brings. However, what are the Scarabs going to do now that Zap's gone for 15 seconds? It looks like fight over a purple buff, pick it up, and that's about it, heading back to base. They would have loved to be able to go for something like that Fury, but given the situation, Scary D's still in base, has a teleport to be used, but it looks like the Scarabs aren't really feeling that heat just yet, feeling that pressure that they need to make a pull, that they need to make a play. If they can keep picking Zap, they'll be in a good spot.
A lot of their players were low and forced back. Like you said, look, I'm looking at an Ola run with no beads, no Aegis, no ult. I mean, that's a kill, right? I mean, that's all that is. If Zap leaves the tower line, admittedly, at 16.5 minutes, if he's in the tower, at tier 1 at least, might just be an easy kill for them to go for. Fury, I think at this point, starting to get very important. Fire Giant, Pyromancer, all of these things the Scarabs need to keep in mind and keep in sight, because they are down 4,000, 5,000 gold, starting to approach 6,000 with the farm from the Levi's. If they can get that, it will come under a little bit of control. But you can see this grouping left side.
Yark is here.
3 Scarabs, 4 Leviathans, and a little bit of help in the Trebuchet. So whether it's a tower, a kill, or a Fury, they'll be fine. Meanwhile, Shinto's on the other side of the planet. Yeah, he's doing the Pyromancer by himself successfully. No health really missing. And so guess what? He can go split push on right, and if his team needs him, he'll show up.
Yeah, I actually love this play because now Shinto gets to push up right, and they know the Pyromancer's down. The Scarabs have not yet started any sort of pull, any sort of engagement, and now Shinto's going to keep grabbing more and more gold until the Scarabs decide to do something. If they don't, they're going to lose that tier 2 tower. Shinto can fly in, and the Oni Fury's going to be up next. No one is heading right. The Scarabs have to go in here.
They have to play this carefully, though. Rongyu might get caught out. Scary D was rooted. Seems like he's slow on the engage. 2-level difference between him and Hardcore. Hardcore showcasing that with some decent damage. Shinto just trying to get a tier 2. Scarabs
still nothing.
Stuck in limbo. Yeah, they can't aggress. They can't lock anyone down.
They're running.
And now they're turning right back to their base. One more wave here, which is normally the Zapman thing, but this time around it's going to be Shinto. And he's going to use that wave to get a tier 2. It should be a clean push.
Yeah, once Shinto grabs that tower, he doesn't even have to use the ult. Just waltz on over. No one's going to stop him. It looks like the Oni Fury could be next on the chopping block. Again, the Scarabs are not feeling confident enough to go for a fight here. They have not drawn that line in the sand. This is what we're going to defend. This is what we're going to fight for. The tier 2 tower is going down, but looks like the Levi's are actually going to retreat here. They don't want to go that far. They don't want to throw and overstay their welcome. It looks like they got some free gold on the right side of the map. 8K gold lead. Might as well go back, spend some of that gold before you go for plays like that.
I was going to say, talk about weighted pockets. The amount of gold they have going for it's going to keep them trudging. It's leg day every day when you're carrying that much weight. Panatom, though, might be stuck in a fight. Knock up from Hardcore onto Baronic, and they're going in for it. Transforms into the Cthulhu, uses the ult, but Hardcore is chasing him down, and Shinto joins the fray to get the kill. Now the chase is on. Great save from Rongyu onto Panatom, but it might not be enough to keep him alive the second time. But it doesn't even matter, because it's a double kill for Shinto. It's a single kill here for Hardcore, and Scary D gets taken down by Zap. It's a 4-for-1 swing, and the Levi's are cheesing.
And it looks like the Levi's are going to go for that tier 2 tower, but I don't think they're going to stop there. This Phoenix is up next. It's up to inbound, the level 13 Terra with Divine Ruin to try and stop this Phoenix from going down. And I don't think that's going to be an easy task.
This is going to be a good-looking Phoenix, though, if you're a Leviathans fan. That man's going to take some damage from it. Hardcore can't really tank it up. They got minions to help it out. Talk about a tall order for inbound. I don't think he has much to worry about. Might not be the place he wants to go, though. He dashes back onto the map. And that inbound, it was his ward that was there, but it might as well have just been a headstone, because that was a grave. And now, Fire Giant free, open, and just an easy option for the Levi's.
Now the Leviathans take the fight, and again, this all started from a Gold Fury and Oni Fury dance, while Shinto is split pushing. The Scarabs never decided to get aggressive. They did fight, but it was after the fact. They decided to fight
after they had already lost, and then, it looked like the Oni Fury wasn't even on the table anymore. That's when the Scarabs went in. They lost that fight handily, give up the tier 2 in mid, give up the Phoenix in mid, and now lost the Fire Giant in mid. And while that was happening, Pantom was playing zone duty over here on the left side of the map, and he's not going to let that Oni Fury go down either. I was thinking the Scarabs could at least grab that, but they are playing this map so well, splitting it up as basically as well as you can. I mean, Veronica has used that global presence that Shinto has a few times just for ganks onto Zapman. Besides that, Shinto has been the one controlling the skies, and it's just a little bit too much for the Scarabs to handle.
Yeah, unfortunate for him, because at this point, look, 12,000 gold. You're going to feel every ounce of that. I mean, kills 9 to 5, it's not that outrageous. Towers, none have fallen for the Leviathans. Only 2 still standing on the side of the Scarabs. I have a feeling with this power play and this Fire Giant, that's going to change pretty soon. Coup-wise, I joked about it earlier, but complete dominance, 11-0. And I think you get to see it in pretty much every aspect of the game, except for the kills. How strong the Leviathans have been in the lead and in control.
Yeah, it's not looking the greatest. Rongyu does have the Emperor's armor. Forwent getting any sort of cooldown there, because it's just time to go for these Phoenixes, and the Phoenix is going to be doing a little bit more damage than the rest of the Scarabs at this point. I don't even think that's a roast. The Phoenix just hurts.
Yeah.
And you got to put some respect on it. Rongyu knows he's the one who's going to be tanking, so might as well get the Emperor armor so they can survive just a little bit longer. But finally, this left side bird will be sieged here shortly, but it looks like the Leviathans are going to use a bit of their presence to try and split up the rest of the Scarabs. Send someone to mid. Don't give any sort of gank opportunity. You don't want a 5v5 underneath this bird if you can help it.
Shinto might be one of the most confident human beings I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, what I
His
just
beads
saw.
were not up, and he was in the Phoenix, taking the Phoenix, facing 5 Scarabs, and didn't pay them any mind either way. The Scarabs now going to try to make up for that, getting aggressive and trying to go on to Zap. They lock him down and they get the kill. Unfortunately for Rongyu, Scarab's blessing onto himself, but it doesn't matter because the kills, they're swinging the other way around. Stewart, last man standing. It's a triple kill for Shinto. Stewart finds some damage back. Make sure that it's not a full force Leviathan. Shinto picks up 4, and the Leviathans win game number 2.
Yeah, with the quadra kill from Shinto, the member who was just farming throughout this game. Still 6-0 with 6 assists, by the way, a part of 12 of the 14, but using that global presence to split up the map. Never had to show up into the fights until he was needed, and that's where all that farm went, to get himself some nice crit and rotate into those fights. Unfortunately for the Scarabs, a decent fight back at that Phoenix, but at that point, your mid-bird was already down. Your Titan was like 30% HP by the end of that fight. There was really just no coming back from that one.
Sprinkles the quadra kill at the end. Like, that one, he was just fluffing his KDA, right? Like, anybody could have gotten those kills, but he, of course, picks them up. Look, they played incredibly well that game, and that might even be an understatement. I mean, talk about control. Good fights and maybe presence and pressure from the Scarabs, specifically onto the dual lane, onto Zap. But outside of that, Levi's get the, I mean, I keep saying it, but they get the coup, they get the Furies, they get the Pyros, they get the Fire Giants, they get the Towers. I think at the very end, they finally had lost at least one from Sam, but other than that, it was just complete control.
And they got the Titan.
And the Titan.
I just wanted to.
That's the most important one.
Right now, like that.
Either way, yeah, they looked phenomenal, and it just seemed like a lead that was too hard to come back from. The Leviathans have certainly tightened up those screws,
What's with your
and
voice?
looking tough to beat.
Trying to sound
A
like
necessary win for them here,
yeah.
right? I mean,
Very
they
true.
get one, they save themselves from having to play the tiebreaker
like
against the Warriors, which realistically saved the Warriors from having to sit in the break room for any longer than they wanted to. They feel pretty good about themselves. Find a 2-0 victory here, but we'll kick it to the desk where they can break it down.
Thank you so much, Gore and Charlie. And actually talking about the Warriors, I don't know if you could hear him, Mifflin, during that very first game, but when the Leviathans started getting kind of that ramp up to winning game number 1, the Warriors were going crazy. They were getting some cheers out there like, yes, we don't have to worry about a tiebreaker.
I was sitting with them.
Oh, I saw you come from the back room. That's why I didn't know if you were back there with them or not.
I was right there with them,
Oh, you were right in the middle of the fray. But game number 2, game 1 wasn't enough for the Leviathans. They wanted to make sure they can clean sweep out the set. They take game 2 over the Solar Scarabs and fight back from the Scarabs, but not quite enough. The Atlantis Leviathan, Shinto, over on this pick in the mid lane, just looking so phenomenal. Even with some of these kind of sketchier team fights the Leviathans had gone into, they were just so far ahead by the time they came around.
Yeah, I mean, exactly as you said. I saw a fight, started to go well. I'm seeing double Cthulhu on the screen. Then I looked at the top and I was like, oh, it's like 10,000 gold separating these guys already. And this is not a particularly long match. So the Leviathans win this one just by superior macro farm. Reminiscent of the King's playstyle, the Solar Scarabs just could not keep up in resources. Experience gold just far outnumber in those two resources. So the Leviathans put themselves in a very good position to win out on this match. I had thought the Solar Scarabs had started this game very well. The double Lancelot transformation early on to chase out wasn't really easy for Shinto to survive some of those engagements, but by the time the 5-stack had started up, the Leviathans were just about done with them, man. It was clean and clinical, and most of all, very fast.
Yeah, I mean, this was barely even 25 minutes of play, if even that. I mean, this is the game-winning play out of Shinto at 22 and a half minutes, and at this point, you look up at the top and you're seeing a 15,000 gold disparity. Not quite in as many minutes, but still very decisive. A quad for Shinto to close the game out. The Leviathans take a 2-0 over the Solar Scarabs, which does guarantee the Leviathans get themselves that 5th seed moving into Masters, which does change up a little bit of how their group stage will end up playing out against some of the SCC teams out there. And definitely a much-needed win for the Leviathans to get that boost back up before they go into this big event.
Yeah, just good to make sure that you're not stumbling too much. I know that they can't be happy about the previous set, so being able to find some revenge here up against the Solar Scarabs, obviously good to get the mentals in check as we start to move into Masters. The Leviathans, of course, the reigning world champions. Everyone kind of surprised with where they are in the standings. I'm sure they're due for a resurgence shortly.
Not the most ideal spot for them to be going in at least phase number 2, but they still got Masters, and they still got another phase before we start getting ready for Worlds and all that kind of fun stuff. But we got the support of the Leviathan standing by. Wrong you for our post-game interview. Congrats on your 2-0 win over the Solar Scarabs. And moving into Masters, what are some of the things that maybe your team are going to try and be working on to get you guys ready for that next event?
To be honest, man, I was like, if we lose this game, I'm pulling the Jano supporter again. I have a feeling it's gonna work in some point, but I don't know. We're gonna, prepare with some gods, some strategies, some mental, some screams, and yeah, hopefully we get the W.
Yeah, hopefully so. And with this Masters event, as you know, it's not just the SPL teams. We're going to have the top SCC teams from both NA and EU coming out there. Are any of those teams maybe sticking out to you guys as maybe one that could maybe make a run somewhere?
I think it's Othin, the OAth. I think that's the only one that I heard, because OAth is just every rank game spamming Osiris Ireland. Hate that guy.
Hate that guy out there.
But yeah, I think the SCC teams always have a chance against SPL because it's like a different play style. They go cheesy and you lose one game, and then who knows what happens next. But yeah, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it should be fun seeing how the EU and the NA play styles come out there. Oath from the Eldritch Hounds, #1 seed from NA, maybe a thorn in the side of you and some of your other ranked players out there. How does it feel, though? You guys came out here, you're reigning world champs, having a little bit of a struggle. I mean, what's kind of the bounce back for the teams just to kind of get you guys ramped up for these kinds of games and events?
Well, we're having kind of some personal problems, but it's okay. We're figuring out and just, someone leading us to this tournament and see what happens.
All right, well, we'll see if anything can work out for you guys in the Master Tournament. Congrats on your win today. I'll let you get back to the celebrate. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
Is getting the team ready and getting everybody kind of back in the swing as the Masters event is coming up, because Mifflin, it's not like we're taking a week break and they get recuperate and get ready. Masters just 3 days away. It starts on Wednesday. Is Masters. We'll have all 8 of the SPL teams in the top 4 NA and EU SCC teams coming out there. But let's take a look at the schedule, because this is a long weekend. 8 full sets of play, and every single one of them going 2-0 this weekend. Not a single game 3. And maybe the most impressive out of all these was the Jade Dragons. Just like the Scarabs, coming in with a completely new jungler to their team, at least as far as immediate's concerned. Though still some old synergy from some of the old heads on that team, but starting out every single day and 2-0ing every single team in fairly dominant fashion too. Very impressed by the Dragons on this resurgence.
Yeah, I thought for sure they were at least going to lose one of these sets, right? It's so difficult to prepare for 3 distinct, very different teams. You talk about the Tartarus Titans, one of the top in the league, who've got their own style, as opposed to the Solar Scarabs, who I suppose are still working on finding their style now with some roster changes, and the Oni Warriors, who play completely differently from the other two. Regardless, the Jade Dragons were able to play their own game and win out cleanly, 6 straight dubs. But I gleaned one thing from that interview, J-Mac, that I want to make sure we highlight before the day ends. My man 2-0'd him with his Crocs not even in sports mode. He was going in casual.
He was in cruise mode. He was ready, ready to go to the beach kind of mode out there. Ready for that Summer Masters to be kicking off. We'll take one final look at the standings of Phase 2 of the SPL. It's the Camelot Kings out on top. Olympus Bolts and the Jade Dragons are the most impressive turnaround at the end of a phase. 1 weekend, 3 sets, and they jump from 6th seed to 3rd. moving into the final phase and moving into the Masters tournament. Absolutely mind-blowing run that the Jade Dragons have had this weekend.
Yeah, and now the Jade Dragons, we'll see whether or not they can keep up that momentum as we start to move into Masters. Of course, we've been saying it all day, but I'll reiterate it. Starts on Wednesday, ends on Sunday. 20 individual sets. That's 4 per day. I'm going to be here, so you need to be here too.
And Mifflin, that's just week 1 of Masters.
There's one.
There's a second week that's going to happen after that. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the top 8 teams from this first week, and then we pit them against each other, and then we get to crown an actual Masters champion for phase number 2. A lot of sets of Smite coming up for Masters. You are definitely not going to want to miss out on any of that. We've said it many, many times. Mifflin just said it. I said it. I'm going to say it again. Wednesday, 11 a.m. is the time to be here when we kick off this momentous event, this big event for all 16 of the teams out there. All 8 SPL, top 4 NASCC, top 4 EU SCC. So some of those amateur teams that you've been seeing and watching over the course of this phase are going to be playing out here up against the pros.
Call
We'll
SEC
see
amateur.
we can see some upsets like we saw last time, though, Mifflin.
Maybe. I mean, upsets always capable of
I guess they're
happening,
kind
right?
of.
But they're upsets for a reason. We can't go in expecting them.
They're like minor
Yes, we
league.
can't really expect anything out there. Maybe some expectations for some of those top teams. Hex Mambo, Eldritch Hounds, the top 2 teams out of those 2 different regions distinctively with EU and NA respectively have a lot out there. Maybe some expectations for some of those top teams. Hex Mambo, Eldritch Hounds, the top 2 teams out of those 2 different regions distinctively with EU and NA respectively have a lot of tenure talent on their side. We even got to see a little bit of that talent with Oath making his way up for at least a sub for the Solar Scares. You'll get to see him bright and early with the remainder of his team kind of battling out here for the NA region.
Yeah, look, I had an opportunity to talk to each one of these SPL teams that were in the studio today, seeing whether or not they were concerned about how the seeding shakeups were going to happen, how the group stages would be affected. And I said, hey guys, if you had to like pick the SEC team you need to play against, who is it? And every single player gave me the exact same answer. You wanna hazard a guess here?
I'm going to say it starts with an H and ends with ounds.
Yeah,
So
no,
hounds.
they said they don't care. They simply are not concerned
Okay.
with the SEC. These SPL players so confident in their ability and the culture shock between SEC and SPL that they weren't worried about their seeding. They said SEC's got something to prove. I hope that puts a fire under those SEC boys' heels, I suppose.
Put a fire under their britches.
Yeah, I was gonna say like butt, but I was like that sounds corny.
Yeah, you go with britches. I think that's the
Yeah, that's better.
the less cornier way of saying
Yeah, I
that
appreciate
one. But,
that.
I mean, with the NASCC, we did see the Eldritch Hounds make a run in the last Masters. They eliminated the Solar Scares, moved on with the other 7 SPL teams to move into the second week. Unfortunately, then ended up falling. With the NASCC, we did see the Eldritch Hounds make a run in the last Masters. They eliminated the Solar Scares, moved on with the other 7 SPL teams to move into the second week. Unfortunately, then ended up falling in week number 2 shortly after, but still an impressive run to be able to find not even just a game win, but finding a set win against any of the SPL teams is definitely going to be a massive story for any of these SCC teams, and we'll see if any of them can make that run. I mean, we're looking now kind of down the board across the way for some of these teams. Camelot Kings look nigh unstoppable. Olympus Bolts maybe a little shaky there at that second seed. Jade Dragons on the rise. Even down when we get to kind of the lower end of the bracket there, Solar Scarabs looking a little bit shaky. They were the one team that did fall in Masters 1 to an SCC team, the Valhalla Valkyries. Now kind of back on a rise. We might see maybe some upsets, at least within our own SPL teams, Mifflin.
Maybe. Look,
Probably not.
I feel like the SPL is starting to I don't know, what's the word, smooth out a little bit. The top is starting to develop again at the top. I feel like in phase 1, it was a little bit more interesting in that it felt like anybody was taking games off of anybody. And I mean, I suppose at times with the Valkyries now showing the capacity to find a couple of wins, the games can be a little bit different, but I'm not certain, man. I mean, the Kings are at the top. That feels like just a definite truth. The Tartarus Titans right behind them, and the Olympus Bolts slightly behind them as well. I'm not certain.
Well, now we do get a look at our Summer Masters brackets for all of our individual groups. Group number 1, the Valhalla Valkyries, Eldritch Hounds will be that first best of 3 in there. Camelot Kings and the Gilded Gladiators as well. Talk about a very tough match for the Gilded Gladiators right out the gate, having to go against the Camelot Kings. But there's still even more. This is bracket number 1 of 4 out of all of these groups that are going to have to play through there. Our second one, the Olympus Bolts and the Shibalba Storm, and Hex Mambo and the Solar Scarabs to face off against each other in that second round there. Hex Mambo, the number 1 EU seed with some very tenured talent on their team, could maybe put a little bit of a fight back up against Solar Scares. We've seen kind of the craziness of the Shibalba Storm. Maybe they can wrestle things up with the Olympus Bolts. By the way, all these matchups, best of 3 throughout this group stage all the way through. No best of 1s like we had in our previous one. It's strictly best of 3s all the way with the Olympus Bolts. By the way, some very tenured talent on their team could maybe put a little bit of a fight back up against Solar Scares. We've seen kind of the craziness of the Shibalba Storm. Maybe they can wrestle things up with the Olympus Bolts. By the way, all these matchups, best of 3 throughout this group stage all the way through. No best of 1s like we had in our previous one. It's strictly best of 3s all the way through these group stages. Next up, Jade Dragons, Athenian Sages, and the Oni Warriors and the Highland Ravens. Lots of big talent, lots of fresh talent on some of these SCC teams as well, especially with teams like the Athenian Sages, the shakeups around with the Highland Ravens that they've had throughout their phase, and the Oni Warriors and Jade Dragons. Now with Jade Dragons on their new jungler, we'll see if the Athenian Sages can handle the new pressure from Scream. And then our 4th and final bracket. I know, I've gone through a lot. Remember, there's 16 teams to go through, 4 teams per group going out. Atlantis Leviathans and Kowloon Wardens with some former SPL talent in the Wardens. We'll see how they can fare against the former world champions, and the Tartarus Titans and the Aru Scorpions. Maybe the most impressive thing out of the Aru Scorpions is that this was a team that came from the absolute bottom of the EU SCC in phase number 1 and made a pretty impressive run in phase number 2.
Yeah, phase 2, significant improvements from the Aru Scorpions. Whether or not the improvements are enough to line up against the Tartarus Titans, one of the premier teams in the SPL, to be determined. These are always the events that I look forward to most. I know the fans at home, they're thinking to themselves, man, Worlds is pretty hype, things like that, maybe the Masters events. I love seeing when these players get to play interleague matches. SCC versus SPL, seeing this new up-and-coming talent play against these tenured veteran players in the SPL, always so incredibly fun. Because Smite is an interesting meta in that it feels like almost every year we get new players into the SPL, new teams, and this is our first look at how well they can compete.
And it always feels like we get some different metas just between some of those individual teams, regions, and leagues themselves. But that's all we got for Phase 2 of the SPL. Make sure that you're tuning in on Wednesday, 11 a.m. for Smite Masters. On behalf of myself, Mifflin Production, everyone behind the scenes, thanks for watching, and we'll see you Wednesday for Masters.
Beach it. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys. All right. Oh my god, why are you messaging me? Don't switch windows. So I guess as long as I'm full screen, it switches windows on me. It's really weird. That's so weird. Oh my god. It's as weird as my face. Did this for 4 minutes. Oh. So it's 10:48. This is 8 hours long. Hopefully if I skip some time in between, I can get down to 7.5. And then I'd have to watch the one that's playing right now, which is probably around the same amount of time. So let's assume I'm watching 16 more hours. When do I sleep? Seems like a problem. You guys want food? Should I skip this? Maybe. DJ Beach Bod. Let me feed the cats real quick and the turtle. I'll be right back, anybody. I'll restart the music so that way you're not sitting in silence. There you go. Have some music. BRB.
everyone, welcome to the SPL waiting room. I almost forgot the name of the whole show we're doing. It's the one-stop shop for all things Smite Pro League, and at least for this week and the next week, and while we do Masters and then any other events that have them, also the SCC.
I have to put this away. 1 second.
Welcome to the SPL waiting room. I almost forgot the name of the whole show we're doing. It's the one-stop shop for all things Smite Pro League, and at least for this week and the next week, and while we do Masters and then any other events that have them, also the SCC, but also that's not including the websites that have Smite Pro League teams and stats and things like, you know, SmiteProLeague.com, or the same thing for the SCC, which is SCC.SmiteProLeague.com, which you can go to, and like me, have all of the rosters for all these teams we're going to be talking about right in front of you, because it's a lot more convenient. I've got Dave and J-Mac sitting across from me. Pow! Look at that. Dave, you're poking that out of your mind, man.
I am.
I'm vibing with it. I don't think I've ever seen that shirt. We've been casting together for like 4 years.
I can't recall the time I've seen this one.
This is new to me and new to you guys, I suppose.
Yeah.
You guys have seen the other short sleeve button-down shirt that I have.
Yeah.
This was bought in conjunction with that.
Okay, I'm back.
I've just never put it on for whatever reason.
What are you guys talking about?
And then any other events.
Not that anybody's here listening to me.
Hey everyone, welcome to the SPL waiting room. I almost forgot the name of the whole show we're doing. It's the one-stop shop for all things Smite Pro League, and at least for this week and the next week, and while we do Masters and then any other events that have them, also the SCC, but also that's not including the websites that have Smite Pro League teams and stats and things like, you know, SmiteProLeague.com, or the same thing for the SCC, which is SCC.SmiteProLeague.com, which you can go to, and like me, have all of the rosters for all these teams we're going to be talking about right in front of you, because it's a lot more convenient. I've got Dave and J-Mac sitting across from me. Pow! Look at that. Dave, you're poking that out of your mind, man.
I am.
I'm vibing with it. I don't think I've ever seen that shirt. We've been casting together for like 4 years.
I can't recall the time I've seen this one.
This is new to me and new to you guys, I suppose.
Yeah.
You guys have seen the other short sleeve button-down shirt that I have.
Yeah.
This was bought in conjunction with that. And I've just never put it on for whatever reason.
It's the first time for
everything. It's the
everything.
perfect time. Yeah.
I like your shirt. I already told you that, though, so that's all that matters. Hey, we're going to be talking about it, though. A lot of teams.
This is like Charlie's influence, I feel like.
From the North American SEC.
These shirts.
Four from the European SEC.
That makes 8.
And then 8 from the SPL. The 8 SPL teams are also here, and they're going to be playing a lot today. I think all NA SCC team matchups are today. Tomorrow is all Europe.
Yep.
Friday is like the first round of elims. Saturday is some like winners advancing. Sunday is some more elims / winners advancing, and then we get into just an 8-team bracket. 20 sets of Smite happening this week. If you're watching right now,
that's a lot of Smite.
Prepare for a lot of Smite, man.
And make it double.
I think we also need
to double, because we're
I
doing
think
it
we
all
also
again
need to prepare too.
I know, mentally.
And then next week it'd be like, you know, like quarters, quarters, and then
Speaking of making it double.
Yeah, and then semis, finals.
Yep.
And
I think
there's a third place
then
in there
finals.
Well. Yeah. Anyway,
Something like that.
Hey, you know what? We've talked a lot about it, and I think that
Anyways.
you know, there may be thoughts I think burned some of the time, but you know, like phase 2 was really fun for a lot of it.
Logged me
I've
out again.
kind of forgotten, and a lot of the changes I think
logs me out for
from
no reason.
the SCC phase 2 has really. I mean, it's going to be massive, right? Because like they had tons of changes. Let's go. Thanks, man.
The fuck?
You know, I actually.
Yes.
All right, here's the fun story.
There we
Perfect.
We're going to talk about these SCC teams in a second.
I want to make the joke so bad.
Do it.
No, I can't. Go ahead.
I just got laid.
I value my employment.
For those of you who are wondering, I'll lead you to water. You have to drink here. These are called lays. And so the past tense of that, and we just got, you've got to drink. Either way, fun story about this. The only other time I've worn a lay, and I think I still have it somewhere in my apartment, I was in Germany.
Germany?
It's a party. This seems, trying to find the diplomatic way to describe the night. And I had one. It was like during the World Cup in 2012, so it was like super dope.
Oh wow!
And so I have like an orange, red, and black like German colors lay somewhere in my apartment. You'd think I'd hold on to it more, but it's been 10 years. That's why. I just aged. Either way,
existential.
We're gonna talk about some of these SCC teams.
Yes.
And I guess like their chances, what we remember about them, things that have changed that maybe are gonna help them or maybe not, and then who they're going to be going up against, which I totally have the bracket in front of me. And so, our first team we're going to talk about is the first place from the North American SCC, the Eldritch Hounds.
Oh, yeah.
Of which one of their junglers recently got some really good practice, if you want to call it that, in the SPL, being able to play on it. But otherwise, you got Ribakami, you got Crimson, you got Quig, you got Dude Man Bro, and I believe you got Oath in there.
Yep.
And so, again, a really, really skilled team. Fun team to watch, has been one of our favorites, and Dave, they kind of rocked the world of the SCC.
Yeah, unfortunately, your prize for finishing first in the North American SEC is a one-way ticket face planting into an SPL team in your first matchup of the weekend. That said, remember the Hounds team at the last Masters made some waves.
Yeah.
There are expectations that this
Crimson
team
with the pentakill on the Scarabs
up against lower-seeded SPL teams could have some competitive matchups. I think if there's a squad, really maybe in the entirety of the SEC, that's playing clean enough Smite, that's playing close enough knit as a team, if there's one squad that I had to put my money on, if there's going to be an upset, I would probably put it on the Hounds, because it feels like a lot of their individual players are playing high-tier brands of Smite. The team as a whole is playing a high-tier brand of Smite. I don't necessarily favor them in their first matchup of the weekend. They're underdogs, but underdog stories happen all the time.
They're going to be taking on the Valks, J-Mac. So, like, in theory, it's if you go, like, to a year ago, something that would be a little more consistent to what we'd expect to see in the SEC. And though I think the Valks have definitely powered up pretty heavily, Hounds have been able to just watch that as it's happened. And it's that they're right in that area, right? They're in the shooting range of them that I think that one's going to be an interesting matchup to watch a little later today.
No, I mean, 100%. I mean, this is the team that was formerly known as Sleekness back in Season 8, Phase 3, who ended up winning the Phase 3 championships for the SCC. So they have technically beaten the formerly known Winter Dogs, now Valkyries, at least one time in a tournament setting.
But formerly known as Winter Dogs.
But we are now currently in Phase 2 of Season 9, where we're talking of Valkyries, who has beaten not only former world champion Atlantis Leviathans, but they've also taken down the Oni Warriors. Oh yeah, twice we have to add there. And then also the Oni Warriors, who were at that time the number 3 seeded team in the SPL. So it's going to be a tall task for the Hounds, but they definitely have the talent to do so. Quig and Doom Bro are two players who always pop off at these LAN events. They're always ones to keep your eyes on. Oath especially. I mean, we're talking also Erupt Crimson, who, if I'm not mistaken, got a penta at the last LAN event, the last Masters that they came to, up against the Solar Scarab. So if there is any team out of the SCCs to make some kind of underdog story, this is definitely going to be the one to look out for.
Also, if I remember correctly, like Crimson just had like one of the best KDAs.
Yeah, he died.
Period.
He died like I think he died like 8 times in the entirety of Phase 1.
There was, I think there was one. I think it might have been Angry. I think over in Europe, who was like rivaling it for a long time, and then like the 1 week that I was in Phase 1, I remember where it was like, oh man, Crimson is like a 42 KDA. Then he died 3 times that week, and it tanked, and I was so sad about it. Up to that point, had like a single death throughout all of that. But that's going to be fun to watch them, and they're going to be playing up against the Valkyries a little bit later. Now, a team who got second place in North America is going to be facing off against the Leviathans, Dave. That is the Kowloon Warriors. So that's Relentless One, Moswald, Gino, and Griff. But the thing about the Wardens is that normally this is where we talk about Sino in the jungle, and we'd mention something about ESED and blah, 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 blah. It's Leon in the jungle.
Sylvanas.
Yeah, sweet.
So instead we're talking about Sylvanas. Yeah, no, it's going to be interesting because they are bringing a different jungle in. You know, we saw Sino sub for the Dragons a couple of weeks ago, but Leon's been a fantastic jungler in the past.
I like a mouse.
And otherwise, this has been an incredibly good and incredibly fun team to watch.
Yeah, I agree. They have been one of the more dynamic SCC teams, really in the entirety of the SCC, but of course North America specifically. Picking bans, always a question mark with these guys. Not necessarily in a good way, not necessarily in a bad way. I think the opposing teams are always going to be at odds when it comes to shot calling their game plan. And I think that is a unique advantage to bring into a weekend like this, where nobody really knows what the Wardens are going to be playing. You do lose a little bit of that with Sino not being here with the team. Leon, though, such a strong jungler. And we've seen Leon in a handful of different roles. Seen him mid, seen him support, seen him jungle. I actually think jungle is my favorite iteration of Leon because I think it allows him to shot call in a way that I know that he wants to, and get active and get aggressive and make plays. And so, you know, comparing to Sino is not what I intend to do, but looking at...
But it's going to happen anyway.
It's going to happen anyway. You know, it could be a lateral move, in my opinion. Definitely synergy is what ends up coming to mind. How different is Leon's shot calling from the rest of the teams, things like that. Could be a dynamic squad, but taking down the Leviathan's going to be tough.
And it's going to be fun to watch them, again, just to see how it works. And again, for those of you who are wondering, this essentially acts as a double elim tournament, right? If you lose today, then you still have a chance on Friday to be able to make sure that you stay in the tournament, and then you still have a chance the next day, and you know, you continue pushing forward to make sure that you can keep going until eventually 2 teams from all 4 groups are the ones that go forward to next week. And so that brings us to the next team, J-Mac. And again, who we're going to be seeing, I want to say 4th set today. Yeah, they're going to be playing the Dragons. Again, maybe not not the way.
Congrats.
With the hot hand they've been having. Yeah, have fun with that. And that's the Sages. That's Delny. That's Dame from Newark. That's Jankara. That's Privative. And Snoopy, who's going to be coming around. So again, a lot of names that we've gotten used to. And the Sages, you know, if you watched Phase 1 of the SCC, didn't do too hot. They really picked up the pace there in Phase 2.
Yeah, the Sages were a team that were really struggling in Phase 1 to kind of close their games out. They were able to find some good early picks. They were able to find some good early pressure in the game. But when it came down to like that 25, 30-minute mark in some of these games, which is typically where most NASCC games were kind of ending by that point, the Sages just struggled a lot during Phase 1 to be able to find that point to kind of close the games out. They were losing out in a lot of the team fight stage, but they've really been able to pick it up here. Dame has been making a lot of great moves for this team in the jungle as of recent. Snoopy going over and giving some veteran talent to that duo lane has really been able to help these guys out, especially with a support player as diverse as Privative. I think if there is any particular spot when it comes to this team to be making sure to keep your eyes on, it's the duo lane and the jungle. Not to say that Jengar and Delny aren't playmakers themselves, but it really is whenever Privative, whenever Snoopy, whenever these guys can kind of get the ball rolling for this team, whenever Dame can get a couple of early picks, that's where the Sages really seem to shine. And I think that going against a very aggressive early team like the newly reformed J Dragons will probably be one of their biggest competitions, probably one of their biggest hurdles in this entire contest.
Yeah, it's going to be, I think that's going to be a fun one to watch just because, one, it's going to be fun to watch the Dragons and see if they continue their tear, and it's good to see how the Sages are going to try to adapt to that. Now, this next matchup, and specifically the next team, we're going to talk about the Shibalba Storm.
Yes, we are.
But I think this is really funny because they're going up against the Olympus Bolts. And if we had a league set up where like a team led into another team, in my mind, the Storm would lead into the Bolts, right? Because that just makes sense thematically. Either way.
No, you're right.
Hey, there you go.
I think it'd be the other way around.
You'd have
many bolts,
a lightning bolt
many bolts make a storm.
Make a storm.
You're right. You know what? We're going to have a talk with branding, actually, right?
Could that be the outcome of the game, though, Gore? I'm not so sure.
And you know what? You're going to get to talk about this.
I will.
Because it's Uzzy, it's Magic Feet, it's Joshi, who I believe is playing, he's not on land, he's going to be playing from Ping, Oceans, and In My Zen, who are going to be trying to take on the Olympus Bolts. And, you know, Uzzy, like Magic Feet, made some huge splashes there in Phase 1. This seems like a team to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't want to, I want to, my quick thoughts on this matchup are that the Bolts have been struggling recently. I think lost their identity a little bit. I'm not worried about this team in the Bolts, and we'll talk about them later. I do want to say the door is cracked open just a bit for maybe catching the Bolts off guard if they haven't figured out some of their SPL woes. That said, are the Storm a team that's going to do that? I do think they have some areas that can find advantages against the Bolts. I mean, it's hard when the Bolts play as consistently as they do, but Magic Feet out of the jungle, remember a couple lands ago, really came out of nowhere, and it's been an awesome jungler for this team. I look at Magic Feet's flexibility as being very, very important because he's going to have to keep pace with Lasbra here in this first matchup. Osiris, I imagine, is going to be a contested pick, or Longshen, things like that, yes. The rest of the team's so talented for the Storm, but when I look at a team like the Bolts who love playing through their jungle and their mid, I have to look at Magic Feet for this Storm squad and put a lot of onus on him, because if Lasbra gets that Daji, the aggressive assassin style picks,
that tends to be lights out for a lot of SPL teams, you know? So I think Magic Feet's really got to step up for this squad, not only today, but this weekend.
And honestly, I think it's going to be fun to watch because last time Magic Feet stepped up for this squad, so it should make things pretty interesting. And that closes it out. Those are the 4 NASCC teams that are going to be playing. Now, that means that you know, today you're going to be seeing them go throughout all of this. Hey, I just opened the website, and there's me live on the website right there, where you can watch us and, of course, get all the stats for all of this at SmiteProLeague.com. Either way, you know, tomorrow we'll be watching the other 4 SPL teams, the Titans, the Kings, the Scarabs, and the Warriors. We'll be taking on the 4 teams from Europe. So the first team that got first place and looked really solid doing it is Hex Mambo, a team that admittedly, it took more losses than I would have expected, but they made some roster changes, J-Mac, throughout all of it. You know, you've got Deathwalker, who has been incredible. You've got Zeros. You've got Johnny on this team, who looked fantastic. Echrome, and normally Tricks Tank, but Rotwin, who is going to be subbing into this. And now Rotwin is not a support to scoff at. Rotwin is a really good sub to have here for Tricks. And so I'm excited to see what the Mambo have to offer.
Man, and Rotwin has been through so many different teams. I mean, he was on the Gladiators initially and then got removed from the Gladiators coming into Phase 2, now jumps in as a sub. And this is definitely a player I've been keeping my eye on when it comes down at least to the SCC for Europe. But this team as a whole, you just don't know what kind of things that these guys got to do. It's particularly this game here where Johnny was DC'd for 12 minutes and they held a lead for 10 of those minutes. It wasn't until like the last 4 minutes of that game that the Auri Scorpions were actually able to come out and end up winning that one. And that just shows the level of talent and tenure on this team.
Yeah.
When Hex Mambo can be down a player for 10 plus minutes in a game, still technically winning that 4v5 and moving on from there. Deathwalker, a lot of talent from the solo lane. He was a meta pioneer when he was in the SPL, still is somewhat of a pioneer when it comes to the SCC. You look at players like Zeros in the mid, very consistent over there. This entire team as a whole is just consistent across the board. It took them a while to get there in Phase 1, but having a near perfect record in Phase 2 just shows the level of talent that this team has, and it shows why in the European region, it is hard to touch this team against some of the SPL talent. They still might struggle a little bit, especially considering, if I'm not mistaken, Johnny going to be playing on ping,
Johnny
which is not the player that you want playing on ping, considering he's one of the playmakers for that squad.
And this could be good news, bad news. They are going up against the Scarabs first, so that's going to be an interesting matchup because it's like Scarabs freshly formed, but it's still Sam for soccer that's jungling for him. But Johnny's playing from ping, so who knows? It's going to be very fun to watch. The Ravens, 2nd seed out of Europe, SCC. A couple of names you're going to know here, as it turns out. So, you know, Vaporish Coast, the Penta Kid, Calvin, specifically, by the way, Coast Penta Mifflin's team, just throwing that out there. Calvin, who is actually one of my favorite SCC supports to watch. Angry, who is going to be playing from ping this tournament, but has been fantastic. Kana in the solo lane, again, a very fantastic solo laner. And then some upstart called Adapting out of the jungler, Dave. It seems like they're going to, they seem like they might have some good tournament outcomes.
Yeah, how fun to watch this team. Because honestly, I think it was so important to add Adapting. I do think that the lineup of this squad in the past was very, very formidable. But they've started to diversify a lot of their win conditions. You know, Angry, stud out of the mid lane, absolutely one of the win conditions. Vaporish Coast always feels like there's that. I always say it when I'm talking about this Ravens team. There's always that X factor with Vaporish Coast. You don't quite know when it's going to happen.
Literally won them games.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's always going to happen. There's going to be a moment where Coast is going to take his chance.
Yeah.
Knock at the door of turning the game around. And now you got Adapting, and Adapting has been playing well. I mean, his return to competitive Smite wasn't just this nuclear bomb of the entire SCC is now on notice. I mean, he's played well, but I think it's been an interesting fit where he's now been on a team where the players around him for Adapting have been strong enough in their own right to carry some of their lanes, carry some of the games that this team has played in. And I wonder how pacing starts to match up against some of the SPL teams as well. Not only for the Ravens, but the EU SCC in general. If they can be conflict averse, like we know some of these teams like to, avoid some kills, get into the mid game, the late game, even low kill games, anything can happen.
And they're going to be taking on the Warriors, so I think that one's going to be a very fun matchup. Cuvo versus Adapting. If you've been watching Smite for a while, that's actually a history jungle matchup, and so that one will be very fun. JMac, another team, again, 3rd out of Europe, Scorpions. Sarpei, Picorino, Preds, Davey, and now they're going to be playing with Bevy Monster here. So it's going to be, I think, again, a very fun one to watch, but not as much if you look at this as like LAN history as some of these other teams from Europe, things like that, or just SEC teams in general. So it's going to be fun to watch how they adapt to this environment as well.
I think this has just been one of the biggest glow-ups that we've seen of the SEC in general. Yeah. I mean, phase number one, the Scorpions were struggling to find even game wins. They were the 6th seed.
Individuals.
And then they have been massively turning around when it comes to all of their games. Sarpei over in the solo lane has been an absolute monster for this team. Going from 6th to 3rd seed is no easy feat. We saw it happen in the SPL this past weekend with the Dragons going from 6th to 3rd seed from there in a matter of one weekend. But for the SEC to have a team climb this starkly, especially with the level of competition that the EU-SCC has, I've definitely been keeping a very close eye on this team. I mean, Sarpei, even whenever Panvich is jumping in there, Picorino in the mid lane is definitely another one to really keep your eyes on. I think when it comes down to the EU-SCC, more so in general, there's 2 roles that I've been paying attention to a lot more often than any other one. And it's been the support roles, and it's been mid. And Picorino and Preds have stepped up so much for this team, and being able to pick up some gods where, I mean, you look over in the SPL, the NASCC, Yamoja is something that we see picked and banned all the time.
Yeah.
When you look at the EU-SCC, that god is kind of like forgotten, like nobody knows what's going on there. But Preds is one of the few players in the EU who is playing this god, is playing it really well. I think this is going to still be a struggle for this team regardless being 3rd seed, but it's definitely one to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they have to offer, as I am with the rest of these SEC teams.
Agreed.
And the last one, Dave, out of Europe, the 8th team that is going to be joining the SPL teams to make up our 16 is the Gilded Gladiators, Lastimics, Mastkill, Sap7, who will be playing again from Europe, so on ping, Dazer, and Itori, of all people, going in and subbing in for ADC, which Itori has been a phenomenal player, but not exactly what I expected to see when I was reading this roster.
You know, I think in general, this team maybe has the most to prove to me here this week. Think back to the old Just F6 squad, the old Gladiator squad, how long that team had played together, and they found middling success, finally made some roster swaps, bring some new players coming into this tournament as well, and so you're looking at week of type of player swap in, so that of course has to come to mind. Also cleanliness of play. I mean, a very, very talented EU-SEC team that has been able to take matches off their opponents, yes, but hasn't been able to find maybe the consistency that they've been hoping for. So I do think the previous point that I was making about just the EU-SEC in general really applies to this Gilded Gladiator squad, where if this team, specifically against their first matchup, maybe you can remind me who they're playing, Gore, from the SPL. If they're okay, right. So
wow.
So I was gonna say if they're gonna get outpaced, which the Kings proved to us this past weekend that they might be able to do, this team is gonna have a tough time. So their objective play, my counterpoint was if you can slow down the pace and work on the objectives, find some invades, find some pressure, that's where maybe you have a better chance of winning in a matchup like this, given your roster, some new players, chemistry not quite there. Kings are the kings of playing map pressure and objective pressure, so shot calls between new teammates really have to be on point.
Not only that, but like if I'm essentializing the European style, right, which a lot of these EU-SCT teams are gonna do, not surprising they're from Europe. The Kings do that. They do it just better. Like they do it better than people in the SPL. So I have to imagine it's going to be a difficult matchup there for the SCC. But that's the introduction. If you were wondering who these teams that were going to be taking on the SPL teams were, that is all of them and what you can kind of expect for it. We're going to kick it to a quick break right now, because when we get back, we have the first set of the Smite Summer Masters. So get your snacks while you can. I guess, you know, if you're on the Eastern Coast, it's like just get a coconut, drink out of it. Probably something, if an early lunch if you really want it. Otherwise, just stay tuned. We'll be right back with the
early
Summer
lunch.
Masters.
Isn't it like 8 in the morning for them? It's a very early lunch, Gore. Think about food too much. Ivans, huh? Love you. kind of shark.
Well, hey there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome to the Smite Summer Masters. It's day 1, and there's a lot of fun for you here. Look, we're all summered out, man. I'm Score, that's Trelly. And you know what? If you want to be summered out too, I can tell you a great way to have an excellent summer, man. You can become a Prime Gaming member. And you can do it right now because you're going to get a lot of great content, right? You're going to get a free monthly Twitch subscription. Look, there's a button down there. If you want to use it here, that's pretty chill. If not, there's tons of great Smite streamers out there that I'm sure you could use it on, as well as free games and in-game content. That's going to be a little crown up there. You can click on that. It's August. Those just refreshed, so if you haven't got those now, make sure you get in on them while you can. And, of course, all the other great stuff you get with a Prime subscription, your free deliveries, your movies, your music, all of that fun stuff. So make sure they become a Prime Gaming member while you can. If you're not one, if you are one, make sure that you're using all of this fantastic stuff. And, of course, thank you to Prime Gaming for being the title sponsor of the SPL here in Season 9. But again, my name's Gormitzer. I got Trelly on the desk. I'm realizing how emotive my eyebrows are just by the merit that I can't see my eyes on the broadcast. Your sunglasses are a lot better for this, is what I'm.
Well, I mean, we got to look the summer fit, and of course, I just wanted to match the, the rose gold going throughout the theme, and I think you look great as well.
I like the rose gold. Rose gold on my wedding ring. See, that's how you know it's good.
Yeah.
Word,
we agree on this.
It's just flat out agreement. It's going to be a fun day, though. Again, if you are curious about the way this is laid out, there are 4 groups, right? 16 total teams. Each group has 4 teams. 2 teams from each group are going to advance to a bracket next week where they go through quarterfinals. So here's how things are going to shake out. If you're looking at the schedule for just today, we've got 4 SPL teams, and they're going to be taking on 4 NASCC teams. So the Wardens, the Hounds, the Storm, the Sages taking on the Leviathans, the Valkyries, the Bolts, the Dragons, in that order. And so it's going to be very fun, I think, to watch. Again, see how the NASCC does and see where these teams go. Now, there's no eliminations today, and that's important to note. One of these teams will go essentially in the winner's bracket. The other one will go to the loser's bracket. Whoever loses today, it is double elims, so they have a chance to save themselves in a couple of days and try to move forward, whereas whoever wins today is just one more win from getting to that sweet, sweet bracket next week and closer to the cash prize here for the Summer Masters. So, a lot of fun, Trelly, I think, to be had, and these matches alone have me excited.
No, you definitely should, because these are the NASCC teams that really would love to prove themselves up against the SPL squads. There's a lot of tenure here that they would love to just be able to say, you know what, we've been practicing for so long. We've been at the top of the SEC in our respective league, and we just want to, really just take it to these SPL guys and prove that we can hang with them too.
Shelly, this is a complete non sequitur because I was thinking about the fact that I'm like really relaxed because I'm in flip flops. You're in your Crocs.
Yeah.
I can't wait till you're casting later so people can see the Crocs because the Crocs. that's true Trelly form. Either way, we can look at some teams, as you mentioned here for the first matchup. It's the Leviathans and the Wardens, and we had just talked about them a little bit there on the waiting room. But the Wardens coming in, a very very strong team, but notably second in the SCC, now having to take on the Leviathans, normally a very strong team. Been a little murky for them this year, and admittedly, I've been told by them directly, 11 a.m. Leviathans are like the quote-unquote worst Leviathans for them, and it's because they stay up until 4 in the morning queuing arena and things like that. So it's going to be fun watching the Wardens, I think, in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's a good point to bring up. I forgot about the old 11 a.m. Leviathans theory that every time they show up this early for a set, usually doesn't look good. I think that will bode well here for the Kowloon Wardens because they've been looking good, whenever they decide to play. Off the back of a substitute jungler, I think Leon, he's been around for quite some time. I don't think we have to harp on the sub thing too much because he's just been a top tier jungler for quite some time. Finally getting a chance to show his stuff at LAN, that's something that everyone will certainly look forward to. But this team as a whole has just looked super solid. The 2 brothers, Relentless One and Gino, as the frontliners, have been able to really control their carries so that plays like this from Griff can happen, and Moswell as well. And they're super solid. The 2 brothers, Relentless One and Gino, as the frontliners, have been able to really control their carries so that plays like this from Griff can happen, and Moswell as well in the mid lane. By the way, Moswell is also on this team, which is just insane, by the way.
That's a really fun, by the way, they've got like a world champion that's just kind of playing with them. And you know how that works. I think this is a team that it's been surprising. Watching the Wardens, they have so much tenure. to the point where it is. I'm expecting something fun out of them today.
Right.
But again, SCC differences we've seen from the Valks how difficult that can be to adjust to SPL teams' pacing, and that's something that while a lot of these people have that tenure, we'll see if they're going to be able to keep up, because that I think is a big deal. You had mentioned it though, not playing with the usual jungler that comes out of here, playing with Leon, and we've seen Leon play everything but solo at this point. I feel like I haven't seen him play solo recently, but he was support for a little while. He's been in the jungle, he's been in mid. Maybe I haven't seen him as a carry either, but he could flip over to it if he wants to. And that's the thing that's really interesting. I think the more recent times I've seen Leon, this hasn't been the role he's been in. But to me, this is like the role I want to see him play.
Yeah, I mean, if you've ever listened to Leon's comms or just watching his stream, he is an in-game leader through and through, right? He's going to be the loudest one telling you guys what to do, and as a unit, and you can either listen to it or not. But he's going to be telling the exact shot calls everywhere, where to go, what objective to fight over. And I think as a jungler, that's the best role for him, right? Supports can do it as well, but you're not constantly influencing the map. You're kind of stuck in dual lane for a little bit. Junglers can go all around, and I think that this is exactly where he needs to be, and this is where he plays the best, in my opinion. We'll have to see how it plays out, though.
Well, and you know what? It's actually even fun, because in your opinion, we can maybe sweep it under the rug for a little bit and instead just get his opinion directly.
Well, that's better.
About Leon. We got J-Mac standing by in the booth with Leon right now.
Hello, I am in the booth with the Cowlin Wardens, the #2 SCC team from the North American region. They're going to be taking on the former world champions, but they've also got a sub on their team. We're going to talk to the sub today. Elion standing in the jungle for Sino. Elion, talk to me a little bit about coming into an event like this as a sub for a team. I mean, what kind of pressure does that put on you and the remainder of the team?
Pressure? The only pressure that I have is the pressure we're going to be applying in game.
Oh, the pressure in game. Going against the Atlanta Svites. Now, they're a team that have been struggling recently. They barely made it into the 5th seed just by getting a win over the Scarabs last time. Do you think that gives you maybe more of an advantage going on?
We're in a great spot.
In a great spot there. Sounds like it's a lot of fun for the team. You guys have been laughing, having a great time before you're getting into the game. It's only day 1 of the event. Where do you kind of guys see yourself maybe throughout the remainder? You guys making it to week number 2?
We're going to Worlds.
Going to Worlds. Elion and the Cowlin Wardens saying that they're going to be going over to Worlds with this one. You think we'll see maybe a spicy pick out of you coming into the jungle, maybe some spicy picks in general?
Probably, all around. There's definitely going to be a lot of spicy picks.
A lot of spicy picks from the Cowlin Wardens. Should be a fun set. Cowlin Wardens, your #2 SCC set from North America, taking on the Atlanta Svites. We'll throw it over to the desk. Let's keep it going.
I don't know. I'd have to double check. Pretty sure this doesn't do anything for Worlds, but it's nice to know that that's where their mind is at, right? That's how you know the team has their eye. Maybe not even on the money. The money would just be, we're going to get first place. But no, they're going all the way to Worlds. It's going to be fun to watch what they have to offer. Again, the other side here, they're going to be going up against the Atlantis Leviathans, your current reigning world champs, with the 3-time down there, just chilling. I saw him walking in a little bit earlier. Everybody else on this team, again, feels incredibly strong as players. And really, Trelle, I think
they swapped their seating
to the Warden's pick and ban strategy, because this is a team that's really difficult to ban against.
Yeah, that's an interesting point to bring up, because I don't know what I would pick up or ban against this squad either. Like, things that come to mind. Of course, you don't want wrong you getting Yamoja, but what has Shinto been playing recently? So many different style of mid laners that, you never know what he's going to be playing. Zhongqi, Kabrakan, that sort of thing. Is that something that you want to prioritize? I wouldn't recommend it, because then Pantom can pop up on, these Osiris's, even been playing the Lancelot, things like that. A very difficult squad to try and gauge from week to week, right? There's strategies, I think, they're still trying to figure out themselves. So how would an enemy understand them?
You can't know me. I don't even know me.
Exactly. You can't predict what we're going to do, because we don't even know ourselves. So it's going to be definitely an interesting one. But I think the Warden's a team that can just kind of throw that all out and just say, we're going to play our own game. And Leviathans, that's what they do anyways, right? They're not playing to anyone else's style. They want to play around their team fight, because they've been playing together so long. They know exactly how they want a team fight. That's the one part of the game I think that never changes, right? They're 5v5. They're confident in. Maybe the early farm they might struggle a bit, but when they're together as a unit, that's when they feel the most confident.
And I'm excited to see again what they have to offer. Notoriously, 11 a.m. Leviathans can be a different team than your 3 p.m. Leviathans. I'm wondering if that's going to end up being a factor today. I don't know. Zap seemed mostly awake, not energetic the way that he normally is. If you talk to him later in the afternoon, but there, present, right?
He's yawning as we speak.
Well, hey, you know what? Turns out, maybe not. Okay. Yeah, we'll see whether or not they.
So much for that.
If they're feeling the energy again, this team. It's so wild how the difference maybe 2 hours for them will really change it up.
I mean, we could not have sold this better. They're all rubbing their eyes. They're just like, all right, here we go. Let's get ready. And they give a little slap on the cheeks. I'm sure
God.
once they touch the battleground, right when they spawn in, that's when we're going to see those
Focus
go
stuff,
faces.
yeah, it's
Absolutely.
Gonna happen. And luckily for them, they've got Oxy behind them to help with things advance, so they don't have to worry about it too much. I'm curious what the discussion's going to be. Khepri is the first ban so far. And now, again, Shelly, this is where things get really interesting because, to me, you're having a ban against things that you haven't seen. A team that hasn't played in competitively at least in like 5 weeks.
Yeah,
6 weeks?
it's been a while.
And so, like, you've got this backlog of data for the Leviathans of, okay, well, here's what they like to play, here's how they've been doing it, and here's what they did quite literally just a few days ago at the end of phase 2 versus the Wardens where it's like, all right, so at the beginning of July, let's see, what patch are they playing on? Like, it's before mid-season, I'm pretty sure, like, a lot comes in. So for the Leviathans, you get a Khepri, you get the Chernobog, those two feel pretty blanket statement, like meta. They also ban out a Ratatoskr, which feels like someone who's been on the rise lately anyway.
Yeah, and I think the Relentless One's Rat solo is something to be feared, and I think the Leviathans have done at least the bare minimum of the homework to make sure that goes through. However, this is what I was talking about. If you are banning away that Cabrakan, if you are banning away that Yemoja, that Osiris will slip its way through, and it's still a deadly force. Notably does have some sort of, it could be played in the solo lane, but more often than not, we've been seeing Osiris out of the jungle, getting active extremely early with this Mannequin Scepter build, and just being an absolute menace to any jungler or mid laner that's trying to take that 1v1. You're just never going to win. However, the Wardens are going to just not falter one bit. They're going to insta-lock that King Arthur solo. So much pressure on the map. You can play through this solo lane so well with a pick like that. And a little bit of safety for Griff there in that Heimdall.
Yeah, this is one, again, that I'm excited just to watch, only because I think that these two picks, Heimdall, like you said, safe, a lot of good damage. King Arthur has been on a little bit of a tear lately. Now, it's debatable. Was it King Arthur that was on a tear? Was it FineOK that was on a tear? Who knows? Either way, it ends up looking pretty good there in the last week. So it feels like someone that, as of late, pretty potent. Again, good lane bully, good poke,
That's
things
random.
like that. And you had mentioned the Heimdall. His survivability while maintaining good damage output, I think, is impressive. Hou Yi, though, not just locked in real early for a pick that, in my mind, isn't super high priority lately.
Yeah, nobody would have banned that.
Alongside the E-set, which has been flexible, could go mid, could go support. But if this is the dual lane, I mean, you got a lot of CC, a lot of fight potential immediately from the get-go.
Yeah, if this is, the dual lane, and we'll hold on to that assumption just as this pick goes through, you got a lot of circles, and I think that helps your team fight a ton, right? Because,
circles is good.
Yeah, it de-incentivizes grouping up. If the whole team is sitting on a Sunbreaker and a circle protection, that's not going to be a good time. But Daji, a pick that very rarely actually gets through in a meta like this, so that's going to bring a lot of CC that you don't want to deal with. You have two picks here that don't have CC immunity. The Hou Yi and the E-set, they're not going to love that too much.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they can handle that. Well, honestly, maybe it's not. It's going to be Beats and then maybe like a Magi's later on. It's actually pretty blanket statement standard how they're going to deal with that. Not maybe too interesting. You had mentioned, though, that Daji, who has been maybe like the jungler to have, it feels like, in the last month. If you look at the Bolts, you look at the Warriors, hell, you look at the Leviathans. It's been one that is incredibly powerful for them. Outside of that, Osiris, maybe the top pick, especially on the Assassin tab. Bans coming through: Wardens, Artio, and the Morrigan taken away. Whereas on the other side, it's Hell and the Xing Qin. And the Xing Qin, to me, it means, like, well, not only do they recognize that, hey, guys, we're kind of already screwed on CC immunity, we don't want any combos. But also, it screams to me that maybe they want to lean into another auto attack.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, certainly could be the option. I mean, we don't exactly know where this E-set's going. It could be support, or we could very easily see a second carry locked in.
Naked HD XYZ new AI will find a girl for you. Wow.
I think the big fear here is, hey, Daji's going to get our beads. We don't want to worry about rolling of Rage and Steel, right? We want to be able to hold our beads for that powwow and that powwow alone. The Wardens, however, get their option. They usually do save Moswell's pick for last. That's sort of their style. And it looks like they will continue with that. But they will get a beads burner in the Sobek. notably that Alpwash that Moswell loves is still open. The Zeus, the Vulcan, these weird style of picks that you never really face in your regular SPL games. I mean, I guess Ben has been playing Outplash, but besides that, Moswell loves those style of picks, and they're not going to be banned away. Just the Hell, which notably is definitely a Moswell character. Yeah. But now that we're seeing this Ares hovered here, it looks like that E set should. Nope, never mind. They pivoted. They pivoted and baited me. Now the Discordia is going to be locked in, so I do think we'll see probably the Discordia in mid then.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, though. They definitely were going to think about it.
Oh, yeah.
But sleepy Leviathans, it took a little bit for their brain to catch up and be like, oh, wait, nah, he said support. Hold on. we don't need another one of those. Discordia gets locked in alongside Lancelot. Lancelot falling pretty far in the pick priority. I think a lot of the games last week he was either ignored or he was in the top 6, right? Top 3 for either squad. So he gets locked in here, presumably for the jungle, although we saw him go solo for a couple players. So Osiris can go in the jungle, can also go solo. I guess we'll see which one, in a second, which one you think has a better matchup versus King Arthur. But also this Discordia has been on the rise, and now it's going to go up against an Agni, which, Trelly, outside of the SCC, I can't think of a single time that we've seen it. I mean, I know it happened like once earlier. BMT probably played it, but not someone we get to see often in Smite.
I've been such a big fan of the Agni. When we had the mid laners in studio, when we were making the tier list, I was like, Agni surely got to be like A+, right? Always pretty solid. And they were all like, nah, he just he just doesn't have enough burst damage. I'm like, but he's got so much control. He's got all this pressure. He can poke you out from a distance. And they're like, no, it's just not worth it. So some of these pros don't put that much value on the Agni, but I personally do think that it brings a lot of control, and just being able to clear the wave from a distance is definitely something with value. And, the rest of the team fight is going to look pretty solid because you have all these beads burners.
And he's always been described as, like, the mage, right? Like, it's like if you're looking at somebody, he does a lot of good setup, he has decent damage, he might not be the best at one or the other or anything like that. Like, he's
good
survivable.
Escapes, good damage.
He's just the balanced mage. If you're
CCs.
playing him, you can play him well enough that people might not think that, but for the most part, he's going to fall somewhere in the middle. Discordia has been on the rise, again, with Strife, the damage buff that it got, alongside her clear already being incredible and having some survivability and cooldown reduction, and then adding more cooldown reduction potentially on top of that. It feels like Discordia in the right hands can just be a menace.
Yeah,
which makes sense.
It really just depends on who they're playing through with that Discordia passive, right? Because we already highlighted they have an Osiris and a Lancelot. Notably, I think the Osiris is a great matchup in a King Arthur. There's really nothing that King Arthur can do to get away from the tether unless he's using that ultimate to get out. However, Osiris also is just such early pressure in the jungle. You get that Mana Conceptor, you're winning pretty much any 1v1 trade in the game before 12 minutes. Like, you're just always getting a great matchup there. So, between the two, I think I prefer Osiris in the jungle just for that reason.
Okay.
But Lancelot also has the horse, and he can traverse the map so quickly. They're both so good at both of these roles. It's a toss-up for me. Honestly, I don't really care. Whichever one comes through, I could see value.
Honestly, I'm excited just to watch it and see how they end up playing it. Again, because we've seen Lancelot do a little bit of both, mostly dabbling in the jungle, unless you're the Kings, who's been dabbling with it in the solo lane. And you know what? I don't have the answers, and I don't need the answers, because we're going to go into game number 1. We got Dave, we got Mifflin, and we got the start of the Smite Summer Masters.
That's right. Set number 1 of Smite Summer Masters about to kick off. Dolson and Mifflin going into game right now, and we've got a great matchup here. Atlantis Leviathans going up.
What is wrong with
I don't
this
want to
guy?
disrupt Mike. Mike's doing a good job on the camera there. We'll beckon you into game with the poodle swinging around a bit. Leviathans versus Wardens. Our first matchup of the weekend, Miff. We got 4 SPL versus SEC matches to go today. Remember, double elim tournament. So whether the SEC teams get knocked down or there's an upset against one of the SPL squads, a chance later on in the week to remain in the tournament. Now, the Leviathans, it's bounce back time, Miff. This has not been the picture of consistency from this team so far at the end of Phase 2.
Yeah, I was talking to the Kowloon Wardens coming into this game, and one of the first things they brought up to me was, hey, do you know the Leviathans lost to the Valkyries? And my immediate response was, yeah, I know that, of course. So maybe the Kowloon Wardens playing with a bit of confidence here today. It seems like they've adapted pretty well. The Wardens, that is, to the standard SPL meta. Barring that mid laner, we don't see a whole lot of Agni, so I will be keeping my eyes on Moswell. Certainly not a god that he's a stranger to, but one that might be, I suppose, suffering a little bit in the pressure department, at least until level 5.
Now, Gino is playing the poster child of Smite Summer Masters, right? I mean, it was just, where is it? Surely we have a logo somewhere in this room. It's like the beach.
So it's like neon.
Yeah, and it's really cool. It's an awesome shirt. Gino playing it. Haven't seen a lot of Sobek though, Miff, at the SPL or really the SEC level of play. Solo lane Sobek a little bit here and there, but going up against Wrong You on the E set.
Uh-oh.
Are we talking level 2 ganks here? Panatom blink forward has damage. It's worst case scenario. Yark on Lancelot with Bluestone. Grabs first blood for the Leviathans in game 1.
Yeah, Yarkor going to get that Soul Eater online real quick, and once he's got it, Lancelot really does start to level up in that lane. The sustain that he gets, the damage output, all incredibly high. I'd argue King Arthur, you really want him succeeding at least throughout the early, but now struggling up against Lancelot, I'm not sure that he's going to be able to pull himself out of that without at least a little bit of help from his jungle.
Yeah, I'm not sure how the solo lane starts to look now. Because, Miff, we have gotten looks at Lancelot jungle, Lancelot solo. Honestly, Lancelot has not been like an insta-win type of pick, even at the SPL level, where some jungle games it looks great, some jungle games it looks bad. Solo lane, really variety has been forging it to some type of success. I mean, the odds got to be stacked here for Yark in a good way if you get first blood on that side. So we'll keep our eyes on the right side of the map, see if Relentless One can just keep pace. Leon maybe gets run at here by Panatom and Shinto. Beads off of the Daji. It's kind of what you expect from the Leviathans. Just high pressure early on in the game, playing their advantages. Panatom's got a great opportunity to steal a good bit of jungle farm away here after Leon forced back to base.
Relentless One will rotate in towards this blue buff, but seems like he's able to secure it for himself as well. So clean play over to the Kowlin Ward and Soul Laner. Won't dig him out of the hole just yet, but with that rotation from Yarkor over towards those back camps, we'll put him slightly behind in experience. So maybe the King Arthur's doing just fine.
Yeah, doing okay for now. Needed the blue buff though. I mean, if those start to roll in the opposite direction, go towards the other team, could be a brutal bit of pacing for the Kowlin Ward and Soul Laner if he's not able to confirm some of those buffs. Over on the left side of the map, what I was going to talk about prior to that first bit of action was Wrong You on this E set and the space control that might be able to provide over in lane. Gone a bit more standard support style start. We wondered if we'd see these mages go towards the mask style of build, but no, looks like Thebes for both of the supports.
Well, we could have them shift up. You know, there's some other items in those trees. Maybe Thebes, Male Renewal, probably an option as well. So I'm hoping not this early.
Okay, not right away, I know, but if we're talking
like
later
in general,
in the build,
you think maybe some bobble action from these guys?
We saw who built it.
It was Genetics.
Genetics at the very end of one of the
and
games.
he was absolutely owning.
But was it because of the bobble?
Absolutely not. He got bobble like 15K up.
Right, he was owning and then happened to purchase the bobble as well. That said, ESET could be the style of pick that you want to bobble on. Spam those spirit balls, dispel magics, circle protection a little bit more often, Miff. Am I talking you into it?
Yeah, I'm convinced. I mean, all those abilities going to be doing a little bit less with bobble, but consistently more often. I think certainly ESET can find some value from that item, specifically from the Dispel Magic. Just having that additional HP shield for your allies just way more often, like 20% more often. Yeah, I'm thinking that's pretty good.
That's how the item works. You're right.
That's right.
Eleon, Hydra's Lament for the first item has the Hydra Star already, as Doug showed us.
Yeah, how's that make
just
you feel?
a little bit ago. The item itself?
Yeah.
Actually okay, because if we're sticking with the theme of the week, kind of the beach theme, summery, right? That looks like one of those cocktail forks that you're poking in to like the hors d'oeuvre.
I want that in a coconut for sure.
Absolutely. And so with the theme of the week, I'm okay with it. I still think it is a small, weak fork, but given this week and everything we're bringing to the table, I think it does make some sense.
Speaks volumes to Leon's dedication to the cause, right? Like realizes we've got this this theming going on, and he's willing to change his build for it. I'm about that.
But is it actually a good build though, Myth? Ends up being the question. Thematic or not?
Yeah, I mean, generally when we see Hydras, it's usually second slot on Daji. Transcendence first, pretty popular. Jotun's first, pretty popular as well. I mean, Hydra's on its own, still a fine item. Has great stats on it, 10% CDR, 10% penetration. And getting additional burst damage on those auto attacks early on is pretty nice. But with it in first slot, you'd expect Leon to set a much quicker CDR, 10% penetration. And getting additional burst damage on those auto attacks early on is pretty nice. but with it in first slot, you'd expect Leon to set a much quicker pace. We haven't seen him get active just yet. 128 damage on the charts, 5.5 minutes in.
Wow.
When I see Hydras, I'm thinking, go get active. Like, go get involved. And he's got some decent targets for it. Wrong Yu in particular, once you're able to force off those beads, could be susceptible to that Pal. A rotation over towards Zapman would be pretty nice as well, especially with a slight level lead already on Leon, who's just been spending his time farming.
Yeah, just been farming up. And Zapman also going with something a bit more unique in that first item slot. Dominance for the Hou-Yi. Now we saw, was it Panda Cat, I think, played, was it? I don't know. I'm gonna age myself. This was literally last week. We saw Hou-Yi get played. I actually think it might have been Panda Cat. Found a couple of solo kills, got aggressive over in the duo lane. Hadn't seen much Hou-Yi throughout the phase, but during that last week of play, bit of a higher pick rate and an early dominance here for Zapman Nif. What does that tell you about his playstyle?
It's a whole lot of penetration early on. 25% pen on all of your auto attacks means that...
Please? Okay. Sorry, be right back. Okay, I have returned.
Anyone who...
We saw... And Zapman also going with something a bit more unique in that first item slot. Dominance for the Hou-Yi. Now we saw, was it Panda Cat, I think, played, was it? I don't know. I'm gonna age myself. This was literally last week. We saw Hou-Yi get played. I actually think it might have been Panda Cat. Found a couple of solo kills, got aggressive over in the duo lane. Hadn't seen much Hou-Yi throughout the phase, but during that last week of play, bit of a higher pick rate and an early dominance here for Zapman Nif. What does that tell you about his playstyle?
It's a whole lot of penetration early on. 25% pen on all of your auto attacks means that anyone who's building any sort of defense early maybe could struggle. You were right about the Thieves, by the way. Thieves for both Gino and Wrong
Here's
Yu.
the thing, Myth.
Okay.
I don't have a bit for this. Yes, you're right. I'm right.
I was like so primed to like keep doing some analysis, and you hit me with the here's the thing. I wanted to get out of the way.
I thought it was going to come to me, and I was going to have this real great thing about how I'm always right. Unfortunately, not the case. That's a nice dodge from Griff to avoid the stun from Zapman. Actually, a decent bit used, and Griff only had to use his ultimate to get out of fray. As Wrong Yu drops circle protection, Zapman breaks the Suns. Griff will end up walking out just fine, still has the beads as well. And then how about this? The Kowloon Wardens extending some pressure. Attempted blue buff invade on the right side of the map, but the Leviathans able to secure it for themselves. And after the start of the game that Relentless One had,
that's silence.
I'll hold that thought, because might be happening to Relentless One again here. Stun, this time is good. Panatom and Yark will combine for another kill, and Relentless One had a level lead. But now that's going to drop right back down to even as Panatom notches his first of the game.
Love what we saw from the Kowloon Wardens there. Classic response to a gank over in the dual lane. Oh, Wrong Yu's like at our purple buff. Let's do something on the opposite side of the map. Blue buff invade successful. And Relentless One, I suppose, just was gassing himself a little bit too much. Decided to proxy those waves between towers. The Atlantis Leviathans they're going to punish you for that just about every single time. So what was a level lead for the King Arthur is immediately lost out on. But we are very close to Relentless One's massive power spike. Once he gets this Glad Shield, we should hit an inflection point in this lane where he can put out enough damage that the sustain of Soul Eater for Yarkor might not be quite enough on its own. I'm excited to see what the next item is for Yarkor, though. I'm thinking he's got a pretty good amount of gold in pocket.
He does, and it is a full purchase Glad Shield.
All right.
For Yark.
That's good.
That's pretty good, and he teleports back to lane. So as far as exerting pressure, yeah, Relentless One's going to take about half of his HP and damage here in lane. That's going to be a brutal laning phase because Relentless One not only doesn't have TP, but no more potions to stick around in lane. Leviathans have pulled out the Gold Fury. Wrong, you have Circle Protection. Can Gino make a miracle happen? No, cannot. Not this time. Gino looking for a pluck maybe on the back end as the sprint is used and the dash forward in. But lurking in the waters is the last line of offense here from the Callan Wardens. It'll go by the wayside. Smart objective call from the Levi's pulls themselves just about 3,000 gold in the lead. There's your solo kill. We figured it would happen. And Yark makes matters just a bit worse.
Yeah, the Leviathans have just set their pace so quick this game. 3,000 at the 9-minute mark off the back of that objective, and expect to see that objective pretty often. There's not much the Callan Wardens can do to stop it once the Leviathans have actually established a defensive position. So I like what we saw from Gino. All right, I can't steal it. I'm not going to walk into Circle Protection. I'm not going to walk into Sunbreaker. I'll make sure that maybe I could just return some damage, find a pluck potentially to set up for a kill on the tail end. Unfortunately for him, phenomenal blink from Panatom cost him that initiation.
It's a pluck from Gino on to Wrong-U, but Wrong-U will be just fine. So Panatom has continued on his build now with all that extra gold. Stone Cutting Sword into Executioner, so no Golden Blade anywhere in the build path here for Panatom Myth. Looks like Shred on the mind of this Osiris between the first couple of item pickups.
Yeah, no matter how much we change Osiris or his itemization, he's going to keep doing Osiris things in the jungle. Stone Cutting Sword, still a very good power spike. Executioner has some pretty decent options behind it as well. I expect Heavy Executioner, unless Panatom wants to really go in on that attack speed tree. So we'll get a good look at how he's feeling as the Leviathans do what the Leviathans do. Objectives with ESET. It's so simple. No steal from Relentless One, and the Leviathans take yet another one on the map. Fortunately for the Callan Wardens, nothing left that the Leviathans could do for now. Maybe they could pressure a tower, but I doubt we see a true siege attempt. So we're probably 3 minutes away from the next POI, the next actual point of contention. Until then, the Callan Wardens can lick their wounds and try and close up this gap.
Yeah, if you're the Leviathans, maybe this is an advantage the Wardens can find an advantage here in game number 1. The Leviathans did struggle a bit towards the end of Phase 2 with some of their team fighting. I think later on in the game, when the Leviathans were losing their matches, now, my confidence in this team long-term not shaken, but the areas that felt like other teams took advantage of the Leviathans in had to do with later on in the game, team fight just not super clean. Think back to that Scarab set, Valkyrie sets, things like that, where the Leviathans got run over just a bit. Wonder if that's where the Wardens are looking.
Pretty good against
It's
Scarabs.
over in mid. Gino takes the apple, but so tanky. At this point in the game, there won't be much damage there. And so maybe the Wardens, Myth, just hoping that their team fight looks a bit better later on in the game. Doesn't help that you're closing in on 4,000 gold down, but could be an option.
And the team fight for the Wardens is good. You're right to say that this lead needs to be cut, but you've got really good CC lockdown, Leon multi-target, Gino should be able to burn beads pretty consistently. Even Relentless One can put threat onto that relic on his own. So if the Callan Wardens can slow it down and get there, I'm sure they will be confident in the 5-on-5.
Man, Panatom was just mauling Gino. I mean, this build working through that health bar easily. Yarkor is going to continue extending his lead over on the right side of the map. Given the state of that build, Relentless One just going to have such a difficult time stepping up. Actually, considering a jungle invade was Yark there, but only the speed buff is up. So Leon is going to get pinged out. You have eyes on where that Daji is. And at this point in the game, if you're hoping that the Daji was able to take some beads away, you know, once or twice maybe, you send a gank towards mid, just see if you can get the beads off of Shinto, something like that. Leon has been drinking water from a fire hose in the first few minutes of this game, just trying to keep up with the pace of Panatom.
Well, fortunately, now with Jotuns, those opportunities to just burn beads are going to come a little bit more often. Just an aggressive pal out doesn't even necessarily need to be in a threat situation where you think you're going to kill, as long as you can take off that relic, you'll find some value. No beads or Panatom for the next 40 seconds, but Lord of the Afterlife, a strong enough CC immunity tool that maybe Leon not willing to trade his ultimate there. I think that Rongyu, again, a phenomenal target, one that he could really put some threat on. Shinto as well, as long as that golden apple is down, no longer is down. So maybe that opportunity missed a bit. But the pacing from Leon so far is uncharacteristic. When I think of this guy, it's constant aggression, yelling into the microphone, just massive comms, like this.
Yeah, things like this. Let's send a gank towards Zapman. That's a stun onto Leon. He'll go up and over. Can he dodge out the powerhouse? Beads are good. You gotta hit your autos, Griff. And the first kill of the weekend for the Calvin Wardens hits Zapman. The Leviathans will lose their hunter. An opening, an opportunity for more pressure potentially on left.
Yeah, the first kill the SEC gets against the SPL is on Zapman. I think that's poetic, at least for this event.
I think that makes sense.
Panatom maybe could have rotated through. I think if had he spotted out that back from Leon, maybe could have forced a fight there.
My goodness.
The Leviathans, though, even in losing Zapman's life, they don't lose anything else, do they? No invade, no neutral objectives taken down, not even a real whole lot of damage put into the towers. The Leviathans, in 2 seconds, once Zapman respawns, I think are in a position where they could just group up, run down this Gold Fury, and force a fight still.
Yeah, Zap he needed to go back and buy some items anyway, right? That's the way that works. 9.3K for Yark.
2 levels.
And so it is feeling just fine as a 1.7 thousand gold lead has built up for Yarkor over on the right. So look at this type of rotation from Yarkor. That's where a big team fight could break out, and that'll give the Leviathans a massive advantage, having such a strong Lancelot on your team. A great look for this Leviathan squad, unless your goal is just keep King Arthur out of the fight. Zapman didn't end up buying a fully completed item. Looks like Wind Demon, the next item up, Myth. In between Zap and Panatom, health and Prot Shred with those auto attacks seems to be the name of the game here. We'll see if he can do it up against Leon as both ultimates exchanged. It's a game of chicken, but Zapman lands first, dodges out the last pal out chain. Shinto, an important trade out. So Zapman, the forgettable last couple of minutes, and the Wardens have been able to find a bit of pressure on left.
Yeah, Zapman just steps up to try and confirm those oracles for his team, put himself in a position where the Leviathans can look towards that objective. Trading his own life, I think okay in the grand scheme, especially for Leon, who was level 14 at the time, but maybe it cost you a bit too much.
Wrong, you forced to use the beads, and there's still a pluck on the other end. Circle of Protection won't roll through in time, and suddenly the Calvin Wardens are finding these individual picks again on the left side of the map. Rongyu and Zapman have just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Always have to throw in the but what are they getting? The Wardens don't immediately go and pull the Primal Fury. The Wardens aren't feeling confident enough in that yet. Strife dodged out by Gino. Panatom will have the tether out, but should back away from this. Good space control from Maswal. Gold lead remains the same. That's the big takeaway here. Maybe a slight decrease, but Leviathan's still feeling just fine with 3.5K. But this pacing of game, maybe giving the Wardens some hope.
Yeah, the Wardens are just doing a much better job, at least in the last couple of minutes, of remaining grouped. Zapman gets picked on his own. Rongyu gets picked on his own, but both times the Kowlin Wardens 3-stack. Yarkor now on the opposite end of it.
How nice would this feel for Relentless One if you're able to get a kill onto Yarkor? Chains won't pull Yark back in. He'll gallop away. A 2-level deficit. Really would have loved to see that one go in if you're Relentless One, because Yark has just been an absolute force on the map. Not only top net worth by about 2,000 gold now, but damage tells you about all you need to know. Closing in on 13,000 for this Lancelot. And Myth, I gotta think the Leviathans want to get Yark involved in something, given the lead over on the right.
Yeah, but Yark's playstyle has always been, hey, I'm going to sit in this lane and I'm going to bully. That's just what he brings to the map is, I'm going to lock down the enemy solo laner, you guys win the 4v4. If it goes to 5-on-5 in the late game, I'll be there and I'll make my stamp known. Yarkor possibly, for the second time this game, finally making a rotation out of that lane. But still, not much to fight over here. Surprised to see the Leviathans grouped on the Pyromancer rather than just the Gold Fury. Maybe just an easier win for them.
Well, you do have to look at the XP as well between Griff and Zapman. Griff is 2 levels up over Zap, and so equal advantage for the Leviathans over on right as Gino is silenced. No stun though. Yarkor takes a good mountain of damage here. as the ultimate rolls through and the Pyromancer still stands. So it looks like the Callan Warden showing up in force easily enough, and the Leviathans take the Pyromancer away despite the Wardens being the team that had pulled it out on the initial retake. Now the team fight breaks out. Wrong you, a couple others chained in by Leon, but no one ultimately gets pulled back into the powwow. Nice double strike from Shinto. As Zapman's got the damage for Gino. Gets a double kill on the Moswell. Panatom runs over Leon. It's a triple kill for Zapman. And what a way to get back into this game. After an 0-2 start for Zapman, 3 kills drop. Could be the quad around the corner. One more auto's all he needs, and Zapman has come back into the game with 4.
Zapman upset with being 66% of the deaths up against the SCC. Will pick himself up a quad. You can't ignore this Hou-Yi, especially with this build. That was a massive power back for him right before that fight to get the Wind Demon available. The Callan Wardens were so preoccupied trying to fight Yarkor 2v1 next to the Pyromancer. Shinto was getting chased out the entire time, and Zapman just free firing for the entirety of that team fight. I think the majority of the damage that landed on him might have just been from the tower. And the Leviathan, still strong, can pull out the Fire Giant. But no circle protection. Maybe the Wardens can get here.
I'm not sure the Wardens have the pace, though. Gino's going to be the closest.
Yeah.
Doesn't have ultimate either, so it's going to have to be a miracle steal here for the Callan Warden support, but won't even be able to get in range. Yarkor on zoning duty gives the Leviathans the largest advantage of the game. So gold lead built back up comfortably enough. And now Fire Giant on all 5 members of the Levi's, and they were able to just go back and spend up some of that gold.
There can't be any more ants.
And Zapman suddenly starting to feel himself.
Oh no. Surely that's the last one.
And we're going to put some pressure on the side of the map where Yarkor has got a nice lead built up, 3 levels.
There can't be another one, man. Come on.
And where Griff had a 2-level lead, Zapman with a quadra kill has evened that up. So the XP advantage that the Callan Wardens had is no longer there on the map.
Give me a butt, at least. You are struggling to find the butt.
I'm trying. But Leon finishes a Heartseeker and has been more active over the last couple minutes.
He has been. That's a good deal first for Leon to pick up. Defense for the Callan Wardens, I think, arguably pretty strong. Ogni decent in those situations and applying poke from a range. No anti-heal just yet, though. No Divine Ruin for Moswell means that Fire Giant Sustain will find a whole lot of value. Anti-heal kind of lacking across the board. Just that onk from not Gino. So I suppose that's going to be used in response to Circle Protection just about every single time. Otherwise, the Leviathan sustain battle is going to be just fine. But it's a slower pace to the Siege. I'd expected with this level deficit that started to establish, the experience or the gold deficit as well, the Leviathans would just take the most expeditious pathing towards these towers. Instead, pick up a neutral objective, stop this back, and potentially send them back to base, but in a body bag.
How much trouble Relentless One is in here. And Leon, I mean, this is why you're getting aggressive. You got 4 up against the 2, but look at the Leviathans. They're just going to push down the left side of the map. If Yark can live here.
He's in trouble.
Maybe even if Yark can't live here, this is still a worthwhile trade for the Leviathans. You lose your solo laner. They have enough damage. Yeah, should be a tier 2 tower for the Levi's, but 50 seconds on Yark's death timer. Would have loved this Lancelot to stay alive.
Would have, but I don't think the Leviathans are expecting a 4-stack from the Callan Wardens there. Yarkor initiates when he just sees 2, which makes sense. He probably feels confident in his ability to 1v2. Even with Panatom nearby, you're thinking, all right, there's no way I die here. 2 more people turn the corner, things get iffy.
Moswell uses the beads, avoids the stun. And where there was a glimmer of hope for the Callan Wardens prior to that big FG fight, because we saw Leon starting, again, get more active.
Okay, hold on.
Was starting to hit a bit. Zapman has beads, didn't use it on the pluck. Will go up and over the stun from Oswald, though, and a strife on the back end from Shinto. Slows down the reinitiation from the Wardens. And how about that 1-2 from Zapman and Shinto to keep the Hou-Yi on the map with both relics?
Yeah, that is a whole lot of lack of respect from Zapman holding on to beads there, just realizing he's so far ahead, and with Shinto so nearby, the damage output just enough that Leon wouldn't be able to commit himself to that fight. Starts raining the Suns. Leon does use Trickster Spirit to close gap, but can't stand around. What is that, 3 ticks of Hou-Yi's ultimate and already down to about 50% HP. Zapman just makes the right decision to hold on to his relics. Fire Giant power play doesn't get him a whole lot, though. I think the Callan Wardens can hold on to that. Tier 1, Tier 2, sure, but Generally, when you've got a lead like this, you'd expect Fire Giant to at least net you a bird.
How many times in Zapman's career do you think a commentator has said, it's the right decision by Zapman to hold on to both of his relics?
It's rare. Seldom.
You don't think it's happened all that often. This time,
I might be the first.
You actually might have been. We're striking new territory here on the cast with Dolson Myth. As the Leviathans look to close out game number 1 here. A healthy gold lead and a good-looking team fight could just end up this game.
Fires
Gino,
off.
though, has found the back line and a nice stun and a nice block on a Zapman who uses both actives this time. Did he live somehow?
No.
Zapman? He's out of the fight,
No.
but he's still alive in the back line. Finally gets taken down, but he dealt a whole lot of damage before dying off. Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade. The Leviathans still have plenty of damage if the CC connects, and a long-range Spirit Ball helps set up Shinto. Now you don't have your ranged tower damage quite as consistently. The Wardens may have done enough.
Relentless One's pretty low HP. If he takes another bit of damage, he's just going to fall down. Wrong Yu barely makes his way out of there. The Kowloon Wardens maintain their tier 2 for just another moment. And Zapman giveth and taketh, doesn't he? Sure, holds on to the relics initially, and it looks really good. This time goes golden midair. Probably want to use those beads before the pluck sends you up. Aegis is right on landing, gets sent through the realms, doesn't get any value from that either. Both relics expended, and just about 0 value gotten. The Kowloon Wardens maintain the base, but the Leviathans have just done so much already. They're allowed to have some of these slightly sloppier fights just because of the lead that they've established for themselves. The Wardens can try and defend this Fire Giant, but they're playing an uphill battle.
Yeah, I guess when Zapman's won 3 worlds in a row.
So many rings.
So many. 3 of them.
You think he wears them all in one hand? He
No, I
can't.
feel like we've talked about this. Like, it would severely limit his ability to just exist in life if you wore 3 world championship rings.
Yeah, you
on
go
one
out in
hand.
public, you're getting swamped by fans for sure.
You know, like when you talk about guys who've got a lot of rings in the history books, it's like Tom Brady, and
That's
then
right.
Zapman's right up next, you know?
I might put Zap first. It's less total rings, but they're Smite rings.
But right, as impactful as it's been.
That's right.
Who needs like 8 Super Bowl rings or 7 or whatever Tom Brady's got, you know? Zapman's got 3 Smite World Championship rings. Would love a tournament win here in Smite Summer Masters, but you got to clean up some of this play that we've seen from the Leviathans as of late if you're going to get there. Wardens look like they're willing to show up here around this FG. Almost everyone outside of the supports have reached level 20 here. Leon just the 1 level behind. Panatom finishes up the kin size. Leon's got a bit more burst damage. Good lockdown onto Relentless One. It's the Spirit Ball Strife, 1 level behind. Panatom finishes up the kin size. Leon's got a bit more burst damage. Good lockdown onto Relentless One. It's the Spirit Ball Strife combos you really got to keep your eyes on. How about this from Yarkor? He'll just walk straight into the back line, into the entirety of the Wardens, and he won't live for it. Shinto does turn around 1 onto Leon. Fire Giant in the meantime goes to the Leviathans. There's more lockdown onto Relentless One. Shinto's already got 2. Zapman adds another. Panatom with 1 as well, and the Leviathans roll through the Wardens and grab themselves a Fire Giant to boot.
Man, Yarkor just walks in intentionally and trades his life for the Fire Giant. The Kowloon Wardens were in position that maybe the fight could have happened on the Phoenix a little bit later, but that TP in from Griff was just not the best. Tries to get there to help out with Gino. Probably shouldn't be dedicating his life to help out a support. So now it's all up to Maswal in a base defense situation up against 4 with Fire Giant. He's only got to buy about 10 seconds. Maybe the Leviathans, with this slow siege, might have to take their time. They're not going to the base. Instead, going to try and break 1 more bird.
Yeah, let us go to the left side Phoenix. Still a tier 2 tower on right, so you can't immediately go to the right side Phoenix over on the other side of the map. You stick around and try to team fight, though. No, you've got enough extra gold in the back pocket now. Probably go back, spend up some gold 1 more time before re-sieging. What a resurgence Shinto has had in this match. It was a quiet start, but suddenly this Discordia has taken over top damage in the game. The itemization has really started to catch up. And I keep looking at the 1-2 combo myth between Rongyu and Shinto, and this Discordia has just created such a area of space control in all these jungle fights. It's been very impressive.
Yeah, and nobody's been able to close gap on a Shinto, have they? You'd expect Leon to head back there, but he hasn't got the DPS to win out in the 1v1 up against Shinto just yet. Relentless One looks tanky if you're just evaluating the build, but when you're looking at the screen, he's just getting evaporated by this massive penetration build that Zapman has picked up for himself. The Kowlin Wardens need to force a team fight with a numbers advantage. We've seen that a couple of times in the SPL. The Hail Mary just, all right, we're behind. Our base defense doesn't look so good. Our base is already broken. Maybe we just 5-stack in the jungle and hope somebody straggles their way in towards us. Maybe you catch out Zapman on the right-hand side of the map, who's playing just about on his own.
50% of the death still for Zap. Was
Yeah,
66
well,
earlier on.
He's improving. That's marginal
slightly.
improvement.
Yeah, I don't think Zapman's super worried about it when Relentless One and Leo on the right side of the map for the Wardens is a combined 0 and 9 with a handful of assists between the two of them.
Yeah, maybe not the best look.
Not the best to start off this set. I mean, look, Yark on Lancelot gets early pressure from Panatom, and the right side of the map was simply just locked down. The Wardens did a good job. I mean, it's kind of a game recap, but able to put pressure on Zap, get a 2-level lead for Griff, but just never converted that into a team fight win. And the Leviathans knew where their leads were and were able to play around it. Right side Phoenix, a bit of an afterthought here. Entangling wings used by Gino, and a nice strife yet again from Shinto, and goodbye to half of the Kowlin Warden's overall health pool. Leon is up on the Pala, but he's going to crash down into a world of pain with Zapman on the backside, and Zapman with his 6th of the game. Leviathans fans can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief here. There's already 1 kill. Has dropped for the Levi's. Double strife. How many times have I said that? And the last team fight of the game looking good for the Levi's, and so is game number 1.
Moswell is able to make his way back to Fountain. Can't say this was the aim of the other 3 members of his team. The Leviathans cleanly able to close this one out. And it's just objective play, isn't it, throughout the early game that nets them this massive lead. Even when they're struggling, individual picks over to the Kowlin Wardens. The map had already been stripped by the Leviathans. There's just not much for the Kowlin Wardens to do in those scenarios. So I think this one is another conversation of SCC versus SPL pacing. The SPL is just so much more objective-minded. They just strip the entirety of the map of farm for like 30 minutes straight.
Now, there are areas, I think, where the Wardens can look here for game number 2. Areas where they were able to find advantages. What's that?
I was doing your thing.
You're just mimicking me. You're just mocking me, Miff. That's not
No.
very nice. Miff, want to go have some words? We'll go have some words. Leviathans versus the Kowlin Wardens. Game number 2. Coming up next.
Mifflin's such a clown all the time. Okay, BRB. Back already. Able to be happy, huh? Interesting song.
Bit of a bumpy road, but the Leviathans still find themselves a game number 1 win. Of course, Zap maybe feeling a little worse for wear towards the beginning of that one, but ends up turning things around pretty well for them. It's Gore and it's Trelly on the desk one more time to break that one down. And Trelly, again, a couple of bumps in the road. The Wardens are able to put up some good fights, but as the casters had said, one of the things, and something that the Valkyries had to get used to for a majority of this year, sometimes the pacing, the objective-oriented mindset that the SPL teams bring can be difficult to overcome.
Yeah, but I think if anyone was going to throw the SEC boys a bone, give them an out back into the game, it was going to be Zap. I think he was more so just testing the waters, pops off with a quadra kill, even though he's like 0-2 at the time. Dies to some ganks, but also he's gonna get some kills because that's just what he brings. That's what the 3-time brings, and he's earned that right. However, just Yarkor coming out swinging on this Lancelot was able to do so much for the squad. Obviously, Panatom on the Osiris, no secret that he's been able to get some early leads with a pick like this, and it just looked disgusting. And I gotta highlight Shinto on this Discordia as well.
Yeah.
It just seemed like whenever I talk about the Discordia, I always say things along the lines of, whoever gets that Discordia passive is gonna have such an easy time. Turns out Shinto is just going to keep that passive to himself like every time he plays Disco. Like, I will be the top damage, and I want that passive. I don't want the rest of my team getting the benefits. I'm going to be the one who is using this extra damage to, help out in these team fights.
Good. I mean, just damage. You mentioned Shinto? Yeah, he absolutely runs the show here for the Discordia. And again, to the point where, I think even Dave and Miff were joking about it, where they're just like, another double strife. Like, he kept connecting them. Just impressive work, right, from the Leviathans. And hey, you know what? Necessary. 11 a.m. Levi's waking up. Coming in 7-3 and 6 there for Zap. 4-0 and 9. Matched by Panatom and Shinto. So looking pretty good. And Rongyu going 0-1 and 11. Nothing too crazy. Although the damage numbers, wow.
I'm telling you.
Obscenely low for Rongyu. But admittedly, I guess you're not picking it for the high damage.
No, I think Rongyu was just, I'm setting up for the team as much as possible. I'm dropping circle protection to these objectives, and if there is ever danger of anyone besides Zap dying, I will be there to make sure the peel is in favor. So,
is Zap dying? I don't mean to rush. Shinto? Oh, wait a minute.
you guys
I gotta see my boy.
I'm on the way, and I think that's the playstyle that Zap himself wants. Like, don't say me. Like, I'm gonna do as much damage as I can on the way out, and I know that my team is gonna win that fight after the fact. He's confident in his squad, and I think the squad's confident in his shot calls as well.
It's fun to meme, but yeah, it's very fun to watch as well. Wardens, though, again, these are all best of 3s, so one game away from getting knocked down into the losers bracket of their group. Levi's potentially one game away from climbing up towards the winners bracket, and then being one set away from just going into week number 2. So we're going to jump into Pigs and Bands. Game number 2, Wardens will be the first pick this time around. So last time, Trelly, we're looking at Kepri, Ratatoskr, Chernobog bands from specifically the Leviathans. And it was Yamoja, Kabrak, and Uller from the Wardens. Even though they had some interesting, and I think good draft choices in their last game, do you see any of those changing, like maybe letting the Kabrakan through? I don't know. I've seen what Shinto can do on that Kabrakan. I don't know if I want him through. I mean, the Uller, it feels like you're kind of tied here.
Yeah, if it's between the Discordia and the Kabrakan, I'm definitely taking the Kabrakan, but I think the Wardens are in a situation where, we've already highlighted this is not an elimination game. You get 2 lives here, so you're in a situation where you're not going home, but you definitely don't want to lose here, so the Wardens have to pull out all the stops, maybe let something through to get a hard carry style of pick. The solo lane and the jungle from the Wardens. They need to have a better performance. Obviously, Leon would have loved to get off to a better start, and Relentless One also, finding an early gank against himself, dying, and then just losing that lane from then on out. I think facilitating the solo and the jungler of the Wardens has to be on point here, because obviously Moswell was able to get online, he was able to do his damage, he was like 1-1 at like 20 plus minutes. That's fine. If that's the case when everyone else is like 4-0, I think you're pretty okay with your mid being able to survive like that. The Wardens need to get some pressure in the jungle and solo, and to do so, they're going to nerf some of the pressure the Levi's at and take away that Lancelot.
That feels like a good ban, right? And surprising considering how low priority. He was 9th pick overall in the game, the last pick for the Leviathans last game. And now he's one of the top 3 bans for the Wardens. Makes sense, though, given what we just saw. We'll see where the Leviathans go with their last ban. And Trelly, while we wait for this, I'll let the picks and bans roll through. I have a question for you, because I'm just now remembering Dave hitting Mifflin with a noodle.
Yeah,
and so I want to preface this. Do you have siblings?
I do.
So when you were growing up, if you went to the pool,
right?
Did you ever try to hit each other, say, with a pool noodle, and have your parents scream, "The noodle is not a weapon" at you?
I never did that.
That's like a mantra for my parents.
No, but I did do the thing where you take one side over your shoulder, one side under the water, then you blow
and you, like,
really
blow it
hard.
to get the
and,
cannon?
and like
Yeah.
I would splash my parents when they'd be like, we don't want to get wet, we're sunbathing, and I just, and just splash them.
You were a nuisance to your parents.
Yeah, of course.
Apparently,
Then you
blow
blow
noodle and have your parents scream, "The noodle is not a weapon" at you.
I never did that.
That's like a mantra for my parents.
No, but I did do the thing where you take one side over your shoulder, one side under the water, then you blow
and you, like,
really
blow it
hard.
to get the
and,
cannon?
and like
Yeah.
I would splash my parents when they'd be like, we don't want to get wet, we're sunbathing, and I just, and just splash them.
You were a nuisance to your parents.
Yeah, of course.
Apparently, my family was just a nuisance. Like the siblings were all at each other. Very common was the noodle is not a weapon, and the watermelon is not a toy. Now that one is definitely going to be way more specific. And I don't know if I'm going to give you the story about that, chat. You have to unlock that. I don't know.
Were you throwing the watermelon in the pool?
They would throw the watermelon in the pool, but then it was
I lead us
like
to
your
glory.
kids. There's
Yeah.
a watermelon
To
floating in the
victory.
pool.
Yeah,
Kept
so
it
you'd, like,
cool.
play dodgeball with it
And
of
yeah, so
sorts.
you'd want to like push it around or like push it under, see and watch it pop back up and float. And he'd be like, "No, that's like food. Stop that."
Then why is it in the pool? At that point, I think
To keep it cold.
Oh, okay. So how cold's the pool?
Let's
Moving on. I see the
power
Cabrakan did
colder. It's colder than not in the pool.
I suppose so. Maybe next time keep it on ice. I'm not sure, but the Wardens will grab that Cabrakan for themselves.
That seems way smarter. But hey, I was an adult, so I'm not asking. That's not on me.
And the Leviathans are just going to take the King Arthur and the E set there for themselves again. Given the fact that the Levites did hover Ares for a second there, it's possible that E set could be going mid, but when you got a performance like Shinto's been having, I would just lock in the Discordia here, no questions asked.
Well, Chalk gets locked in, which is not Discordia. Cupid, also not Discordia. Now, at least one of those, though, Trelly, has been meta. Cupid, almost surprised now that I'm thinking back on it that we didn't even see him in the last game, has been relatively high priority. I mean, to the point where he's getting top 6 banned, very, very often picked up, and sometimes first picked. Chalk, though, where's he coming from?
Well, it's simple, Gore. They're picking characters with the letter C, and that's the reason Chalk was picked, and they're going to continue that trend.
All right, so give me some other C gods. I'm blanking here.
Charybdis, Chang'e. That's the last
Chang'e.
2. Done. Boom.
All right.
Move on.
Bracken, Chalk, Cupid, Charybdis, Chang'e.
Well, the Leviathans haven't picked up on this. They banned Erlong. That's not a C.
Yeah, that's a big misplay from the Leviathans here. Actually, they're gonna lose exclusively. Wasn't there a point like not the Leviathans? I think it was the Titans at one point had literally spelled out something with their picks and bans. I can't remember. It was very fun. And so that's stuff like that I really enjoy. Erlong